before, bro. You definitely you empathize with it there.
Well, we are coming to the closing stages then of this search and destroy, but it really hangs on a knife edge.
Look at the scoreboard right now. 3 payload abilities ready for Infuse. Talk about an area to swing this momentum in their favor. How do they elect to use it, though, as this time does go on?
And it's whether they're going to condense all of them into one round and almost try and guarantee a victory for themselves, or take a chance and split it across the remaining ones.
Scarab now out. Does force the player off the site for a second, so no objective planted. Still, though, a minute left, so they have a ton of time to work with.
So, Parky, fortunate not to connect there. The bomb now has been planted, so pressure is applied once again.
Here we go. We've seen the scenario so many times. It's going to come out to trading quickly, knowing how to call out the opponents, and cutting them down as fast as possible. There's a pinch coming in from Urban, though, in middle map, and he does give away his position. Still a 3 versus 3, 25 seconds remaining.
He can't just go straight for this defuse. He's going to have to find the kills here.
Oh, gosh.
He's searching everywhere, but just can't spot anyone. He's got to know that there's someone behind this door, surely.
There's one. Joe wins the gunfight inside bowling. This is an awkward scenario. Not going to happen. Orbit now 1 round away from sending Infuse to the loser's bracket.
Oh, and this would be really big for them if they can take it. And you can just see there the closing moments as Urban cleans up too. And this is big news for Orbit as well, because as we say, coming into this was so neck and neck between these two teams, and this is probably going to be one of their greatest challenges in this tournament.
All right, Marky B, this is where you come into play. This is where you're the leader we all know and love. Centurion ready to go. Do they go for a quick plant? Do they wait for a first blood? Look, go to Joe. Go to Joe. He's popped his overdrive again. He's completely behind Infuse. 1 gunfight here behind the bus. Just need to chase down this kill as fast as possible. There it is. First blood for Orbit. So close to winning this game.
Yeah, very important.
Oh, it's
he
done.
made that kill, and it's going to be all over unless PD can pull something special out of the bag. Manages to find one, but he does go down, and that is going to mean Orbit take it. And that is a huge victory for Orbit. Infused are being sent into the loser bracket, and Orbit have guaranteed themselves a top 3 placement and solidified their spot in the winner bracket final.
Search and Destroy wins championships, folks. And right there, Orbit put on a show. Wow. Crazy stuff from them. A combined 25-11 from Joe and Urban as they wind up taking that map and the series 3-2 over Infused. Our winners bracket semifinal number 2 did not disappoint at all. And now Infused will begin the losers bracket run after this.
Wow, well, there we go. It was a great game, Jack. I want to throw it over to the analysts now and see what they thought. Pricey, over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, on map 5, we went all the way, but Orbit got away with it. But we are starting to see a little bit of weakness in the Orbit squad.
I thought they looked pretty strong. I thought Orbit was going to win. Definitely the wrong map count. I kind of undersold and Infused a little bit. I thought, to be honest, I didn't expect PD and Moose to kind of continue their great performances. They did. Just Joe, too strong in that game time.
Yeah, it really was. And we kind of said this, you know, I think Raid's not had the greatest of tournaments so far. And he said it himself. He goes, I don't know what's going on with my respawn this weekend. And then the SD didn't start off well either. So obviously there's some issues there that he's trying to kind of work through. But if he plays a little bit better, it probably would have been a 3-0.
I mean, the rest of the team are playing very well as well. So if he's got that trust in his teammates to do well, we did see some big plays from him from time to time, but I'm sure we'll go through that one soon.
Yeah, we certainly will. Of course, you know, still a big game from Orbit. Infused. We saw PD and Moose again. They just continuously seem to be laying an awful lot of hammer down on every team they come against.
Yeah, but you saw in the retaliation hardpoint, I believe it's PD that doesn't get off to the best of start, and they fall so far behind that they don't have the opportunity to make that comeback once he starts to heat up in the end. So I feel like Infused just relying on those 2 guys so heavily right now.
Yeah.
You need to see Knowlton or Marky B really step it up going forward.
But maybe, hey, if they can do it every game, then maybe there's something there. I mean, PD... It does seem to be...
Sure, if you have 2 guys play on out of their minds every game, there's a good chance you're going to win, Bryce.
Hey, they keep doing it. But only the retaliation, he slowed down, but he picked it up towards the game. The reason he started to come back.
Moose had a slow game on retaliation as well, though. So, I mean, you're right. You can't just put all of their eggs in one basket, so to speak.
Right, I mean, those 2 guys are not picking up the kills. There should be kills for the other 2 somewhere. They should be able to pick them up. They're just not able to do so.
I found it very interesting. Obviously, you could hear Zero getting hyped. He said something, you know, every single kill. It clearly was really getting into that game. They knew their respawn had suffered this weekend. But, you know, they managed to pull it through. When we got into the S&D, we said, yeah, we're pretty sure they've got this as well.
What's the sign of a good team able to bounce back?
Yeah.
With some win those second ones, keep extending these series.
Yeah, I completely agree. Well, before we go too far into this and start breaking down the maps, I would throw it down to the floor for an interview. It's Lottie with probably a very stressed Zero.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Are you stressed, Zero?
Very,
Well, let's talk about your first map. So, Courage, while he was casting, mentioned that you guys have shown the same gameplay style in the first hardpoint map as you have in the first of the series and the entire tournament. Was that your downfall for this one?
Well, Scorch Hardpoint is probably our worst map out of all the hardpoints. I played pretty well, but this weekend's been pretty inconsistent for our players. We knew it was going to be tough with the Scorch as it's our worst, but we knew we could pull it through. And the other respawns and the S&Ds were brilliant S&D team.
What have you got to do to improve your hardpoint going further into the tournament?
Just work on. Well, we can't work on it, but we just talk about things what we need to improve on. Like we played that map so much better. We played Scorch Hardpoint so much better than we used to. We just need to win now.
Of course. And also, let's talk about Moose on the opposition. A player like him on your opposite team must be really difficult. Was that quite pressurizing playing against someone like him?
No, because I know my teammates are. I have the 3 best teammates in Europe right now. Moose wasn't going to be a problem. Neither was Matt. Neither was Pete. None of them were.
And you dominated the S&D. Now, what was your strategy for this?
Which S&D? Because I didn't dominate any.
Like the second map, sorry?
Second map, yeah, I played alright last map. It was all Joe and Dave. Reese at the end as well, but I had a shocking map.
I mean, as a team, as a whole, you guys did really, really well in it. So, what was your strategy for that?
We just know we're a really good S&D team. Like, either one of us can go off, or we just play as a team. At that point, Dave and Joe just had a phenomenal game. Me, on the other hand, it was pretty bad.
It was a really back and forth series, so the uplinks saw you guys lose. Did that give you the motivation to push on in the final one?
Like I said, our respawn's been pretty iffy with the players. A couple of us playing neg, a couple of us going neg, a couple of us having a bad respawns. Like I had a bad uplink. But Retaliation Hardpoint, we didn't win that map online against them in the 2K. We got 100-point club and come and land and destroy them.
And lastly, your last map was really awesome for us, especially in the audience. I'm sure very stressful for you. What did you guys capitalize on in that one?
Just said Dave and Joe, carry on doing what you're doing. I was just literally watching bomb. That's all I could do. I couldn't get a kill.
Well, it certainly worked. Well, thank you so much, Zero, and congratulations. Back up to you, Bryce.
All right, thank you very much. Very humble Zero there. Didn't think he did an awful lot, but I think he did
Big
just
contributor
enough.
in Game 5.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he did enough. Like I said, I think the hard point they won, Zero getting so hyped and you could hear him, that definitely was a contributing factor. For me, like, so this team obviously has a bit of strength in depth. There's 2 duos that have come together. Their S&D looks very solid. Just obviously needed to step it up on it a little bit. He also threw some fire.
Yeah, I feel like he's in a different spot than he was last year.
Yeah.
Like last year, you almost kind of plug him into this infused team, like in the role at Moose, where Moose is just kind of consistently getting that support, just going off every game.
Yeah.
With 3 other very talented players around him. Obviously, the players around him last year are very good, but he does not need to put that much pressure on himself every game. Like if Joe's having a great search and destroy like he did in Game 5, like all he has to do, like he said, is just watch bomb, play a different position.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's actually go into this map by map then and start breaking this down. The first hard point was where it started to look a little bit shaky for the guys on Orbit. Infused started powering through, and again, Moose and Petey were the name of the game.
I think Petey for me was the guy that you had to look towards, though. I mean, Moose played it well, but I think it was in the last time we went to Middle Hill, and Petey really held it down. I think we might see it in the highlights, but yeah, really good game by all of them. For me, I think it was the Orbit we've been seeing in these hard points typically not perform fantastically. I know Trey said that this is probably their least favorite map, picking up a 3-piece himself there, though, anyway. And it was relatively close at points, but I think, it was just came down to Petey having a good game again.
Yeah, I mean, Orbit makes a little bit of a comeback. They make it a little bit more interesting than it looked like it was going to be, but I mean, their rotations were not the best. They didn't win the key gunfights in the hill when there was like those one-on-one engagements, and that's what gave it over to Infused.
Yeah, I think when you look at these 2 teams, it was a point where you thought, Orbit have got this, but Infused seem explosive. I think that's the kind of the best way I can put it, is that you really can't count them out of this game, even if they don't look like they have control for a good portion of it, because they do have those explosive players at the moment, and that's what's making them so difficult to bet against.
After watching the 4th hardpoint, the Retaliation, it kind of feels like a little bit of the same, except the only difference in this game 1 is that Moose and Petey both kind of turned it on and really brought it back, and they didn't. I mean, obviously they
it's a theme that continues going on. You know, it's Orbit S&D, Orbit S&D. Kind of interested to see, you know, Orbit versus Elevate, see how that S&D goes down.
Yeah, I mean, Reedy was hanging out a little bit with us earlier, and he was saying his S&D this weekend has really kind of struggled, and you expect him to kind of lead that team in search and destroy. So maybe they're a little bit more vulnerable than usual Elevators.
Yeah, I'll be curious to kind of see that matchup later on. But I'll tell you what, let's move on now to map number 3. It is the uplink. And there was a point where we were like, can they come back? Can they? No, they're not coming back. It was pretty much how that game went.
Yeah, this one was a lot like, we've seen some crazy blowouts in uplink this weekend. I mean, the games really just haven't been close. And when they have been close, it's just been because both teams are just missing one-point plays or just not really kind of coordinating right. Get in for 2, and you see what happens when one team coordinates and the other team doesn't.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there was a point in this where we were like, oh, you know what, it's going to be fairly close. There's a lot going on here, and I was convinced we were going to see another very tight finish to this, and then we go into the second half, and well, that was a stupid thought. Why did I even think that for? And yeah, it just looks stronger. Like, it was a respawn instead of going, is it going to be every respawn for Infuse?
I think Infuse were just setting up better, though. They got a couple of occasions where they could get a couple of relay points off. You know, they had a few decent opportunities, and I don't think Orbit really... They weren't really slaying on par with Infuse on that map necessarily, so that really just let them down. They couldn't actually get any control from that point, and it was always going to go Infuse way if they're going to slay as hard as they did against Orbit.
I mean, look, Infuse, they win that one pretty handily, and I think the biggest takeaway for me coming out of this event is like EU's gone backwards in terms of uplink play from last year to this year. I don't know what it is. Maybe they just have not put enough time in yet on the mode.
I mean, I feel like
it seems like these games are just every one is just a blowout.
Yeah, but I mean, we spoke about uplink this weekend anyway and said we think the ones are too inconsistent right now. I'm convinced too inconsistent. So this map is very interesting for me because Orbit, fantastic start. And it looked like at one point they were maybe in danger of letting it come back. Pidgey started really heating up. But then, you know, so did Zero. So it was kind of countered in that part. Like, so we talked about the hype coming on. There's also, I don't know if we're going to see this clip because it wasn't on-rated at this point, unfortunately. The customer didn't grab it, but Raiden makes a great defense in Broken. He was basically alone. And if he had died, he gets a 2-piece. If he had died, they probably would have given him Fuse another 20, 30 seconds in it because his team had spawned out.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. You'll look at the scoreboard towards the end of the game as well, and he didn't actually put up that many numbers, but when you're making important kills like that, that's why we try not to necessarily focus too much on kills on the scoreboard, because if you do make the important kills, those are the big ones. Here he is inside that hard point towards the end, and I just want to point out, Trey picked up a lot of kills in that second rotation. We looked at Bridge, he only had around 12, and he picks up a few more on the way around to the next side.
The entire reason his team are actually currently, you know, winning off this hill is the fact that Raided held it while his team spawned out. And they gave him time to get back into the action.
Yeah, he goes on, I believe, like a 4 or 5 streak there towards the end. But I was really just the combination of, you know, Moose not getting off to a great start and Nolson really hurting them at the beginning of that game. I believe Nolson was like double negative or almost triple negative at one point. And when you don't have those two players who have been playing great, you know, doing that with Moose and Petey, and you have one player that's hurting you that much, you're going to see scores.
We certainly are. All right, well, let's move on to the final search and destroy. As we walked into this one, of course, playing through my mind and everybody's mind is Orbit are better at S&D, but it's map 5, anything could have happened. And for me, you know, you'll be quite curious about, is it, you know, you're a better S&D, but those map 5s always seem magical somehow, as if, you know, either team could win with just the pressure that's actually going on.
Well, I think watching this left-hand side, though, there was a couple of occasions, though, where 1 or 2 of their rounds could have went a lot better. There was that one where, I can't remember specifically what round it was, Infuse got the bomb down at A, and they had 4 guys stacked
commercial break. When we come back, it's time for our next loser bracket game. We are sending someone home. Will it be Splice or will it be 3G? Find out right after this.
so far for great first game to start things off, and we're gonna have maybe an upset here as Team 3G has been very impressive. Splice kind of disappointing, so a lot of really good games coming up today.
Wow, okay. So you're thinking 3G might win this then?
I'm saying before the tournament, I would have said Splice was definitely going to take it on paper, but now I'm like 55-45 towards Splice.
Wow, not really with Splice. Rel, do you agree with him?
I think Splice are going to take it. I think
You're more confident.
confident. Definitely. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to take anything away from 3G because they have been a bit of a surprise team here. I mean, we knew they were great. We knew they had some great players within it. Of course, Swedish champion, Quicker. Love dropping that one in. But they've performed so well on the run up to this.
They certainly have. Well, before we get too far and too deep into this game, let's take a little look at the bracket and how everything is playing out. As you can see, we started all those games yesterday. Where we currently are, though, is in the losers bracket. Splice versus Team 3G. After that, Aware versus Infused. Now, Splice dropped early to Team Orbit, which means they've had to go through the likes of Epsilon so far, and now 3G. They win that, they could be playing either Aware or Infused. We will find out as that continues on. But it's going to be a long day for Splice as they keep going forward in this bracket. But Jonas, I've got to get back to this. You're doubting Splice quite considerably, considering they were the #1 ranked team coming in. They've only lost to Orbit, who is, easily top 3, maybe top 2, depending on who you speak to. Why?
Well, because it's not just the fact that Splice isn't a good team. They're a fantastic team, and they have the caliber of players that can win international tournaments, I do believe. But this tournament, they've not looked as fantastic as expected. On the other end, 3G coming into those tournaments, a lot of people have overlooked them the same way that we have overlooked Aware. If you look at the current rankings, we have Epsilon and Fnatic top 8, and Aware and 3G, they are sure to be top 6. The other thing to me is 3G, despite just losing, they still have a lot of stake because they are playing for full play MLG Atlanta, and as long as Aware is in the tournament, they are risking to not go, so they need to win this.
Well, speaking of 3G, let's have a little look at their team roster and see how this one breaks down. Niall, Quicker, Weeman, and Zerg are this team. And you are right, Jonas, saying, this team has surprised a few people. It's a big game for them. They don't want Aware to outplay them in pro points. Rel, what's your take on this squad?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've said before at this particular invitational, they've been doing exceptionally well. A team rating of 1.06 means that they are above the average. And they were getting fired up in that booth the other day. You could hear Quicker screaming and even slipping a bit of trash talk out in his post-game interview. So they're pretty confident considering they are underdogs.
Well, I'm a little bit upset because if 3G go out here, we won't get to see 3G play Orbit again after, Shay called out rated earlier on. So,
yeah, that's true.
It is, but at the same time, 3G, what I was most surprised with is their previous series earlier today, where they showed good resilience. They went down 2-0 in the series. They had a massive uplink game, again forcing yet another game in overtime at the last second, doing a crazy run in overtime. So amazing stuff from them, showing a lot of composure.
Well, speaking of their opponents, Bats, Josh, Jerd, and Madcat, #1 rated team coming into this event, found themselves in the loser bracket straight away. Can they make this run?
I mean, it's just it's interesting looking at them and seeing where they are at this stage. They have been underperforming. Everyone expected so much from them, especially after placing first in the previous two 2Ks and having very strong online performances and internationally as well.
Yeah.
I can only see them beating 3G, but the informed team at the moment for me are 3G.
All right, okay. I think you guys are maybe playing a little bit off the fact that Orbit took Splice down, and I don't know. For me, that's kind of like it's Orbit. For me, they're looking like they could be one of the elite level teams in Europe. They did take down Splice. Splice don't even really know why they lost. They just thought they had a bad game, but we'll find out. Let's actually go though into a key player matchup. It's Madcat and Quicker Than You. Madcat actually having one of the best statistics this event. He has been playing superb for his squad. He's the best performing, I believe, on Splice. Against Quicker, again, good stats from him. He's in 10th, 11th in a few of these positions overall, but compare that to 3rd and 4th.
Madcat is always delivering. I mean, last year, a lot of people were considering him regarding one of the best players in Europe. Again, showing this year. And to me, it may be another key player to watch is going to be Benz because he's not been delivering to what we were expecting from him. He's been playing amazing all year long last year, and especially at COD Champs, someone that, everyone was impressed with. And he needs up, I feel like I'm not gonna say it's the reason that they are in the lower bracket, but if they want to win a tournament, he needs to step it up.
Okay, so yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I don't think Bance has performed as much, but I think it's because we expect so much of him.
Yeah.
You know, kind of the biggest breakout player of last year. Him and Zero mentioned in the same breath an awful lot. But yeah, I don't think he's living up to it. But maybe it's just a team difference. Maybe he doesn't have to excel as much now.
Well,
He
yeah,
changed the
Mad
squad
Cat
up.
taking
Yeah, he's got
over
Mad
the
Cat. Yeah, Mad Cat's stolen all of Bance's kills. Both, you know, aggressive slayers.
Well, one thing to note as well from the key player matchup is the fact that Madcat beat Quicker in every single category there.
Yeah.
Statistically, he is the better player, and the same could be said for the remaining players in Splice.
All right, well, let's start getting into this now. Predictions. Jonas, you said 55-45
I'm gonna say
to Splice.
I'm gonna stick to that 55-45. The closest I can get is 3-2.
3-2 to Splice.
To Splice. But it's gonna be
Okay.
a close one.
Rel?
I think it's going to be 3-0, but it's going to be very narrow margins in terms of the victory, but I think a 3-0 win.
Okay, well,
for Splice.
Both for Splice.
Yeah.
And then we've got Breakout, Scorch Frost, Throwback, and Retaliation. But the game is ready to go. So I'm throwing it over to our casters now. It's Mr. X and Momo.
Thank you very much, Brycey and the boys on the desk. We do have 3G and Splice coming up head-to-head here. Splice going in hot favourites. I don't know what's got into Jonas, maybe thinking 3G have a chance here, because I am firmly...
Jonas stayed out a little bit too late last night. I think that's why he comes in here. I mean, look, 3G to kind of, I guess, kind of back up his point a little bit. I mean, you know, 3G has been good. They've surprised a lot of people, very resilient. But I do feel like Splice is a different animal than they played thus far. I feel like they're going to run into some trouble here.
I think as well, you know, after their slip up to Orbit, they've looked strong ever since, but prove us wrong, 3G. You know, they're coming into here, you know, no organization, just 4 guys put together, tallied up their pro points, and here we are. We're going to go into game number 1. Let's have a chat and see what Quicker had to say before the game.
So for me, Splice, earlier on in the tournament, didn't really have a challenge, and then they went up against Orbit, and they lost 3-0. I think that we stand a really good chance of beating them. I think they're a very talented team, 4 really good players, but I think we've still got a really good chance of beating them if we perform as we have been.
Okay, so Quicker sounding confident, starts off 1-on-1, as we do see Jerd and the boys take control.
Yeah, sounds like he thinks that just Splice has not played against anybody good. They've beat up on a bunch of the lower tier teams that were here, and I know the one game that they had against top competition thus far, against Orbit, they lost that pretty bad. So I think Quicker kind of looks at that match, gives him and his team some confidence.
Okay, well, Vance has had a pretty good start to the game already, 3-0. He's coming back to pick up number 4 and still going on a tear. Scarab has been unlocked, but you know, no major points have been collected, and pretty much what you expect on this this rooftop. He's still going, though.
And I'm surprised a lot of the players are still running Scarab in respawn game modes. Everyone is pretty much running Flak Jacket, so you're not going to be able to take anybody out with it. Takes you out of your player. I've never been a fan of, you know, score streaks or kill streaks that take you out of your character in respawn game modes. I feel like I know too many things can go wrong during it.
Yeah, just taking you actually, you know, off the battlefield. You know, you're replacing yourself, and your teammates may need you. Mad Cat, though, he will be locking down his second rotation. You do have one player spawned now. That's Jerd. Triple comes in for the boys for 3G, and they're going to break this. And actually, there's one player right at the back. It's this man. It's Josh. He needs to stay alive.
Yeah, he's trying to stay alive for as long as possible there to set up a pinch. So if Josh would have been able to stay alive there, he would have had teammates coming through the front. But it's going to be Zerg and Co. able to lock down this back area. They do get control of the cell block hardpoint. They're racking up some score here. And see how far away Splice is spawning. It's going to be very difficult for them to get back. They have to hit that wall run, get a player all the way in this back area, try and knock down these spawns. And now look, by the time they even get there, there's going to be maybe 10 seconds left on this. You should just start rotating over to Grave. Fantastic break and hold by 3G.
Yeah, it really is. The cell block will be firmly in the hands of 3G. Looking at that rotation, though, Splice have full control. Jerd's heading over. In fact, he's pushing up a little bit, but one player is hitting the flank. It's Quicker. A player we've already highlighted for many reasons. And he'll be the one to be tagged up first. He's going to be taken down by Mad Cat. Zerd flanking from the other side as well. Trying to pinch, but it's not going to work off, and Splice could just push them back here.
Yeah, now Zerg just waiting for some teammate support here as he's going to try and fly out over the top. But you got to get this player out of cave. You can sit behind
that, and now they have the option to push forward. There is one player spawned out. It's going to be Bance, but he's going to be caught. Obviously, entering the hard point location will be revealed, but the last 5 seconds actually will go to Splice, and that's not really a good thing. We see here, first person on... oh, it's Nile, actually. He's straight in the Scarab.
But look, I mean, he's not going to be able to pick anybody up there, and I mean, he has some teammates coming, provides some help, and he's able to pick up 2, but that could have gotten pretty dangerous. I mean, if Zerg doesn't pick up Vance coming all the way around the back, that would have been a free kill onto 1, and then he would have been able to take out Nile here inside the Scarab. So that's what I was trying to talk about a little bit about earlier.
Yeah, I actually completely agree. Nile's kind of gone off there, but it was with, you know, his weapon. You know, it wasn't the Scarab that really affected much. Josh and Zerg are going to exchange on the hill. Zerg still in control, and actually 3G break the triple-digit mark. Splice do bounce back, and they will have control for the last 25 seconds until we hit rotation number 2.
And it's really odd to see Splice start off kind of slow here. I mean, you have Mad Cat, those 6 and 10, Jerd 5 and 10, not great games from them thus far. Really, Bance has been the only one I can feel like has been pretty consistent for them throughout this entire tournament.
And that's showing right now here. Obviously dropping 13. We can see if we jump on board a try with Jerd as he falls to the opposition. Mad Cat's going to hit the rotation. Obviously, the next one being on those rooftops. And I think Mad Cat playing this one quite smart. He's going to be caught off guard. Quicker, too smart. And the first player jumping on, it's going to be Weeman. Someone we haven't really highlighted. I mean, first impressions of Weeman this tournament for myself, absolutely fantastic player, but he's just lacking a bit in this game.
Yeah, not showing it right now, but I do feel like he is the one player I had questions coming in when I watched this 3G team, how he was going to stack up against top competition. He's been good enough for them to get victories. I think he's definitely made some big kills in some situations, but definitely going to need to see him step up in a prime spot, kind of secure his place on this team as they move forward.
Well, we're going to see here Splice trying to reach that 100-point mark. They look comfortable to do so. Let's go on board with Bant because he's the one really lighting up. He does have another Scarab in his back pocket, picks up number 16. And again, he's not just getting the kills here, he's getting that objective work in as well. Josh finding another as they do break in. We're going to see a very close game here tying up going into cell block.
And I feel like some of the struggles for someone like Mad Cat or even Jerd, I mean, Jerd plays at such a fast pace that if his team doesn't have control of the hill or whatnot and he's leading the charge, it's going to be very difficult him going up against some of the assault rifle players at range as he's flying high. And I feel like with Mad Cat, this game, you need to rotate early, you need to lock down those spawns. And you know as well as I know, looking back at the Black Ops 2 days, like, that's a really big mental game. You got to kind of play patiently. You got to know who you're going against, what spots they like to go to. It's definitely more complex than it seems.
And it's one of those things, you know, you talk about the mental game there. When you've not got that good spawn, that anchor at the back, you only have 1 or 2 chances. You know, you've really got to go for it. If you mess up on that first one, you could be giving 30 points away to the enemy team. And you've seen Splice now, pretty much back-to-back kills, get every single point.
Yeah, now they've held down this cell block for the entirety of the hill. You do see it's going to be 3G rotating over towards Brave a little bit early here. And I'll be interested to see what Splice decides to do. They have 1 more player left inside the hard the center hardpoint, Bance does have reactive armor. You may see that popped here. I would probably opt to hold it for cell block in case anything kind of crazy happens on this hardpoint, but going to use that lower wall run, come up behind one player, and this is where you think Splice can start to put a lot of pressure on the center hardpoint.
Yeah, good utilization of in-game mechanics there by Bance. He's going to find another and still continue his streak. 5-kill streak for him, nearly hitting 30, of course. Nearly as well on a 2.0 KD ratio. It's not everything, but he's also on 2 minutes of hill time right now.
Well, I think it's really, Bance obviously continuing the strong play throughout the game. And then also Madcat definitely picked up his performance. Was struggling at the beginning, I believe at 1.6 and 10. Brings things back to a respectable, 20 and 17 right now.
Okay, well, 3G started strong, but they're finished weak. 20 seconds is left on this hill, but they only need one. Splice don't continue for a second there, but they are going to close out game number 1 in pretty comfortable fashion. They started a bit shaky, but Splice ironed out the creases, and they take game number 1.
So the score is 250, 155. Obviously a huge win for Splice. I think that is actually even a more lopsided win than it actually looks, from the standpoint that they had that pinch we were talking about set up over by Grave. They just weren't fast enough. They go maybe a second faster. They break that, get another 40 seconds there. You kind of subtract this. This is really like a 250, 110 game, barely over the 100-point mark for 3G. So I feel like, 3G, obviously, they get a ton of points off of a little bit of a mistake by Splice. I think looking at the score, obviously, still Splice's favor, a little bit more lopsided than it seems.
Yeah, I do completely agree. Weeman struggled in that maybe against these top caliber players. Hopefully he'll pick that one up in the search and destroy. But we do see from, every single player on Splice, putting in something, contributing something to the squad. I'd love to, of course, hear what we're having in the booth, but I'm sure we can get that later on. Splice versus 3G, though. Jonas obviously kind of put forward, the argument for 3G, and I just want to kind of talk about their run going through this whole tournament in very general aspects. But they've really turned up with no pressure, no organization. They've shocked everyone straight away, and now they have a chance, kind of the big dogs. Take this, they take almost Splice's run, but I just don't see it happen.
But, I mean, coming into this, you looked at all the teams, here and whatnot, and you probably thought that Aware and 3G make it to this position. You probably think they go out a little bit earlier.
Yeah, maybe top 8.
Yeah, so you probably just, you switch like one of the placings with Fnatic with one of these teams, and it's kind of where you thought everybody would be at this moment in time.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, as well as Epsilon. You see Fnatic and Epsilon dip out at top 8. It does give a chance to these teams like 3G and Aware.
You swap those two teams. So if you swap Fnatic and Epsilon with 3G and Aware, it's pretty much what we kind of thought would be our top 8 at the end of this thing.
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, I definitely didn't expect Splice to be in the loser bracket, but I'm sure they'll make the run. But, I kind of had the top tier Splice Orbit. Then I had Infused Elevate, just below them. And then I had Fnatic Epsilon. And these two teams have trumped them, 3G and Aware. And I'm sure Fnatic and Epsilon will be wanting to bounce back, of course, many, many tournaments to come. But I'm hoping, and my eyes are on Weeman going into this one. He's a great S&D player. He'll be rocking the reactive armor, I'm guessing, as per usual. I'm looking at him to drop some big kills.
Yeah, and I think this is actually a particularly tough matchup for 3G in the sense that Splice, obviously, some veterans, guys who are used to playing deep into tournaments, deep into Championship Sunday. If you're 3G, you kind of just wake up this morning, it just feels like another day. You're just going to play.
Yeah.
It is not. It's a completely different beast, and you come in here and you kind of coast through it, and the group play has been so long, and then in the brackets, it's like you almost feel like probably in the back of your head, like you have another chance, but you don't. Like, it doesn't feel like a loser bracket matchup.
Yeah,
probably.
I know exactly what you mean. I was trying to think back, actually, like personally, have I ever done like a 4-day Call of Duty event? Because I was thinking, this is, it is endurance. So much kind of, I mean,
it's not really as much physical, it's like mental.
Yeah,
endurance.
It's draining. But imagine being in those booths. I mean, you've been behind some of the top players in the world, and for yourself, even as a coach, like you've got to put so much passion into that. These guys, are they going to run out of juice? Is the question.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough to keep it going, especially in an atmosphere where they're not used to. I feel like a 4-day event. It's one of the only ones I can really remember coming in. Obviously on this 4th day, you got to imagine these guys have been through so many tough matches, crazy in-game scenarios. The game's moving so fast, right? Using so much just brain power, trying to figure out, make these small decisions that impact the game so much. It's really impressive, from all these guys.
Well, we're going into map number 2. It's going to be Scorch, Search and Destroy. Splice versus Team 3G. I got excited for a second as
first round, they almost certainly win it.
Yeah.
I feel like we just don't see it, quite often. You see it from some of the, the unfavored teams in matchups, and they're able to pull out some rounds. I'm surprised we don't see it more often, though. Jerd in a fantastic spot here, ready to kill players that rotate in.
Well, he's waiting for him to crawl through. Quicker's going to actually strike first. And you know what? Trades may come in. Oh, he's not finished him off. That's a bit of a mess, and now we'll clean up. 2 versus 3. Josh left in an unfavorable position now, but the bomb is down. It's the only thing going for him. Shaky shots, and you know what? It wouldn't surprise me. He's now is on the defuse. He is. Can Josh get in there, make the kill? He might find one, but surely the defuse will come in. And 2 rounds on the bounce here for Team 3G.
Yeah, if he has a K-bar or an NV4 in that first gunfight, he probably wins it. No, that is one downfall for taking the submachine gun in this type of situation. This medium to long range gunfight, just not going to win with the ERAD. Just can't take that first player out fast enough to make a play on the bomb.
I think as well, I think it was Jerd, jumping around in the corners. It was a bit of a sloppy mistake there that he'll be regretting.
Yeah, I don't know if that needs to be explained. Jerd's shots were not accurate at all. Just jumping around like a maniac.
Well, now we'll be taking the bomb this time. Did Zerg have a sniper? Yes, he is. Let's see what he can pull off, as he will be challenged straight away. It's going to be Jerd. And you know what? I think it's sniper versus sniper. Maybe he did get tagged here. Quicker's found one. And Quicker, what is Nile doing? Straight in the face, but he does have the bomb.
Yeah, it's kind of risky when your bomb carrier is the one leading the charge. Nile wanted to play in this type of position. Probably should have let somebody else grab it, but they're going to try and work this towards the B bomb site. Now, fantastic play there by Mad Cat. So he gets tagged up. Instead of challenging, sits behind the box, has 2 teammates there ready to trade that out. Very patient play there from Mad Cat.
And the one thing, I think it was Zerg, the last player or the player to go down, he only saw one. He thought that was the same person. So the hiding of one and the appearing of the other, it really was a very tactical play coming in from Splice, and they tied the game up 2-2. If you just join us, of course, Splice take map number 1. Seems a little bit closer, though, on the search and destroy as we flip the sides. Let's have a look at Josh.
Yeah, which this is the game mode that I have just not been impressed with Splice at all throughout this tournament. Their search and destroy has been really lackluster. I feel like just kind of conforming to a lot of strategies that other teams do, not really trying anything that fits their play style. I feel like, though, they definitely will get better, as the year goes on in S&D. And see Josh spots one. Gonna be able to take him out. Nice long-range shots there with ERA.
Yeah, nice shots there, but there is going to be one on the flank, and straight away, they need to be prepared, and they are prepared. Spotted. He's going to eliminate that. That's going to be now coming in as the assist is offered by Quicker. Quicker should find another, but traded in the back, and that's going to be Nile. I can't even jump on board with him. There's a clean round there for Splice. I think they only lost 1 in the action, and again, they favor A.
It seems like both teams in S&D, it's pretty much the offense will either... It just seems like both teams just pushing players to each site. It's
Flip
like,
a coin.
It's like we either see them and we just fight, or we have to rotate all the way around to the other side of the map. Doesn't really seem like you have kind of players going on flanks in this one. It seems like it's just going to be pretty much both teams just challenging each other head on.
Zerg's put the sniper away, which is an interesting choice, and we'll see the pretty standard B push here from both teams. This could end very, very quickly here. Now picks up 1. Jerd's going to be the first to fall. And with the K-bar, Zerg a bit hesitant here on the wall run. Now they pushes a 4. This is good communication between them. Should find another. Nile comes in, a good assist as well. And a 2 versus 3. Can they finish this off? They should do.
Yeah, well, this would be the second 2v3 they could potentially lose, but now it's going to be a 1v2. Bant's the only one alive for Splice, and I do feel like if Splice is going to challenge that strong like they did at the beginning, for a second there, I thought he was going to pop reactive, maybe able to take out the second player. But I think if Splice challenges as fast and hard as they did at the beginning, they drop 1 player, you can't back up and give them the site. You got to just commit to fights.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think sometimes as well, one player just sitting back and making it, instead of a 4v4 or 3v4,
yeah,
it only ends one way. They had to push as a team, and I think 3G actually did that very, very well there. You saw Zerg kind of collect his thoughts and wait for a second, but I see Bance here again. He's rocking the Scarab, obviously maybe a bit more effective on search and destroy, more for intel purposes,
yeah,
but it still has that reactive armor.
Yeah, you kind of use the Scarab to scout around, see where players are and whatnot. So we'll see what Bance sees through the eyes of the Scarab. Bring it all the way up the stairs. It's not strong enough to make that jump. It's see, gonna bring it over here towards the B site, scout this out. So he sees 1 player, really gains nothing out of that. I mean, players playing that position all the time.
Yeah, Mad Cat's going to be watching the bridge, and he's going to find 1. Doesn't find the second. That should have ended the round if he picked it up. But time. 10 seconds left on the clock, and he needs to get the bomb down. Judging by where the players are, he should be able to, but he should be tagged instantly. No, gets away with his life, finds one. Can he find the second? Why did he stop shooting?
He stopped shooting, and he has reactive armor there.
That was, again, very messy from Splice.
Yeah, just a mess there. When you see him, I know he's firing the shots. If he doesn't stop, maybe he kills that player. He uses reactive. He's probably going to stay alive for long enough to maybe, get down into that lower part of the bomb site room and just get out of dodge. I know maybe would have been able to just turn and get a little bit, more elevation above Zerg there and take him out. So,
judging by the way he turned around, it's like he almost thought that was either his teammate or he made the kill, and there was only one of them there.
And it's kind of crazy that 3G gets the advantage in a lot of these rounds, and they're coming down to, like, one gunfight still. But yeah, Splice is able to bring it back.
Well, Nile does have both a score streak for Scarab and Camo. He's on the attack, but he's playing slow. Josh basically just gifts a free kill there. Not what Splice would need right now. They're 4-3 down, 60 seconds on the clock. And who's this? Vance is pushing forward again, and is he doing it on his own?
Yeah, I mean, Josh goes down the middle of the map alone. Bans comes up with one there, but I mean, look, Quicker just two pieces. Mad Cat, Bans, their body stacked in the middle of the map. Jerd just trying to run in through control on the other side. Splice just not playing as a team in this search and destroy.
Yeah, and that started from the get-go. I don't particularly think it was Vance pushing through second, because I think Mad Cat was backing him up shortly. But the initial push, which I think was from Josh or Jerd? Josh, was a bit of a kind of a loose cannon push. A PT push is what I call that.
Yeah, no, Quicker has been very effective for 3G in this search and destroy, 10 and 6. And, they've done some really nice things, being patient there on the offensive end, knowing that Splice is being very aggressive.
Well, they have payloads. They can push forward. They're pushing as a group. And this time, they do pick up the first blood. That's going to be Josh. Weeman does fall. One just round the corner there. Splice should be able to close this one on. I believe the bomb's going down. And 2v4, this is looking much better.
Yeah, no, I like how Bance played that. Originally, it looked like he was going to jump out and challenge right away. Just wait, lets his team get bombs down, plays that corner, and it's going to be a 3v2. Splice has the man advantage. Nile gets tagged up, so he's not going to be able to get in the fight right away. Teammate Zerg is able to get one. Mad Cat's going to trade that out quick. He's going to force Nile chase Mad Cat. He turns and burns him. Splice gets their fourth round. Now, for some reason, I feel like we're going to around 11 here. I mean, I feel like Splice is going to figure it out in this next one. That time, you see how effective they are when they go together, though. They push all four players straight through the bomb.
Yeah, you look at those four players, and they have the capability, obviously, to clutch up at any time and, turn a game on its head. The one thing I keep looking at, though, is the amount of payload available. I'll try and just flick through and see. Vance has the reactive armor, but Nile has camo. Okay, right, so let's go back on board. Let's stick with Nile, because this camo and Scarab could be very influential.
I feel like if you're Splice, just lead through with Bance with the reactive armor. And Josh, he's going to fall first. I believe you have Bance trying to push through. He falls to Weeman, so just a little bit of passive play coming out here from 3G. And it's all on Jerd. Uses rewind, finds another player, not able to knock down the shots. It's 3G getting on the board here.
Yep, 3G tie things up in Search and Destroy. You said before, their Splice's Search and Destroy have not impressed you, Matt, and you know what? It continues that way, and their respawn has been dominant. Their respawn has, but they've slipped up once again. Can 3G take the momentum going into Game 3? Because we have seen actually 3G perform very, very well on uplink. I don't think they can take the hard point. I'm thinking 3G right now, they have to just somehow, 1 point, sneaky push, play defensive. They win this uplink.
Yeah,
there's a chance.
Well, uplink, obviously, with the drone being a central objective, you're able to kind of slow it down and control the pace of the game if you control the drone. So as opposed to something like a hard point where it's constantly moving, constantly rotating, the game's just going to naturally move at a fast pace. I agree with you. I don't see a world where they win the hard point. I think the uplink is their best chance of extending this series.
Yeah, okay. Well, the one thing as well we talk about a lot, of course, is the slaying power in uplink and how that affects. I believe we're going into Frost, which I've seen so much of this weekend. Slaying power, again, I just look at Splice.
And this is one of the maps where it's a little bit harder to score on, and you can slow the game down pretty considerably. I mean, there's a lot of area to bring the drone if you want to just burn clock. There's a lower wall runs over by Cliffside. You can bring it all the way back by Helipad if you wanted to. So a lot of opportunities for 3G to play keep away if they get an early lead.
A quick question for yourself, obviously, Matt. I mean, these two teams, objective seems to have kind of dwindled away in recent kind of Call of Duties. Is there any two particular plays you're looking at for either side here?
I mean, if you're going to talk about maybe somebody who can do some nice things with the objective in their
let's get into the action here at game number 3. It's Uplink Frost. The tied series is 1-1. And so far here in this one, no one able to get the drone, but it's going to be Bance to take that away. And he's pushing around the left here. He's got the support of Jerd being that bodyguard. You know what? This could be converted.
Yeah, he's going to go off of that little crate there, try and get a one-point throw off, and he does not connect with it. So the European scene living up to what we've talked a lot about this weekend is those one-point misses. Just constantly. It's really hurt a lot of teams here.
Yeah, Quicker actually said to me just before his previous game, he said, you know what? I've thrown 4 and I've scored 3, and he was so proud of it. I was like, what happened to the one you missed? And he was like, oh, it's just. I said, no excuses. Shouldn't have happened. He was known and renowned for obviously some very, very poor ones.
I would love to see. I would love to see how many one-point throw attempts we've seen this weekend versus how many misses. Too.
Yeah.
It's got to be pretty high percentage. I mean, or unless we've only caught the ones that have not gone in on stream. But you see Jerd there. He's going to connect. He's going to put Splice on the board there with an early one-point throw.
Consistency is the key, and Jerd is Mr. Consistent right now, 6 and 2. His teammate Madcat, though, already dropping 8. He's going to fall, though, and the drone is going to be reset. 1-0, nothing too major here, but Pross, we've seen it again, low scoring. Say it once, I'll say it again. Sometimes it can be the difference maker when you come against 2 top teams.
Without a doubt. Now, this map, we do see it's very hard to score on because where the choke points are, right? I mean, when you're trying to push over towards that blue goal, you got that big helipad area. Just look at how open that area is in the back, and with all the assault rifles, very difficult to push straight through here. That's why you see Splice settling for these one-point throws over the top of the cover. When you're attacking the other side, it's the complete opposite. Really narrow chokes, really close quarters. Very difficult with all the chaotic gunfights in there to push it through.
Well, we saw Josh bodyguarding Jerd, but Jerd there again. Great movement, great throw, 2 out of 2. However, can Nile strike back? No, he's going to fall and the drone's going to go loose. And guess who's on it straight away? Jerd's actually going to pass it to Madcat this time. Jerd just fancies himself as the bodyguard right now.
Yeah, objective player Madcat coming in here. Who would have ever
I can't believe it.
that? Yeah. It's Madcat with overdrive in this one. Not going to use it there. Does not have that payload ability just yet. Starting things out, though, 7 and 5. Jerd and Co. really putting the hurt on 3G.
Oh.
A nice interception there by Zerg. That was definitely a shot that was going to connect from Bance. But even though they get the drone off the map, it's going to be 3 dead for 3G. The drone still in the hands of Splice. They're passing it up the map. This could be a 2-point play. See Mancat go high off the wall run. He secures it. 5-0 Splice here at the beginning. It's really, 3G has been getting outslayed. They have not gotten control mid-map, not gotten control of their base. It's nothing good here at the beginning.
Yeah, and you know what? It is pure teamwork here. Just as, one put it in, one rotated around. It's timing, it's teamwork, and so far it is all team Splice. Quicker, though, maybe with the opportunity to put one on the board. Gets rid, maybe thinks quick kill, needs the help. Not going to happen, and again, it's 4 down for the boys of 3G. And it's just a matter of time. Who's going to pick this drone up, and which way they're going to go?
Yeah, they're going to bring it cliffside, which is pretty rare. We usually see teams put a lot of emphasis towards the lower portion of your mini-map. Going over towards cliffside, there's just a lot of open area. Very difficult to get around this corner and force a 2-point play. But Bance resets his armor. He's going to make it into the building. Has some teammate support there. Beautiful pinch by Josh. It's going to be another 2-point play for Splice as they are up 7-0 here with a lot of time left here in the first half.
Well, 3 players of 3G on 5 and 11 at one point there. It's really telling the storyline of this uplink. 1 minute left to go, though, and it's just been all Splice. It's been hard to even kind of watch someone from 3G, but we're jumping on board with Quicker. He's got 14 kills to his name. Trying to put his team in the backpack right now, but it's just not happening.
Yeah, and a lot of those kills are just coming from, just defending his base in
for you, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back after this very quick break. Don't go anywhere.
kills.
Okay, well, this is better from 3G here. Zerg's picked up a nice 3-kill streak, and he's actually pushing right round the back. This is what you want to do. Anchor that spawn, but that's not what you want to do. 2 players go down, 1 answers back, Zerg's the left alive, and you know what? 2-on-1, shouldn't be able to be getting away. He should be dead, he is. Josh trades out a late kill there, and Splice remain controlling the spawns.
Yeah, and you do see Splice actually start to spawn out a little bit further away than normal, all the way at the top of your minimap. But it's going to be Bance and Josh near the hard point, able to just clear it out. Now Splice will be getting that good spawn all the way in the back, and you will see them have to push forward all the way across the map as this one kind of taking on taking on form of what we saw on the uplink. It is 60-1.
Yeah,
right now in favor of Splice.
Yeah, Bance and Madcat, they're both on 3-kill streak. Madcat's already hit the rotation. You know what? I'm actually questioning what Weeman and Quicker are doing here. I think they're just trying to get the cuts, maybe. They're going to find one, but it's not going to work. Trades go again, once in favor of Splice. I can't believe the scoreline, what I'm seeing right now. 3G, they're performing worse than they did on the first.
Yeah, and I think it's tough, just trying to bounce back from that really bad uplink game put up. We'll see Madcat inside of the hard point. He's going to have 1 player just jumping out and challenging him. 2 players, actually. He's going to fire straight through, able to pick up a second kill. Nice shots there from Madcat. Splice takes the hard point right back from 3G.
On a 5-kill streak, continuing his dominance, 25 away from extending those score streaks. Not going to make it, though, as we do see a bit of a bite back there from 3G. Let's hop on board with someone from 3G. Zerg, actually, this time is dropping 12 and 6. He's won, putting a few kills on the board. Can he find number 14? Not going to happen there as Bance does answer back, but a couple of points on the board here.
Yeah, and Quicker was the one who's been pretty consistent for 3G, and up until this point, really getting off to a slow start. 4 and 10 right now. He's got Nile right there with him at 4 and 11. Weeman kind of hanging around even here, so he's picking things up back a bit. That's what we want to see out of him in this match.
Well, score streaks are going to come in, and this is for Splice. They've prepared themselves by the baseball field. The score streaks come in, so do they, and they take control. It's like taking candy from a baby, it seems, Splice right now.
It's good seeing all your guys' tweets here on the stream. A lot of people, I think, have Splice still coming back
close game, and you see the rotation coming in. It's going to be 3G at the top of your minimap going and trying to set up for Barn here, and I think this is the right decision. You keep up the last 15 or so seconds, try and get a 30 or 40 points on this next hill.
This is a big decision because they've not necessarily guaranteed themselves
the game.
spawn. Yeah, and I was about to say, you know, this is the game-changing moment. Weeman has a lot to do. He finds two, and he may just have saved his team a little bit of time because they're pushing from the middle. He does fall, and you see number 3, Mad Cat spawn right at the back. What a killer there. Kills where it matters. Fantastic by Splice, and they take control of on.
Yeah, and I think if Splice goes on to win this, what really decided that was Jerd picking up a big 2-piece in the back behind the fence, giving his team the advantage as the hill started to rotate over. And you see all the kills in favor of Splice now as the players from 3G spawning so far away. Not enough time to wait and get one good push. They have to kind of stagger, make plays happen as they fly individually towards the hill. This is not working out right now.
And look at that, kill feed, all orange. Zerg does answer back, but it's not going to be enough, surely, with 19 seconds left. Look at the spawns. Jerd's going to be able to get a nice cut here. Camo's used. Can he sneak through? He needs to. He will do. But will it be enough? He finds one on the hill. Can't find the second. Score streak's coming in for Bance. And with 4 seconds left, it's looking all but over. Just a couple more kills. It will close it out. There's only 4 seconds left to go. Splice, take it. 3-1 here. They dropped. Of course, that search and destroy. Bit of a slip map. But again, scoreboards, score lines. Again, pretty dominant in the end, 90 points.
Bance with just an absolutely nutty performance, 37 and 21, 2 minutes and 35 seconds in the hard point, 8 defense. Silly game from Bance there to close it out for Splice.
Okay, well, that is done for myself and Mr. X. Let's see what the casters on the analyst desk have to say about that one.
Thank you very much. It's called Analyst. That's kind of how it works, Momo. All right, well, it looks like Splice took that one down 3-1. But maybe not as comfortable as they would have liked.
No, I mean, I predicted a 3-0 sweep. I thought it'd be fairly close between the games, and it was quite the opposite. Both the hard points, we saw Splice convincingly take that. I mean, the start of that hard point was ridiculous. Splice absolutely hammered 3G. But the uplink game was 14-0. It was unbelievable. Nothing
really tight.
Well, yeah. Well, this is it. So everything I said was basically wrong.
And to me, I'll have to disagree with you. I think it was convincing. I mean, we're in the final 6. Splice, you know, they were in the lower bracket. They come in this win, and except the S&D, it wasn't close at all. So maybe there was the start of the comeback in the up point. But in the end, it's still 90-point difference. And to me, it was all Bance. He showed up. I talked about it before the game. I said, if Bance shows up, we're going to have a very convincing Splice. And there we go. We have it.
Yeah, that was definitely Bance's best performance this entire tournament. And they kind of needed that. They needed that to come back into it, and he really did outperform himself there. It's kind of the Bance we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
We really are kind of especially, you know, looking forward to seeing him go forward. And speaking of Bance, we're going to go down to him right now on the floor with Lottie.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Awesome game for you guys. You were very, very strong in the respawns. And in fact, Momo said it was like taking candy from a baby. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd agree. My best mode is actually respawn. I struggle a bit on S&D, but I performed in the respawns. But to be fair, it's mainly because my teammates, when I had the cuts, got the spawns, I just ran around and slayed.
Do you think in the S&D, like you mentioned, was it difficult for you guys because it's not your strongest mode?
No, we're improving massively. At the start, we couldn't even win an S&D, but now we're doing good. But I think it was one round that cost us. I stopped shooting someone that could have won us a round and got me full streaks, and then since then we just struggled to win the next.
And in your respawn, so Weeman and Quicker didn't have their best performances. Do you reckon that helped you guys out?
No, we're just a better team overall, really. No, not taking credit. They are a good team, but just not better than us.
And next up, we've got Infuse versus Aware. Who do you think is going to take the win for that one?
Infused 3-0.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Bance. Back over to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much, Bance. We should probably just get him on the analyst desk. Very definitive with his 3-0. But, all right, let's kind of walk through this entire thing then. Let's start with the first hard point. Splice got off to a good start.
Well, again, I think when it comes down to those respawns, it was a bit expected with the caliber of players that you have in a team like Splice that they were going to be able to take it. Maybe they weren't as convincing again because Bance wasn't playing his best, but he really showed up on map number 1, getting time and time again. I think at some point he got like 2 3-piece on 2 very big hills. He didn't start that bad actually for 3G. They had a convincing start, and we keep seeing the same scenario where that first off point, you're going to have the least favorite team get a good start. I think it was up point, and it ended up like 250 to 150. So it was virtually 200 to 60 at some point for Splice, but very convincing stuff from them. Really the face that we expected of this team.
Yeah, I mean, Splice were just so strong in the Slane department. We've highlighted Bance. He got a bit of criticism for not really playing at his best previously in the tournament, but really had a stunning game here.
Yeah, and I mean the players from 3G, we've seen some of the players going off. There was actually a massive kill from Judd, I believe on second rotation towards that last hill, and he actually used this rewind against the camo that gave them the spawns, and it was again those little moments that maybe gave them the edge. 3G played okay, but going up against Splice, those little details, make the difference.
They certainly do. Again, like I've got to say, when your players starting to really start clicking, they look like a completely different team than the team who lost against Orbit earlier on in this tournament. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing that rematch potentially if it goes that far. A lot of games to go before that end. All right, let's move on then to map number 2. Of course, Search and Destroy. And this map ended up going to 3G.
It did, and 3G really proved the worth on this one. As I said, I was predicting a 3-0 sweep, and I thought that Splice would have this quite comfortably. With it being Search and Destroy, you can just see here the first round now, where Bance started making moves to clutch things up. And but yeah, 6-4 the final scoreline, still pretty close.
Yeah, I think Scorch is a map where we'll keep seeing upsets because it's a map that is being played quite differently than the others, just purely because this B-bomb site is slightly chaotic, and I don't think like the elite teams have it all figured out yet. So I'm not really surprised that 3G was able to walk away with this one. Had it been a Nars map like Throwback, that is more traditional, then I think Splice would have had the upper end.
Well, here's the interesting thing. I was discussing elite level teams actually down in the stands earlier on. And for me, one of the main criteria of being an elite level team is being well-rounded and having no obvious weaknesses. And you know what? It's becoming really difficult for me to kind of figure out who exactly is going to be elite coming out of this tournament. As some of these top teams do look like they aren't exactly there yet.
No, and it's very true, Bryce. And the fact that we're seeing Splice drop into the loser bracket now and also be dropping maps where they really should be winning if their online performances are anything to go by is, testament to what you've just said.
Absolutely. And coming back again, some inconsistencies in the way that they've been playing. 3G walking away with map number 2, fairly convincing fashion. So Splice got to make sure that they don't lose those SNDs. We say SND wins championship. Scorch is anything to go by there. If they go on Scorch map number 5, I won't be confident.
Well, fortunately they didn't. And funny enough, S&D may win championships, but it also seems to annoy Splice. His next game coming up is Uplink, and this couldn't have been more one-sided.
The casters even said it was hard to cast over it because it was just complete domination. There was just nothing given or offered from 3G at all. Splice completely outslayed them. The points reflected that. They had absolutely no control of the map 3G, and Splice just made it look very easy.
And on this one, I'm very happy to see the way that Splice has been playing, because this is where I expect Splice to be the best team, maybe even in the world. I look at Matt Cat, arguably the best uplink player as a Slayer last year. I look at Judd, one of the smartest player in the game, just time and time again last year, getting those one-pointers. Bryce, you love those one-point throw, and Judd is someone that has been pleasing you last year, and I'm expecting it to do the same thing again this year. And coming with Josh and Bance, it's just on paper such a good uplink team, and they've just been delivering towards that goal in this game.
Certainly. I mean, this was just, it seemed like this team just went, yeah, okay, we are better than 3G. And this was the map where it really showed. It was like, oh my goodness, is this even the same caliber of teams? This could have been a group game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the other maps, as we said, were a little bit closer, as we'll go through the fourth in a minute. But it was just an absolute stomping. You can see, I mean, just the kills, it was just Splice completely outslaying 3G. There was nothing they could do.
Splice made G3 3G look French.
Okay. I see you've turned back on your Frenchman.
Yeah,
again.
I have. I don't have a choice.
You watched, what was it, Hadouken play yesterday, and you were basically,
hey,
crying.
They won a game yesterday.
I know, and you were so happy. You basically danced off the casting desk.
I know.
But as soon as they're gone, as soon as you're out of the tournament, that's it. You start just taking on the French again. But this is an interesting map. This is map 4. Look how far ahead the team of Splice do. Now, I was actually sitting in a stance for this game, and I jokingly went, here comes the Sweeney comeback. Pretty much at the time they came back.
Almost jinxed it, yeah.
Yeah.
It could have happened, and Quicker indeed when he showed up in our point. It's not the first time. The previous game was pretty much the same thing. As soon as Quicker starts getting those really good games and he starts being on a streak, then it seems like he drives 3G forward, but when he isn't, really, they are struggling. And obviously this team is going to stick together. They've got a great season ahead of them. This is something that they're going to need to work on that consistency.
Yeah, it really was a nightmare start for 3G on this. I mean, you can see the score difference already, but they did just show some resilience and fight their way back into it, but it just wasn't enough. They'd let themselves slip early on.
And if you look at both hard points, if we could collect a start like that, that would be amazing. But I'm actually pretty sure they scored about 300 points overall, 3G. And those 300 points must have been on like what, 7 or 8 hills, or at least 95% of it. They literally played for 2 minutes on the first map, 2 minutes on the other map, and for the rest of it, they were nowhere to be found. So again, consistency, composure, they need to be able to get at least 20 points a hill when they're not in the rotation.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, for me, obviously, 3G, they came maybe further than a lot of people would have given them credit for.
Absolutely.
They came out of the group. I think, I mean, admittedly, that's a good draw they got against Aware, but you know what? They still took down Orbit earlier on, and I think, for me, you know, 3G, a lot to live up to.
And again, Supremacy not being here. Virtually, so far, 3G is qualified for pool play MLG Atlanta. Now, their destiny is not in their hands. They're still going to have to wait to see where it's going to finish. The odds are pretty good that they will go to MLG Atlanta, which, honestly, at the start of the season, hey, I think they'll take it.
They certainly could. All right, well, that kind of wraps this all up. We're going to have a game coming up after the break. It will be Infused versus Aware. But before that, we had the casters trying to talk to Lottie at length and failing. Here's part 2.
Hello and welcome to In Just 60 Seconds. I'm here with Jack, or better known as Courage, Phil, Momo, as you probably know him, Jonas. Jonas, what is your gamer tag?
Oxygen.
Oxygen. Is it? Oxygen?
Yeah.
First of all, the overall point of the game is to talk for 60 seconds about a random subject that I will be reading off these cards. The 3 rules are no deviations, don't go off topic, no hesitation, so no pauses, and the last one is
No repetition.
no repetition. That's it. Sorry, I do. All right. So the next subject is rubber ducks.
Pass.
Dentists.
Oh, dentists are something I think about on a daily basis. I mean, these are the people that take care of your teeth. Every single time I go, get a little bit nervous because you never know what to expect.
What can you say about rubber ducks?
Hesitation
Now,
in the world.
Is this going to be a full-on cleaning? Will I have a cavity? Do I need to do x-ray?
I think personally for me this is worse, but okay. Because I'm too young, 21 by the way, not 31 as everyone's been saying. I've never been on this before in my life, so.
Okay.
Ready? MySpace.
MySpace, a website which we created a lot for the youth and something for social experiments and experience to be created, and something which you could really kind of share your story with.
Okay, right. I tell you what, we'll do something typically English then. In French.
In French. Okay, fair enough.
Are you ready? Okay, your subject is the Queen.
La reine d'Angleterre, je ne sais pas grand chose à ce sujet puisque c'est pas franchement quelqu'un dont on entend beaucoup parler. Les seules fois où j'en entends parler, c'est dans la presse people. Je sais que c'est quelqu'un qui est très très respecté dans leur pays et malheureusement nous on n'a pas vraiment ça en France puisqu'on n'est pas dans une royauté. The best thing about MySpace is I never used it as again. I am too young, much like yourself. But it has developed, it's grown, it's moved on. It's actually not something we necessarily see today. We've seen it kind of evolve into other social medias. I won't mention them because that will be deviation. J'ai entendu beaucoup de légendes autour de la reine, mais c'est vrai que ce qu'on voit surtout, ça va être autour de ses enfants, ses petits-enfants, comment ils vont se marier. On n'a pas vraiment l'impression qu'elle a un pouvoir.
It's because I came into it wondering, I had to go to the orthodontist for braces too, which is something that was...
I think I might have to stop you there again, Courage.
Assez sympa parce qu'elle vit dans un palais, on peut aller visiter tout ça à Londres, il y a beaucoup de gens devant, donc c'est vrai que ça a quand même un intérêt, elle est extrêmement respectée dans le pays, alors peut-être forcément par les gens qui sont un petit peu plus âgés.
It was a little bit of a pause. I'm on strict instruction to be very strict on this.
Okay. No, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm actually
good?
fine. I'm actually completely over it.
But MySpace is something which I would say is kind of in the past now. It's done, it's dusted, and MySpace, my voice, I have no idea what to say about MySpace.
I think that's done.
cette royauté, mais moins par les jeunes. On a l'impression que c'est un phénomène qui part un petit peu au fur et à mesure. Et voilà. Done it. Is that 60 seconds?
Dead
yes!
on. Dead on.
Yes, and I swear to you, I didn't go off topic, and that was really complicated. Like,
Did you even breathe?
I breathed once.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was
Thank you so
awesome.
much. That was
Well,
actually fun.
We'll get that translated.
That was a lot easier.
We will put all
Good
the
luck to the
rules
one
into-
translating, because I spoke fast.
I know you did.
I never used MySpace.
No, I really haven't. No,
Yes!
thank you so much.
Thank
for
you so
joining
much.
us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the London CWL here live in the Gfinity Arena. We are getting on in this tournament now, and we are about to say goodbye to another team. Will it be Infused or Aware, though, to break this game down? Two analysts, one of which keeps losing and keeps holding L's because he can't talk about any subject.
Well, okay, you're gonna
Hold on,
just
hold
wait
on.
for part 3 of the
actually,
series.
I escaped criticism there, which is
I haven't got to you yet.
It's super easy for him when I'm here on the desk. But no, I haven't gotten to part 3 of that series yet. Just stay tuned today, and you wait and see the vengeance I bring down The longest time yet.
You could win part 3 and just you've held L's in the other 2.
Okay, and the
That's
other 2 would do the same thing.
That's still your life. 2 L's,
2 L's,
1 W.
All right, it's got me here. I'm fine with that.
And of course, you know, one of the worst analysts here, it's Ton.
Okay, mine was not nearly as bad as that.
If I set myself up for it,
You did. You interrupted.
I don't think I
Now say sorry.
There's already Jack. It's Jack you interrupted.
No.
All right, speaking of interruptions, let's get this one underway. Infused versus Aware. Let's start breaking this one down. Guys, initial impressions.
that Infused are going to win.
Whoa. Okay.
Hey, Jake, you can't say all okay when I know you're about to say the same thing.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. This is a 3-0 Infused if I've ever seen it. Aware has gotten themselves this far, but at the same time, I think their dark horse run ends here.
Okay, yeah, I can see that happening, to be fair. They kind of took down Fnatic yesterday, and that was kind of a shock. But let's cover Infused then and take a closer look at this team. Has impressed a few people, actually, this event. Marky B, Moose, Nelson, and PD. And we're going to see the KD difference for the teams now. That's a new statistic that has been added in, plus 158 overall. And I've also been told, I think Moose accounts for 78% of that.
I was going to say, Moose probably is
No, that's genuine
100 to
statistic.
120. Yeah, that is completely true. I mean, the guy we saw in the stat line earlier on was top 3 in the major categories across all of them. Moose has been on point. But if you think back to the series they lost earlier today, in that final hard point they played, probably his worst one throughout the weekend. Hoping to see him turn things back up here in his losers bracket run.
I mean, what we said last time that when they were playing, we can't just keep focusing on Moose all the time. The rest of the team do need to play well as well. And that stat does highlight that, the fact that, as you said, it's around 75, 78%, I think the stat guy told us just beforehand that it was all in Moose's favor, and he's been playing very, very, very well this weekend, if anything.
Yeah, Marky brings, what, 100% of the bad hat ratio? Anyway, moving on to Aware. We can see Bendy, Dens, Gefkid, and New Hansen still in this one. Their KD difference is actually -12 and has a negative team rating. But they've got this far. They're top 6.
Yeah, I think they've had harder opposition to play against, especially in the groups. I think Infused went in that group and always looked like they were going to walk away as winners. For me, though, so I don't want to look into it too much statistically. Looking at the matchup face-to-face, it still probably tells the story that the statistics do actually say as well. So it's going to be hard for them this game. They've got nothing to lose, in my opinion. They've already went further than what. I mean, realistically, they'll come to the event and say, oh, yeah, we're going to win the event, and whole carry on, but they're not. So, I mean, this far for them is as far as they go. I think they'll probably be happy with it.
Yeah, I completely agree with the sentiments there from Ton. This team is now going to face an elite squad and see the differences that they need to improve upon in the future. I think Infused not only take this series, but they take it with ease. This is just where you expect to see Marky B and crew come out and show their true strengths.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's have a little look at the key player matchup. It's going to be Gefkid going against Moose. And look at the difference between those two. Moose, 1.3, first. 123, first. 1.43, first. In every single category, he is first at the moment of this tournament. Not so much for Gefkid.
I've never been first in anything.
Yeah, we know.
So this is to do it all 3
most of the time.
This is
annoying.
Imagine if
Shortness.
Are we done?
No.
Worst American caster. You be number 1 of that.
Okay, I'll give you that one. But no, as we look, Moose. I mean, if Infused win this weekend, he's MVP. He's MVP for me if they don't even win.
Yeah, I think so. We've been saying, you know, new Moose, and I actually saw, I was on the Reddit earlier, and people saying they don't believe this, you know, when we talk about Moose, how does he go from kind of being washed? It's kind of a complicated story with Moose when you go back. Like, Ghost, he was great. Black Ops 2, he was great. AW, like the first half of AW was actually really good. Then there was the whole Aches, TP, and Jerd saga that kind of ruined him for a lot of people, and they really judged him quite harshly. Going to Black Ops 3, he wasn't on a elite team originally in Epsilon the first half of the year. Second half wasn't really as much of an impact for him. I don't think he kind of fell out. I think he just kind of faded into the background with so many strong characters coming through.
Yeah, I can agree with that. He's not sort of the guy you look at the European scene, you don't think top players. You don't think Moose necessarily. He's not one of those standout personalities or anything like that. He just sort of gets on with his job, and he's really come strong in this game. We've seen him play very well so far this weekend. Let's see if he can still continue with that trend of form.
Yeah, and to be fair, Infused have needed him. Him and PD have really been kind of just going off and giving them that explosive power to actually kind of carry through some of these wins, especially in Respawn.
Well, what Infuse have always had because of the performances from PD as well as Moose has been, if you look at every hardpoint they've played, they've had full streaks at some point, and they've used those to be able to keep them in the game. If they're starting to lose some momentum, they wind up bringing them on out. It's a difference, especially in this game mode.
Yeah, I certainly think it is. All right, well, let's take a little look at the maps then and try and figure out exactly how we think this game is about to go down. Breakout, Scorch, Frost, Throwback, and Retaliation. I know you guys have already said it, but is there any doubt in your mind about this prediction?
Breakout, that was the map that we've seen Moose do okay on, if you like. He played really well, but I think Breakout's probably not a bad map for Aware. They want to try and get in the face, try and keep it fast. For me, though, it should still be an Infuse 3-0.
3-0.
All right, so 3-0s from both sides. All right, you seem very, very confident. This is probably the most confident we've been today entirely.
I mean, we've read off Aware before, and they proved us wrong. I mean, we all said, what, 3-0 when they were playing Fnatic?
Yeah, yes, we did.
And they 3-0'd them back. So no, they didn't 3-0 them back, did they?
No.
No, they didn't. It was a close game, but they won either way. But still, we've said against them before, but I think this is too much of a tall order.
All right, well, let's throw it over now. Aware versus Infused is ready to go. Let's hand it over to the worst brothers in esports. It's the VPs.
Thank you, Bryce. Yes, that is true.
That is not true.
We are the worst brothers in esports, and especially after the way Momo introduced the Fnatic game yesterday.
All right, let's leave that behind.
Yes, but we have an amazing game coming up here. Infused versus Aware. The guys on the Destiny, and this is going to be pretty one-sided.
Yeah, I agree with them. I think Aware will put up a fight. I don't think it's going to be a stomping like we saw Splice just do, but I think it will be a 3-0. Infuse's S&D is very good. Infuse are just looking awesome. You saw Moose there looking first on everything. And you know what? I tweeted out before, like, MVP. Like, he was phenomenal as well. So, Monkey B, Knowlton, do something, please.
Yeah, I mean, Moose coming
Go crazy.
Moose first in every single statistical category that we have there is just ridiculous. And he's just continued that form throughout. Just finishing off the map fly through there. You can see the hard point areas. Going to be some key engagements. And now up is the rig draft.
Yeah, rig draft, it is standard. You know, you got your Centurions, obviously, for hard point. But other than that, pretty sick.
All right, well, here we go. It's going to be Infused against Aware. We caught up with Marky B on the run-up to this game. He thinks there's some communication problems in Aware.
I think Aware have exceeded the expectations put on themselves. I think there was a lot of talk beforehand that they're really good online and stuff, but when you watch their streams or something, their communication doesn't seem very good at all, and it's just a bit confusing how they're actually a decent side.
Well, if there's somebody that knows about communication, it's Marky B, always very passionate and vocal in-game. You can see Infused already making moves here. Finally find a way to the hardpoint area, though, but some big slaying to begin with.
Yeah, one-sided from the off, and I'm sure Aware will bounce back into this one, but Infused, a great start. Moose is already 2-0. The man's on fire, and he's wanting to extend. I don't know how you can, because you're first in everything, but that kill-death ratio of 1.3 over the event is absolutely insane. But to say the least, a very strong start for Infused, 20-0.
It's crazy to see Moose like this. I mean, it's something we were talking about earlier. I don't want to take anything away from him. He's always been one of those top-tier gamers, but he's never been the best. He's never been at the very, very top.
He's always the one who goes unnoticed. You know, when he's teamed with the likes of PT, Gunchi, or whoever it may be, he's never gets the limelight, and for once he does. Yeah. And I'm absolutely over the moon for Moose. You know, he's a great player. He's a consistent player, and that's what he was called. You know, consistent. He's the granddad. He's always doing the job, but now he's the star player.
All right, well, we are on board with Knowlton. Does get shut down there. Infused already taking a firm grasp on this game, and Marky B falls off the map. It's bad news for them as he was going for the pinch.
Clay will be in the chat, but never mind Clay. Moose, he's still on fire. 4-1, 2-kill streak for him. He's going to spot one in the cell block through the glass and make it 5. Oh, this man, what has he done? He's turned up, and I tell you what, he's been putting in the time, the effort. He makes it 6, not going to make it 7, though. But he does the necessary job. And you know what? 20 seconds left. Aware, they're going to get the scrap points, but Infused, they're looking for the rotation. They're one step ahead right now. So far, so good for the Red Army.
All right, well, boys in green, let's see what you can do. On board now with Johansson in the hard point area. He's just going to be getting the scrap point, so we will switch up. I want to see what's going on with Benji as he's making this push. You can see him getting into this engagement now. NV4 in hand. They once again are going to be driven out of the hard point area. This is a good foothold now for Infuse.
Super sneaky from Nolson there. He actually flanked even though he had full control. There is one player on the pinch, is Gfkid. He's found one. Benji's coming from either side. Gfkid will go down, and that's a lot of pressure released from the Infused team there. And now what they can do is not only focus on the hill, but pushing them back. Because if they hold this, within the next 15 seconds, you're going to see one person, maybe Nolson, just drift back, go for the spawns. Whoever that number 7 is, they want to think about it now, but Nolson's got a nice triple. PD's add to the fire. And Infuse 72 to 33, looking good so far.
Yeah, Nolson really getting turned up. Sometimes doesn't get the credit he deserves. He is just going to be getting the final 15 points in this. There's going to be one person still that's going to try and challenge him. And he is going to take it. Big, big victory there for Infused.
Yeah, and this is the player we're talking about, the drifting player that's going to go back, anchor it. It's Moose and PT. Moose is actually going to go down, so PT coming back will help. Well, it won't in that case because Johansson has just jumped in and he's made a mark. But the one thing he needs to watch out for is that player anchoring at the back. Marky B's going to take him down and the job is not done. They need to hold this because it is a split spawn.
Yeah, and this is bad news for Aware now as Infused start becoming more cohesive and making this push all together at once. And you can see Denza just trying to check every single angle because he's out there stranded alone. His teammates are coming to support now. He did a great job to hold on as long as he could, but he is going to go down. Nolson now also starting to unlock score streaks of his own.
Yeah, just looking at that scoreboard, actually. 5 kill streak for Nolson, 3 for Marky, 2 for Moose as Marky finally does fall. But it really does kind of tell the storyline of this game so far. Using that wall run, utilising the in-game mechanics was Aware, but it's not going to help them. Oh, Nolson again. And one player who maybe we've not highlighted too much in this Infused roster is, you know, the new man on the scene. And here he is, 8 kill streak. Can he make it 9? Not needed, as PT saves the day.
All right, well, we are going to switch over from him. I'll keep an eye on him to see if he's about to get into a gunfight. And he may just be doing that now. Let's see if he can extend that any further. Yes, he can. 9 kill streaks. Score streaks are all unlocked. This is bad news for Aware. They've just not been able to shut Nolson down.
And the great thing is Nolson doesn't have to use them on this hill. It would be a little bit of a waste because it's a scrappy hill. He can save them, maybe to break the anchor on the next one. Cell block's so important. So keep an eye out on Nolson, but so far so good. 13 and 7. Every single player positive for Infuse and every single player getting that objective done. It's a real team effort right here, El.
Well, we're on board with Denza now. He was highlighted as one of the standout players for Aware. Statistically, these guys fall behind when it comes to slaying. We saw that in the pre-game stats, and Infused massively excel, and that's quite evident going on here. Johansson and Gfkid just haven't been able to make those kills.
What I love about this Infused, they've not just got control, they've also pushed that player out. This time it's PT. He's headed over to cell blocks. Marky's going to join him, but there is one player. It's Gfkid just lingering around, so that's going to be a big gunfight on the next hill. And you know what? I don't know who that is. Who's 6 and 1 right there? Like, they're so close to each other.
Yeah, let's have a look. It's Marky and Gfkid that were almost running side by side without realizing. And Mark is just going to kind of be darting around here, causing a few problems as he sweeps in the back and offers support to Infused.
Okay, well, the guys on the desk, the analysts, they said it was going to be one-sided. It certainly is showing to be right now. Infused looking good. Fair play, though. Aware breakthrough, and that's a nice triple from Johansson here. The one problem that they do have is they think they've got the spawns here. They think they're spawning out, but there's actually 2 players from Infused coming from behind.
Oh, and Johansson's going to spot him just in time. He's having a nice little flurry of kills. Cannot make those 2, though, as Infused push him once more. Aware are just going to just about regain control. But no surprise to see that Nolson is fighting his way back in and trying to get these final 10 points.
And this is the Nolson that I knew from the last season, you know, the one that was heavy slaying, the one was putting big numbers on, and he has been kind of outshined almost in this roster so far. He's just been kind of in the background doing the necessary work. So Nolson's going to be stepping it up here, and, you know, these 2 teams, they're in the loser bracket if you're just joining us, so it's do or die right now.
Okay, Gfkid here. Probably one of the most known players for the Aware lineup. Seen what he can do, getting shut down by Nolson, who's found himself another 2. I mean, he said before, all the players of Infused, Momo, are positive. Big slayers on this team.
Yeah, I mean, Nolson's nearly hit a 2.0. Moose is extended. He's 1.3 to a 1.6. It's just looking Yeah, I hate to say it, it's looking like the Splice game. It's just so one-sided, which I hate, you know. This stage in the tournament, I want both teams head-to-head. I want it to be a close game. Maybe it will be in the later ones, but PT and Nolson are going to combine for the triple. And look at that. Those two players drifting away from Grave. They're going to set up at the next hardpoint. It's PD and Moose again. This is a clinic of how to play hardpoint right now.
Yeah, they're showing how strong they are at this. And Aware are really struggling. I mean, we saw some pretty good Aware hardpoint games earlier on in this tournament, but it's certainly not been the case here. It's over a 100-point difference as Infused are taking this even further. They could end this on this hard point.
They really could. You can see Johansson's had a bit of a slow game. So's Gefkid, you know, yet to hit double digits, yet to hit triple digits in their scoreline. But again, Infused dominating, 35 points away from tying this one up. Moose is going to be flying high as he finds one. Cheeky rewind. I'm going back, he says, for more. He's not finished just yet. The rewind was spotted. Denza takes him down, but Moose pulls him out of the sky with him.
Very, very nice from Moose there. And Aware have managed to fight the way back in, so there is still time to pull this back. It's just going to be so difficult as Nolson finds another triple. I think that's the third triple we've seen from Nolson.
Oh, it's just time and time again. Nolson's absolutely on fire right now. 26 and 14. It's double the amount of kills of the likes of Marky. He's going absolutely insane. And you know what? He's got 80 seconds, you know, 80 points of those 230 for Infuse. So really an all-round player. But Denza is going to take down Moose, and you can see Aware really trying to set up for this middle hard point. But I just feel the firepower of Infuse is too strong right now, Rel.
Yeah, the Aware can't even afford to give up the scrap point. So even if they manage to hold on this hard point, no doubt Infuse will get a strong rotation. Gonna have to be a miracle, to be honest with you, if Aware are going to take this, as they do all get shut down. And that is a free open hardpoint area. Infuse just need to jump in there.
And Infuse won't be in any rush to do so. You know, they're happy trading the kills, just playing for the scrap. Payloads are going to come in very, very shortly. They've got score streaks. Again, I'm not a big fan of the Scarab on hardpoint. We'll see how that one works out for Denza. But we've seen a little bit of life out of Aware, but for me, it's a little too late.
Absolutely, and that is going to be Denza making a kill. Aware are just about holding on to this. Infused haven't managed to get a single point off this hard point.
I think Infused are playing kind of the long game here. I mean, yes, they're going to tie up the last 5 or 6, but I don't think they were particularly trying to push that hard point. I think it was more trade the kills, don't let them get any, we won't, and we'll take this to the next one. Because all they'll do is they'll break it with all the pay, you know, with what they have.
All right, well, a great hard point then from Aware, but here we go. Nolson fights his way in. He's going to make it another triple. He's not going to need to, because that game ends 250 to 137. Huge victory by Infused, really showing their power on hardpoint and how good they are. These guys fighting to advance in the lower bracket of this tournament. And this is do or die for these guys, really, Momo.
Yeah.
If they lose this series, they're going to be bowing out.
Yeah, they will be, and a lot of people will be putting that, you know, in their predictions. But Nicky Nolson, 28 and 18, fantastic stuff. It's a positive 10, you know, PT as well, dropping big numbers, positive 7, positive 6 for Moose. Marky, 15 and 17, he puts a minute on the clock, but there's only so many kills out there to get, and Nolson was kind of taking them all.
That was definitely, it's probably the best game I've seen from Nolson, actually. So much time actually gathered as well on the hard point, so it's not like he was just sitting back and picking off unnecessary kills from a distance. But hey, there you go, Momo. So what do we expect from this next game?
S&D, definitely closer than what we've just seen. You know, Aware is a strong S&D team, but so is Infused. Infused have excelled at S&D in this tournament for me, in the same respects as Aware, but I think we do have a distinct difference in class in teams. You know, Brycey always talks about elite level teams. After this event, I'll be looking at Infused in that light. Will I be looking at Aware? Probably not. But they've really shown me what they can do. So this could be a repeat of the Splice game. You know, if Aware just kind of sneakily, not sneaky, if they outperform, if they do whatever, I still see this ending 3-1. You know, it's 3-0 or 3-1 to me. Those respawns, I think Infused are just too strong.
Well, no one's really backing Aware, but that's been the case this whole tournament so far. They've managed to get this far, and who's to say they can't get any further? It's a great series that we have, Infused versus Aware here at the CWL London Invitational. My final cast ever, Momo.
Oh, yeah.
In Call of Duty or in esports. This is it for me. I've got this and I'm on the analyst desk, and then that's it.
Well, Rel, it's a pleasure to take the seat with you as your brother and do this potential last cast with you. In fact, it is It's done, it's dusted, Rel. It's been a long journey.
Yeah, and let's hope we finish off on a high. That's Infused and Aware now go through the rig draft. They're going to be selecting those. We'll bring those up in the screen shortly. Your prediction-wise, were you saying a 3-0 sweep for Infused? I think most people have. We saw them actually playing against Orbit, who are arguably one of the best search and destroy teams at this event, in my opinion. And Infused held their own. I mean, Orbit were definitely the better team when it came to it, but you saw some great plays, big mind games, and double bluffs coming out in that. Very strategic from Infused.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed watching Infused actually on the Search and Destroy, because it's not that they bring something different to the table. It's just kind of their discipline. They don't make any kind of rash decisions. PT seems to have been tamed after about 4 years with Marky B.
It's taken a while.
It has. I mean, that guy is absolutely, I mean, there was nicknames, you know, PT pushes, first pick PT. Like, it became a joke, you know, what it was. And he was always the first one to either pick something up or drop. And admittedly, he was a very skilled player, so half the time he was picking the kills up, you know, even more so, but sometimes you just don't want it. You just want to play safe, you want to defend, you want to sit back. Marky B's finally seemed to have got through to him, but, you know, talking about Infused, you know, last year they had a completely different roster, obviously, with Urban and Zero. What are your thoughts, obviously, with Nolson and Moose coming back? What do you feel that they kind of bring to it? Do you feel that this is a stronger team, or...?
Well, I mean, in all honesty, coming into this, I wasn't too sure with Moose. I didn't know, with Moose and Nolson coming into the team, I didn't know quite how they'd fit in. But Moose, as we said, statistically, is the best player in every single area at this whole event.
Yeah.
And Nolson, we just saw an incredible display from him. Scorch, Search, and Destroy. We will see how these guys are gonna pan out. And the rig draft, we could see it correctly set up.
All standard. All standard.
Yeah. Standard stuff being selected. We may have to jump on board with you driving this one, Momo.
No problem at all. I'll take to the stick, something I've not done in a while.
It's solid, don't worry.
Oh,
it was just a bit of a...
I see, you don't want me on the sticks.
No, I've taken it right back up.
There we go.
Both of the bomb sites on here. I mean, we're showing the B push seems to be the favoured one.
Yeah, the B push has been the favoured. The actual last game that we watched in Splice, a lot of the teams and players were going to A, which was kind of crazy.
Yeah, well, we did catch up with Marky B to talk about how they're going to face up against Aware on Search and Destroy.
I think Aware have exceeded the expectations put on themselves. I think there was a lot of talk beforehand that they're really good online and stuff, but when you watch their streams or something, their communication doesn't seem very good at all, and it's just a bit confusing how they're actually a decent side.
Well, there we go. Marky just giving us his thoughts and insight into how they're going to fare up against each other. And still with Marky here, and they've actually made the push on A, which Aware just did not read at all.
And look at this, right? You know, the mini-map. All 4 players, they've gone in, they've planted, and they're like, I'm out of here.
They've done this a few times, you know.
They're planted in such a perfect spot. If you jump on board with maybe P, yeah, he's just kind of jumping back and forth, playing a little bit of a game with them, and he can just, you know, challenge when needs to be. But Benji's gone on the attack, a 1v1. Turns into a 3v3 now. As, oh my goodness, someone's got to take that down. You have a strategy, you're planting the bomb, you've got the line of sights, you can see it on the player's face. Moose, he's like, what have we just done?
I just don't understand it. I mean, I could see what they were doing. Pete had vision on it, but
yeah,
if Pete goes down, there is absolutely nobody there to clean that up.
I could see it. You know, that's the thing I love about Infuse, is they have a strategy, they planned it, they, you know, perfected it, but then, yeah, it kind of all went wrong. It was a little bit of a slip. I'm sure Infuse won't let that happen again, but Aware take full advantage.
As a professional Call of Duty player myself, Momo, I wouldn't have done that.
Okay. Well, I'd love to know what you would have done, Ralph.
I don't. Who knows? Anyway, with Denza here, bomb in hand, they are making kills, and Aware, as we said, they can talk a big search and destroy game sometimes.
Yeah, they really, really can. And this is a game I feel that is... I know Jonas kind of says he's always like 55-45, and if I'm to put numbers on it, I'm thinking 60-40 to Infuse, whereas Respawns, I'm thinking maybe 80-20, if that kind of puts any perspective on it. But Aware, again, it's like plant and run away this game, you know, it should be renamed. Nolson's going to 1v2 though, sorry, 1v3. You have taken 1 down, that's all going to be it. And Aware Gaming, 2. Infuse 0.
Yeah, already, so great start from the boys of Aware. Heavy underdogs going into this, as they have been most of the games that they've and most of the teams have been playing up against. And I've got to say, I mean, I've said this before, sometimes I don't think some of these players get the credit they deserve.
Yeah, it is really, really difficult. I've actually taken the time to watch Denzer's stream. You know, he's someone who, you know, performs in the 2Ks, and I thought, you know, I don't know this, you know, too much about this player. I wanted to learn a little bit, and he was so good. But he's replicating it online.
Yeah, and we can see you guys tweeting in here, Splice versus Infused RMC Kenny 12. What a matchup that would be if Infused can advance further.
Yeah, it would be a great game, and we'll go into the storylines and why that would be. I'm sure you guys already know at home. But back to the game in hand, we do see a bit of a cleaner round from Infused as they pick up round number 3. And you can see there in the booth, a bit more chirpier there. That's back to their old ways.
Yeah, well, this is it is a best-of-5 series that Infused would have been going quite confident into. And I think, as Marky kind of said himself, this was the risk for them on Search and Destroy going up against Aware. They know that in terms of their slaying ability, they have a significant edge when it comes to the objective-based game modes. But Search and Destroy seems to be a whole different story.
Well, getting into round number 4, we're going on board here with Gfkid, a player which has been actually around for a while. You know, he's really kind of shown and made his mark on the EU Call of Duty scene, but he's exceeding expectations. Marky said it himself, and now he's trying to pick up one there in the window. Not going to happen, but information, intel has been gathered. This is a big round here, you know, to tie things up or to create a 2-round gap. This could be the different maker. Gfkid watching the flank, he's not going to find anything. Denzer's found one in the middle, and Marky B's going to trade things out. That's going to be a couple, and there you go. Flick of a switch. Gfkid in a 1v3.
All on his own now, and a lot of work to do. This bomb is taken to the A bomb site. Fortunately for him, none of Infused are there, but if he goes for the plant, they would probably be able to catch up and see him. Although they don't seem to be in any hurry at all to get to these bomb sites. And just, I mean, just look at this, the way Infused are playing it, collectively sticking together, very smart from them. If one goes down, they should be able to trade off this kill, so we may see the engagement now. Gfkid has spotted them. Have Infused seen him, though?
Well, I think they have, and there you go, closed down. And the great thing about that is, you know, you go 2 rounds down, it doesn't affect them. You know, I think those first 2 rounds very sloppy from Infused, actually. But they've, you know, I don't know what went on in their booth, whether Marky's given a Scottish command in his dominant voice and whipped him into shape. I don't know.
Well, who knows? We'll see.
It's working though, Rel.
It is working, absolutely. We'll see what they can do as we tie things up here on the Search and Destroy. PT, the bomb carrier, we talked about his Search and Destroy game and how he has a more teamwork-based approach now, I suppose you could say. And it's one of them things, we don't want to give him too much stick for it, because these PD picks and these big rushes that he always seemed to just go off and do himself sometimes did pay off for the team, but sometimes it did just cost them in Search and Destroys.
Okay, this is round 1 all over again. Bomb's been planted, run away. I want to... Right, PT is the one watching. We've got Denzer on the flank, so keep an eye out for that one. However, Nolson may find him very shortly.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes on the minimap. Marky's actually gone aggressive. Moose and Marky have won their 1v1s. Nothing spectacular, but it's going to mean a 2v4 for Aware. Now a 1v4. Let's jump on board with Johansson and see what he can do. He's already picked up one with a sniper. Stylish play. Will it equal anything else? Absolutely not.
He had absolutely no chance there. They were all, you can see with him lying there dead on the floor, all 3 of the enemy players were staring right at him. He was never going to come out on top with that.
No. That is probably how they saw it panning out in round 1. And the one thing I do like as well, they had the balls to do it again. You know, they didn't just kind of say, you know, that strat's out the window, put that one in the bin. They said, you know what, let's do it again. They won't expect that. But let's go back on board with the attack inside here. We're going to... I want to see a bit more... Is Benji... Is Johansson sniping, maybe?
Let's have a look and see.
No.
No, he's not.
Bit of a different push here, going through the middle. Trophy systems.
They've driven him back, though.
Yeah, they have.
And Aware we're 2 rounds up. Let's not forget that. Infused have won 3 on the bounce. Let's see what they can do as they're just trying to almost decide where they want to push. It does look like they are going to go for B, but this delayed push has kind of rattled Infused a bit, because you can see on the minimap they've just split themselves up across the map.
Well, PE's been first picked. And the one thing I will say for Infused, it's going in their favour, time's ticking here. And they've just cleared out A bomb site completely. They know it's not going to A. They've cleared out the alley. They're circling around to B. And yes, they've got the numerical disadvantage, but if they work their angles, they can pull something off here. Maybe not. Benji slides in to make it a 2v4 in favour of them. And now a 1v4. Nolson, he did some fantastic work in the hard point. I don't know what you need to pull this miracle off. The bomb's down, so that makes it twice as hard here, and I think maybe he's wanting to just get a few kills.
Oh, there's no way he's
towards his
gonna be able to
camo.
do this, unless they all just line up for him.
He's running away.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the time on the clock as well.
Okay.
I think he's just going to approach this with caution. Realistically, he knows he's not going to get the defuse here. He's find one kill. Could not follow up on the second, which means we tie things up again, 3-3.
Okay, so Aware bouncing back. That first kill, by the way, on the Nolson got Gfkid got absolutely ruined.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have happened, but traded out. That's all he needed to do. Johansson was the one to trade that. Now we go into round number 7, even Stevens.
Yes, all tied up. Gfkid slipping behind a bit on this search and destroy, and normally this is his speciality.
Speciality for some of the individuals in both sides, actually. And Moose has been a prolific search and destroy player. We're going back 6, 7, 8 years now. However, it's all about the present. We've got 90 seconds on the clock per round. There is one player we want to jump on board. Moose has actually taken another down.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Fantastic stuff there, but 3v3 here. Fuse playing this one smart. There's one person just kind of sat around as Gfkid here. Shoots one in the back. The problem is he's revealed his location. Pushes forward. Nolson is the one to take him down.
Big mistake there from Gfkid. Infused, though. Lose one. Benji left all on his own. 1 versus 2. He is going to find the first kill. He's not going to find the second. Almost clutched up.
Very, very quick reactions there. You know what? He could have very easily found that. And finding that double kill not only puts you in the lead, but it gives the other team a reason to just go a little bit on tilt and think, you know what, we should have won that. We're now behind. I'm scared for Aware right now. They went 2-0 up, they're now behind. It's a must-win game mode for me. If Infuse take this one, then this is dangerous territory for Aware.
It certainly could be. Well, let's have a look and get on board with the attackers and see what they're going to be able to do. We can see that the bomb carrier here is slowly making his way from the back of the pack, not wanting to drop it down early. Infused, not quite sure which bomb site they're going to be committing to, but active camo is popped. There's nobody in there, so it's not going to be the beneficial use of it. Infused are really comfortable sitting far back, aren't they?
I don't like that from Denza. Yeah, I know you use your camo, I know you push forward, but you got intel. You knew no one was there. He didn't have to just run into their spawn. I'm very, very disappointed with that. Benji and Denza go down. There should be another Infused round. Trades go in. Gfkid left in a 1v3. And he's only going to end. Hang on. Hang on a second. Oh, Moose, of all people, finalized that one. You know what? I nearly ate my own words there. But, yeah, just kind of going back to it, I didn't like that play. He invested his camo, and I think sometimes, when you invest so much in something, you feel like you've got to see it through to the end.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's easier to...
I think that's exactly what happened. He'd pushed that far up. He thought, well, I might as well just go for it now. A bit reckless of him, and... losing one player on a team search and destroy with there being no respawn is so crucial.
It really, really is. And now we sit rel at 5-3. Infused, 1 round away from taking the series 2-0 up. We've already seen specialists come in. We've got camo available for Nolson. I think that's the only one left on the battlefield here. Let's go board it with Nolson, see what he can do.
Okay. Well,
he may just push right through the middle and use it.
He could do, but again... Oh, there we go. It has been popped. Infused sits so far back.
Oh, that's
he has been spotted. He has been spotted, but he managed to get away.
He managed to get down. Both camos being not used. I mean, I'd say that was used, correctly, but unfortunately didn't find anyone there. However, this is looking a little bit better for Aware Gaming as the trades come in. Again, numerical advantage does favor Aware in this round of Search and Destroy. We're going to see Marky pick up one. If he can stay alive, this is big. He is gone, but he needs to regroup with Moose. Moose has done one as well. It should be traded out. If Moose can find a double kill here, it will just surpass all expectations.
And there we go. Infused take map number 2, 6-3. They now lead this best of 5 series and are just 1 uplink game away from taking it. They want to advance, they want to go all the way, but so do Aware. And Aware, this is their last lifeline now. This is the lower half of the double elimination bracket, and a loss in this uplink would send them home.
Brilliant plays all round. We saw a couple of sloppy individual plays, but I think from Infuse that was very, very solid. Aware, I don't really think they had a bad map. I don't think it's a particularly bad map that they just played. I just think that they were outplayed. The likes of Moose, again, dropping a 2.0 kill death ratio in Search to Destroy, amazing. Well, but it just seems standard for him now.
Yeah, let's have a look at the maps and just highlight those score lines in a moment because we've got some great games still to come. Scoreboard up there, you can just see 8 and 4, 8 and 4 for both Moose and Marky.
Yeah, Moose and Marky doing great. I just can't stop thinking about Moose. He's not had a bad game. I've not seen him have one bad game. And I know that's obvious, you know, because he's first on every single leaderboard. But the consistency in this tournament, if he continues like this through the loser bracket, he can, you know, he can really, really make not only a top placement, but he can make a real name for himself.
All right, well, it is going to be Frost Uplink that we're playing. And, I mean, we saw Aware in an incredible game of Uplink yesterday. I believe it was on this map, actually. So Aware aren't too shabby at this.
Aware have been very inconsistent at Uplink, and I say that in a good and a bad way. They've had excellent Uplinks, but they've also had very, very poor. They're going up against a very strong side, and if they bring their A game, then maybe they can go toe-to-toe. Maybe they can have a close game. I'm feeling deja vu. I was sat here probably an hour ago with Mr. X, same Splice game. You know, even though at this point it was 1-1, I just don't see it. I don't see this going Aware's way. And the reason that I'm kind of, you know, emphasizing that, if for any reason Aware do you know, pull this off, it's a big win. You know, we will emphasize that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, they're going to be walking home with a huge amount of pro points that's going to help them later on in this season. First place being $5,000 per person. That's the real grand prize here, but $25,000 prize pool too.
Yeah, and Aware was, you know, thinking of the pro point ladder off the top of my head, they were around that kind of top 8 mark. To surpass that and go to kind of top 6, they're going to gain a big chunk. You've got to think, you know, mathematically here, the teams that are going to gain more pro points from this tournament were already above them. Yeah. The only thing that's happening right now is they're bridging a gap between everyone below them and catching up to, you know, maybe that 1 or 2 that was ahead of them already.
And pro points, of course, are so important. It's dependent on whether you actually get to compete at events. It depends where you start in the events as well, whether you'll have to fight through an open bracket or not. But as you can see the maps there, it's going to be Frost Uplink next. And we will go through the map, fly through now. Some key areas on this map where we see these big duels, don't we?
Absolutely. I mean, the main thing for me on Uplink on this map is the central part of it. You know, when that drone drops, everyone, you know, it's like, it's a bloodbath. It is a fight to the death, and you'll see trades go down, and, you know, whoever can take that trade a little bit better, they can push either through the base, or they can take that wide flank, you know, even goes to far as even the side of the map itself. But Frost, I actually really like the way this plays on Uplink, because it does create those games where, you know, you can go some crazy 1 points, obviously on the particular side, but you get these close range gunfights. We're going to get to see the ERAD, hopefully. I'm a big fan.
All right, well, there's the rig draft. Pretty standard stuff, no surprises there. And we talked about how powerful Overdrive can be on Uplink, but here we go into Uplink on Frost, the final map I will ever cast, Momo. Let's get this game underway and see what Aware can do.
I guess you're giving it to Infuse then. If you're that confident, maybe Aware will be like, no, Rel, you must cast more. However, as this starts off, PD with a double, Moose with 1, Marky B with the 4th, and there you go, pushing forward. Marky B now can make a run at it. The one thing about Frost, though, you do spawn very close to this Uplink drone, and you know what? Can he get a 2? Oh my, how has he done that? That shouldn't happen. That frustrates me.
Within 30 seconds, we already see Infused on the scoreboard, and yeah, sorry, that was so much disrespect to Aware. Non-meant, of course. Let's see if they can fight the way back into this. They are only 2 points down, and we talked about the good Uplink game they had on this map previously.
Okay, well, like you said, you know, 30 seconds. This is a very hot start. However, Aware have answered back. They've got a couple of kills on the board. I mean, Johansson's already got 4. That should be a 1. That should be a 1, but it's not. Again, these throws need to be going in. I'm tallying up. I'm writing it down. That's 1 out of 1 miss for Aware, and that may come back to haunt them.
I would love to know statistically the percentage of throws that are missed here, because it's quite incredible, and we've highlighted the fact that it really can make all the difference. We've seen a few Uplink games that have been determined by just a single point.
Yep.
So that could really cost them.
Okay, well, on the attack, once again, Aware, they are looking a little bit stronger here. I'd go for the 2, because your ones have not been too successful. Marky B with a triple. However, Aware Gaming put the first couple of points on the board and tie this series, or should I say map up, at 2 apiece. 90 seconds have already passed. We've got 3.5 minutes left on that clock. And Nolson on your screen, he sees 2 go down. And really, I'd love to have seen him grab that drone. Has his teammate got the couple of kills? But he's opted for the Slain side of things.
He certainly has. And there we go. Uplink drone is picked up, but not puts him down. This is big now for Infused. It does get picked up by Marky. We can see Knowlton and PT both pushing the spawn.
Yeah, they pushed it really, really well here. And Marky B still does have that drone, but he doesn't have his blockers. Moose and PD fall, so he may have to go for a 1-point play. He's opted to do something a little bit different. For a second, I thought he was just jumping off the map, but no.
Ooh.
He's, I like what he's done here. Because of the position he was in and the position that all his teams spawned, they literally was as far apart as they could be. So he wanted to take himself away from that, and if he did die, the drone would be reset. He manages to stay alive, he resets it, and look at the time he's bought for his team.
Yeah, and that's so well played by Mark. He knew that he was just caught out of position, and they needed better map control. It really is what Uplink's about. Pass goes in. Oh, and this is nice from Aware. Gef Kid and Denza combining. Denza's going to have the Uplink drone now, and this is a good push. You can see the blocker in front.
Yeah, this is a lot better from Aware. They have a lead blocker, and he's going to actually do his job perfectly. I think he got tagged from his own team there. And you know what? They've not only gained 2, this could be a very strong relay here. Look at the spawns coming in from Infused. A couple of quick passes, a nice bit of play, and you see the absolute red just flurry across the screen. He doesn't convert it into the points, but 3 kills go down for Aware, and they may be able to convert this. They will. It's another 2.
Wow. Very, very nice indeed. Well, this is fast-paced stuff, and I imagine the communications reflect that. Let's go for a listening with Infused.
Gonna be there. Just give me
2 in there, both there, both there.
It's done.
Got me.
Clear life.
Okay, your score.
Nice.
Come in. Nice.
I'm baiting right.
Yeah, go. We'll get inside.
Yep.
That's finishing.
We're inside right now. I got one. One more. Ice. I'm absolutely. From blue. Benji from blue.
I've got your eyes.
I'm gonna just drop the ball down. I'm dropping the ball down and we're staying.
Ice. That was Benji.
Got back door.
Benji, one shot behind me. Ice, one shot.
Nice,
Mark. I'm
Warren, go mate. Den's by ball.
Two
there.
Got your Warren.
One's up top. Weak.
Warren ball.
One shot, absolute. Right side, ring the two bullet. Challenging. One shot.
Challenge as well. They come back to maybe up there still.
Free ball out.
Above me. Let's push that back door.
Let's go inside.
Stay alive.
Challenge you or not?
Ball control. Top that. Ball control.
Yeah. I'm in ball control.
Give me safe. Safe
for now.
Save him from blue probably.
One more from blue.
I mean, I'm flying over.
Blue. I'm one shot.
Just on me. Flew over.
One inside. Ice. In blue.
Ice inside. And blue inside.
Blue still.
Still blue. Left corner.
Ice.
One shot.
It's safe. It's good for blue.
There was 2. There was a guy behind him as well.
Get middle. Go right. Wait 1 second. They're gonna go right. Who's for the reception? I'm gonna push it out.
Go around the far right. Someone go around the far right.
I'm going.
Come back inside. Back door. Dead. I'm one shot.
Maybe more. I've got mid.
Bull's down. There's one.
Nice. I'm looking for one.
Four dead.
Alright, let's go. Step it up from the side.
Yeah, we kept trying to take the ball back blue when the ball was so miles away.
We didn't realise.
Okay, well, that was Infused. And you know what? Knowing the guys personally, Nolson, Moose, and PD, they have that kind of same almost personality. You know, it's calm, it's cool, it's not crazy. You've not got a Josh in there just, you know, going crazy in there. It just seems to be a little bit more controlled. I mean, I know they're down by 4, but there's no panic mode.
No.
You know, you hear Marky speaking some crazy language, whatever that is. But
Scottish,
well, that's the one.
He's speaking English.
Yeah, it's hard to understand sometimes, but no, that was calmly done from Infused, but they have a big job here.
Well, let's see if Aware can hold on to this. Give them a bit of coverage now because they've done so well. It's like you say, it's quite interesting going for that listening with Infused because PT, Moose and Knowlton just seem quite chilled and laid back, and it is Marky that really calls the shots and instructs them on exactly what they need to do. Well, it seems to have been that case. We are seeing score streaks getting unlocked from Aware, and those guys must be pumped. Let's go for a listening.
Good ball. Oh, it's one shot, that's fuck, boys!
Back. Alright, one's ball.
Flying blue. Side or dead. PD, I hit him once, Side.
Nice!
Last one behind the side.
I'll get him.
I'm pushing. I'm under point.
They're gonna spawn computers or maybe blue. I don't know.
No.
I'm under point still.
Need to get ball.
I'm helping you on ball. Nice, Benji.
One's ice, next to ice.
Blue. On ball, on ball.
Blue. One's blue.
Nice, lost on blue.
Blue.
Get ball,
Get ball.
I'm
getting it.
spawning computers, they're spawning computers.
Back blue.
I'm piecing from computers.
It's fine.
I'm piecing from computers.
You can fly. You have streaks.
Get on.
Yeah, I could've. Fine.
Do they have streaks? Benji streaks.
Oh, nice. One in blue, ball.
Where they going?
Computer coming, ice.
Oh, or dance. Fine, go back. Hey. I'll watch the mid pin.
Watching the ball.
One's mid, one's mid.
Side. Nice trades, Benji.
Mid. Dead. Only one.
Left. Right.
He's in the sub heavy.
Need to push him. 2v1.
Just fly out.
Go with him.
Fly out.
Dead, he's one, so it's fuck. Nice, get ball. Oh, no. Help him, get ball.
Help him.
Behind me.
Yeah.
One shot.
Lucky.
Big flurry of kills there from Aware, opening things up. They did drop 2 points during that listening, but they still have the lead. And they're going to try and hold on to it as long as they can. You can see them making pushes, and they want to take this even further.
Yeah, Cast a Curse almost jumping on board with them and them dropping a couple of points. There is score streaks, you heard them talk about it in there. But one thing I will say about Aware, you know, none of them speaking their native language, all speaking English there, which I absolutely take my hat off to. Fantastic stuff. But on the drone, it is Nolson trying to extend it. Thought he was going for the bash, maybe was, but it was not successful. Johansson takes it away, and now 1 point play. Interception, maybe, yes. Straight into the hands of Marky B.
That was very, very important that he got that. These guys could lose this uplink quite easily now. They've struggled to make these pushes. 2 points either side. Marky B just about staying up here.
He's waiting for his opportunity.
He is. He's just waiting for the moment to strike, and he's going to be caught off guard by Johansson. Very nice play.
He used his overdrive then as well. It got stopped insanely quickly. Talking of overdrive, Johansson does have it in his back pocket if he needs it. Kills come in. 3 kills for Aware. This could be big. That's number 4. Johansson takes him down, and the push will come in. This should be converted because look at the spawns. The great thing about this is Johansson's pushed forward. That's number 8, ladies and gentlemen, and with only pretty much 90 seconds left on the clock, Infused are trailing.
Yeah, they are certainly falling behind. This is bad news for them indeed. They're going to have to get some kind of momentum building up here. And they're going to have to go for the carry captures as well. Fortunately, throws just aren't going to cut it with only 1 minute 30.
Well, there's one player sneaking from behind. It's Johansson, who's actually just grabbed the drone, lobbed it away, but he's been caught with his pants down. Denzer's going to answer back now. 2 either side do drop, and every trade like that is fantastic for Aware Gaming. They're controlling this inner part of the map, and they're really showing Infused what they're made of right now.
Yeah, I mean, I said this definitely is their map when it comes to uplink. They put up strong performances on this time and time again, and we can see Gfkid making some moves. It's Nolson with a big 2-piece, and Infused need to push now. They've got to get 4 points in less than a minute. Very smart play there from Nolson. Love what he just did there.
And he's just got camo. I would have thought there he would have popped the camo to get the 2, and no, he doesn't. 40 seconds left. That's got to be a conversion.
That is a big choke from him. Very unfortunate. And Aware looking to now go on the counter as they take that uplink drone. Oh no, they're just going to hold it, and he's just running it as slow as he can. And that is going to be it. There's no way Infused can get back into this now.
He actually killed him, and Marky's actually swooped that under him. Looks like a game of Quidditch down there, but it's not. It's uplink. Moose is picking up nice 2-piece, but it's just too late. 15 seconds coming in. The drone may be in the possession of Infused. Yes, they've got camo. Yes, this will probably be a 2-point play, but with 7 seconds and score streaks coming in, that is going to be the round for Aware Gaming.
Wow, and they take it. Aware Gaming fight their way back into this best of 5. Great plays from them. And, that was a really awkward fist bump, but... well, they are now going into this hardpoint game, and as I said, maybe it wasn't the last map after all. I thought Infused would be taking that. We will see what is going to happen as we go on to the next hardpoint map. First hardpoint, as we said, seemed to be notably one that went towards Infused, Momo.
Yeah, and you know what? I hold my hands up. You know, I mean, you have to cast another game, so, you know, we were both firmly on the side of Infused, but Benji, 37 to 25. Positive by such a large margin. My maths, I don't know why, struggled me there for a 12. 2 carry captures to his name. You know, across the board, Denzer and Gfkid, you know, I'm not going to say bad score, you know, it's just pretty neutral across the other 3. But it was Benji. 37 kills, I mean, in itself is just a statement.
Yeah, Very, very good plays from him. And almost dropping that 40 bomb. It is going to be throwback on hardpoint, Momo.
Okay.
How do you feel about this map?
Personally, it's one of my favorite hardpoint maps. Really entertaining to watch. I think the rotations are very, very important on this. Again, you know, I'm not going to change my opinion. I still think Infused are stronger than on the respawns. Ware played fantastic there. But the worrying thing is if Aware just carry that momentum. We talked about it, and we have done ever since Uplink kind of came into the rotation on maps. If someone goes 2-0 up, you lose the Uplink. It's that game-changing, momentum-shifting bundle of energy, if you like, that just, something's off. You know, I've been there. You know, you go 2-0 up, you lose that third, which, you know, you probably thought you were going to close it out on. And, you know, you can lose a little bit of momentum. You can tilt a little bit. But I think, you know, the experience from Infused, they'll be okay. But I want to see Benji do some more damage, man.
Yeah, we'll
take down the Red Army. Put him to 5th map.
We will give him some coverage here. You can see the maps now on the screen as it was a complete smashing hardpoint game from Infused. 250 to 137. Scorch, Search and Destroy. We thought at first Aware might have been able to take that when they went 2-0 up, but threw it away, and Infused managed to capitalize and win 6-3. Frost just ended there 8-6 on Uplink, and now we go on to throwback hardpoint. So if that first hardpoint game is anything to go by, you would be expecting Infused to take this one. But as you were saying, I mean, Aware, they might have been building a bit of momentum now, and they might be hyped going into this one.
And it's game modes, you know, I personally don't think they will have expected to win. So it's like, you know, if we can win an Uplink, we can win a hardpoint. You know, they're going into this so confident. They're going into this knowing that this could be the last map of the tournament. And then going into it knowing, you know, if they push this to an S&D, everyone knows Game 5s can go any way.
Well, you can see the trophy there. That's what the guys are playing for, alongside that $25,000 prize pool. 5,000 pro points per players. Lot on the line. It will be throwback hardpoint. This is Infused chance to take the series. Aware have to win it if they want to take this to map 5. Do you think it's, I mean, we are still both expecting Infused to take it. They are the favourites, but are we thinking Aware have a chance?
Of course, yeah. After winning an Uplink, anything can happen. It's Call of Duty. It's Championship Sunday. Absolutely anything can happen. Yes, I still favour Infused. Yes, I think they're going to take this, but the way Benji just performed there, you know, you can't look past that.
All right, well, we'll see what is going on now for Benji. Straight away, trying to get into the action, just sitting top bridge. That was some shaky shooting, but fortunately for him, did come out on top.
Yeah, and yes, it was shaky shooting, but from his movement, the way he's been so aggressive right now, that is confidence oozing out of him.
Yeah.
He is playing with a lot of confidence. I don't know what sensitivity he's on, by the way, but he's looking a little bit too quick for me. But he's going to pick up another one. And look at that, the pre-fire. This guy is on fire. He's found another. That's going to be number 3 in Aware Gaming, starting as they mean to go on.
Benji, great plays from him. Finds a 4th, finds a 5th. And Aware really bringing the fire to this game now. It was quite interesting to see Benji, when his teammates went down, rather than get on the hard point, even though it was completely open, he just pushed forward and drove them back and allowed his teammates to come from the rear and start collecting some points there. 28-0. Infused yet to have any impact on this game.
And Infused won't be used to this. They'll be used to kind of, you know, going head-to-head or maybe going the lead in the middle. They're being absolutely shut out here. Look at them. They're backed off. They've gone for the spawn. I think this is very, very wise from Infused. They've given it up. You know, they're 28 behind. Who cares? We're at the very start of the game. They can bounce back on this hard point. That's big from PD. Massive 2-piece. Moose cleans up the 3rd, and Nolson with a 4. Gefkid does take down PD in the chaos, but look at the spawns now. Yeah. We're going to see Nolson really, really push them back now.
Yeah, let's get on board with Nolson and see if he can do that. Doesn't necessarily have to make the kills. He just has to keep them away from the hard point as Marky sits tight on it, just racking up so many points. They have managed to get through now. Marky's got to turn up, finds one. Got cover on the 2nd. This has been a big hard point for Infused, Momo.
Yeah, and it's tied up now. Obviously, Infused taking the lead, but this is easy points for Infused. So easy. They have spawns. They know where they're coming from. They know the cuts to get. Those first 28 from Ware are so impressive. Yet all that matters is the points at the end. We see a 20-point difference here at the moment. We're going to be going into the 3rd rotation over to Bike Path, and I'm keeping my eye on that mini map to see who's the one getting there first. There is, of course, Johansson, but overall, I think Infused might have edged it.
Yeah, well, they certainly do have the lead here now. Denza finds his way in, but immediately gets shut down by PT. Gfkid is there for the exchange. And he did bring out the score streak just in time, but immediately gets shot.
Again, I'm not a fan of that. I mean, as soon as he pulled it out, he died. Yes, he picked one up, but he had Flat Jacket on. That was just a waste of time.
Well, no surprises to see Moose going triple positive. 9-3 at the moment. Does go down. And in terms of slaying, Infused do have the edge.
Well, they have the edge in slaying. They have the edge in the scoreline. Again, we're coming into the final 25 seconds of this hill. Next couple of kills, you want to be rotating. Infused, I think they're, they're pushing towards this bite path. I think they're wanting to actually push them right back, and that could come back to bite them because Denza will pick up a double. Infused will retain the spawns, though. They're going to have the start of baseball field. Can they hold it?
Well, Moose here is just jumping back in two, waiting to be challenged. He's trying to get the cutoffs ready for the rotation, and he is going to have the engagement, but it's Aware that come out on top there, and Marky B under some pressure.
Yeah, he's had to back off here. He knows that his team have gone down. They'll be spawning at blue. And we see a Scarab pick up a quick kill there. Marky should have done better on that one. Gfkid returns a headshot. Denza adds to the mix. And now Aware Gaming are really putting on a show for us. 3-1 is the ratio there as Aware Gaming take full control of the baseball field.
Very nice from Aware. And plenty of time still left on this hard point. Even if Infused managed to break in and actually take this now, they're surely only going to get maybe 10-15 points.
Yeah, this is going to be, trades will go down here. I don't see one team particularly dominating. That's exactly what happens. Red, green, red, green. But again, there's only, PD and the boys have Infused. They'll gain the last 10 or 15. I'm not sure really why. I mean, I suppose the one thing about challenging this last hill is the next one, of course, you're going back to the middle. There's no particular spawns you want, but Infused coming out on top.
Yeah, that's true, actually. It's approachable from all angles. And Benji does get shut down there. We were saying Benji had a storming uplink game just then. It doesn't seem to be quite the same story here on hardpoint. Johansson under fire now, is trying to bring his team back into it, but Infused just raining down fire on this central hardpoint.
Well, the score at 110-77. We do see a little bit of a lead here for Infused. However, we saw what Aware Gaming did on the last time it was in this middle. Infused look to have learned their lesson. 2-2, PD trades it out. Johansson and Gfkid finalize the 4. They will gain control of the train platform. And I like this play from Gfkid. He's not pushing up too far, but he's getting into what you would say is kind of enemy territory. Staying back. He's just waiting for a free kill right now.
He is, yeah. He's not being too aggressive at all. See what's going on with Nolson as he's on the hard point once more and immediately gets shut down. It's a really difficult one to actually get maximum points on, but Infused are doing a great job here, and that is going to be the final few as Marky finds 2 kills.
Yeah, Marky finds 2, mate. Oh, he's found a 3rd, and you know what? He just walks away. It's like a stroll in the park for him. Seems so easy. Does it so elegantly. And you know what? Infused have got the spawns as well. It's all favoring them. And we saw what they did on the last barn. This seems like a repetition coming in from Infused.
Yeah, I'm just staying on board with Marky. I know he's not really getting into the thick of it here, but he's very close to score streaks. And he's just going to have to settle for the Scarab. Look at PD, though. He's got a few in his backpack.
Sometimes I think, I don't agree with the Scarab, but if the pros are using it, then maybe I'm seeing something that's not wrong. A bit of intel. Here we go. Grenades combine. And there you go. PD picks up a nice kill. He's also got a bit of intel. So this time it works for him. Finds the 2nd. Does find, I think it was Moose who actually found the 3rd. I'm getting a bit excited there. But we have excitement for a reason. Infused. They're so close to, hitting that 200 mark, taking the series.
Here we go. And it's going to be the bombardment coming in here now. PT is 24-12 at the moment. Incredible plays by him. He's gone off on this map.
PT and Moose, I think they're fighting for this MVP. I honestly think they do. They've had individually such fantastic games. You've got to kind of give credit where credit is due. Infused, though, they're about to hit the 200 mark before Aware can hit the triple digits. And this, again, I think I said it in the first hard point, it is a masterclass by Infused. You want to learn how to play? Watch and learn.
Yeah, well, they are now on the 200 points. Aware yet to get 100. This could be all she wrote for them. We're going to have to see something very impressive if Aware want to get back into this game. You can see them trying to make the kills, but every time the kill feed does seem to be red dominated. And we are seeing some of the payloads now ready to be activated across the board.
Yeah, this is where utilization of these payloads is very, very important. Some more important than others. You see Moose with the rewind. I don't think that's going to affect it too much. But, you know, you can make a kill, rewind, recharge that ammo if you need to. A nice double kill for Moose. And again, he gets it in the right places.
It's almost got the third there as well. Is going to get shut down. Let's get on board with somebody from Aware. Who should we watch?
Let's stay with Benji because he's in a position which he should be able to pick up a kill. But he's actually pushing forward, getting aggressive. I like that from him. Confidence coming out as he hit the 100-point mark. Taken from the side. Not going to help anyone there, but Aware Gaming hold on to the baseball field.
They do. And as we just kind of pan across them, they've got a really, really good lockdown on this. Even if they get the full points, they will still trail against Infused. And Benji, oh, and he's completely lost him, and he does not manage to make that kill.
Benji has had a bit of a, I don't know if he needs to close the window because it is a bit windy on those shots right there. He needs to change something. Maybe the pressure's getting to him, but Infused just seem to be 1, 2, 3 steps ahead right now. They've been able to push forward. They've pushed Aware Gaming back, but Johansson, he's not done yet. He's going down without a fight. Nolson picks up a nice double. 25 and 18 with a 3-kill streak for him. He's looking to end this. He's not going to be on this one. We're going to have to go back to the middle. They could end it here, though, Rel.
They certainly could. And Moose, as we said, does still have that payload ready to be used if they need to. I think this might be it for Aware. They've just got to throw themselves at it now because they are 10 seconds away.
Go, go, go!
From getting eliminated. Let's get on board with someone from Aware. It's going to be Gefkid. They have made some big kills here, and they've managed to find the way back in. They have to hold on to this. They cannot give up any scrap points.
7 points away from not only staying in the competition, but progressing. Infused, you know, they need to slip up real bad here. And you know what? The class of what we've seen so far, I very much doubt it. But I think this is the exact same. You know, the original hardpoint we saw on Breakout? They didn't fight for this. You know, they just kind of went head-to-head. And if they get it, they get the kills, then they'll jump on it. This is just a slaying battle right now.
Oh, well, Aware have been hanging in, but Infused have good control on it now, and that is going to be it. Infused will take the best of 5 series, 3-1, falling on the uplink. But they will punch their way right through to the next round of the lower bracket. Commiserations to Aware. They fought very, very hard. A very underrated team, in my opinion, Momo, and they've done absolutely great. Guys on the analyst desks, love to hear what you thought about that. Over to you, Bryce.
Well, thank God that was your last cast. Anyway, what a game coming on from these two teams. Simply superb, kind of watching these two go toe to toe. And you know what? We always thought Infused were going to walk away with it, but the uplink, I don't know. Weakness.
It is. I mean, Benji had a really good game. I do want to point that out. He stepped up above and beyond for Aware. Got the streaks, and that was always going to be a hard task for them. But the rest of them are still pretty convincing. Not a great start to the last hard point, but in the end, walking away as winners.
I will say, we've talked a lot of times where maybe a lesser team beats a better team in a map, and we say, was X team playing really good, or was the other team just playing bad? I think that was just Aware playing very well in that uplink, showing promising stuff, always having the right lanes pushed, always knowing when the opportune time was to grab the drone and actually play the objective. Communication was on top of their game as well when we did the listen in, but hard points still. Infused show their strengths on the back of Moose and PD. That has been the story the entire weekend.
Yeah, I think so, and I'm kind of curious now to see if Infused can bounce back. Do we think they can go even further? I know you were a big kind of proponent of them going forward. You actually thought they were going to make it to the final versus Splice. Obviously, right now, impossible.
Yeah.
But we could do that Splice Infused game anyway.
And that would make the whole losers bracket make a lot of sense. Those would be the two teams that I would think would make it into that losers final. Obviously, we still have to wait and see how the winners bracket develops, but Infused, they're looking solid right now. I'm happy to see them regain a little bit of composure in Search and Destroy because there were some moments that were a little bit shaky earlier today, but right now looking good.
Yeah, they most certainly are. And I think, for me, again, big plays from some of the Infused guys. They certainly kind of held it down when they needed to. Aware did their best.
Yeah, I think Nelson played very well in every single map that Infused won, proving that he can be a little bit more influential, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes on for the rest of the day.
Most certainly would. Well, let's throw it down to the floor. It's going to be Marky B with Lottie. And the most pressing question is, what is up with the hat?
Thank you very much, Bryce. So, yeah, are you going fishing after the tournament then?
No, I'm not, no. That's not the plan.
Just a bit of style?
Yeah.
All right, we like it. We all like it. You guys, massive team effort there across all maps. I was speaking to Bance earlier, and he predicted a 3-0 series for you guys. What happened in Uplink?
I think it's just because we're too, I don't know what it was. I think before the game started, I think we sort of underestimated them, and I think that map's probably one of our strongest maps, and we just didn't play it at all like the way we usually play, so that's what it was.
Yeah, like as you said, underestimate. They really pushed hard in that last map there. What was going through your head?
I knew we'd close out in the end, to be honest with you. I was pretty comfortable, pretty calm. Although if there was any listeners, you probably would have thought so, but I was pretty confident.
So it played out exactly how you wanted it to go. As I said before, it was a huge team effort. Your stats were pretty similar with each other's across the board there. Was that the plan from the start?
There's never a plan to anything to do with KDs. It just happens in game. We all do the job we should be doing in whatever situation we're in, and that's our game plan beforehand.
Awesome. And going into the next series we've got coming up, I'm not actually sure which games we've got, but what is your prediction for that one?
The winners bracket final, I'm going to predict Elevate to win, and I think that, well, yeah, that's the only prediction I can think of right now, but yeah.
Any score for that one?
I think it'll be close, 3-1, 3-2.
3-1, 3-2. Thank you very much, Marky B. We'll see you very soon. Back up to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much. Well, Marky seems fairly calm after that game. We know he's got a big challenge coming up if he wants to get through the rest of the loser bracket. Can he do it? I don't know. We're going to break down the game they just played, starting from map 1. Let's talk about that hard point.
Well, before we talk about anything, Brycey, I want to apologize to you because I was busting your chops over you critiquing Marky B's hat so much.
I mean,
that hat should be burned.
I will step in and say that if anybody's going to give Marky advice on fashion, it's probably not you, Bryce. But, however, I do agree with
I think Bryce looks wonderful.
Yeah. I'm with Jack.
Wow, you said that!
I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, neither do I. Yeah, but back at the beginning of the series, Hardpoint, many people predicted this to be an infused map. Aware, just like in both Hardpoints, the same thing, playing from the back foot, and you really saw I swear, every Hardpoint I've seen from Infused, they have had a player fully streak out. There you see Nolson. In the last game, we saw PD again, and Moose has done it time and time again this weekend, always giving yourself streaks to use as a retake or defense tool. In a Hardpoint, when you have a lead, makes it tenfold tougher to come back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of little moments from Aware, but it never really looked like they were going to get back into the game.
No.
I mean, it was never really anything less than 70 or 80 point lead. Convincing win, nothing really to write home about. Nolson, good game from him as well, 23 and 14, as you said. Every single time we see them play Hardpoint, somebody ends up going off. In this occasion, it was Nolson.
It was also mostly 17 and 11.
Yeah, I know, but putting up those numbers at the end, it is actually Nolson with the most, I suppose. But yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, again, that was kind of a blowout. There's not an awful lot you can kind of really say about that one. It was just very one-sided from the team of Infused. So let's move on then. Map number 2, the Search and Destroy. And this is where, after this map, I thought, it might be over.
Yeah, I share the same sentiments as you. I've heard of this Aware Gaming team certainly for some of their S&D prowess prior to this event. But in this one, Infused wind up coming out, and it was close towards the middle half of the game, but then Infused wind up streaking out a few rounds, and they wind up getting the win. A nice little ninja defuse in round number 1 as Aware took that lead.
I mean, there's some mistakes, though. I mean, we were about to see Gfkid just absolutely flap to bits on a shot. It was ridiculous. In that moment, he did well, but it was the round before that. He just completely missed somebody and got wiped out. There was that round, the first round where Infused got the plant down on a bridge side, and it was a good position for them to have it in. And then they only had PD watching it when they had 4 live, and suddenly he gets taken down. They're nowhere near the bottom to watch it, and it was like little mistakes like that they're going to have to work on, especially going up against a good team like Splice.
But again, it's nitpicking. There's just like a little bit of time of their tactics, maybe a little few decisions they could have made.
But it's just like little silly things, isn't it? It's not necessarily big issues within their game. The uplink, though, is an interesting one.
You know, I've said a few times this weekend, if I was the Infused coach, I'd watch this, and Didge does a great job, but they've lost so few maps that of the ones they've lost, I've still felt that they've been absolutely winnable, and this is another example of it here. I think that's why I feel so strongly about learning experience for this Infused team. They have a lot to polish on, and for how good they look right now as a team, it gives you a lot of hope for the rest of the year. Aware, though, as a unit on this map, certainly, in my opinion, outplayed Infused. Simple as that. It was not a slang. It was not a crazy slang thing. It wasn't anything else but a better understanding of how to play Frost uplink and putting themselves in the best spot to be successful.
Yeah, it was just they were getting the kills at the right time, weren't they? Aware. It was just a case of them gunning Infused at the right times, and once Benji got fully streaked out, he put on a bit of a clinic. 20 and 14 at this point, and I think he ended up with like 32, 35, something like that in the end. So
Yeah, he stopped Infuse from coming back.
Yeah.
there's no doubt about it. He single-handedly just continued to just lay the hurt on, and he was just slaying so hard that Infuse couldn't get anything going. There was a few times they tried to push, they made 1 or 2, and they just lost the players.
Actually thought about this moment too as this went on, the misplay with the camo, where you expect camo to be brought out. Absolutely still a winnable game. I believe that was Nelson on the side of Infused, where everyone in the venue is sitting there going, okay, yeah, he'll camo this. He played so aggressively like he was going to camo, and then just never wound up using it. It came back to bite him as he got taken down before the dunk came in, and his team winds up losing by 2.
They certainly did. Well, left reeling after that uplink. Infuse came back into fine form, but not straight away as we move on to the 4th map. Benji started off, and we were wondering, is this going map 5?
Yeah, he started off hot. I think he picks up, what, like 6 kills? Yeah, I mean, some of them are really nice. I mean, if you watch him, just the flick on this last kill, actually, before he does go down. I think it's a 5 or 6 in one he ends up being.
Yeah, it's 5.
Yeah, I think he then picks up... Right, okay, so yeah, he picks up 5, and I think halfway through the map, after the first rotation, he only picked up another 4 kills. I mean, look, he's 12 and 18 after going 5 and 1 off the start, and Fuse made it look comfortable. So obviously he's carried that momentum from that outlet game and just not really made it count afterwards. It was looking like they were going to make a good game out of it, and then suddenly Infused was just like, oh, well, actually, we are actually much better than you.
Yeah, when we talk about a team that outplayed them in map 3 with Aware just completely picking apart Infused and putting the game at their pace that they wanted to, Infused then brought it back now to do the same to Aware. Everybody positive for the majority of this game. PD was just going off. How many times did we see plays where, like, okay, yeah, Aware will clean this out, and then out of nowhere, an Infused member does a play like that right there from Nelson to keep control of the hard point for their team. They wind up moving on. Aware do go home. Top 6, though, if I'm an Aware fan, I'm pretty happy with that.
I think if you're an Aware player, you should be happy with that.
Yeah, should be.
Although everybody wants to win the tournament, I don't think, it's realistic for Aware to have expected to come here and win it. Top 6 is a great achievement. It's something that a lot of people would not have given them coming into this tournament. But they did it. They've had some decent games. They've got through. Top 8 was where I thought they would go, but apparently not.
You look at some of the teams that have been knocked out due to, Fnatic placing below them, Epsilon placing below them. Teams like that you would probably have expected to be in the top 6 place, and then Aware came in there and said, actually, let's take these pro points and let's maybe get ourselves into a position to go to Atlanta.
Yeah, they certainly have, and of course that means Infused move forward. So, I'm going to ask you this, Jack.
Okay.
Can they go all the way?
No.
No. All right, well, let's look at the bracket then. Let's find out and see how that is going down so far and where we have got to on Championship Sunday. As you can see, so many games done. We've seen Splice versus 3G. We've seen Infuse versus Aware. Coming up on what is left, only 4 teams. Orbit versus Elevate. And in the losers bracket, Splice versus Infused. All of those games could be fantastic, and they are coming up right after this. First game, Orbit versus Elevate. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London here live from the Gfinity Arena. We are getting into the final part of this tournament. Only 4 teams now remain. And we are ready to break down the next one to see again who is going through to the grand final. Joining me on the desk, though, one expert and one Rel. Rel, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Really looking forward to this game. We were just talking before. It's going to be almost impossible to call. It should be a really good one.
And on our expert. X, how are you doing?
I'm pretty good. I think this is going to be a pretty good match. I do feel strongly about one team over the other coming in, but you know, obviously we've seen some crazier matches here in bracket play as opposed to groups, so you never know what happens.
All right, well, before we get too much into this game, I'd actually like to kind of recap some of the things that have gone on this tournament. I want to really kind of talk about what we were expecting before we came in to what we've actually ended up seeing. Rel, is there anything that's maybe stood out for you?
I thought Splice would be just smashing the way through everyone. I thought it'd just be straight 3-0s. They, in my opinion, with a stronger team on the run-up to this event. That's the first thing. And I think Aware have been a bit of a surprise team as well. And 3G. I know I've just kind of just covering every team. No, I'd say...
Don't worry, Rel, you're not known for sitting on the fence. It's fine for the
Of course not. Aware and 3G.
It's from his brother.
Yeah. Aware and 3G, big surprises, have done exceptionally well and surpassed expectations. And Splice, in my opinion, even though they're still in this tournament and could win it, have underperformed a little bit.
Okay, underperforming. Do you agree?
I mean, for me, I look at the entire tournament as a whole, and you know, Aware in 3G, very good stories. They come in, they place a little bit higher than expected, but I think you just switch Fnatic and Epsilon in those 2 teams, and it's pretty much kind of where we thought we would be sitting at this moment in time. I'm a little bit shocked that Splice lost earlier, but I do feel like if they were to have lost to somebody, Orbit was probably a good opponent for them to lose to, just from the standpoint that the Orbit guys come in, they have a little bit more to play for. You know, they got dropped last year. You know, after XP, they had a lot on the line. So I feel like they were a little bit more motivated in that series against Splice. And today you see the Splice we all thought we would see.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a little bit topsy-turvy since we come out of the groups. That first sort of loss for Orbit against 3G sort of turned this tournament a little bit. I mean, we've had Infuse going to the loser bracket. Splice went to the loser bracket. It's left us with this winners bracket final of Orbit versus Elevate. And I don't think anybody actually predicted that correctly.
I think people would have said Elevate would have been there.
Yeah.
Not Orbit. I think, you know, once you actually saw Splice drop out, you kind of saw this being your easy, kind of clear road to the winner bracket final.
Yeah, no, I would agree. It's I think a lot of people would have said maybe Splice Elevate, so Orbit have done really well.
Who do you think is the biggest shock this tournament? Who's maybe massively overperformed or underperformed?
For me, I think it's still Infused. Like, you know, 3G and Aware, we talked about that, very nice stories. But I think Infused really shocked me. I didn't think they'd be as strong as they are. I think Moose specifically with his play in PD as well.
For me, I think a bit of a shock was Fnatic. I don't think anyone was really expecting them to dip out at the point that they did.
Yeah, and maybe Epsilon as well. But, I mean, Epsilon, we talk about being lack of practice. So it's, like, it's expected, but...
Late minute ad, coming in under practiced. I didn't really expect a ton from Epsilon. They were pretty much just raw skill, carrying them as far as they could.
Yeah, I think that was said multiple times. They said these guys clearly haven't played as much as everyone else, but they are actually just that good. They can kind of carry them far enough. But once you start getting against the really good teams, you're going to make a mistake. That mistake will be punished.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, we've seen Splice. They've punished a lot of teams for a lot of the errors they've made. Elevate as well. And coming up in this matchup, they do a good job of kind of forcing you into mistakes and taking good advantage of it.
All right, well, that is enough recapping the rest of the tournament. Let's move on to this game. First up, Orbit.
Yeah, and there we go. We have all the boys on the screen. Joe and Rated, X Splice, Urban and Zero, X Infused teaming up and really showing what they're capable of.
Who's the best player on this team?
I would say Zero.
Ah, see, the team would say Joe. See, I know that.
Which is like, I feel like he's out of all of them. I mean, Joe's obviously a veteran in the scene, but like, you know, Zero's a big name, Rated as well. He's quiet. That's the thing. I look at all the other names and it's like, you know, big personalities. Like you kind of associate that with, like superstar players. Like Joe's like that quiet, like assassin in the corner. He's had a phenomenal event. I put up 13 kills in that last S&D we saw. So I think Joe can definitely be a primetime player in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been the story of Joe's career. Is that he's always with these superstars and he's always overlooked. He doesn't do interviews, doesn't really, you know, make the biggest flashes of plays, but everyone who's ever teamed with him has kind of just spoke volumes about his skill level and just how good he is at this game.
I mean, you know, for Infuse one time, a long time ago, to drop Momo to pick up Joe tells you how skilled Joe was.
Well, in fairness, they could have picked up anyone to replace Momo. Anyway, let's move on to Elevate. Really, Shawnee, Watson, and Zed. Maybe not the biggest names coming into this, but the mesh of these has looked phenomenal so far.
And we talked a lot about Watson during this event thus far. In the last series, I think we watched, he was actually pretty subpar. I think you're really looking at Watson, how he plays. Obviously, a very good shot. You're getting more of the mental game up to speed with like where we are in terms of the meta this year with Watson. But I feel like this is a big series for Watson specifically. I think, the Shawnee and specifically Zed have been very consistent for this team. Watson needs to show up in respawn game modes. If he does, I think this is a series Elevate can kind of take in a 3-1 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, we saw both the KD spreads, both very positive for both teams. Heavy slayers either side, but Elevate do just about edge it.
All right, well, let's move on to the key player matchup then. It's going to be Newman, Shawnee against Urban. So what do we think about this?
Yeah, well, as you can see, neither of these two particularly top the charts in terms of the ratings in each different area, but they are still positive in each of them respectively, and fairly even. So it could be close to see who comes out on top between these two.
And I feel like Shawnee is in a different spot than Urban. He just needs to play consistent, put up kind of the same amount, your 25, 27 kills per game in respawn game modes. Doesn't need to do anything otherworldly. On the other side, Urban, he's in a different role than he was last year. He's playing with, rated 0 Joe, 3 players who are going to be explosive. His numbers are going to dip down quite significantly, so it doesn't surprise me too much.
No, well, the interesting thing for this game, for me, is that both teams aren't really performing as I expected them to. Not in terms of skill level, but the fact that there is a weakness in the respawn of Orbit, and we have seen it once or twice this tournament, and that, Elevate have been saying our S&D's a little bit shaky, and we know Reedy's been a kind of an S&D specialist for a while. So for those teams to kind of have those two weaknesses coming into this game, I'm very excited to see how it actually plays out.
It's a series that's extremely difficult to predict.
Yeah.
Just from the standpoint that, like you were talking about, Elevate, they don't feel great about their S&D. Their respawn's been pretty good. And the other side, Orbit, their respawn has been lackluster at times. Their search and destroy has been pretty good. So I know both teams kind of playing to the other's strength, so to speak, when the time of weakness. And I think, look, this is a series that we can look back on, I think, and I know either team may win, 3-0, 3-1, and like 1 or 2 plays could have swung the series the complete other way.
Yeah, I think so. Well, let's have a little look at the maps as we go into this one. Retaliation, Scorch, Throwback, Breakout, and Crusher. It's time for the predictions. Rel, I'm going to start with you.
I think it's going to be 3-1 to Elevate. I think Orbit will take the S&D.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think it'll be at 3-1 towards Elevate as well. I think Watson shows up in this one, plays pretty well.
All right, 3-1 to Elevate. Let's see if that's how this one plays out. Over to Jonas and Tan.
Well, Chris, this is it. It all comes down to the final of this winner bracket. And what a great one between Team Orbit, that has looked great so far in the winner bracket, and then the other team, Elevate, yet undefeated in this tournament.
Elevate are going to be wanting to go in undefeated into the grand final, and Orbit will want to answer back to their critics. I think they already have done today. But to further push that, they want to win this game, Jonas. And I'm excited to see this one. Which way do you see this going?
I've got to go with Elevate. They're yet undefeated. Orbit look great, sure, but there was also some weaknesses that we've been able to identify throughout the tournament. They had a very close game against Infuse, and on the other end, Elevate just looking extremely convincing throughout the tournament. I've got to favor them going into this one.
Yeah, and for me, this hard point is going to be the real teller of the series. I think Orbit should walk away with this one, actually, and I'm interested to see how Urban's going to play. Let's hear from him about his opponents Infused.
Elevate have had a pretty flawless weekend so far. They've all been playing out of their minds, Shawnee and Zed especially, if they've just been going off. So it's going to be a good game to play against them. We could be able to beat them, they could beat us. It's just going to be an intense game.
Well, of course, it is their opponents, Elevate, not Infused. We'll get this off to a terrible start, but we will hopefully allow the gameplay to talk for itself. On board with Rated. Let's get into this one. Jonas, Zed gets taken down.
Urban not off to the best start as Elevate picks up all the initial kills to lock down that bridge R point, and here it created. Woo! For a second, I thought he was going to be able to pick up both, but Zed's going to get the best out of him, and Urban comes in with the double kill. He's going to be able to secure that bridge hard point for Orbit. They should be able to tie it up very easily with Elevate.
Really coming around back with a K-bar. That's going to cause a lot of problems for Team Orbit. They're going to get taken down.
Very nice positioning for Reedy. I saw him coming all around the back and was able to go for a pinch with the rest of his teammate, completely undetected by Team Orbit, and is going to give the edge to his team. Going into the second R point, it's going to be lower street R point, but Orbit have a better rotation. It comes down to a few gunfight, but there we go, Orbit with the initial rotation. Reedy is going to come in huge gunfight with the Irad, not going to be able to do any more damage.
Let's go on board with Zed. He's up in bedroom here, and he's going to be able to do something from this position. His team don't have control of plat right now, but they're going to just try and push in, try and get some sort of control here. They are in the lead, and they're going to extend that here as well during that spot. Orbit trying to approach on plat. Look at the shots from Zed onto Urban's head, taking him down as well. Gets control of Bike Shop. The rest of his team are with him as well. It's going to be an easy enough kill onto Rated. Also, 6 and 4 from Zed so far. And Elevate getting a few points on the board here.
Even though we're only in the early stages of this hardpoint turn, I feel like Elevate just have a better positioning so far. They've been composed, they've been calm on the map, they've been going for these rotations where, albeit it's more those hard breaks, those double kills that have been able to give them some points on the board, but Rated with a huge kill as they're going to be able to get the initial control on that catch draw R point, and they have a great setup. This is the money hill. This is where Orbit gets back into the game.
Well, Rated held that down very well, gets a kill and help from his teammate. I'm interested to see how Joe's going to do here off the back of a 1 and 8 currently. Not helping his team out a fantastic amount, and he needs to help now though, as the pinch is actually going to come in from Elevate. The kills are all going to go towards Orbit though. Shawnee's the only one there to try and cause some problems here. He's going to get the kill, not quite, does get cleaned up. I think he would have anyway if Rated hadn't went down. But just contesting it just for a little while. I'm going to go on board with a member of Elevate as they're pushing around through courtyard here. Really going to get taken down, already weak from the grenades. Zed's been pushed back there as well. And Orbit have held this absolutely sublimely. Well done by them. Shorty goes down too, and they're going to start rotating around. Let's see if anybody's thinking about it early on. Let's actually stay on board. Really, Kill's going to come in to take down Joe, and he's held this down very, very well. This is important for Elevate that they managed to hold this one. They have done. All right, yeah, they lost pretty much everything on Cathedral, but they've set themselves up very, very nicely for Broken.
Very reverse situation from the previous R point. This time Elevate is going to be the one with the rotation. I couldn't help but feel that Orbit had a great ult, but Elevate, they just didn't pinch correctly. They let Orbit get in with the positive trades, but now it's going to be Orbit trying to go for the trade as Elevate, as the control. Look at number 5, Watson needs to come before the pinch comes in, but it's just going to be too late. Orbit picks up every single kill and is going to get the control of that building again. And this is just a very unfortunate situation for Elevate. They gave everything for that rotation, and it's not going to be enough.
Biggest kill of that one was definitely from Zero. Zero pushed around the back, took down Reedy. That allowed his team to be able to push. He distracts. He gets some of that attention from Elevate as he's pushed around the back. They have to cover him. And suddenly his team flood in. They get a hold of the hard point. He's on a 4 streak. Zero starting to tear things up. We've seen him do well on this map before. Joe's still 4-12, but his team in the lead. Good 2 points from Orbit.
And number 5, Watson's not going to be able to get the scrap as he's only waiting for Zero to get out, and Shawnee comes in with a big double kill. Soon going to be the end of the rotation, and Orbit Elevate are pretty much tied up. 20-point difference and counting down in favor of Elevate. But as I say, that Zed with a huge double kill. Very, very close game so far.
Yeah, kills being exchanged in between each other in the hotel bar. Both these teams spending plenty of time in there over various events, I would imagine. On board with Zero, though, getting a pretty bad spawn towards Broken, but his team are inside that hard point. It is actually going to be Urban in and around that area. Just picking up that contest. The shot's going to come in. The rewind going to come in. Also, is he going to be able to do anything with it? No, I think maybe a little bit trigger happy with that one, but it is very situational, I suppose. Shawnee picking up a few kills, though. He's going to get some points on the board for Elevate. Very, very close game. They're just about going to take the lead if they can hold this, but it seems as if Orbit are pushing back. Great shots by Shawnee there to take down Zero.
And great job overall by Elevate on this hotel alleyway. It's definitely not the easiest one to hold on to, but they've been doing great. Urban, though, coming in the middle of the R point, and he was able to pick up so many kills, but I'm just wondering how Elevate was able to score that much on the last R point. But back to the very first one, it's going to be on the bridge, and Rated's going to be able to get some score streaks, and is only going to be able to find Zed, but it's definitely going to help in trying to break on bridge.
When we were talking to Zero previously before this game, me and Bryce were asking him, what are your keys to victory in this game against Elevate? And he said, we need Reese to show. We need Rated to start playing well. 40 and 12, he already had those streaks as well. which caused so many problems. He had actually cleared out Elevate off that hard point. His team actually haven't managed to pick up many points off the back of that, but he's still got the Trinity Rocket available. His team not picking up points currently, but he's having a decent enough performance. I want to see more from Joe, though. Let's see what he can do from this position with the K-Bar.
And the problem further with the use of this core streak is literally they got nothing out of it. They were able to get all the players from Elevate out of the hard point, but they weren't able to capitalize and break into the hill. So look at the score now. Elevate, 40 points in the lead. Orbit now have the rotation. Are they going to be able to keep it as Elevate is pinching for the break? And surely this is going to be enough as 3 kill goes in. Elevate goes big on lower street and is going to be able to have the control now. And they have the spawn as well, Ton. So if they can hold on to that one and Cathedral, this is going to be a very complicated one for Orbit.
Urban has just pulled Zed's pants down well and truly inside a bike shop. On board with Shawnee, though, he's got some defensive work to do. He goes down. Raid is going to get control of this low street. There's 25 seconds remaining, and they actually spawn them out. If you can look, Elevator got a split spawn, 8 and 6, so that is Reedy and Shawnee have pushed all the way back. Yes, Zed is holding that one down, but Raid's going to catch these guys off the bat here. Is he going to be able to make up both kills? Not quite, but the rest of Orbit are now pushing over towards that long bridge side.
Yeah, Joe is going to have very important gunfights on the right side of the map. Is with teammate Zero. Joe not able to find the kill. Rated is going to come in with the Trinity Rocket, going to allow Joe to get the spawns. And now this is Orbit with the rotations. They're not so far out. They had an amazing Cathedral hold in the previous rotation. Watson just gonna find the kill. This is gonna be very close. Surely Orbit can get a great hold here and get into the lead once again.
See, Reedy's thinking about it. He's thinking about pushing towards Broken. 35 seconds remaining, and Orbit will take a lead off this one if they can hold it down. Kill had come in from Watson. They're taking the time. Here it comes. They're going to go for the engagement now. Urban does get the kill, and the kills are actually being traded. Reedy, it's a big gunfight. Zero wins a double. Not going to get the last one, though. Zed's going to be there. Is anybody available yet? And they are going to still get the spawn. Rated and Co pushing in here now. He's got Camo as well.
Zed is all alone in the hill. He needs to go big. It's only 14 points, but it would be great to get him. Not going to be able to do so. But as I say that, there is one more player in the rotation for Elevate. It's going to be Watson. He's got 2 players to kill. Going to be able to pick up the first kill onto Zero. He can pick up the second one. Huge work from Watson. They needed the rotation for that broken hill. Now they need to hold on to it. This could be the end of the game if they're able to secure full 60.
Could not reiterate how big that is. They're not going to quite be able to win that, Jonas, but they'll be very close if they can hold this down. They got a pretty nice setup, but who's this actually? Is that Zero around the back? He's going to cause problems if he can get these 2 kills.
Zero!
Zero with a triple around the back. Watson's left all alone.
Again!
He has picked up 2, and is he going to be able to actually hold this down for Elevate? He's managed to survive for so long. His team are coming along bridge. Is Watson going to do that? How is he
doing it?
Going? Zero eventually takes him down, but he's held it for long enough. The rest of his team come in. Surely they'll be able to keep a hold of this one. Rated, going down street. Big gunfight going on inside that hard point.
Zed,
it's going to go over the Elevate. Watson, take my heart to you. 3 kills for him. The bombardment's going to come in. Urban pushing through this bridge, and both these teams fighting for those last few seconds. The thing is, Orbit are the ones who need them.
Watson, what a hero. That was absolutely nuts. Just all alone, he was able to get all the points on the board for Elevate for that broken hill. Now it's going to move to Hotel. Previously, it was Elevate who had the better performance on it. Can they reiterate? And if they can, they're going to be able to walk away with the win as Watson picks up 1 more kill. All the kills going down for Elevate. 10 points needed. Zero once again going used. This could be it.
Zero just used is active there as well, and let's see if Raid can stay alive. No, he can't. The kills are coming in. They're only 9 points away, but Orbit are currently in control. They need to try and keep this messy and get ready to move to bridge as 3 members of Elevate do actually go down. Let's calm it down. Let's see if Orbit can keep a hold of this point. They've got to try and do it, and they've got to do it effectively. Only 9 points needed here for Elevate. I'm going to stay with Joe because he's going to push through bedroom, back towards the corridor. Is he going to catch 2 members of Elevate? Yes, he is taking them down. Let's see, actually, it's Watson going to be pushing behind.
It's going to be a close one. Yeah. It's going to be a close one. 10 points left onto that hill. It's going to be 20 points difference between both teams. Elevate, they still only need 9, but they do not have the rotation. Orbit, once again, they've done it. They're prepared for that rotation. Actually, Elevate, as I say, that pick up all the kills, going to be so close.
This is massive. If he can get some kills with this score streak, Watson sort of wasting his time a little bit here. He's going to be able to make one. The kills are going to come in, and surely they're going to hold it down. 250 to 220 is the score. Elevate win that map. And you have to say, that broken hard point with Watson surely was the one that tilted it in their favor. Gets that final kill. I think irrelevant, they probably win it either way, but really well played by Watson to hold down that broken side all on his own. Elevate 1-0 in this series.
That was the turning moment, the defining moment on this very first map of the winner bracket finals. And as I look at the scoreboard, Tan, crazy game from Watson, dropping the 30 on the other end, really having a nightmare game. Only 14 kills to his name, but it doesn't matter. Only the W counts. And Zero's got to be frustrating with this one as well.
Yeah,
during that broken hill, it was basically 0 against Watson, both dropping 30 plus, but it's not going to be enough. Zero. Watson's going to walk away with this one.
Well, really good game between these two. And it's what we come to expect in the winners bracket final. These two teams seem to be pretty evenly matched, and it just comes down to Watson having a fantastic game there. Really well played by them. And we're just managing to sort out the teams. I think we're good to go.
Yeah, what an amazing game by Elevate. If this is going to reflect the rest of the series, I can't wait to play to see the other maps going into S&D now. However, I don't really know what to think, because we've seen Elevate, we see the roster, and we think this is a great S&D team, but they've not been very convincing in the previous games. However, Orbit winning Game 5 against Infused in a convincing fashion. Rated and Joe still delivering up to what we expect from those two players. We used to call them the S&D stars, and it's one they've been so far in the tournament. So again, we're going to be playing on Scorch. We've talked about Scorch and how that B-bomb side can be slightly chaotic, but we've also seen between the elite teams that ability to move to the A side.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. It's one of those sites that can be put down on, and you can potentially do something with it. At this moment in time, though, it's going to be interesting to see which way this one goes. We know that Orbit have had an alright S&D tournament, and for me, it's hard because both these teams are very, very good at S&D. Typically, though, you would expect Elevate to look good, but they haven't looked fantastic over the weekend. So Orbit should go on to win this map, I think.
And just looking at the faces in the Orbit booth, just a little frustrated or disappointed. I don't really know what was said or what went down, but definitely not a first.
I mean, you're going to be, aren't you? I mean, it all sort of came down on that broken
It was
side.
close, yeah.
And after that, it was just going to be really hard for them to bring it back. It's a hard point in the middle at Hotel Corridor, but hopefully we're going to get in this one fairly soon.
I'll Elevate on the other end. I mean, you win like this, and we know Watson. Once he starts playing good, sometimes he's just like unstoppable, and it just looked like a fire was lit in Watson during that broken hill.
Oh yeah.
First goes the rotation, right? He's 1v2, gets both kills. That's huge enough. But then all his teammates comes in. Here comes the push from Orbit.
Completely forgot.
He's all alone. He's all alone. Stays alive somehow, and then gets the kill and pretty much wins the game for it. Like, there was not a chance that I saw that this hill was going to be in favor of Elevate after that triple kill from Zero.
Yeah, Zero played it really well, and I think, you know, even if Watson picks up no more kills during that game and just does that, I mean, that just phenomenal work by him, and that's why I know we often do touch on players and how many kills they got in the game, because I think it's one of the stats that's readily available. You know, everyone can look at it and see what's going on if a player's having a good or bad game in terms of kills and deaths. But in a situation like that, even if that was the only kills he picked up in that game, phenomenal work by him. Just to see him pick up those important ones, you know, Joe, we've seen him not pick up a load of kills there, but, you know, if he went on to do that and win up, the game will be wax lyrical about him. You know, we've been talking so much about it. So I think I've tried to talk about it so much this weekend that kills aren't exactly everything, but let's have a look at the maps that are left to go. Scorch, Search, and Destroy coming up next. We are predicting Orbit. Did you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm going to go Orbit, but going into the next one's Throwback, I'm actually going to go Elevate.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think, and then, I mean, I think we could see Game 5 here.
We could. I think Orbit obviously got the potential to win Breakout Hardpoint. As far as I'm aware, I don't think they're like Retaliation very much. That could be wrong, don't quote me. I don't think Orbit really relate with it. Retaliation has been one of the best hardpoint maps, but Breakout could be different for them. We'll see what happens in that game. But this is going to be Scorch, Search, and Destroy. I want to hear some noise in the crowd here. Let us know who your favorite team is about these two. I mean, let's get some noise in the crowd, in the arena. Or let's not. You know, Courage asked for it. Jack, where are you to hype these guys up?
All right, Jack.
There,
nowhere,
that's not him.
no, that's not him. Jack, nowhere to be.
No,
found.
he'll be
sleeping.
napping. He'll be napping.
Yeah, he was napping earlier. I found him just sleeping heavily during 2 games. But let's get back to map number 2. It's going to be Search and Destroy. If you're just tuning in, Elevate won the first map. Very close one. Let's hope the SND can deliver to the same standard.
Well, let's see which way these teams are going to choose to play this one. It's looking as if
Joe.
A is going to be the side.
Joe, definitely a very interesting player in Search and Destroy. Extremely smart one. And quite a gamble again for Elevate. And
oh, Watson getting the first kill. Is Joe going to be able to pick this one up as well? Yes, he is. Really goes down. So the bomb is also down at 8. And they're going to have to defend this. It's going to be a big gunfight. Joe needs to get out of there. He just needs to defend. No, watch that grenade, bro. Shawnee going to take him down. See what he can do.
And I just look at the players in the previous games that we've seen from both teams. Orbit, just a more convincing team for me in S&D.
Well, as we go into this next round, let's see who we're going to go on both. Reader's using the bomb. Is he thinking about sniping? Not quite. Zed's there also. Shawnee, Watson. Yeah, okay. Nobody's sniping currently. I think we might see Reader bring that out. But this is the map.
Zero sniping.
That Elevate. We've seen Elevate have that 5-0 lead against Epsilon and choke it. So, you know, maybe that's in the back of their minds here as Orbit could potentially go on to take another round here. And they're not going to. 1-1.
1-1, very clean round from Team Elevate, just getting the trades much more efficiently than Orbit. And again, that B-bomb side has been quite heavily favored. Is going to go in favor of Elevate. Shawnee picking up the last kill on your final kill cam. Watson, 3 kills to his name already after a fantastic first map. I mean, if he can replicate his hardpoint performance going into the other maps, it's going to be a world of trouble for Orbit.
Well, on ball with Watson. Shots going in all over the place here. The first kill is going to come in. It is actually going to be Zed.
Such aggression from Zed once again, even though he is defending an Urban. Woo, 0. We missed that one, but definitely a great one towards middle with the sniper. Zed is going to pick up his 2nd kill of the round. 0 and Urban left in a 2-on-3 situation. They got the first round on the board. Weren't able. Ooh, 0 in a 1-on-2 situation after Urban gets the first kill, but straight away traded by Reedy. Ooh, 0 didn't see that one slide in. It's going to be 2nd round on the board for Team Elevate. And you know, the sniper, sure, it's great to pick up this initial kill, but it's so tense when you're in this one. He's not going to let it go, apparently. Wonder if he's going to be able to be efficient. Surely Elevate's going to be aware of this strategy. Has anyone in Elevate decided to pick one up? Yes.
Yeah, Reedy's going to try and counteract that sniper himself. So, which way can Reedy go with that one? The shots are being fired by both players.
Both
both survive.
All right, Reedy heavily tagged by grenades. He's going to spot 0 again. Going to launch some grenades of his own. Ooh,
that's
going to heavily tag some of the Orbit players. Surely that was close. Going to hit him as well. Meanwhile, Shawnee is going to pick up that first kill on Urban.
Going to pick up the kill, and the engagements are trying to come in. Joe is going to take down Reedy, traded away. But traded away in Elevate's favor. It's now a 1 versus 2.
And again, 0 in a 1 versus 2 with a sniper. They're going to rush him. They know that he has a sniper. This is really well played from Elevate. It's that situation again. You're left alone 1v2 with a sniper. Even if you pick up that first kill, whether it's with the sniper or your pistol, it's going to be very hard to pick up the second one. And Watson is finally going to pick up this one. 3 rounds straight for Elevate. Looking great once again. Up 3-1 in this Search and Destroy.
Moving into the next round. Let's see on the attack. Zero choosing to put it away now. I think that's probably advisable.
But not really.
Yeah, he's going to go with it. Let's see if he gets anything off the bat here. He's usually trying to make it down this right-hand side to see if he can beat somebody there. It seems as if someone's going to push in. No, they were thinking about it. They've backed off, and rightly so.
They've actually tried to bait through middle, and Urban is going to go through and is going to be able to pick up the first kill. Nice plays.
It's going to back off. Yeah, he's going to push it. But it looks as if Watson is trying to read that. Watson having another good game here. 5-2 from him.
And look at Watson. It's going to be perfect timing to kill Urban. making me look scared for a second, but it's going to be a 2-on-2 situation, rated in 0 against Watson and Reedy. Reedy obviously with a sniper, so maybe the same thing will happen to him that what happened to 0 previously. Don't want to leave him in a 1-on-2 situation, so both players are going to regroup and stay together. Orbit's got to plant the bomb, and they've got 38 seconds to do so.
Well, both these teams are either side of walkway here. And the bomb is being planted, I do believe. And are Elevate going to be aware? Let's find out. On board with 0. Of course, he does have rated with him. Watson has Reedy with him, but Reedy only at this moment in time has the sniper and pistol. So it's going to be a hard retake. Let's go on board with Watson.
All right, it's going to be a tough one. Watson is going to go in. There's one player on each side if they can find. First
Reedy's
one definitely going to be doable. They didn't go as far. They didn't go far enough. So 0 is not going to be spotted, and is going to be in a prime situation to defend this bomb site, and he's going to pick up the first kill. This is going to be GG for that round. Watson left alone in a 1v2 situation with 10 seconds left to defuse the bomb. No chance is going to make it, and Orbit is going to score the second round as 0 picks up yet another kill. Very nice one.
That was 3 kills in a row by 0. We'll keep an eye on those streaks to see if he's anywhere near them. There's the round and the kill cam from him. Really nice shots with that NV4.
6 kills to his name already. Definitely making an impact. But on the other end, I mean, 6 kills for both Watson and Zed. Starting off strong, but not enough in that previous round to go up 4 rounds.
Check 0's score streaks for me, will you there, Jonas?
He's quite far off. He doesn't have the Scarab, so...
Yeah, okay, so on board now.
Oh, he's got a sniper again.
He's gonna pick anything with a sniper. Yeah, he's not in a bad position to do something.
Spotted the trophy. Knows there's going to be someone.
He's going to get the first one. They have to be careful. Watson jumps in there a little bit aggressively.
All right, they cleared the bomb site. They want to regroup. They want to make sure that they don't give away any bad kills. All right, let's look at Urban. He's in a great situation, and he's going to be able to pick up 1 more kill. So now it's going to be a 2-on-4. Shani and Zed. Can they make it? 9 kills combined so far in this S&D, and they're going to rotate all the way back to A.
Yep, and playing a dangerous game here. They need to try and do something with this round if they can. This will be a couple of rounds off the bounce for Orbit. On board with Shawnee, though.
Look at this group.
Yeah, I mean, it's working out for them. They seem to just be playing.
It's a 4-man army.
Yeah, they're just rotating against each other.
Actually, the Mind Gaze playing in the Elevate's favor. They're going to be able to plan this one, I believe. And look at all the players from Elevate just following each other. Very funny. And the bomb is going to be planted, but it's going to be a tough one. Actually, Zed waited.
He jumped off it and he got a kill.
Oh no! He killed him through the wall.
He must have been so weak. And Zed took 1 bullet from his teammate. That's so unfortunate.
That is literally the unluckiest he could have been. And this round's going to be complicated to win for Shani. Shani is not going to be able to go with this one. And Orbit are going to tie things up in this search and destroy 3-3. But again, how unlucky was that?
Very, very unlucky. I think Zed jumping off, if he hadn't done, he would have died anyway, and then Shawnee getting the bullet in. So it's just one of those things. I think it was always going to be a hard round to win for them 2 versus 4 with the way that Orbit were jumping around the map, just trying to play for those trades. And rightly so.
0 still hasn't died, so getting closer to score streaks and payloads. Not sure if he's going to be able to have them, but definitely keeping an eye on them as the whole team of Orbit is going to head towards A. Shawnee is going to be the only defender who's going to manage to stay alive. Probably better rated, going to pick up the first kill.
Elevate are on the way over. Rated does, as said, pick up that first kill on the Zed. The bomb does go down. And they're gonna walk back towards the other side of walkway. I think they got that on the site that they need to, and let's see if they can do what Infuse couldn't and defend this site. But who's that pushed up at 0 again? Let's go on board with them.
All right, it's going to be a complicated 1-0 in a great location. It's going to be a fall to pick up 2 more kills. And now you see it was quite far off his score streaks, but it's getting closer and closer. He's got his payload available, 75 points away from his score streak. It's going to be a scary perspective for Elevate as Orbit answers back. Elevate scores 3 at the row, and Orbit say we can do the same, go up 4-3 in S&D, 2 rounds away from taking command number 2.
Well, a very close game in this search and destroy, and it was in the hard point as well.
Now I think
lead is taken up.
Need to kill 0 on the Elevate side, because if you can get those score streaks, it's going to be a very complicated one to come back to.
Let's go with him. Let's see if he's going to be able to pick this one up.
Oh, he's got your reactive armor ready. It's one thing for sure. It could definitely use it to pick up that score streak. It's going to go towards that right side. All 8 players in the same location. Rated going to pick up the first kill, and just like this, they're going to go buzzing in this S&D bomb and just kill everyone very fast round. I will say, however, only one player died on the side of Orbit, and it was Zero, so he's not going to earn those goal streaks. And maybe it was the plan all along for Elevate. Let's just go in and try to find Zero.
That's sort of one of those rounds, isn't it, where it's like, okay, we lost it, but at least we gained something from it. So
yeah,
let's, the 2 payloads are available now for Orbit as they're 1 round away, and it's looking like they're choosing to go to A. And look at this push out of Elliot all the way through the mid-map. Zero's going to spot them. Those on the reactive armor going to get 1. Is he going to get the second as well? Zero going massive. Shawnee did answer back, and as has Watson. Watson falls off the map, and 6-3 is the score to Orbit. And it all happened so fast in the middle of the map. 1-1.
Well, those last 2 rounds lasted about 10 seconds each. Huge stuff from Zero towards the middle of the map, picking up 2 more kills, making it 11. Monster performance so far in the grand final from Zero. He was slightly quiet during the semi-finals, but he is back like it was last year. 1-1 Orbit ties it up straight away. Elevate, a bit of a complicated one, really. I don't know where he's going up with him, but he had a very complicated first map, and that second replicated that performance walking out the booth. Probably
it's
not.
Because me and Brycey were saying we're telling him how rubbish he was before the game. Obviously, we've been sarcastic, so I think we're in his head.
Might have jinxed him.
We might have jinxed him, yeah. 1-8 from him at this moment in time. But, you know, I think the team would have they may have expected to lose that S&D with the way that they've been going with S&D this weekend. So
it could be, but you know, once again, it's slightly weird. You know, they win 3 rounds at the road, they go 3-1 up, and just not able to do anything about it. It's a bit of a crazy one, for sure. As Orbit win 5 rounds at the row. Zero died once during those 5 rounds.
Yeah, it was looking as if Elevate was starting to take over, but as I said, you know, Zero really lit up the scoreboard there and played it very well.
Just like the first map, really. Look at the boys on Orbit. Zero on your screen, just making sure his hair looks perfect for that game number 3. It's going to be uplink on throwback. Now, I don't really know what to expect going into this one time. Uplink, you know, I really think both teams are good uplink teams, and I think it might be the closest map. I think it might be even closer than the hardpoint.
Yeah, it could be. I think Elevate might win this map. I think we did predict that Elevate would win the first map, Orbit would win the second, and Elevate the third, and it's going to be interesting.
I can believe that.
Yeah. Did we predict that, or am I making this up? Just
well, even if we didn't, we'll just pretend we did.
Yeah, I mean that's what Jack does anyway. I mean,
yeah, that's exactly.
Oh yeah, guys.
He just pretends all the time, doesn't he?
Yeah, I know. He's just a terrible human being. I mean, I might as well get on the bandwagon and start hating on Jack as well, because I mean, that's what Brycey does. And
well, we could talk.
I should really side. I should side with Brycey because he's in charge of the desk, and we can't actually say anything to him ourselves.
True.
Because every time you try and say something to him, he just takes it off conversation because he's in charge of the desk.
Very true.
Scumbag.
Very, very true.
Scumbag as well. I hate the lot of you, especially Rel. I'm glad it's his last event.
Oh, don't say that, Rel. If you're looking, we love you. We'll miss you. But there is another man that we've kind of been missing in this game so far. Joe's been quiet.
He has been
Joe's
quiet.
been quiet the whole tournament. Yeah, you know, he's the kind of player that you're looking at, and you know, he'll be consistent. He'll obviously be picking the kills that he needs to pick up. But you know, sometimes, every once in a while, you see Joe just having a monster game, and we've just not seen this Joe yet during this tournament. Well, we're having another look at the map. Of course, we've said it. Next map is going to be throwback uplink. Going into next ones, because we will be seeing a game number 4. It will be breakout hardpoint, and if it gets to the last map, it's going to be on Crusher. Kind of similar playstyle to Scorch. 2 very similar S&D maps in the way they've been played.
In a way, yes. I think the only way that I disagree with you is that Crusher seems a little bit more varied. I know we have seen, as the weekends went on, on Scorch utilized a little bit more, but I think if you look at that both those bomb sites on Crusher, they are both used, but we might not even get there as we do move into the next map. It is going to be throwback. It is going to be uplink. And yes, the trophy, of course.
Absolutely gorgeous trophy. And throwback, where the portal on the top side of the map was actually slightly moved back yesterday, so some of the one-pointers that we've been able to see might not be able to be reproduced. The team definitely aware of that, probably been able to work, and I hope been able to work on the one-pointers.
I think, does it make the one-pointers impossible now? I think it does. I think that was probably the idea of the change.
Yeah, because the other side, there is not really any one-pointers that you can get from so far out. Looking at the rig draft, nothing that stands out, and we're gonna load into game number 3. Elevate against Orbit, winner bracket final between those two teams, and what a great one. Let's see if it's gonna be as close as the first one.
Well, all the kills are gonna come in there from Elevate, and they're going to be able to pick up that uplink drone and push on forward straight away. We've got the lead blocker. That is Zed. He might die, but it's going to be just enough as Reed pushes on through. And what a fantastic start here by Elevate. Wow. Going to come in. They're going to keep it going. Zero's the only guy to get a kill back on Orbit. Sorry, going to get a second as well. So well defended by Zero. Is he going to be able to pick up this next one as well? Shawnee goes down. So Zero defending fantastically well. That could have been bad for his team if he did not.
Huge start from Elevate on that uplink. Just getting all the kills, and the lead blocker doing the perfect role that was textbook from Elevate, and almost making almost making Orbit like Kanamatsu team that during that start. It's very, very rare between two elite teams that you see that kind of start, and Joe yet to pick up a kill. Now again, the pressure is going to come in from the side of Elevate. Luckily enough, Orbit is going to find 3 kills and is going to have some breathing room, maybe even the opportunity to go for a first score. Urban's going to have control of the drone. Players go down, kills get traded. It's not looking great so far for Elevate, for Orbit during this one.
They're getting the kills sometimes, but it just, I mean, Zero's the only guy that really defended fantastically well, and then that caused Elevate to be able to push on. You got no time for drinking when you're driving, Jonas.
Exactly, I just realized that. But Orbit is gonna get the defensive kills, but not enough to prevent the 1 point to come in. It's going to be 3-0 to Elevate.
They do have control mid.
Well, they had it earlier, and they weren't able to produce anything with it, so they're going to need to find solutions in quickly, because so far it's been a dominating performance from the Red Rebellion. Rated 6 kills to his name. It's been we've been talking about his importance in the Respawn's games, and is not going to be able to find any more kills as Reedy comes in and destroy him. His ex-teammate Reedy and Rated, a very old duo. They teamed for so long together. Sometimes it feels weird to not see them on the same team. And Shawnee is just going to stay alive up there. Players of Orbit trying to pick up the drone, not going to be able to do anything about it as Watson picks up 2 more. 8 kills. Yeah, they're definitely not picking up the kills. Manual Pulse coming in. Is Zed going to be able to get it? No, he's going to die.
It's going to be Zero to try and save them here. Is he going to be able to do anything again? No, not quite. Another point going in. And every single time we do see Elevate push forward, it looks like they're getting points on the board. Orbit haven't even had a chance to push out themselves. And, you know, with that 1 point end up being available now as well, it's going to be very hard for them to get some on the board here. I think they just need to try and concentrate on damage limitation. When it gets to 2 minutes remaining, you know, you can try and just slow things down a little bit. But, of course, they do still want to try and get some points on the board here.
Whoa, careful, Orbit. That was a kind of a scary one. The manual pass was coming in for Zed. Zed is going to have to come back to defend the drone. He's going to be able to pick up 2 massive kills. He's now on a 3 streak, 12 kills to his name already. And Elevate just dominating that first half. It's 3 minutes and 30 seconds into that first half. And Watson is going to be able to go for 1 more.
And picks up a kill as well, but does go down, Rated, defending well. And we haven't seen anything from Orbit to suggest that even in this game.
Is even on the map?
Yeah, I know that they're really not doing anything here. Urban not having a fantastic game at 4 and 10. Yeah. From this position, needs to start picking up some kills. That's the thing. They've never been able to pick up the kills in the right places, though. Whenever they are picking up the kills, the reason why I mean, they are obviously getting outside, but why it doesn't look like too bad is because they're picking up the kills on the defense, and it's just not enough to get points on the board. This is the furthest forward we've actually seen them at this point.
Yeah, and
pushing towards Lemons, and they just get shut down every single time.
There was enough room after Urban picked up a nice couple kill, but he was just not able to pick up anymore. So Rated picked up the drone, and he had to let it go because there was no lead blocker, no teammate to support him as Joe picks up 2 more kills. The side of Elevate attacking once more. Really not having fantastic game from the slaying department, but he's been the one who's been carrying the drone most, and Zed is going to go on the left side. There is a lot of players from Orbit on the left side of the map to defend, but they're all going to get picked up by Shawnee. Zero, last one live is going to be picked up by Watson. Surely this could again be a one. Really is going to go for it. Is it going to be intercepted? No, it isn't. Goes 6-0 during that first half. Dominating performance.
Yeah, really looking good from Elevate. Orbit have no answer for it. That's the thing. I mean, they look a little bit lost on this map, if I'm honest with you. They really, really do. They're not making the kills where they need to. And this is even with an underperforming Reedy. He's not played very well the past 3 maps. And Elevate are still walking away with this one. And of course, I think they are on what you would be calling the preferred side. But at the same time, 6-0 is a very convincing scoreline at the halfway mark. Looking at Urban 8 and 14 from him. You see, as I said though, I mean, the kills that they are getting, they're on the defense. They're not in a position where you can get control of the map and push forward and try and get some points on the board. They're in an area where they're defending to try and stop the other team getting so many points. And so far, Elevate have gotten 6 of them.
But, you know, those kills from, the lack of kills from Urban doesn't even really matter. We see Reedy on the other side with a comparable performance, but he's been scoring, he's been carrying the drone, and Urban has been trying to carry the drone, but there is just no opportunity to do so, as his teammates are just not able to get the mid-map control and the kills. Now on board with the guys from Orbit. Let's see if they can turn it around. Rated, he's going to pick up one more kill. Maybe there will be some room to go for control.
Catch.
Yeah. Catch it, mate.
Well, they're not doing very good with drones. How are they doing with grenades? Zed does take down Rated down that right-hand side. On board with Zero, just trying to get something together here for his team. And they have potential to bring this one back. They're a very, very strong team. But this moment in time, Elevate are making this look a little bit easy. Really starting to pick up some kills. Mid-map got his E-Ride out. I'm just going to try and keep it close and personal. I think, yeah, he's going to keep a hold of the drone. And he is the one with the points on the board for his team. 4 so far.
This could be huge as Zed picks up the kill mid-map. Reedy is going to be able to go for 1 point surely, and it's going to be a little short.
Yeah, it was over the top.
Yeah, it was definitely at the end of his slide, so maybe he messed up his movement. It was a little stress with the number of players from Orbit looking at him, but Orbit a bit sloppy, you know, 3 players alive, and they only noticed that Reedy was going on the right side of the map last second.
He's on a 10 now, he does go down to Rated.
Joe, last one alive, and there is going to be completely uncontested. Surely is going to be able to go for the one, and it's going to miss. Oh, what is going on with those ones for the first time?
I'll tell you what's going on. We are absolutely dink at it. We cannot throw uplink drones. European teams suck at it. It's so bad. We need to sort it out right now.
Yeah, they need to sort it out before MLG Atlanta, otherwise it's going to be kind of embarrassing.
It is embarrassing.
It is already embarrassing, but it's going to be even worse if they go to America and they keep replicating the same kind of it was their first.
I'd call out some French teams, you know, I mean, they're eventually
finally.
I'd call out some French teams on their uplink play, but
hold on,
I can't
the relay's in place. Hold on, the replay's in place. The manual pass is going to go in. Perfect from Urban, and is probably going to be able to go for a second too. So all of a sudden, just like that, in a few seconds, it's going to be a 1 possession difference game. Shawnee.
That's big for Shawnee.
Huge double kill. If he didn't get it, I would have been worried. And Shawnee, pardon my friend, 21 kills, and what a 3-piece there.
I'm glad you're keeping us on track here, by the way, because I didn't notice that relay going on at all, and suddenly Orbit have made this a game.
Oof.
So Watson started firing down the right-hand side.
Oh, this is the scary Watson there.
Yeah, he's a very scary Watson right now. Jack is very scared of him. Look at the scarier player on the other team, Rated, coming in with 3 kills down the left-hand side. Does go down to Reedy, who's got some defensive work to do. Scarab to the face of Zero. Thank you very much, says Reedy, as he pushes down, but nice defensive work by Rated. Streaks coming in. Rated gets another kill on the board, taking down Reedy eventually.
How did Rated do that? That was
they just
absolutely amazing. And Reedy, Rated finding 22 kills so far. The only one really alive in this series and keeping it a game for Orbit. Once again, they're going to be dominating the kill field. Maybe the opportunity to tie up the game. Watson with 2 kills on the right side. Going to make this a little slower for Orbit, but they do have kind of control of the map. It's going to be very close. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Who wins those 2 gunfights is going to be very important.
Yeah, let's see. I think both teams just really lengthen out what's going on here, then they will be able to just slow it down. But Elevator on the push here, they're going to be able to get through Granny's not quite. Urban shuts that push down very, very easily. Shawnee is
gotta go big.
Quite overextending, yeah, but he could be. If he can get this kill, this might actually set them up. He's not going to choose it. He's going to choose.
This grenade was huge from Zed. It completely stopped Orbit from being able to advance on the map with the drone.
Oh, Watson again getting scary. I said in the middle of the map, he's not far off his payload. He actually has it. Let's see what Watson's going to do from this moment. He's got overdrive. Actually, has activated. If we can go back to Watson.
Oh, he's
got camo.
To go for it, and it is camo, and it's gonna go in. And with 1 minute left, Orbit, they had the chance to come back, but once again, 29 kills on a streak, using his camo perfectly to put the score forward for the side of Elevate. 30 seconds left. It's going to be an impossible one for Orbit.
That's surely going to be another point on the board. It's 10-4 is now the score. As Reedy puts that one in. Zed slaying in the spawn as well. Picks up 3 on his own. Reedy takes him down, saying, bro, I need some kills.
Wow.
Some more, 19 and 22 from him. Very convincing win here for Elevate. A very strong half on the first side. Orbit looked like they were just creeping back into it. And suddenly Elevate turn it on once again. Those payloads are really paying off for them. And then going to walk away as winners of that map. It's going to be 2-1 in the series. We're going to go into map number 4. And all Elevate need is 1 more map to get into the grand final. And there it is, 10-4 is the score.
Wow. What a monster performance again from 2 of the players on the side of Elevate. Watson and Zed with the double 30 bomb, 34-21 for Zed. Some of the players on his team were saying he's the best player in Europe, and he's definitely delivered in that uplink game. But Shawnee, 27 and 22. Last but not least, really only 19 kills, but
he stepped it up though. He was having a worse game than that at one point, and he did step it up for his
and he
team
did all the
in second
objective
half.
work.
Yeah, he did a lot of objective work, which is what we need. And, well, let's see which way this one's going to go now. Orbit are behind here.
They are behind, and the problem
they
is
lost the last hard point.
During this uplink, they only existed for about a minute.
Yeah, I think it was just a genuinely poor
It was just a relay.
Yeah, the relay was the only time they actually had an opportunity to do anything, and it was just a poor performance all around. They never really had much presence on the map. They were getting outslayed in the
Missing
right places.
one-pointers?
They were missing 1-pointers as well. In the end, it probably wouldn't have made a massive amount of difference. But moving into this next map, breakout hard point is going to be that one. Where do you see this one going, Jonas? You know what? I was going to say Orbit, but Elevate absolutely dominated them there. I think 10-4, it really did actually probably humble Orbit. I think, look at that, and the way that Elevate rarely actually let any control go. I think they looked a much stronger team. I know it's a different game mode, but the way that they played that, I think Elevate are looking like they're going to the grand final here. They're looking on form.
Well, they could well be, but, you know, that first hard point, to me, could have gone either way. So I still believe that Orbit can do it. It's a final for the winner bracket, so I do want to see a Game 5. But I do have to agree with you. Just Elevate looking very strong in that game number 3 and even in the game number 1. And again, Watson and Zed, and I mean, all the players except Reedy, really. Reedy is having an awful series. Imagine if he starts turning up. We've got Shawnee playing, playing very consistent, picking up very nice kills. And on the other end, Watson and Zed picking up so many kills. Double 30 bombs last map. Amazing first map for both of them as well.
Say that to me slowly. Say a double 30 bomb slowly to me.
Double 30 bomb.
Oh, glorious.
All right.
Glorious. It's your accent.
All right.
I can't help it.
Fair enough. No, I can't help it, unfortunately. I was born in France. And,
yeah, unfortunately for you.
And I remain. Just unfortunately, because I keep getting bullied by
man, I heard that you love the Queen. I mean, that translation that
that wasn't real.
I've never heard God Save the Queen in French, and yeah, I mean,
actually,
it was beautiful.
Actually, I do not really care, because at the end of the day, I beat Courage, so that's all that matters.
Well, it is all that matters, I suppose, isn't it? That would make sure Jack is confirmed as the worst person here.
Yeah, we all knew that.
You did help that out. You helped towards that. Anyway, breakout hard point is going to be the map here. I said I was going to go with Orbit. I don't know anymore. I really don't. Elevate have made it look very easy, that last map.
This tournament has been very interesting.
It's been topsy-turvy, if you like. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's been backwards and forwards between a lot of different teams. different teams playing well at times, inconsistently. It's been a strange one, but as we do load up this map, predictions, go for it. Come on, give me it straight.
I'll go for Elevate. They'll win by between 50 and 75 points.
Okay, that's fairly accurate. I'm going to go Orbit by 10.
All right, I'll do a Rel. I think both teams can win.
Oh, guys. Hi, I'm Rel.
Hey, we don't have Rel anymore.
Guys, I just want you both to win.
Anyway, Rated is going to be my player to watch on the side of Orbit as we're going to have to restart the map. I believe Reedy and Zed just leaving the
They're
game.
not having it. We don't need to play anymore.
Sure what's going on. Forfeit. And we're going to game number 5.
Forfeit, take roof, GG, no worry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Rated probably my player to watch because Zero has been so influential during that first map. So obviously Zero would be a very easy pick, but he can't do it all alone. And Rated last year was such a good player in our point, and you know, so many times using this HVK was not the only one to use, but it was
causing havoc with
it was causing, yeah. Sometimes it was actually being very, very dangerous for sure with that HVK. Now it's gonna be an interesting map. We've seen, actually I don't remember seeing Breakout being closed, just first rotation being closed, and then it would be complete domination by one of the teams. And sure, it's been like that pretty much all weekend long, but especially on Breakout, I feel like.
I think obviously it comes down to it's obviously not as rotation dependent, I don't think, as Retaliation. Well, it definitely isn't dependent on rotation as much as Retaliation. I think really the only one. Well, I know, obviously, sorry, it is dependent on rotation, but I think Retaliation is a lot more necessary to rotate early and make sure you're getting a lockdown. This map is a lot more fast and frantic. You know, breaks can come a lot easier, I feel. So it's it's a sort of a different style of map. I know, obviously, I don't think it is as sort of Money Hill heavy is what we see on Retaliation.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I would have agreed,
but you will be wrong.
I would have agreed before the tournament, but now looking at it, there is so many times where we've seen that cell block hill being locked down for so long, then moving on to Graveyard with those power positions behind the bulldozer, then moving onto the last one.
But would you rather, if you're playing a game, would you rather be set up a Cathedral? Or would you rather...
Cathedral is the Cathedral and Broken. I guess you're right, but to me there is two very nice, two Money Hills on Retaliation, and to me there's almost 3 on this one. I mean, theoretically there's only 2 on this Breakout map, but sometimes I just feel like there is 3 because we've seen teams time and time again locking down so well Graveyard.
Yeah, Graveyard definitely can be one of them. I mean, if you can get people positioned up in the cave, etc., to watch get on those.
Get those trophies, though. Yeah. Get those trophies in because so many nades are flying in onto Graveyard.
Well, we'll get this one started soon enough. Not sure what the reason was behind the delay.
It's actually funny because if you look at the main stage, it's blue and red, and it's actually reverted to the color of the teams. Obviously, it's absolutely not meant to be reflecting, but just thought it was funny that Orbit was red and Elevate was blue.
Yeah, they should have put them on the other side, like other sides. I mean, that would have made more sense, wouldn't it?
Well,
Elevate on the red side.
Well, Gfinity has been an amazing organization all weekend.
Well,
so I definitely
you know what?
about
I'm nitpicking now. Everything else is
the devil is in the details.
But whoever sorted that out needs sacked.
The devil is in the details, indeed, Ton. And once again, we're going to be...
The who?
All right, I'm not saying that again. See, if you're going to be making fun of my accent, I don't want to hear.
Would I do that?
Come on. You come from up North England. You can't make fun about accents.
My accent isn't that
well,
strong.
it's not as bad as someone like Marky B. But anyway, moving on from accents,
hold on, he's not.
We're finally going to be loading into map number 4. It's going to be a breakout R point, and it's going to be Elevate trying to close it out.
Put the control down. It's my turn to drive.
All right, you can drive. Happily.
You were complaining to me that you couldn't drive and speak English at the same time, which admittedly I can't speak French full stop. So
yeah, I can barely speak English, so let alone driving. And there we go.
We're going to get into it out of the way.
On board with Zero, the MVP on the Orbit side from map number 1, and to be honest, pretty much the MVP of the game for Orbit, and Orbit is going to be able to pick up the first kill. A lot of trade going in, huge gunfights going down.
That was just a massacre in mid-map at this moment in time, and it is actually going to be Orbit who do come off better in that one.
Rated is going to be inside the hard point, looking the first points in the board for Orbit. Great shots coming in from both sides, and Zed again. is really going big with those grenades. We talked about the one in uplink, but it's going to be the ones in our point this time around. So many kills exchanged between both teams once again. And Rated finally going big. 3 kills to his name, going to be traded out. Orbit slightly in the lead, and it's going to be Elevate, I believe, with the initial rotation for now. Stay alive, Watson, my friend. You need the rotation for cell block.
This is a scary man. 5-1, 3 streak for him so far. And he's caused all sorts of problems on the run and gun game. He's caused all sorts of problems on every single map, as we do see Elevate on the rotation. Orbit are in the lead, but Elevate will sacrifice those last few points for cell block control. Just get another kill here. Watson, he's not going to be too far off those streaks soon.
Oh, God, Watson
well.
again!
Free spray towards the side. Urban does take him down.
Well, for a second, I saw he was about to have this
He should have got that kill, really, I think.
Yeah, that was a nice pre-fire and a nice inspiration from Watson, going big time and time again. But Elevate in a good position as Zed picks up this kill. The pinch coming in over from Orbit, and they have the control of the spawn. So Orbit looking good to break into cell block. Really only the one alive.
Really can stay alive. The C-Rad's dangerous in there. Does go down on board with Zed, 1 and 5 from him, but he played that well there. Contesting out the whole time, just allowing his team to try and push through. Watson's 8 and 3 currently as we see them rotating around the graveyard. I can imagine there'll be a few deaths around here very, very shortly. He does have help from his teammate. That's actually going to be Zed. They need to make some kills towards Medbay. As we do see Urban and Co coming through now. Zed makes 1 onto 0. Urban does take down Zed though, and Watson's there. He's lying and waiting. Did fire a couple of shots away. Is he going to get any kills? Not quite, but he's putting the pressure on. The rest of his team are here to back him up now.
Well, great reactions from the players on the side of Elevate. I mean, Urban was going really high and the player was looking at someone else, but yet was able to get some very nice shot onto Urban. And despite Orbit building such a little lead on the previous L, it's not going to be Elevate coming back into this game. I say that the pinch is coming in from the side of Orbit.
Oh, lots of shots going to go in. Watson not able to pick that one up.
Oh, huge kill for Rady, but it's going to be Orbit in control as they have the better spawns. And they're going to be trying to lock this one down as 20 seconds left on that graveyard hill.
Lots of kills coming in from both teams, actually, but they're all going to go towards Elevate, who are going to retake control of Graveyard. And the spawns up being awful for Orbit with only 10 seconds remaining on Graveyard. And Commissary as well, and truly going to be locked down by the time they get around there. They may pick up a couple of scrap points towards this, and they will. Zed goes down, but that's that's
definitely not a favorable situation.
Oh, look at this though, split spawn. Elevate need to make sure they stay alive at this moment in time. Look at that. It was Zed that spawned all
who's
the
number
way
6? Really is going to be very, very important in this one, and so is Watson. They're going to have a lot of work on there, and Watson going to pick up the first one, immediately gets traded, and Really is going to come through a middle split spawn as well for Urban. Oh, it's going to be a complicated one.
Yeah, both teams actually holding this down here still. Shawnee, he's been in there for such a long time, he's going to get pinched.
What a kill from Zed.
All over the place here. Zed is going to get the kill there. Watson's going to come clear this one up. Is he going to get the second as well? Took a few too many bullets to make the first. Really's there to trick things out though. Are they going to actually be able to get any sort of control here? Neither team able to establish anything on this hard point so far.
Yeah, it's been very, very back and forth, but Zed's going to come in and pick up 2 kills, and this is it. Elevate's going to pick up the last points of that Commissary hill and are going to build a very small lead, about 30 points going into the second rotation. This is where it's all going to kick in. We had such a close first map on our point. Can we see the same here, Tan?
Could that have been closer from Reddy? Pushes around the side as soon as he decides to jump up, somebody turns in, but Urban getting control of those showers there. If we can get this locked down, it makes it a lot easier to get inside that hard point.
But they're not... They're not scoring. What is going on with Orbit? They've had the
they're
kills.
trying to concentrate on the spawns more than anything at this moment in time.
Yeah, but it's honestly, it's easily 10 points that they could have scored, and just no one was going in. They were all playing for the kills and control of the spawn. I can agree that, you know, at some point you must, but losing 10 seconds with the map is completely clear just seems very odd.
Well, I did say I think Orbit are going to win this one by 10 points, and it could definitely go that way so far. Joe is going to rotate around the cell block with 15 seconds to go, so it's going to be a little bit of a lead here for Elevate. As we can see, they are rotating around now early as well.
Well, Orbit in a favorable situation as they had the early rotation. They just traded 2 kills for 2, and Joe is going to pick up 1 more, so it's definitely going to be a nice trade. But as I say, that 2 players, yeah, 2 players spawned out, so there's going to be players on Orbit who needs to go big, starting with Urban, 16 and 9, needs to stay alive, needs to win this gunfight. There is 3 Elevate player hungry for blood. They come in for him, and it's going to be nothing that Urban can do about this. Elevate's going to pick up the spawns and are going to be able to go for a pinch.
With Rated in the hill, the kills are coming in for Orbit. Elevate still spawning at the back there. Yeah, they're going to spawn towards Medbay as well. So they're going to be able to push through relatively quickly. Still 30 seconds remaining. Orbit have a slim lead. Is this going to be a couple of easy kills for Rated? Yes, it is. It's going to be maybe 3 as well. Gets his active camo. Is he going to pick the 4th as well? And I don't think Elevate are going to push in any further. I think it was actually Zed who was left alive, and Rated going to continue this streak on. Oh, he's going to miss the bullets that he could have connected, potentially. Now Joe has some work to do. Urban going to spawn out, but he's going to spawn near Graveyard. When this rotates around once again, these two teams are only going to be within less than 10 points of each other here. On board with Urban, just trying to hold this down. The rest of his team really not close enough. Picks up one, not going to quite pick up the second. Gets cleared up as well. And Rated's on his way in with that camo, not going to help. But Zed, currently, what was he using there? Sorry, it was his... Oh, he moved off him. He actually just died very, very quickly.
But still a very nice second hill on the cell block for Orbit, as they are now in the lead by about 10 points. And they had the early rotation. Urban was able to stay alive at the start, and now it's the Elevate player that are going to try to go for the break. It's going to be a very complicated one, as Zero is going to pick up 2. Rated is going to pick 1 as well, and Rated really coming alive in this series.
Trying to go on board with Watson now. Let's see if he's going to try and push in here. His camo will be activated soon enough. Going to get that kill then. Chooses not activated. He's going to probably save that to try and break a point. The kills are mostly coming in here for Orbit.
And that was huge from Urban. He was just lying down in a corner, and all the players flew above him, and he was able to stay alive completely undetected and pick up 2 kills in the back. Very easy one. Now Watson is going to use his camo. He realizes that they absolutely need the rotation. He needs to pick up both his kills, and he's going to be able to do so. But Joe is going to pick him up. Now Elevate, they need to go big on this hill. They now are 50 points behind.
They need to clear out this back helipad area though. Reedy playing this one passively. Should pick up one. He's not going to quite get it. It does in the end. Going to get picked though from his left-hand side. He's going to see him going above the wall run. Is he? Yes, he is.
Oh, this is big.
Take down Zero. Really good work. They've held the spawn as well. But look, Watson has spawned out himself. I'm going to go with Shawnee.
Yeah,
this right
got
the
work.
It's actually going to be Rated jumping inside that hard point. He goes down as well. Joe's just trying to get it clear up towards helipad. The fight's going down inside the hard point though. Reedy's going to pick up 2. Watson going to pick up 1 as well. Watson going to pick up another. And he's just been so influential here for Elevate. He's 26,
and Shawnee,
16.
Very important kill by Shawnee on the right side of the map. He's been able to cut down the player from Orbit who was going to get in. Definitely prevented Orbit from contesting these crap points. And it's going to be pretty much a tied up game going into the last rotation. We expected a close game, and both these teams giving it all, definitely delivering. Again, monster performance from Watson, going 26 and 16, holding out to that last hill. This is it. This is the last rotation. Orbit, they had such a great one on the second rotation. Can they do it again?
Oh, that's really good movement by Joe. Very aware of his situation. Does go down. Zero's there to help him out. The control of Showers is in the hands of Elevate. Zero going to try and do something here. Just get them off it. Well done. Does enough. The rest of his team are pushing in here. Very tentative, very slow, very tense. Hard point so far this one. He's going to eventually pick up the kill here. Urban going to survive that one as well. Going to be able to help his team out here now. He's going to pick up a couple of kills. Going to get taken down from behind. Zero picks up one himself. Control is in Orbit's hands as Zero's picks up another. And that's going to get them a couple of points on the board here. And Orbit getting a little bit of a lead. And they have the side that they want. We can see Urban is already rotating around. And I think Elevate are going to just try and punch through this mid-map.
Yeah, they do have to. They can't let these 20 seconds of scrap time go. Watson's going to go in. He's going to be helped by Zed. Going to pick up one more. 3 go down on the side of Orbit. So Elevate's going to get the scrap time. They really needed it. And the rotation's going to be very, very close. Once again, look at Watson. Can he do it again? He did it on the first map. Can he hold on to those spawns? Rotation definitely in favor of Elevate. This is looking a little scary for Orbit. They need to break in.
Kills have been traded.
Oh, this is huge.
The map. Oh, Urban, sorry, I should say, does make the kill around the right-hand side. Urban on board now. Let's see what Reedy can do. He's trying to break through himself. Come around behind him. He's going to make the kill as well. Stay on board with Urban. Urban getting control after. It did seem as if Elevate were the first ones to make it there. Shawnee's going to make this kill. No, he's not. Rated does take him down. If anybody's going to break through for Elevate, it is going to be Watson. They're trying to get through. He's trying to push. Takes down Urban. The rest of his team are here to pinch with him. 3 members of Orbit inside here. Here comes the Elevate pinch. They're going to push in. 3 members of Elevate pushing in. Shawnee Watson comes in with a kill. Shawnee a little bit far away. Is here to help now. Zero picks up 2. Though he's going to pick up the 3rd. Not quite. Does go down. And Shawnee is there all on his own.
But the rotation is for Orbit, Chris.
They are there. Let's go on board with Joe. Can he hold down this cabin side? Elevate are going to start collapsing in, but Orbit only need 20 points or so. The kills are being traded away. This works out for Orbit. Let's stay on board with Raider. Can he punch through? Can he take down his old teammate? Yes, he can. Raider goes down.
This is
huge.
This is huge, Chris. This is huge. That was the break that Elevate needed. They didn't have a choice if they wanted to get him. They needed to break into cell block. They were able to do so.
This is a massive gunfight.
Yeah.
That's a massive gunfight won by Shawnee. He's going to be able to hold this down. And this is such a tactic.
3 kills for Orbit.
3 kills for Orbit. And suddenly Zed is left way far away. 10 seconds to go for Orbit, and they're going to have to pinch very, very quickly. Zed goes down, as does Reedy. Are we going to a game 5? Yeah, Joe and Zero and Urban all combining. Surely that's game 5. Yes, it is. 250 to 229 from Elevate. From Orbit, I should say. And fantastic win from them. Last map is coming up. And what a series so far. This is... I just nearly burst all my blood vessels.
Wow, what a map between Orbit and Elevate. And Elevate, Shawnee able to pick up the scrap on cell block, and then the other rotation. I thought that was it. They're gonna surely coming back into this game, and it's gonna be deja vu. Same scenario as the first map, but this time around, Orbit was able to secure the win. Both are points very, very close, very similar scenarios, and it's finally gonna be 2-2. Both team winning 1 R point. Uplink completely dominated by the side of Elevate, but when it came to S&D, it was Orbit with a convincing win on map number 2. And guess what, Chris? Search and Destroy is coming back. It's gonna be our game 5. Orbit is gonna be my favorite team going into this one. I know that I said that Elevate was gonna be my favorite team going into this final, but it's definitely a close one. And now with the win on this hardpoint game, it's gonna be the momentum on the side of Orbit, and with the quality of gameplay they've shown on S&D, I don't know, it's gonna be so hard for Elevate right now.
I think it is, especially with the way they lost that. I think Elevate were in the driving seat a couple of times there, but Orbit just prevailing. I thought Elevate were going to bring that back because Orbit were first on the rotation. All they needed was 10. And how far was I off my prediction? I wasn't far off, was I?
No, you weren't far off.
It was
21 points difference.
All right, I'll take that as a win.
Yeah, that was closer than
I
what
said 21 points, didn't I?
Yep.
Yes, I did.
Yep.
Moving into Search and Destroy, though, I agree with you. I think it's going to be hard for Elevate. I think Orbit have looked very, very good. Rated, if he's looked good in any great game mode this weekend, it's been S&D. He's not really performed so hard in the run and guns. He played well there, I will say that.
He did play well. And Zero is a little more quiet, but Rated definitely showing some good skills. And Urban as well. Urban, I mean, he might not have had those skills, but...
I've got to be a bit disappointed, if anything, because really got that Centurion down, which would have really helped them. And then as soon as that went down, Orbit just swept them anyway. You know, would have helped, but... For me, yeah, Watson played well again.
Is that a crazy series?
I think he'll be
playing
very
so well.
He's one of those players. I mean, I was speaking to him the other day. I can't remember what game it was. I think it was when they were playing against Epsilon. I said, I bet you were tilted beyond belief when they came back from that 6-5. He goes, no, I'm a changed man. Now I think he probably still is a little bit tilted.
He might be a little mad about this one. I hope he's a changed man. Looking at the faces of Elevate, you can definitely feel
frustrated.
tension.
Yeah.
You can feel a little of frustration on the face of Watson, but communicating with his team, making sure he's going to be able to pump them up for the last map. Anything can happen.
Crusher, Search and Destroy. I'm a big fan because you know, both the bomb sites are viable, and it's just a mind games between the two teams.
It is, especially we've seen so many times.
It's about risk and reward, isn't it?
Yeah, team playing as a full unit in defense and being very, very aggressive, just taking the gamble. So absolutely, risk and reward. Which one is it gonna be? Orbit or Elevate? Both are gonna be taking risks, but which one is gonna be rewarded with the final win and moving on to the grand final? This all comes down to it. Game 5, Chris.
Well, here we go. Map number 5. Surely around 11 would suit this game. 2-2 between these two teams, and whichever wins this one goes on into
Watson is sweating.
The grand final.
I just look at Watson. He's sweating. That tells you how much is going into this game. It's going to be
carnage. Both teams pushing towards it. Here come the gunfights, traded away. Two players going down from one team each. Oh, here we go though. Urban and his teammate going in. They're going to take down 2 members of Elevate. And suddenly Watson is left
Well,
1 versus 3. If you want anybody there,
yes, exactly. It's like a 3v3. I mean, Watson has been playing so well. They could well do it. However, it's going to be a very complicated situation as there is only 40 seconds left. He's going to pick up the first kill on 0.
He's going to get traded away. Oh, is he? Watson going to get the second as well?
1v1, 30 seconds left. It's going to be a close one. Suddenly it's 1v1, and for a sec, I saw he was going to be able to run away with his life. And if he did, he would have been aware of the whereabouts of his...
You know what? He was checking that for... Rated has literally seen the sole of his boot.
And
see him there.
Honestly, if I was Rated, I would probably hide away in a corner, but he didn't. He went for it, and Watson almost had the timing, the most amazing timing to go clutch. Picked up 3 kills in that first round, but so did Rated, and Orbit's going to walk away with that first round. Confidence all times high for Rated.
Well, that's going to have Watson halfway to his payload. Rated a little bit closer himself, and he's got the same thing, which is going to be active camo, and it can be massive on this map, but we can see
it will be massive for sure.
B is the push.
Zed is just waiting. He's got the bomber in hand. He's not going to be planting just yet. There's so many grenades coming in. When the players are going to be
catch them out.
What? Rated picks up 2 again? How? There was 3 players looking at it, and no, Rated and Joe are going to be left alone in in a 2v1 situation. Again, Watson doesn't die. He picked up 2 players earlier in a 1v3 situation. Can he do 1v2?
He's checking it. He's not in a bad situation here. Or maybe he is now. He's been spotted.
Staying alive. This is so tense. We are playing for guaranteed top 2. So many pro points. Glory on the line. Chance to be in a grand final in such a great position to win this tournament. And Watson is just running for his life. But he's got to plant the bomb at some point.
Oh, my God. Oh, this has worked so well.
Oh, this could be amazing. Watson, what are you doing? Surely this is going to be his game. He's going to run away with his life. They know he's not got no time to plant. This I worked ways. I have no words, Chris. He could have done it, and it just didn't look towards his left. What happened there?
The round is over, but are you all right?
No, no. Surely he should have had this, and he messed it up for himself. I have no words.
I don't know if any of the stream understood you, because that was really high pitched. The round goes towards Orbit.
What?
I don't know what's going on.
I just don't understand. I just don't understand how he can go from one round where he does a 1v3 and he does pretty much everything perfectly to that round where he gets the best timing you could ever ask for and just doesn't check it and gets out the map. It's kind of crazy, but anyway.
That was literally perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, perfect. The bomb goes down. Orbit are walking into a 3-0 lead here. If Elevate cannot close down into this bomb site and pinch effectively, Urban's going to get the first kill. Shawnee goes down. Zed answers back. Reedy comes in there with one of his own. Raiders going to hold this down. Not going to be able to get the kill. Does he hold that camo? Answer is yes, surely. Is he going to get that kill? Just about get the kills on Zed.
Rated going huge again. He's picked up so many kills, so many important kills as well. Rated!
Jeez! Best S&D player on the game, he says.
Wow, someone stopped this man. 8 kills in 3 rounds. He picked up the final kill during the first round. And now, the triple kill, it was a 2-on-3 situation. And for a second, I looked at it, I saw it was a 2-on-3. I was like, Rated's alive. Surely it's going to be a win for Orbit. Picking up 3 kills at the round. Elevate, they are in a really tough situation now.
I'm interested if anyone... No, nobody thinking of snipe. Oh, yeah, okay. Reedy's thinking about it. Ooh, spotting somebody in the mid there. And they're going to know what's going on here, surely. Push is going to come in. I'm going to go on board with Zed. He's searching, looking. And he's going to rotate to B. That's worked out so perfectly. Or is he going to rotate to B? Really does get the kill onto Shawnee, so that's going to indicate exactly where they are. We can see all of Orbit converging in and around onto Zed. And surely he's going to go for the plant. Let's go on board with Reedy. He's just trying to hold them off. He only really has a pistol.
Yeah, the problem is he has a sniper. Luckily enough, yeah, Watson needed to pick up this kill, especially that it was Rated the star player from the side of Orbit so far in this S&D. Reedy is going to be able to pick up one more kill. Surely this is going to be the first round. It's going to be a 2-on-2 situation.
Watson going to pick up one. Surely he's going to pick up the second as well. Does so. And that's all Watson we've seen in the first 4 maps.
Well, it's basically Watson against Rated, guys.
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
At this point, it's pretty much way is well, we say that, but very good job from Rated. Just staying alive mid-map, picking up that kill with the pistol was so important. And Elevate, they really needed a round on the board, and it's going to be 3-1 to Orbit. Still a long way to go, but Elevate showing signs of life. And if Watson and Rated keep playing like this, it's going to be a crazy game.
Zero yet to pick up a kill, and only one apiece for Zed and Shoney on the other side of things. So,
well, no one's made any kills basically.
yeah,
except
I
Rated
know.
and Watson.
Rated is pretty much just stealing them all. But looks like B-Push going to come in. Who's going to be the first one there? It is going to be Urban. And I'm interested. Let's have a look. Who's going to go towards the back?
It's going to be all 8 players on that B-bomb side. It's going to be a 4-man retake.
Oh, he's going to get the kill. The bomb is going to go down. But is that good enough from the active camo? I don't know. But Elevate are going to get the kills on the board. Zero does trade that away. 2 versus 2.
Rated's alive. That's a scary feeling. And Watson's down.
Oh,
Zero is going to be able to pick up one more. Rated picks up the first one. It's going to be one-on-one. Rated against Rated. This is huge if Rated can pick this one up. Rated is not going to be able to do so. Rated once again. Woo! What a shot from Rated. It's going to be 4-1. It's just literally not missing anything.
Oh, he wasn't even in cover. He just about made it and just hit those first bullets. Really will be disappointed in himself with that one, but wow.
And he had great shots as well. He had great shots as well. For me, really Rated outgunning him.
If Watson had looked in there just a second earlier, he definitely would have gotten the bomb planter as well. I think the bomb still would have went down, but it would have been a completely different one. We could have been looking at 3-2 instead of 4-1. And this has got to be hurtful for Elevate.
Oh, this is going to hurt as well.
Yeah, they're going to struggle to get this down. Look at the stack from Orbit.
Orbit knows. They have all the information they need. Worst timing.
But that's from Zed again. How is he staying alive? Is he going to get a third as well? He does go down. Really cleans things up, and surely the last player. How the hell? Rated, do you really want to challenge him? Do you really, really want to challenge this guy right now? Surely, is he going to be able to win the round for his team?
Oh, finally! What is this game, Chris? This is absolutely crazy. I don't know what went on.
What a terrible idea.
And Zed, first of all, how did Zed stays alive? He chooses to pick a grenade at the worst possible timing. Someone runs into him somehow, yet manages to pick up 2 kills and then Rated. I thought he was going to do the 1v3 for a second, but look at the scoreboard. 14 kills for Rated in just 6 rounds. This is just ridiculous. He's got more kills than pretty much both team combined at this point.
Let's look it out. 5-6.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm exaggerating. I'm being French, but it's. You get the idea.
French.
I'm dying, Chris.
Once it goes down, there's that active camo planted. He's used it straight away as well. Joe's made 2 kills. Rated's made a 3rd. Watson was the only one to make anything. And they're in touching distance now, Jonas.
Oh, this could be it.
Oh,
he could go for it.
The overdrive, he's going to get the bullets in. It's not going to be enough. Surely it's going to be traded away. It manages to survive here.
He has overdrive to go for it.
Oh, if that was another payload, maybe he could have thought about it. It would have been probably a hard situation still. Saving it for the definite moments where you can make a difference with it. But these are the moments that make teams who can go in and win a bracket final. It's going to be very hard for them to pull this round off now. Really jumping over him. He's going to make the first kill.
It's going to be impossible.
It's not going to be enough time. The round is going to be over. Zero should just about clean that one up nice and easily. 1 round away from the grand final now, Orbit.
And for a second, I thought Rated was going to be able to make it. He almost picked up the kill behind the rock, but then, I don't know, he just waited too long. He really expected those 2 players to keep challenging it, but they just had to run away. They knew that they don't need to go for it. The bomb was planted, so really kind of a misplay here. However, we're going to go into maybe what is our final round.
Is he going to use it?
All the pressure is going to be on the side of Elevate. Can they make anything special? Can they come back into this game?
A passive, spread out play from Elevate. Have they read this right? Have they went with the ballsy play at the right time?
Oop.
That question's
Brady's
about
going to have the info, but there's 3 players looking at him.
And
going to
back off. How many players do they think are there? As you are watching that, look at Elevate rotate round towards A. They are planting that bomb.
Really playing this very sneaky.
Oh, he's in a great position, actually. If he can push forward just a little bit, he can really help his team. Who's that number 4? Joe's in a great position. Is he going to be able to trade this one away? Zed gets 2 kills either way. And he's completely missed him. Really has avoided everything. The overdrive's available if they can win that round. The rewind's available if they can win this round. Urban does answer back, though. 3 versus 2.
Hold on a second. Something big could be happening. Let's stay on board with Urban. He's going to pick up 1 more kill. 17 seconds left. 1v2 situation for Watson. He was the hero so many times. Can he do it again?
Oh,
that's huge with the grenade.
Urban's last guy alive. And we're going to the next round.
What? This game couldn't be any closer. Watson with the 1v2, 11 kills to his name. Not yet matching the performance of Rated, but definitely amazing, amazing. And that grenade perfectly timed and perfectly positioned. I saw for a second it was going to go for it, and that was going to be the gunfight deciding the fate of Elevate. It's going to be 5-3 now. Still a long way to go for Elevate, but they're keeping the dream alive.
I want to see. Yup.
Yep, really, it's all on you. Can you make anything special happen? You're going to be the first one in there, but unfortunately for you, really,
completely with
all 4 players of Orbit are literally sat in spawn.
As they rotate around to A, it's really going to be there in time to come around behind them. Surely they're watching it. He's going to spot one.
All right.
They know that he's there.
They know. Now they know. It's going to be it. It's going to be big. Really not yet able to kill someone. The bomb's going to be planted. It's going to be a 4-on-4 retake. Otherwise, Elevate could be walking back to the loser bracket. But as I say that, it's going to be a 2-on-3 retake situation. Careful, Rated's alive. Can he do it again? It's finally going to drop down. It's going to be 1-on-3 for Ben.
He's getting the kill on the bomb.
Oh,
he's getting the second one as well. He's got rewind available. It's a 1 versus 1. Is Watson going to be there? The rewind comes in. The gunfight. It's unbelievable.
Watson again. Watson again. How many times is he going to do it? He's going to keep the dream alive for Elevate. 12
I can't breathe through.
5-4. Every single round is crazy. What is going on? Urban, I saw they had it in the bag with the rewind. Able to pick up 2 kills. It was so well played. But Watson clutches it again. 5-4. Could we see a round 11? There is no way it's going to happen any other way, Chris. It was written from the start. Surely, Elevate's going to be able to take this round.
Elevate, they've got it. Watson's got a Scarab. Okay, yeah, it's not that much, but they're active.
This guy's payload.
Oh, God, they're going to clash.
All right, it's going to be a 4-on-4. Watson. All Rated. Which one is it going to be? Joe is going to pick up the first kill. 2 kills for Obet. 3. It's a 1-on-4. Watson. If there is one man that can do it, that could be him. He's used this payload. It's going to be 1-on-3 situation. It's going to be so tough. If he can't make it, it's going to be Orbit walking to the grand final.
Oh. Stay away. We thought they might be chasing him. Oh, it's going to be so hard.
They have...
What has Joe got?
They have seen the bomb. They have seen the bomb. They are literally all around the bomb. I can't see it happening. I can't take it. I might just die if that happens.
If Watson does this, we go 5-5. It's an impossible situation. Oh, no. He's shoot too eagerly here. Surely Orbit are going to converge on him.
28
no,
seconds
they're going to run away. They don't want to be a part of it, but they know where he is. Watson, he's surely going to go down. Is he going to get the turn? No, he isn't. Orbit go to the grand final. What a game.
What a game, Chris. Monster performance from Rated and from Watson. Incredible performance from both players in that last game.
17 kills, bro. 17 from Rated. And what a performance out of him. Map number 5 to come up with the goods just like that. Sensational play there, Jonas. It was a pleasure.
It was a pleasure. I can't take it anymore. I might die if this keeps going. Brycey, please take it away.
Thank you very much, and no more caffeine for Jonas ever again. Little bit excited there, and I know Tan got excited. He started saying "bro" at the end.
Yeah.
I don't know what was going on with those two, but great game regardless. As it went down almost to the wire, so much going in there. I was surprised Watson wasn't the first in with camo and something happened, but they played really aggressive on the defense.
Yeah, and then we thought maybe, we were watching Watson there in the final seconds. Maybe he picks up one of those kills, he earns that streak, backs out and calls it in. Maybe gets another and evens it up. But once he fired some shots and then didn't push in right away, he kind of lost it there.
Yeah, once you run out of that time, like if you had a minute left or a little bit more than that, then maybe he could have tried again. But with 29 seconds left, that was it.
17 kills, though. My goodness, Rated. Unbelievable performance. I don't remember the last time I saw that many on a search and destroy.
Hey, self-proclaimed best S&D player. He kind of lived up to it here.
I mean, he proves it when it matters, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he has a bad game the other day. He comes back, bounces back against Splice. Pretty decent game. Here, game 5 in a big moment. Winner bracket final comes up huge.
Yeah, I got to give props to him. It goes down to the wire. We said earlier on, we think Orbit's respawn not kind of as good as they wanted at this tournament, but their S&D has been impressive. And right then, it just showed again why that is pulling them through the winners bracket right into the grand final.
Yeah, now look, if they get their respawn in order going into the grand final, I know you go back, kind of look at some of the film in the previous matches, talk about what went wrong, what went right. This is going to be a scary team, because a lot of the teams here we have not seen win S&Ds consistently. This is the one team that has.
It certainly is. All right, well, we're going to break this down in just a second, but before we do, it's down to the floor. It's Lottie and Rated.
Thank you, Bryce. Rated, that was crazy. Like, absolutely awesome work from you guys. It was a really back and forth series. You lost the first one, but you then pulled it back in the second map. You lost again, and then pulled it back again. What was going on? Like, how did you keep pushing through?
All the respawns are losing. We always have someone having like a proper dreadful map. It was usually me, but the series I actually killed in respawn for the first time. But yeah, that's the thing with our respawn. We have someone having a proper dreadful game, so it's hard to win. But we clutch up in the S&Ds when it matters, and all you got to do is nick one respawn when you go to S&D.
Do you guys spur each other on while you're in the booths and like trying to push each other as hard as possible?
Yeah, when someone's having a bad game, we just tell them like not to worry about it. Just keep doing what you're doing. We're winning. I don't care if we win 3-2, 3-0. If it doesn't make a difference.
Let's talk about that last map. So you had 17 kills there. That was crazy. Talk me through what happened.
I'm the best S&D player in the game. I don't care what anyone says. It's just one of them games. Everything was going my way, but can't do without the team, so yeah.
That was really, really cool. Well done. And we'll see you in the final. Thank you so, so much. Back up to you, Bryce.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, we do have our first finalist. Orbit have made it all the way. After an early kind of crash in this tournament when they lost in the groups, so much doubt was piled onto them by Jack. And I think a lot of people were maybe doubting them as well, but they turned up when it mattered. They got into the winner's bracket. They took down Splice. They've just taken down Elevate. Can they be stopped?
Well, I mean, for me, they're the two, or in my opinion, coming into this, they were the two strongest teams. So the position that they're in the grand final now with this advantage, I can't see anything but an Orbit victory.
I think I know, obviously, Elevate, I think they have to go back, figure out what's going wrong in Search and Destroy. Because they're obviously the second best team coming into this event, number 2 seed. But we kind of rated them very high for their S&D gameplay. They don't figure that out, they're going to be in trouble going up against, the winner of Splice and Infused.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's start at map 1 and talk a little bit about what exactly happened as we go through this series. It was a best of 5, but I'll tell you what, here are some statistics from it. This is exactly how the hardpoint breaks down. That's kind of interesting. Elevate still won that game, considering, 0.3, not very good for them.
Yeah, that's like the one thing that jumped out at me at first. I was like,
wow,
that just doesn't seem right. But I mean, you look at every other hard point, Elevate won it pretty considerably, just 96-6 on the third hard point. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and you can see kind of the player stats there as well. And an interesting fact, Zero capturing 96 points of the points for Orbit, but Watson with the kill streak on the 4th to secure the victory.
Yeah, Watson was just going crazy during that one. And again, we're talking about these explosive players. They had Zero, but when Watson goes alive, it's very difficult to stop him.
Yeah, and it was something I kind of talked about a little bit before the series. You kind of felt he was due to have a monster game. Yeah. This is a guy who, he looks crazy when you see him just walking around. And look, he plays with a lot of passion, and I expected him to come out in a big match like that and just kind of leave it all out there, and he definitely did. Just not enough in the end.
He does say some crazy things. I think one of the most instrumental points of this is you're about to see how big Watson goes on this hill. Not only does he use the active camera to pick up 2, we eventually switch off of him, and you'll see on the mini-map that he holds it. Because Zero gets 3, but Watson answers straight back and holds it for his squad.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the mini-map, there's no other red arrow anywhere close to him. Just does a fantastic job picking up 2 kills, and then a third there, just kind of giving his teammates enough time to get back towards them.
Yeah. And again, that's just something massive you've got to do. I mean, you saw Rated actually do it last time. Orbit played this map. This time, Elevate did it on that broken. And once they got that far ahead, it's kind of like, you don't have to really worry too much. You can wait for your pushes. You can give away a few seconds to make sure you convert properly when you pinch and when you break.
Yeah, and it's just those individual plays that can sometimes secure the victory or not. And Watson had a great series in the grand scale of things. Very unfortunate in the final map, which we'll go over in a minute, because he was dropping a lot of kills.
He certainly was. All right, let's move on to map 2. Let's talk about the Search and Destroy. Again, we've said before, Elevate not had the strongest of Search and Destroys at this tournament.
And you guys watch them more often than I do. What has been wrong, in your guys' opinion, for them in Search and Destroy?
Honestly, I think they're still not really clicking as they should do. Maybe a bit too individual. From what I've actually heard from within the team, sometimes the calls aren't followed exactly, and people have still got their own idea about what they should be doing. So rather than following one person and kind of going that route, sometimes it can be a bit fractured, and I think it's costing them rounds.
I think part of the problem as well here is they're going up against Orbit, who are an incredibly good Search and Destroy team, so everything was going against them both times.
Yeah, that's a big problem, I would assume. You know, in Search and Destroy, too many cooks in the kitchen, so to speak. Too many people want to be that leader or shot caller. It's kind of difficult to figure out when you have that kind of team dynamic, when two people want that role, which one to kind of go about. Because
Reedy.
Yeah, I mean, like if Reedy's the Search and Destroy expert and whatnot, he's kind of the voice they should be listening to. So I imagine it's got to be frustrating for him.
Yeah, I think so. Like I said, from what I understand, that the coach is actually in the building today. He's been talking a little bit about it. But, you know, that's a problem they can fix, I think. Let's move on then to the uplink as we move forward. And we said, you know, both these teams, they've been okay in these uplinks. Uplinks for me has been a bit weird this entire tournament. No European teams look completely solid on it.
Yeah, if I don't see them better by Atlanta, there are gonna be some ugly scorelines going the other way. Atlanta in favor of the North American teams. You did see a lot of 1-point misses in this one, but Elevate comes out very strong, gets a big lead early.
And that's been the story for pretty much all the uplink games we've been seeing. Just missing those 1 points is really costing some teams and making a whole difference in this bracket. And has rated massive three-piece again. Rated again. If we highlight two key players from each team, it's got to be Rated and Watson.
Yeah, now towards the end here, Elevate actually puts some points on the board when the game gets close with the two abilities. I believe you saw the active camo use there, and then right after that, they get a 2-point with Overdrive. So you see the abilities used right at the end there for Elevate to secure that win.
Yeah, it didn't change the game, but it gave them a massive buffer. The other team went, oh, okay, we can't come back now. That's pretty much done.
Well, it looked like Orbit was making a little bit of a comeback in that game, and I know those 4 points at the end just kind of put it away.
They certainly did. All right, let's keep on moving forward. The next hard point that comes up, obviously you've got the team of Orbit under the gun here, and we were worried for them. Could they convert? It turns out, yes, they could. Rated going huge in the hill.
Well, I mean, this is where Elevate lost the series for me. They had to take this hardpoint game and close it out 3-1, because going on to that Search and Destroy, Orbit were always going to be the better team. And it was unfortunate because this was a very, very close hardpoint game.
And it's interesting that Elevate can't get Watson going with a combination of Shawnee and Zed. It seems like when Watson starts playing well, it kind of impacts one of those two players a little bit. You see their scorelines, not indicative of what they've done previously in this tournament.
Yeah, it's something they're going to have to work on and continue going forward. But of course, they're not actually out of this tournament. They are going to go into that losers bracket. And it's going to be either Splice or Infused they are going to play. Very interested to see how they match up against either of those two teams.
Splice beats Infused. I would not want. It's not a match I would want. I feel like the more game time you actually give that Splice team, the scarier they're going to get.
Yeah, they're like farming, so they're just leveling up as they come through the losers bracket.
They're about to go back for their third buyback here.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit crazy when we see them come forward again.
There was a point here. That was it. Following that kill, where I actually thought Elevate might be able to take it. I think it was Reedy who made it, and he put the Centurion down, and he had such a good position. But Orbit just broke through, and as soon as he did that, it was game over.
Yeah, they were too far away. Now Zed actually made a push right at the very end, and I was kind of curious. Like, I know you were about to lose. Your teammates were maybe a second and a half behind you. He literally went in himself. I was like, even if you get, there's no way you're going to be able to hit 2 or 3 on a wall run. Take a half, take a second. Yes, I know you're under the gun, but your teammates are 4 steps behind you. You challenge one-on-one.
I think a lot of people are still kind of in last year where like you could make that play with a VMP against mostly other submachine guns, but with all the assault rifles in play, you can't really come high off those wall runs anymore and get those easy 2 pieces.
Well, especially going into that hard, but it's like an anti-aircraft battery of 4 players just looking at you like, go on then, have a go if you want to.
You literally have no cover whatsoever.
Yeah. All right, well, we're moving on to the Search and Destroy now, the very final one. And Orbit did take the lead. And at one point, we thought maybe we could see around 11. Maybe they can come back. And a lot of it was on the shoulders of Watson.
Well, this was it. And Watson, I think he ends up dropping 12 kills for the loss, which is going to be extremely frustrating for him. We'll get clarity on that in a moment. But it was just Rated. It was Watson versus Rated this game.
Yeah, Rated was pretty good in this one. You thought that the first round, or I think it was the first or second round, where Watson had the opportunity to clutch a 1v3. I believe it's him and Rated one-on-one. As soon as Rated wins that, you can kind of see the confidence going over towards the Orbit guys. They spiral off a few rounds in a row. Now, for a second there, I actually thought that Elevate was going to come back and make this a 5-5 game. We were going to see around 11, but just some great individual plays at the end from the guys in orbit.
Yeah. Urban nearly.
It's not one of them. Yeah.
He nearly got it.
Yeah, he did. He came so close. And then you come here and you know they've got camo, but they just managed to push forward. Very aggressive there from Orbit. They went straight for it. And I don't know if Elevate were ready for that.
Yeah, so Watson does actually have a lot of time there when he's the last one alive.
Yeah.
He's the last one alive with a little bit over a minute, like 1 minute and 8 seconds left. Uses the Scarab, blows it up right away. Don't know if that was just because maybe they thought people were coming. Maybe somebody called out in comms that there's somebody, they heard somebody coming towards him. Blows it up. Doesn't have the opportunity to earn more streaks. He picks up 1 kill, he would have earned it. So I bet you Watson will kind of think like, well, what would have happened if one of their players would have pushed me, get that streak?
Yeah.
They're out in the open.
That's what he was looking for. He was like, I just need to get one of them. I get one of them, I get the streak, maybe I can get the other one. If not, I can at least push them away. I can try and figure out where I can get some
You'd at least know where they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have completely changed the game, but he couldn't get anything. And by the time he did his huge loop around the map, it just really wasn't enough time, because even then, like, getting the trade, it just wasn't going to work. And it was unfortunate. You kind of see, it's like he's got here, if you had, you know, another 15, 20 seconds, he could have explored a little bit more, but not going to happen. All right, well, we're going to go to break. When we come back, though, it's going to be Infused versus Splice. One of them is going home. See you right after this.
Hello and welcome to In Just 60 Seconds. I'm here with Jack, or better known as Courage, Phil, Momo, as you probably know him, Jonas. Jonas, what is your gamer tag?
Oxygen.
Oxygen. Is it? Oxygen. Yeah. First of all, the overall point of the game is to talk for 60 seconds about a random subject that I will be reading off these cards. The 3 rules are no deviations, don't go off topic, no hesitation, so no pauses, and the last one is
no repetition.
No repetition, that's it. Sorry. Alright, so the next subject is rubber ducks.
Pass.
Dentists.
Oh, dentists are something I think about on a daily basis. I mean, these are the people that take care of your teeth. Every single time I go, get a little bit nervous because you never know what to expect.
What can you say about rubber ducks?
Hesitation
now,
in the world.
Is this going to be a full-on cleaning? Will I have a cavity? Do I need to do x-ray?
I think personally for me this is worse, but okay. Because I'm too young, 21, by the way, not 31, as everyone's been saying. I've never been on this before in my life, so.
Okay.
Ready? MySpace.
MySpace, a website which we created a lot for the youth and something for social experiments and experience to be created, and something which you could really kind of share your story with.
Okay, right. I tell you what, we'll do something typically English then. In French.
In French. Okay, fair enough.
Are you ready? Okay, your subject is the Queen.
La reine d'Angleterre, je ne sais pas grand-chose à ce sujet puisque c'est pas franchement quelqu'un dont on entend beaucoup parler. Les seules fois où j'en entends parler, c'est dans la presse people. Je sais que c'est quelqu'un qui est très respecté dans leur pays et malheureusement, nous, on n'a pas vraiment ça en France puisqu'on n'est pas dans une royauté.
The best thing about MySpace is I never used it as again. I am too young, much like yourself. But it has developed, it's grown, it's moved on. It's actually not something we necessarily see today. We've seen it kind of evolve into other social medias. I won't mention them because that will be deviation.
J'ai entendu beaucoup de légendes autour de la reine, mais c'est vrai que ce qu'on voit surtout, ça va être autour de ses enfants, ses petits-enfants, comment ils vont se marier. On n'a pas vraiment l'impression qu'elle a un pouvoir.
It's because I came into it wondering, I had to go to the orthodontist for braces too, which is something that
I think I might have to stop you there again, Courage.
assez sympa parce qu'elle vit dans un palais, on peut aller visiter tout ça à Londres, il y a beaucoup de gens devant, donc c'est vrai que ça a quand même un intérêt, elle est extrêmement respectée dans le pays, alors peut-être forcément par les gens qui sont un petit peu plus âgés.
It was a little bit of a pause. I've been on strict instruction to be very strict on this.
Okay. No, I'm good. I'm fine. I'm actually fine. I'm actually completely over it.
But MySpace is something which I would say is kind of in the past now. It's done, it's dusted, and MySpace, my voice, I have no idea what to say about MySpace.
I think that's done.
Cette royauté, mais moins par les jeunes, on a l'impression que c'est un phénomène qui part un petit peu au fur et à mesure, et voilà. Done it. Is that 60 seconds?
Dead
yes.
on, dead on.
Yes, and I swear to you, I didn't go off topic, and that was really complicated. Like,
Did you even breathe?
I breathed once.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was
Thank you so
awesome.
much. That was
Well,
actually fun.
We'll get that translated.
That was a lot easier.
We will put all
Good luck to the one
into-
translating, because I spoke fast.
I know you did.
I never used MySpace.
No, have I? I really haven't. No,
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you so
joining,
much.
Jonas. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London here live in the Gfinity Arena. It's time to get another one underway. Either Splice or Infused is going home. But to bring you all the action and to break this one down, a new analyst panel has arrived. Jack and Jonas.
We're happy to be here. Final 3 matches of the weekend. I can't believe we're at this point. We've done 35 so far. 3 more to go, potentially a 4th if we go to that second best of 5, which is absolutely reasonable with some of these teams that are in the losers bracket right now. We know one team in the grand finals, which we just saw in Orbit, and now the rest of the matches till that point will be elimination games.
They certainly will. Jonas, how are you feeling about all this?
Well, I'm feeling good. I mean, we've seen some close games, Orbit closing twice, 3-2 last map, so definitely... You know, we're coming to those 4 final teams where, you know, pretty much any of them could take it, but Orbit has just been taking the edge. Now, we didn't expect Splice to be in this situation right now. Earlier at the start of the tournament, I said, I think Infuse is going to be just outside top 4. I don't think they can break top 3. I kind of think that's what I'm going to see into this game.
All right, well, before we get too far into this game, let's have a little look at the bracket to kind of catch everybody at home up and see what has been going on. Of course, we just watched Orbit versus Elevate in that game. Orbit, they're all the way in our grand final.
I think Raid had moved on to the grand final. The rest of his team is still moving on.
It was rated against Watson.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, Splice vs. Infused is the game we are about to watch. The winner of this will play Elevate. The winner of that will try and win 2 best of 5s against Orbit. Can they do it? I don't know.
Neither do I. That is a tall, tall order, especially it seems like the Orbit we saw that had a little blunder earlier on in the weekend has now been polished up. They look ready to go. Yes, it was a close series versus Elevate, but they do wind up handing Elevate, I believe, their first hardpoint loss of the entire weekend. So it's big moments like that of why they're now in the grand finals.
It certainly is. Well, let's have a little look at the teams. First up, Splice.
Well, Splice, what a great team again. Probably a dream team if you had to pick any player, any 4 players in Europe that you would put as the best players. I mean, pretty much all 4 of them would be in there. Jared and Mad Cat teamed together for so long, especially with Millennium last year being season 1 and season 2 winners, and on the other end, Josh and Ben sticking together after the 2nd place at COD XP. So, you know, you can't get much better than that in Europe on paper.
Look at that KD difference, plus 150. These guys are lights out in the slaying department.
They certainly are, and I think this has been a team everyone's going to keep an eye on. Not just in Europe, but the North American teams will be eyeing them up.
Yeah.
We may even have some of the North American players watching this right now,
I'm sure
wondering what happens when these hit American shores.
Oh, yeah, what time is it now? Oh, yeah, no, actually, they're gamers. They're not awake yet.
Oh, okay.
It's past noon.
It's not past noon over there. All right, well, here are the keys to victory. First of all, focus on shutting down Moose's slaying power.
Well, we look at the KD difference. Yes, plus 150 for the side of Splice as a team. You might as well put that for just Moose this weekend.
Second, exploit Marky B. Currently, Infused worst performer.
Wow. Well, he can't do anything. I mean, look at PD and...
He can't do anything?
And Moose. That's funny. Look at Moose and PD. You know, they've been picking up so many kills. Every R point, it seems like one of them is going off. Same for Nolson, so Marky B doesn't have much to do.
And third, but not least, be fast and be aggressive.
Get in their face. Make it hectic. That's where you've seen Jared be successful in his career. When you've got the likes of Bance there as well, it's what made a name for himself in Black Ops 3.
Yeah.
Look at that again here. We talked about how Bance had a quiet weekend so far in regards to what we expect from him.
His last game.
Yes, the last one, he had some crazy plays. The 3-piece with Reactive, I know, was a nice little highlight we saw there. But we talked very highly about Splice. There is another team across the booths, and that is a very formidable squad as well.
That certainly is Team Infused, who have definitely gained some fans this weekend. And we're wondering whether or not they can go all the way. And here, of course, they are. Marky B, Moose, Nolson, and PD. Massive KD difference. I'm not sure it was last game. I'm not sure if it's the exact same percentage. But Moose, last time we had this up, accounted for 78% of his team's positive record.
And you look at this now and you see plus 181 for Infused, plus 150 for Splice. Not sure if any teams even matched that this weekend. But one thing I will say is how different a certain game plays when you have 2 very even slay-heavy teams. How prepared are either of these squads to now face that? For the majority of this weekend, as you can tell, they've been outslaying their opponents, which is giving them full control of how the game is played, the pacing of the map. How do they adjust now where they're facing 4 just as good opponents as they have on their own team?
All right, let's get the keys of victory underway. First of all, you've got to take Mad Cat out of the game. Mad Cat has been performing so well for Splice. And you got to figure out, you know, just how do you shut down the Mad Cat?
Easier said than done.
It is easier said than done. Second, play as a unit and exploit isolated Splice players. I like this one, relying on the chemistry that some of the Infused guys have had. You've got to remember some of these teams before. This actual Infused squad is only 1 player difference from the TCM team that took 3rd at Anaheim. Then we've got keys to victory number 3. Keep up the comms and stay positive. This team could tilt.
And in the listen-ins this weekend, who are the 2 teams I've been most impressed with by their communication? Has been Infused with Marky B as their leader, and then Josh with Splice. The 2 times we listened to them, it was insane, but they weren't skipping a beat.
They certainly were not, and I think realistically, I'm looking forward to some more listen-ins as we go through this one. But let's take a look at the key player matchups for this game. All right, here you go. It's PD versus Mad.
Gosh.
Wow, what a matchup. I mean, PD, we've seen him time and time again be so important during the outpoint. So sure, Moose has been going off and hitting crazy scores, but PD has been key in very important moments for Infused, so definitely a player to watch. On the other end, Mad Cat. And before the previous game, we were saying Mad Cat has been the only one who's been going off, and only Ben started to play really well in previous game. But Mad Cat, you know, we was considered probably best player in Europe for a few years, and is again delivering this year.
And you see Mad Cat there, 3rd overall, KD difference. Moose is 1 player that's above him. It wasn't even shown there.
Yeah, Moose has been doing great, but we said again, Infused. We've seen Nolson actually do quite well in his last few games. There's maybe not as much. Marky B not really having the greatest game, but there are only so many kills on the map. So I don't know. For me, I think it's going to be kind of interesting. I want to see who's really on fire. Can they still pull off these amazing games? PD Moose, it's not an easy competition.
Right.
You're going up against Splice. Can they do it?
I mean, you've known Marky B probably for the closer half of a decade now.
Yeah.
If there's any player in the European Call of Duty scene that I don't think cares about his stats, it's Marky B, as long as he gets the victories.
Alongside Shane.
Yes, they talked about it in an interview earlier this weekend. It's been closer to a year now since Infused have won their last tournament together as an organization, as a team. Marky B has been in the leadership role of that this whole time. He wants this weekend.
He certainly does. Well, it's time to get into the predictions. Let's try and figure out exactly how we think this one is going to go down. Jonas?
Well, I said Infuse wouldn't break top 4. I'm sticking to it. I think Splice going to take it. I'm going to say 3-1.
I had Splice in my top 3 at the start of the weekend. I'm also going to side with that as well. I said that this would be my grand finals matchup. I'm happy to see it happening no matter what. Map count, 3-1.
3-1, okay.
Yep. Actually, whoa, with Breakout there, 3-2.
3-2
to Splice still.
To Splice.
Because Splice is not going to win Breakout hard.
All right, well, Splice has been picked. It's time to throw over to our casting duo. It is going to be Mr. X and Momo.
Thank you very much, Bryce. And the boys on the analyst desk, we've got an absolute storm of a game. Splice and Infuse, 2 teams that have gone head-to-head as organizations many a times. 8 players which have gone head-to-head many a times. You know, a year ago, the likes of Josh, you know, Bance, they always seem to take down Marky B. And is today going to be any different? The desk doesn't think so.
Well, yeah, I don't think so either. I think Splice takes this one. You know, when you look at all these players, obviously big names in Europe for a very long time, Nolson's the one for me who could be a big X factor in this coming in. A player who's been up and down throughout the tournament, a lot of great individual skill. If he can put it together here against Splice, may throw things in Infuse's favor. I do think, though, Splice is on a mission to get back to that final.
Yeah, Splice, you know, ever since they got put down by Orbit, they've been steamrolling through this loser bracket and been making a fool out of a couple of teams. So we'll have to see whether it'll be as easy as the last one. I'm sure it won't be. Infused, obviously, will put up a big fight here. We've seen Moose go off all weekend. PD's had his moments as well. And the first map, of course, being Scorch. I mean, this map in particular, we've talked about a hard point. It is just so in your face, and I actually think this favors the likes of Josh and Jerd.
Oh, it absolutely does, and I think look for Splice to really take advantage when you get over to that second hard point by Turbine and rack up a lot of score.
Okay, well, getting into this, we do have a quick VT. We caught up with Splice Josh before the game.
Infuse has surprised everyone, I think. Obviously, Moose has been having one of the best tournaments I've ever seen him play. So they're obviously playing a lot better than expected and a lot better than it was online. We've played them a few times. How the game will go, I mean, it can go either way. Like, we've played them online a few times, but it's online, and it's just we've played them twice on the same maps, even though we beat them twice, so it's hard to say. I'm obviously really confident going into the game, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay, well, there's Josh's thoughts, and Splice start off well. First 20 points on the board for them. That's coming in from Bance, as well as a couple of kills. Let's see what he's up to.
Yeah, that was a really nice way of saying he feels like they're going to destroy him. He goes, yeah, you know, we've played them twice online with the same maps, and we've won both times, but it could be, you know, anybody can win. It's like, nah, it's deep down, you probably feel very confident going into this one. And you see at the break off of this game, looking very good is Splice as they jump up 40-4 here, just locking down this center hard point.
Okay, well, Bance is just going to clear one up. He should have the good spawns, but he's actually got a split spawn. Josh has spawned out, and that's just the aggressiveness of Marky and Nolson. Marky is going to fall. Moose as well. 3 kills coming back-to-back for Splice, and straight away, he's looking a little bit one-sided here, Mr. X.
Yeah, definitely one-sided. Bance going to earn himself some score streaks as well. Right now, you see how far Infused is spawning and just how spread out they are. I mean, look at this. You have players from the bottom of the minimap all the way up to the top by Skybridge trying to push over towards this second hard point. And, you know, if they just get killed, you know, 1 or 2 rotations here, we're going to see score something like almost 100-8 going into the third hill.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, a hold on Turbine for Splice. That's not uncommon, however. We do see PD slip and slide as he finds a 3-kill streak. And you know what? They may get up the scrap here. I'd be surprised if Splice do challenge this. We do have Josh still going for it. Not sure about this play. He may just turn around and, yeah, maybe get the cutoff to that next rotation. But no, he's fancying himself getting a couple more points.
Yeah, for a second it looked like he was just going to cut the map, kind of go across, pick up those kills over by Skybridge, but he goes all the way back towards that hard point, challenges it one more time with about 8 seconds left. He will spawn up with the rest of his team, though, over here
inside of the hangar. So we'll see if Splice can win this first rotation to gunfights, and if they do that, they'll make a lot of that time that they lost back.
Well, Nolson gets one, Moose answers back, and that is 2 players on rotation, picking up super important kills, but Jared Madcat are going to answer that equally. And now, this is where it matters. In the hill, making time. Madcat picks up 1. He does sense danger, and he's got his team to back him up. However, who is that player? It's number 7. It's Moose. He's charging in. He finds 1. That's all it's going to be now, and Splice keep control.
Good play by Madcat. Realizes his team spawning in the back by the caves. He just turns towards that right-hand side. Knows there's one player still down there. Has 2 players coming from Skybridge. He can see both sides of him. So very good play there by Madcat to stay alive inside of the hard point. Now Josh with the ERAD. This is where the ERAD can be extremely effective in these close quarter engagements, really around the doorways. This is where it will struggle in these long range to mid around the middle of the map.
Yeah, when you get a player like Josh hodding up, he's on a 3-kill streak. Madcat's actually on a 5. But the accuracy that this guy can actually pull off with the ERAD is pretty insane as well. He's trying to flank round. He may be caught. No, he's not. He's going to find him in close quarters. Only the ERAD can answer back. That's coming in from Nolson. And this is these next couple of kills are going to be very important to control the drill.
Yeah, and I feel like as time goes on in Infinite Warfare, it'll be pretty impressive to see. A lot like when we had Advanced Warfare, ASM1 players against Val guys at the beginning, where it was really like a 3-1 AR split, a lot like what we're seeing now. If your submachine gun player can outplay the other teams, you're going to have a huge advantage in these respawn game modes.
Yeah, and the, submachine gun players, it was almost eliminated at the start of the game, but the ERAD kind of coming into the meta, and the likes of Josh picking it up, it's very dangerous. Close quarter combat with a player with reaction speeds of Josh, with a simple gun skill of what Josh can pull off, it will lead to dangerous things. However, Madcat is the one shining right now, 11 and 4 for him. And Splice, we see a significant lead here, actually, Mr. X.
Yeah, you got to feel pretty good if you're Splice going into the second half of this game. Infuse, you did a good job here on Drill. You did a good job breaking on the second hardpoint over by Turbine. Other than that, pretty pathetic performance in this first hardpoint. I want to see them bounce back here in the second half. You got to get Moose going. You got to get Petey going. These are the guys who have led this team to this point.
Yeah, and both at the moment significantly underperforming compared to their stats. Obviously facing off against seed number 1 here. Score streaks are going to come in, so they have to dip inside. Jerd taking advantage of that. That's going to be another 2 kills on the bounce. And this is a bit of a repeat of what we saw on the first side. Splice dominated this middle. The bridge was all theirs, and it's shown once again.
Yeah, but this could easily turn in Infuse's favor. All they need is a good Turbine Hill, and they'll be right back in the game. They can't let Splice take the rest of this, though, because they're controlling the spawns for the second hardpoint as well. You see everybody for the side of Infuse are spawning behind control. They're going to have to go all the way through Drill, all the way through Observation, towards that Turbine Hill, because 10 seconds left, they got to start playing for that. The rest of the time is going to go to Splice.
Yeah, really clever here for Madcat just to back off, because, again, you said that they were defending from the bridge, but also setting themselves up for the spawns as well. Josh is going to trade out with PT, and now we're going to see a 3v3. Score streaks coming in. Vance is going to finish 1, and again, this is very, very positive for Splice. This could be a 100-point lead going into the next hill.
Yeah, and a great time to use streaks. Bance gets 2 with it, helps Josh and Jerd, because Bance and Madcat fall there at the beginning. They spawn out, and they're able to use those streaks plus a few kills from Josh and Jerd to lock this down. And look at where Infuse is spawning, Momo. They just have that hallway to just push down at the top of your mini-map. The spawners are going to come in for Splice as well, so they're going to have reinforcements once they take these players out. It's going to be almost impossible for Infuse to break this.
And look at this. They've just held the whole turbine. And look at this. Well, I thought Bance was actually going to push it and get out of there with 20 seconds. But you know what? He's coming back to help. Infuse do not want to give up this scrap time. It's a 2v4. Infuse should take this away, and they will. But you've just got to think of that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Splice, you can invest more players towards that hardpoint. You know that Infuse is pushing for that garbage time. They need it. Being down by more than 100, you can send one player over here towards the hangar, and you're going to hold this at the beginning. So you do see Madcat and Bance on your minimap inside of the hill. See if Petey can go to break it.
Well, it's on a 4-kill streak, leveling things out. That's number 5, and PT, could we see something similar to the very start of the tournament? He had a 15-kill streak, I believe. He's going to be head-to-head with Madcat down the alley, but he has got players coming from behind this. He's going to be Josh. I think he spotted him. Yes, he had. That's number 6 on the board.
And now Petey, he is fully streaked out on a 6 streak, looking for more players coming in. He's going to fall at the hands of Jerd. All the kills going in favor of Splice there. They're able to break in, take the hill right back. And, you see Infuse, they'll break in, they'll get control of the hill for a second, but it's Splice. They're able to just break right through the defense. Now, you really look at the side of Infuse. You can see what Moose means to this team. I mean, you start to get better game from PD in the second half. Nolson and Marky B not having the best of goes, but this team is going to go as far as Moose goes. I mean, if Moose can start playing like he was earlier, this is a team that can definitely contend with Splice. If you see games like this is the type of score you're going to get.
Well, we're moving over to the drill. Only around 40 points left for the boys of Splice. You look at Infused, and they need a staggering amount more. Splice can take the foot off the gas a little bit, maybe just play the slaying game and work it from there. Score streak's coming in, but all the kill feed is actually Infused for once. They will get full control of this. They will have time on the hill. And you know what? This could be the start of something pretty special.
Yeah, and they're not completely out of it. They did a fantastic job holding drill the first time. They get control of it here. You see kills just being traded by both teams. A big gunfight from Marky B. Needs to take out one of these players approaching over towards drill. He's going to get one. Knows there's one more player to his right. Free fire in the window. Nice shots there from Marky B. That is a very big play. If they can hold the rest of this and go back towards the center, you kind of split that one 50-50, make it like a 30-40 point game by that moment in time. You win Turbine, you're in a good spot.
Well, we talk about PT and Moose going off. Nolson's on a 6-kill streak now, fully streaked out as well, getting time for his team, and he's going to be taken down just at the last second, but the drill is nearly over. We're going to be starting this all over again, ladies and gentlemen. However, in the last 60 seconds, Splice have only managed to accumulate 6 points. Infused have put up a great fight, and you can see that simply in their kill death ratios.
Yeah, and they just got to play from the 50-yard line of the bridge here. You don't want to push too far up because you have those spawns for Turbine. Anything you get here is a bonus. If I'm in the booth for Infused right now, I'm telling my guys I want to get to about 180, 190 points on this one and rotate early. I'll give the last few seconds up to Splice if I need to. I think if you set up for Turbine, you win one round of gunfights.
But
you're in a very good spot to come back.
Infused only have Marky on the hill. They're already thinking about the next one. That's Nolson taking charge of that. They're already getting the spawn. Marky's in the thick of it, so I'm staying on board, but keep your eye on the mini-map because we've just had a big kill. That's coming in from Josh. Josh from behind as well, teaming up with Jerd, and there's 16 seconds still left on it. Splice can't win it, but they can push it right to the limit here.
Yeah, this is a really tough decision for Infused. Do they want to go challenge this? Do they want to set up? Looks like Jerd is going to take 2 big gunfights on the Turbine side of the map. So you're going to have to see Infused just push straight through that middle hard point. They're going to have 1, maybe 2 really good attempts at this.
Yeah, Jerd potentially has just won them the game right there. Those 2 gunfights, so crucial. However, 3 go down. It's all up to Madcap for a second here. He needs to stay alive. He needs to make kills. He's going to go down. Infused could be making a phenomenal comeback right now.
That's about as good as things can go for Infused right there. PD wins another gunfight for Span, so this next fight is going to be a 3v4 in favor of Infused. And you just see how close they are getting this score back. The one thing I will say is Infused cannot be so hyped. They take a lead on this hill, they'll only go up by a few seconds. They still need to get all the way across the map to Hangar.
Yeah, the rotation is key, because yes, this can be tied up. Spot on there, Mr. X. We're gonna go to the final hard point. However, look at number 7. Moose has already spawned there. I'm going on board with him. This is a big kill. He's gonna go down to Josh, and Splice have it all set up.
Yeah, and Splice has committed 4 players to this. They're gonna let Infused take the lead at the end of this hard point, and I like the decision. They're gonna tie this one up and take the lead as soon as this hill inside of Hangar pops up. We'll see if Infused can get another fast break. PD with a big kill there on Josh, and we'll see if Nolson and co can break it.
This is huge. Moose pushing around the back. 1 player for Splice has spawned out. This is anyone's right now. 3 are pushing in. We're going neck and neck. Nolson's got to pick up 1. Shaky shots. Madcat gets the beat down, and Madcat as well falls. Infused do take control of the hard point. They push Splice out. We are neck and neck here.
Yeah, and it's going to be Marky B putting down some shots. Nolson coming in to clean it up. He needs to get back inside the hard point. It's 2 players to his left. It's going to be Josh with the E-Rad inside. The submachine gun wrecking havoc. And you see where Infused is spawning out. They may get 1 more touch at this.
Yeah, they're going to go hell for leather. 2 seconds left. Splice have control. They're going to close it out, but my goodness, Infused, they went so hard. And right now, all I'm thinking, the amount of effort they've just put into that, the huge comeback that they made, that must have taken so much effort. You can see, like, Madcat's just won that game. He is not happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, that big 2-piece from Madcat may have sealed the deal there on Hangar. It looked like Infused was going to push in, take control. He drops down from the hard point, picks up 2 big kills, jumps back up. They get a pinch coming in with Josh with the E-Rad. He picks up the other 2. That may have won Splice the game because Madcat dies right there. The trading all in favor of Infused. Would have been a huge game for Infused to win as well. If they could have stole a hardpoint game at the beginning of this with Moose going 16-23, you kind of favor them from there on out.
That was a game, 6 minutes in, we're almost looking at each other thinking, this is Splice just being Splice. And out of nowhere, it wasn't, Moose going crazy. It wasn't PT going off. It was accumulatively all 4 players putting in a shift. Yes, Moose obviously finished, -7, but that really showed there. The actual amount that went into that for the players, phenomenal.
Yeah, now what I actually thought was the key for Infuse to make that comeback is they were taking all the time left on those hard points, but they were winning those initial gunfights when they would go to rotate. It's something you usually don't see too often, where a team takes the garbage time. They usually don't win the rotation battle. When Infuse would take the garbage time, they'd give up maybe 5-10 seconds to Splice, break them instantly and get control.
And I'm trying to think, you know, what was the real turning point? You know, because we did 2 set of rotations, Splice gained bridge every single time. And then it was kind of, I know Nolson went on a bit of a streak, 6-kill streak. He had full streaks. The streaks were really made to break Turbine, and those 2 hills back to back, you know, Bridge and Turbine, they almost come hand in hand, and you can get, you know, 60, 70 points more than your opponent, and they, you know, they made a real run for it then.
Yeah, what may have been the difference in that game, it's just a play we kind of highlighted for a little bit. We were looking at on the minimap, but Infuse sends 3 players over to Turbine. They leave Marky B in Bridge alone, and it was for maybe 10 seconds. He dies, the Splice takes that time. And if that time goes to Infuse, this is a game that they may end up taking as well.
And actually, in fairness to Splice, they were on the back foot for, what, the last 2.5 minutes of that game? They were kind of getting hammered to kind of go full, you know, to really kind of turn it around and clutch up at the end. That took a lot for Splice. And, you know, I think Mad Cat was actually a huge catalyst in that himself.
Yeah, Mad Cat. Definitely a spark of energy. We can just take a look at the stats on my screen real quick. I just want to go over them, see if anything kind of stands out from that game number 1. We talked about Nolson, see how he could play in this one. He goes 27-23. I know topping Infused and slaying. You know, 1:36 in the hill, topping them tied for first on Infused. So we worried about him coming into this. You know, how he could step up, be a difference maker. He does. It's just you got an odd game out of Moose, and you feel like when a guy is that hot in a tournament playing that well, he's due to have one bad game. It's just unfortunate. It's right there.
Okay, well, map 1 is done. It's over, and we see Splice take it. Funnily enough, in both booths, we're seeing disappointed people. It's not something we see a lot. Yeah. Petey's shaking his head, thinking, you know what, you know, a couple of kills at the end, that could have been ours. Mad Cat's almost like, boys, what were we doing for the last 3 minutes of the game? So both teams now really need to compose themselves going into this S&D.
It reminds me of a FaZe hardpoint from last year. They jump out to these like massive leads, and you're like, oh, they're just going to crush the opponent the rest of the way. And then you'd see the other team come back, like tie it up, take the lead for a second. And then, you know, FaZe comes out on top in a shaky game at the end. Kind of had the vibes of that, as it's going to be Splice winning that one 250-236. Going into the S&D, I feel like this is a must-win for Infused.
Yeah.
I feel like if they lose this one going into the uplink, I feel like, you know, Splice has been one of the more impressive teams that we've seen in uplink this weekend. Just the ability to just slay has really made the difference.
Their last uplink, I think they played against Aware, and it was like 14-0. Like, we actually casted it. It was just like almost hard to cast. It was just so one-sided. So if, you know, I think you're absolutely right. If Splice take, you know, map 2, I think Infuse may be a little bit too demoralized to even come back into this.
Yeah, and map number 2 will be Retaliation, Search and Destroy. So you look at this one, plays pretty straight up. A lot of teams just going to put emphasis on that lower street, try and get control of that. I don't think anyone is going to really kind of attempt and go over towards that bridge. Just so open. The defense has so many angles, whether you can drop down to that, you know, lower side and, you know, wall run all the way across. You don't even know the guy's coming. Or if you go high with a sniper rifle, I feel like it's a little bit too risky.
Well, Search and Destroy, Splice has definitely shown their weakness in Search and Destroy. And Infuse has shown what they can do in it. And I think, you know, if there is a map, if there's something that Infuse can really take from this is, you know, they may be going into this S&D a little bit more positive, because they've seen Splice and the way that they perform so far. And, yeah, must-win game. We're seeing Centurion from both sides here.
Yeah, it's no overdrive from either team.
Yeah.
Which is quite interesting.
Well, it's similar. That's coming in from Mad Cat and Marky B. They'll be using the Striker and, of course, the Trophy Drone.
I feel like Overdrive's pretty good for S&D.
Especially, I like it on this map. You know, I play a little bit of play a little bit of Infinite Warfare myself, and Overdrive. I really enjoy it. I think it's one of those where you can get in the face of the enemy, and it's something that can take them by surprise rather than the Centurion.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen it used in different ways this year. Obviously, you know, a little bit of an adjustment. It doesn't give you health anymore, but when it did, we saw it actually used more in gunfights as well.
Yeah.
To just kind of throw people off. Like, you couldn't really kind of keep up with their strafing patterns.
Okay, well, Retaliation is the SD map you guys can see. Throwback uplink will follow, and if we need it, we're going to go to Breakout, Hardpoint, and Crusher, Search and Destroy. Now, Jack actually said that if it goes to Breakout, Hardpoint, then we're definitely seeing a map 5. That obviously in favor of Infuse. Like, he thinks Splice will just lose that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I looked at you at that point. I was like, I don't even think we see Breakout.
Yeah, that is... I predicted a 3-1 victory for Splice. Honestly, I only saw them potentially losing the Retaliation S&D. This is where I think Infuse maybe, you know, fight back a little bit. But Uplink has been so strong.
I always get worried when a team has kind of made a long run based off of, you know, just fantastic play. Obviously, it's a team effort, but just off of, like, unreal play from, like, 2 guys, whatnot, like, those guys, you're going to get tired, you're going to get drained, you're not going to be able to just drop, you know, 35 and 18 every game.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have a fantastic game every game. It doesn't happen. And when you put, you know, 4 players, 4 superstars like Bance, Jerd, Josh, and Madcat, it's very hard for the likes of Moose to do what he did against Aware.
Yeah, and you can see, starting out here, I was on board with Jerd for a second. It looked like he was going to have a sniper rifle in his hands. When you do see the sniper on this map, there are some angles where you can, you know, watch from the bridge and into the you know, hotel on the left-hand side behind the tank. And then obviously, you know, looking straight down towards the A site, you can get some good line of sight, but he's going to put that one away. We'll start off with Josh here as he's got the bomb. And a very interesting call off the rip here. It looks like we're going to see some pressure towards A.
Yeah, we've seen Josh actually make his mark straight away. Mocky B trying to slide away. Very quick, aggressive playstyle. You heard it from Brycey. They need to shut down this aggressive playstyle from Splice.
Yeah, the bomb is going to be planted, so it'll be a 3v3 bomb down in favor of Splice. The bomb in position for the offense. So this looks like a really good round for Splice. Just need to kind of dance around here, waste some time. You have Nolson on bomb. Not going to go for it right away. Now we'll actually see. It's going to be Nolson, the last one alive. He's going to get one, not going to be able to get a second. It'll be Splice winning round number 1.
Big jammer grenade coming in there as well. I think it was very helpful in actually finishing that kill. Madcat's the one to put the last bullet in him. He actually put 5 in total. And yeah, Splice will take round number 1. I like the fact Splice aren't scared of going to the unfavorable bomb.
Yeah, and you almost saw Marky B when he died originally. It looked like he was just checking that bottom wall run and then running back. He didn't even check and look at the bridge because he's like, well, nobody really pushes straight down the bridge. It's kind of crazy. So he was trying to get away and gets taken out from behind there. So we'll see now Infuse on the offensive end. This is more of a standard push. This is where we usually see all the action come.
Absolutely. PT's going to be the one carrying the bomb, but he's got his whole team backing him up. Maybe a bit too close at the moment. Madcat strikes first, but tag will come in from PT. PT can enable the plan, but no, he's actually going for an aggressive push. This could pay off, and it does. 3v3. Moose goes for the first, and now Madcat from behind. Madcat, oh, surely that's got to be traded from the boys of Infuse, but no. They're going for the full rotate, and they're going to spot 1 in the bedroom.
Yeah, but as soon as PD fires those shots, the side of Splice has an idea of where they're going. Okay, for a second I thought, oh yeah, this is what they're gonna do. I was like, I don't know if they have enough time for that. 40 seconds left. It looked like they were gonna go all the way through A, all the way back around with the bomb through the bridge. But it's gonna be PD falling there as Moose, the last one alive. That would have taken way too much time, I think, to develop.
Well, he's on 3. Can he get the ace? He's seen him. This could be not only a 1v3, it can be the ace, and it goes down to a 1v1 with Jerd. He has the bomb.
Now, it looks like he's gonna go try and play this in the interior and just see on your mini-map, 15 seconds left. Moose does not have many options, needs to make a decision now. He does not have enough time to check all these corners, Momo, with 9 seconds left.
Oh, that's going to be close. I don't think he can do it. Yes. Oh, yeah, he's going to put that down as he jumps on with the last couple of seconds, and he will get the plant. Rewind available. So is a Scar. I can see this rewind coming in for this round.
Yeah, if I'm Moose, I invest rewind into the round. You know, you don't have a lot of momentum after losing the hard point. This could be a big swing round and throw things in your team's favor.
Oh, he's turned the wrong way, wrong time. Hello, rewind comes in. We'll see him. We'll tag him. We'll get the kill. It's not only ace, it's the 1 versus 3 for Moose. He's been going off all tournament long. And there he is with a massive clutch for Infused.
And that could be a big game changer for this Infused roster. You're losing momentum. You lose game 1. You lose the first round. And Moose comes in with a big play there in a 1v1 against Jerd.
What can this man not do? He has single-handedly kept them in this tournament so far. He's had absolutely stellar performances. I'd love to see his stats at the end of this one. However, it is 1 apiece. Bance will be taking the bomb this time, and it is a very, very standard push to B.
I would like to see them go back and try and challenge.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a terrible grenade. I'd like to see them go back and try and challenge over at A. They had very good success there. I mean, you knew that Infused at best was going to put one player over there. But I'd like to see them come in. The Scarab comes through. Nothing really going to happen with that. The Scarab we have not seen been used to great effect this weekend.
Yeah, I think the only thing it says is, yes, they're over at B because they were going to A previously. Josh falls, and the bomb will go down. Now a 3v3, and Jerd actually takes 2 down.
Now, you don't see Bance get away with his life trying to slide into the garage here, but we'll have Jerd. Has to check bomb. Nobody on Splice has good view of the bomb right now. I don't believe they have any idea where PD is. They're going to be able to take out Moose. Now, with the way Jerd is set up, there's no idea where PD's coming from. Neither of these players. You can see the arrows from Splice. They are just searching for PD.
And right now, he's got to make a move. He's got to do something. It takes 7.5 to defuse. He's going to be taken from behind. Great play. They used the clock there. Splice used it to their advantage and will lead in the search and destroy.
Now, starting out things hot early is Moose. 6 and 2. On the side of Splice, it's going to be Mad Cat and Jerd, the ones doing the work. 5 and 1 and 4 and 1 apiece. Right now, I think you look at this game, obviously 2-1, really early in this search and destroy. But, I mean, if you can get PD going for the side of Infused, I think they can probably come back and take this one. But, you know, if either Josh or Bance comes alive, you know, has a big round, clutches something up, this is one that Splice could run away with in a 6-3 fashion, 6-2.
Oh my goodness. 4 players go down. Nolson is left in a 1 versus 3. Car bomb going off, and now he has to do exactly what Moose did. But Nolson right now is sat at 1 and 3 himself, and you can see the minimap, Splice. They're hunting like a pack of wolves.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I love the way that Splice has been playing. They've just been packed up together, everyone in position to trade effectively in case one dies. It's going to be Nolson falling there. But you see the aggression. It comes down from Market as a team. It's not one player flying out, and then, you know, 2 seconds later after he drops, another player coming from, like, Patio or something. You're just doing a great job pushing that lower market as a team. You've definitely found something that works against Infused on the offensive side of the coin as well. Splice in firm control of this thus far.
Well, if you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, Splice did take map number 1. It was close. They started strong, and it was a nail-biting finish. However, this one, they're going into round number 5 with a steady lead here, and actually Josh has just unlocked a rewind.
And Jerd's got the sniper rifle inside the hotel, so we'll see if he can pick up anybody with this. We saw him do good things with it on throwback the other day. So one player directly in front of him, I don't believe he saw. And it's got to be a very cautious shot there because he did have Josh walking straight in front of him. Don't want to take out a teammate with a sniper rifle. Well, Bance picks up one player who's coming on the flank. So now they know that one player has to rotate over towards this A bomb site. Just look at how spread out the players are and Fuse are. You have one player over at A, one player at B, one player split all the way in the middle. If Splice gets one of these picks, they're going to open up a bomb site. This is going to be an easy plant. Should be an easy round as they take out one over at B. They're able to get bombed down to 4v2.
Yeah, well, let's go on board with Moose. He's got another 1v4 on his hands. He picked off one. If this man even comes close to this, it'll blow my mind. Splice surely not the same mistake twice.
Now they know exactly where Moose is in this position. He's going to try and challenge it. K-Bar versus Erad. Not going to win it in that situation. 4-1, and you see the shot of the guys from Infuse. They look lost right now, Momo. Cannot get anything going. It looks like they have lost a little bit of that confidence and swagger they had earlier.
Yeah, and this is, you know, a map and a game mode which, you know, some of people will be favoring Infused on, and Splice are really showing what they're made of and showing what they can do in Search and Destroy. 3 plays from Infused, all 1 and 5.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on all 3 of those guys. Moose is bringing some A game right now. Just need one of those players to step up. Maybe make a comeback in this, but pressure going to come from Infuse down the B street. Now, we have not seen anything over towards the A bridge from the side of Infuse. Now, Splice realizes they're giving up that entire side of the map. They are coming on a very fast flank. And you just need to see, okay, Bance, I was going to say, he needs to stay alive, wait for this to develop for his team, but he tries to run, not able to do so. Josh gives up the rest of their positions. So this is a good round for Infused. You needed to chase Bance out of the market. They do that, and now they have the man advantage.
Well, they do indeed. 2v2 as Mad Cat slims that down. And now they do have full control of market. The bomb is planted in a very strong position. It's all left up to Jerd. The trade potentially coming in, but he, of course, will have another challenge him straight away. Not going to use the rewind. I don't particularly think he needed to. I think it would have been silly due to the fact he did have to defuse as well. But the team kills, a team effort kill coming in for Infused. Finish the round.
Yeah, if Mad Cat just waits maybe an extra second there, let Jerd ready, to go and trade that faster, maybe that's when he's able to win, but Mad Cat comes flying around the corner. Jerd waits 2 or 3 seconds to go challenge. That was not going to be able to clutch up that 1v2 scenario, so that's going to be Infused. Second round on the board. They'll be Splice now on offense. Now, we do not see them do anything unorthodox. This is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, getting away from that car bomb. They've learned the lesson that Infused maybe didn't. Nelson and PT had a pretty good round, picking up 2 last time, but Nelson's already fell to Jerd. Now the numerical advantage not only favors them, but they have full control of B site right now.
And the guys on Infuse, they need to go together here, Momo. You see one up on this top patio. Nobody there to trade it out. Perfectly fine if you're Splice. You're in a great position here. Jerd does have rewind, does not need to use it. Not necessary here, has more teammates alive to come and pick this up. And Josh comes flying in, puts some shots in. Fantastic bait and switch there from the side of Splice.
Yeah, that was perfect. You could see them almost, come over here, help us out. They pinned him in, and they will be rewarded with round number 5. 1 round away from making the series 2-0.
And I think this is what Splice needed to do to be good in Search and Destroy. Don't play flashy, wait, bait and trade with your teammates, be patient, and good things will happen. Now you're seeing Splice in a game mode that we did favor Infused in, I would say. Really taking it to them, up 5-2 right now. And it's been a rough go for the guys on Infused. Moose has brought it in this one. Marky B struggling 1-7. It was one of our keys to victory. Exploit Marky B, and Splice is doing that.
They are indeed, and it is certainly showing in the scoreboard. Moose and the boys, they have this one strategy, kind of push out B all the time and then maybe push forward after it. It just doesn't seem like they have anything else in this map. It just seems if it doesn't work, they have no plan B.
Yeah, you got to keep the other team on their toes in Search and Destroy. I feel like Splice knows exactly what's coming from the side of Infused every round. Jerd does have that rewind. Maybe you see him open this up, fly right back, wait for a teammate to go in and try and pick up a kill, but it's going to be Mad Cat getting first blood here on Nolson. Josh is going to get one as well. Bance follows that up to 1v4 scenario. Marky B, the last one alive, gets one, not going to get a second. The bomb will get defused here. It will be Splice going up 2-0. Taking game number 2, 6-2, Momo. I got to say, they looked good in S&D.
They really did. They've come here on Championship Sunday, and that's no surprise. The 4 players on either side really can turn up, but Jerd, Josh, Bance, and Mad Cat bursting with experience, bursting with talent. They go 2-0 up in this series, and they're going into Uplink, which some may argue is their best game type.
And I would say it's actually very important for this team to get a 3-0 in this scenario. You play a lot of matches in a day. You don't want them to last even longer. You want to get through them fast. And we've seen so many teams that loser bracket runs, it ends just a little bit too short because they have some of these 3-2 games, long, dragged out overtimes and 3-1s, and they just run out of gas. And I think if they can get a big 3-0 here, they're in good shape.
Yeah, and to touch on that, if they do make it to the grand final, they do go up against Orbit. They've got to win 2 best-of-5s. It's a minimum of 6 maps. They have got a lot of Call of Duty still left to play.
Yeah, well, they would have another series even to get to Orbit. They would have to go through Elevate if they win another map here. You saw the stats pop up in your screen. Jerd, 10-3 in that one. Doing a very nice job there. And then you did see Mad Cat go 8-2 as well. So those two putting up a big performance for this Splice squad.
Okay, well, we'll be preparing the next map as the boys will be getting ready in their booths. Nolson was someone we touched on just before this series, and yourself, Matt, you were kind of saying, he's the one player that, you know all of the others in so much depth. Nolson really has a kind of a real point to prove coming into this one. He was picked up by Infuse, picked out of a real good bunch. He was ex-Hyper Games player. He was, I believe, Season 2 MVP for the CWL. I mean, what are you making from him? Is there anything that you think he needs to do better right now? Is it maybe a lack of something?
I mean, you've seen some good performances from Nolson, but I think I may just be, quite frankly, that PD and Moose have just been absolutely insane during this.
Yeah.
I mean, when you've had those 2 players consistently putting up high numbers, your numbers are going to look lower. You're not going to be in the best positions. Those guys are taking the power spots. They're going to be the ones that are going to get the best, cover. They're going to get the best situations to pick up kills. So, Nelson probably fighting at a disadvantage most of the time.
Yeah.
But we have seen him make some big plays, come up with some good situational kills around objectives.
Well, these players are no stranger to the main stage and no stranger against playing each other on LAN. Going back, obviously, last season, Infused and Splice headed off in the Season 1 finals, I believe, and Season 2 as well. Splice,
crazy S&D game at Stage 2 Finals, right?
It was. You know, Infused, it was the one time where Infused made a comeback on the S&D. They took it. It was such a surprise. And it was kind of that triangle of Call of Duty teams where Splice, Infused, and at the time Millennium, being Mad Cat, Jerd, Swanee, Tommy, they were just kind of beating each other, and no one could really determine, you know, who was the best at that time.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't watch that game last year, it was one of the best ones. From Stage 2 Finals, it was Splice, Infused. It was a Game 5 hunted search and destroy.
It's like the fact we remember it so detailed.
It's like, I believe, like a 5-0 or 5-1 lead. The Splice has literally everything to work with. I mean, streaks, abilities, whatnot. And they end up blowing the game to Infused. I guess I kind of spoiled it if you want to watch it, but it's definitely worth a watch, regardless. It's
definitely worth
It's a lot more hype than I explained it to be.
It really tells the tale, the history between these teams. And yes, we've had changes. Splice since then, you know, Rated and Joe deployed obviously to Orbit. They recruit half of Millennium. Infused make roster changes. Half of those go to Orbit. They take a bit of Hyper Games. They take a bit of Epsilon. And we have these 4 fantastic players going head-to-head with equally what you may say is the #1 team in Europe right now, Splice. But they're in the loser bracket. This is not, you know, a championship match. It is not a winner bracket game. One of these are going home.
Yeah, now you can also say that Marky B and PD took a little bit of a chance on Moose. Was not the best performance last year for Moose. Very good during Ghost. He bounced back here in another Infinity War title. Really kind of proving his spot on this team at this event.
Very, very good point. And Moose coming out the blocks here on Infinite Warfare fantastically. And hopefully will continue throughout the season. Now we're going into Uplink on Throwback. Uplink, a game mode Splice have excelled in. Infused, they need to do the reverse sweep. They're 2-0 down in the series. Let's jump on board with Infused. Let's go with Marky B.
And I feel like for Infused to win this one, they got to keep it low scoring. One Splice kind of gets into your base. They're not going to let it up. We've seen them, you know, put up 19-1 games, you know, 17-0. Just some crazy uplink scores from the side of Splice. And I feel like this map plays in their favor because it's so close quartered. You're going to be able to get in and really cause a lot of chaos.
Okay, well, it was 4 down for a second there for Infused. They're going to spawn up. And we're going to see Bance pushing forward. Let's jump on board with Bance. He does have his team, and you can see by the minimap they do have full control of the train tracks. However, sliding in is going to be PT. Jerd trying to trade that one out. I thought he would. He doesn't. He goes down. That's 3 down. Only Josh alive for Splice.
And it's odd by Splice there. I mean, they have full map control, and they just kind of sit around and wait for Infused to come out. It's like your biggest strength as a team is your gun skill and the ability to just outslay people. Just pick up the drone and go. Like, don't even sit there and wait and just give Infused a chance to play good base defense and go right at them. You got to just take the fight to Infused, force some chaotic gameplay on them. That's where you can really open it up.
Well, here's PT. He's been a shining star so far this weekend. He's picked up 4 already. A 2-kill streak. Can he put the first points on the board? So close to releasing that drone, but it's not going to happen. Splice. I say Splice. It's Jerd with the double kill. He answers back, and we'll be running this right side.
Yeah, now this is a route we usually don't see teams take on this map. Usually we see it's more up the gut, more towards bike path, but we are seeing Splice bring this in towards Barn. It's going to be Madcat leading the way for Jerd. He's going to try and push this in for 2. He had an easy 1-point throw there. Now Bance just trying to locate these players. It'll be a 1-point throw in the end coming in from Josh. So it'll be Splice getting on the board first.
Okay, well, it may have been an easy one. They finished off with a 1, but it was a bit scrappy in there, and coming in for a couple of kills for Infused. Marky B's in the middle as well. He seems to be turning up on the uplink, and he's trying to get that map control, that height advantage. I think he saw 1 in the opposing window there. Maybe not. He's that player lingering around the drone. It's Moose. He finally falls. So does Marky. This is fantastic for Splice, and the player taking that will be Bance. Let's hop on board with him, see if he can convert.
Yeah, but PD doing a good job on the defensive end. He kills Madcat, kills Bance. He's able to get a good defensive hold for this Infused roster. PD was the only one over there. Picks up 2 big kills, stops any type of scoring opportunity from the side of Splice. Now he's going to fall back, trying to get back into Barn, but Josh still in the base for Infused, picks up another 2 kills. Splice can get this drone in the middle of the maps. Josh had their base locked down.
Yeah, Moose is in a very good position though, and he's going to find 1. That's Jerd. He's going to be tagged and disposed of there, but he's hot on his heels. It's Bance. Bance should be able to kill that and pick up a double for Splice, and pushing forward now again. Map control. PT, a nice double kill just to kind of put a little bit of a halt on that. Jerd, I'm not sure what he's planning to do with this drone, but he goes down as the final 4th.
Momo, I got to ask for your opinion on this. I feel like this is a game where I've seen the drone just kind of sitting in the middle of the map with nobody touching it. for a very long time.
Yeah.
I feel like there has not been much possession from either team of the drone this far. Just kind of kills just being traded in and around the middle of the map constantly.
I think what we're actually seeing is Infused go toe-to-toe in the Slane department, and it's forcing Splyce being unable to push forward. That's what we've seen them predominantly do, being dominant in all the uplinks that they've played. But maybe that's a strategy. You know, they're saying, we're going to outslay them. It's a bold strategy, to say the least, and Mad Cat saying, otherwise, the one-point play will go in to make it 2-0. But you can see here, Infused, they have the kills, they have the Slane ability, but Splyce are just dwindling their way through.
Yeah, now Mad Cat with a very nice route there. Looked like he was going to fake his way to the left towards the door, jumps right straight through the back, and he's able to get a one-point play. But here's going to be a 2 on the other end. It's going to be Infused PD dunking it home. Going to start earning some score streaks, getting the Scarab. And he can just stay in the back of the base. They can throw this one forward for some yards, so Infused may get more points out of this.
Yeah, and they can not only get a 1, he might be cut off by one player. It's Bance, he's got armor on, he's got to go in. It could have been a 1, but he went for the 2. It's a fantastic play from Bance, and he'll keep this level. With 18 seconds left to go, there is still time for a team to make their mark and take the lead. And 3 players go down for Infused. Bance is the only one left, and a big grenade comes in.
Yeah, and he sees the player flying towards him. It's 2 big kills for Bance. A lot like how we saw PD do a good job on the defensive end for Infused. Bance locking it down for Splyce. Picks up 3 big kills there towards the end. Keeps it all tied up.
Yeah, that could have ended very, very badly for Splyce. We saw a potential 2. We saw obviously the one-point play coming in as well. Bance was a key factor in stopping that. He ends on a 4-kill streak as well. But going into the second side, everything is tied.
Now, you do think that one of these teams comes out here at the beginning, gets really aggressive towards mid-map. If you are Infused, you're obviously able to get a little bit of an easier of a one-point throw scenario. If you're Splyce, I think you got to rely on getting those 2s. It's very hard to kind of navigate around those buildings in the back by baseball field and get those one-point throws off.
Yeah, I know this is strange to say, but Splyce are getting outslayed right now, only by a little bit. But to see Infused go toe-to-toe and even better, it comes as a surprise to me. Marky B and Mad Cat. Marky B finds the second, but shut down. That's 3 down now. Moose can take the drone. Looks like he's regathering and going for maybe a slower one-point play here.
Well, I think the sign of a really great team, you know, one that is championship caliber, is to be able to win these games when you're getting outslayed. I feel like we've seen some of the top teams in North America and Europe over the last few years, when they get outslayed, still find a way to win. So looking to see if Splyce can do that, or if they're just a one-trick pony, so to speak. They have to outslay people to win these games.
It's a very good point, and we'll keep our eyes out on that Slane side of things. But for now, let's jump on board with Jerd. He's trying to go back and 2. He's going to be tagged from the side. No, surely not. Finds PD out of nowhere. PD must have been occupied elsewhere for a second. He does have rewind, but again, uplink, not the best payload to have. Obviously, it can come in to maybe recharge your health, recharge your ammo. And again, you touched on it the first time. Matt, you know, this drone just doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we see Jerd kind of throw for some yards, just trying to get it out of the middle of the map, and he inconveniently throws it towards 2 members of Infused. Moose trying to go down to the barn side here, trying to get off a one-point throw. Not able to do so in time. The defense too strong for Splyce. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this second half, we've seen 1 touch of the drone.
Yeah, this is much, much better from Infused. I mean, that's one thing we can safely say. They're really taking it to Splyce, and maybe can come out with a victory here. Marky B last alive, and the drone has actually gone elsewhere. It's Josh running through the middle. He's got the armor, he's got the teammates. He's going to go for a one-point play. It's safe, and he can now slay.
So I feel like when you go for that one-point throw, it's like you have another teammate there. You have the cover of that building. I feel like you can get the 2 fairly easy. I feel like, you know, when you're on the side that Infuse is on, you got to settle for the one-point throw. It's very difficult to go past that back fence over towards the line. When you go over towards baseball field, a lot of cover by those buildings. I feel like you're able to force those 2s a little bit easier.
Maybe it'll come back to haunt them, but for now, we do see a PT take the drone forward towards Lemon. It's dropped as a double comes in for Josh. Moose answers back with 1 himself and keeps the pressure onto Splyce. Now, Splyce do have that mana advantage just for a couple of seconds, and Mad Cat, they're going to take full advantage of that.
Now, you see the drone in a pretty bad spot all the way at the end of bike path. It's going to be picked up by Bance. He's going to rotate this one all the way to the top side of the minimap. Now, he has 1 teammate in front of him. I was going to say he should probably pass this. You may see a one-point play out of this, but as soon as he does, pass it a little bit late, it's going to be thrown off the map as Josh falls. So he will see a reset. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remain. Infused still down 1.
Well, rewind's been used for one team. Moose has it unlocked as well. No other payloads available yet. They will be coming in the next couple of moments. And overdrive has been unlocked for Marky B. The drone, though, that's been pushed forward. Nolson is carrying that one.
And he's trying to go high off the wall run, trying to get a 1-point throw off, and he's cut down pretty quick. So what we're seeing from Infuse is a lot of just pushes where it's just one guy with the drone trying to make a play. I think they got to get drone control and really set up. They got to get players in the back of the base. They can't keep trying to go for these 1-point plays alone. It's not going to work.
Well, they've just gone for a manual pass. Bans picks up one. If he can pick up the second, this could work out perfect. He's got to find it. This could be a 2-point play, and that all comes from the manual pass of Jerd. It goes in for one, and that came out of nothing.
That is a huge play right there from Bance. Big 2-piece. And then just this overall just game awareness and smarts that he knows there's players spawning out in the field, knows they're coming from behind. He's able to just get the drone, secure points for his team with a 1-point throw.
That's the play that distinguishes great and excellent players, you know, that separates those top 4 teams to the top 1. And Splice here, they are wanting to define that top 1 right now. They're taking on Infuse. They're 2-0 up in the series. They're 2 points ahead. There's 60 seconds left, Matt. Infuse need to act now.
Yeah, and that looks pretty easy, the Bance play, when we're talking about it here. But you got to imagine, you know, gunfights going down, crucial, you know, call-outs from his teammates, a lot happening. But Bance trying to extend the lead. He's going to go for a 2-point play. He dies, falls in for 1, but still, it's going to be a 2-possession game here in favor of Splice. Infuse needs to start rallying the drone.
Okay, let's have a look what Infuse have in the back pocket. Marky B has Overdrive available. I know Moose has the Rewind, and the drone is in the hands of Marky. Hopefully for them, they need to convert, but for me, it needs to be a 2-point play with this payload.
Yeah, I feel like you always want to get the 2 first, ideally, but here it's going to be Marky B going for a 1-point throw. That looked off. As soon as he threw it, it looked like it was way too high, bounces to the side of the portal, and it's fitting. We see another European team lose from missing a 1-point throw at the end. I know maybe they're not able to get a 2 and rally it, but still, a 1-point throw hurts them towards the end there. Not going to put the pressure on Splice. It's going to be a 3-0 in favor of Splice as they handle Infuse quick.
Well, you said it, Matt. They need a 3-0. They needed to make a bit of a statement. They have a lot of Call of Duty still left to play. They do go on in the loser bracket to face Elevate, you know, and it's got a lot of Call of Duty to come. However, Bryce, what did you make of that one?
Well, there you go. 3-0 coming in from Splice. We thought it might be so, and it was. Infuse not able to take a single map off of them.
That is a perfect example of the Splice everyone thought we were going to see this weekend. Yep. They look back in form, and now it is scary. We know our top 3. Elevate definitely watched that series. They know what to expect now from Splice in this losers bracket final matchup.
Absolutely, and it doesn't really tell the full story. However, with the first map being so close and coming down to that final moment and a few kills being traded in favor of Splice, could have easily gone either way for the first map, and from there again, could have been a different story.
Yeah, I think so. And for me, a Splice just leveling up now. So much practice coming through that losers bracket. They are playing Elevate next. Now, Elevate, Splice, Orbit. These are the 3 teams we spoke about before this competition. Are they the new elite level? Are they the new, what, Millennium Infuser Splice of last year?
Well, let me ask you, how long did it take for those Elite 4 teams, in your opinion, to be established in the CWL Season 1 for you? Is it still too early, or is it just about that time now?
Well, I kind of started talking about it when I joined the CWL last year, but I was talking about it a little bit before, and I think there are criteria for me that to be elite that you have to have. Some of them are like, you can't really have any weakness. You have to be all-around good at all game modes. What I've seen this weekend, it hasn't said that about all teams to me, even when they've won these games. You know, they've got weaknesses, like Orbit, for instance, you know?
Yeah.
Having those bad respawns. I'm sitting there going, yeah, they've won the S&Ds and they've won their games, but that's not the same thing we saw last year. So, I don't know. For me, I'm going to kind of wait till after the tournament, see what I think about, you know, the team's performances and roughly where they stack. So, I don't know. Maybe it is too soon. It's kind of a narrow kind of sample we've got.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there because I wasn't entirely sure, because I think now to the events we have coming up, maybe you wait until after something like in Atlanta, see if a couple of these European teams wind up doing well. If we see any of these 3, in my opinion, do well now in the groups in Atlanta, those are then your elite in Europe, because they've now proved it at multiple different places.
Yeah, I think so too. But let's get your impressions on that game. Just Splice 3-0'd Infused. Obviously, I know you're a big Infused fan, Jack. They are gone.
They are gone. Top 4, though, nothing to be too upset about. They lost to very strong opponents. That's the big thing to take away for me. In the end, what winds up hurting them, a couple misplays in uplink. They didn't look like the strongest uplink team at all this weekend, which I think is a major improvement area for them. Another thing, too, as we watched some earlier matches this weekend, some weird search and destroy maps, some gameplay that they can definitely improve upon. The good thing for me with Infused is they can leave this event. I think they keep their heads held high. They go back, watch over the film, utilize the great coach they have, and come back firing strong in the next event.
Yeah, I think that's very, very important. We are going to get into this map by map. But before we do, let's throw it down to the floor. It's Lottie with Bants.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Well, congratulations once again. Really, really good job. I bet you're exhausted now.
Nah, not really. We're taking it map by map. We're still refreshed and ready to go.
So you guys are ready to hit the next series, and then you've got a final potentially. How does that make you feel?
It's just like every other tournament, really. For the best European players, we've been in many grand finals, so it's just another normal tournament.
So you guys are pretty confident now. As you said before, you've been in many finals before. That's something that doesn't faze you guys at all.
No, not really. We're just going in it. Just any other game, we're all confident and ready to win.
So from this series, are you going to take anything away, bringing on to your next one?
No, not really. Every team's different. Every play style's different. Elevate beat Infused, I think it was, and so we just play our game, we'll win.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Bants. Back over to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much. Bants there. Just, he didn't care.
Short and to the point.
He's already thinking about the next game.
Exactly. Can you blame him? The guy's about to go play another main stage series, and he knows this entire tournament now is on the line. Obviously, you got to beat Elevate. Then if he gets to the grand finals, not only does he need to win 1 best-of-5, but he needs to win 2 against Orbit.
Yeah, there's still a lot of people actually saying, Elevate could still take this tournament.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Who knows what's going to happen?
What Maiden's
now.
been saying.
Yeah. Well, okay, I don't believe him anymore now. I tell you what, let's get the map started. Hardpoint, Scorch, first of all. Let's talk about this map. Splice, they came out swinging.
Well, I think Infused are just a little behind, and it showed on this map. They were a little behind on the last rotations. And again, it came down to a few kills. And we've talked about Infused weakness in our point. It was every time they had one player going off. One time it was Moose, then it was PD, and then it was Nelson. And this time, it didn't really happen. Moose had a good game, PD had a good game, but it wasn't a monster game like we had earlier. And all of a sudden, it makes a difference. And with some great stats as well. You see Infused, very good last hill, but it wasn't enough.
No, it certainly wasn't, and it was a very, very close game. Even everywhere you look on that kind of scoreboard there, only really Hill 4 has a significant difference, but even then, you look at Hill 3, that's a big difference as well. It was such a close game, and it's kind of interesting to see how the actual hill time was spread out.
Yep, and you think the game was won off that last turbine, or hangar hardpoint, sorry, and that is Hill 3 in the rotation where Splice really had that major score lead on that breakdown. Love seeing graphics like that. Really puts it into perspective where the teams were doing well, where they were struggling. You could definitely learn from that one. If you are Infused, one thing I will say, though, remember, Infused at that point in that map was down by, what, 100+ seconds? And they were only lost by 14. If they don't go in such big a deficit, you expect them to go up 1-0 in this series.
Yeah. There was a big play from Marcat, actually, at the end as well, as he went through. And I think he got a 2-piece in the hill. And it was incredible. I thought he should have died. But he managed to pick off 2 of Infused, stop them from getting in. I think it won the game for them.
Yeah, that's the kind of things that we used to see from Mad Cat as well. He's always time and time again that player that he can turn things around with very big kills. He's been performing extremely well the whole tournament, and again against Infused he had a very good hardpoint. But I was just looking at the scoreboard. Infused just started way too slowly. You can't give a team like Splice this kind of lead. Yeah. Sure, they came back into the end, but they fell short because they didn't start well enough. So they've got to make sure they work on that. They can't let such a big lead home at the start.
And you saw actually in that hangar hardpoint, full streaks again earned by Infused. I would love for someone to go back to the VODs and see, did Infused earn full streaks on every single hardpoint? Because they begin to claw back into the game once they get them. There you saw, last time around this hill, it was 193 to 93. And now it's 240 to 236. Josh staying alive with the ERAD, showing that is the perfect hill where you bring out that submachine.
3 kills, 3 kills on the last hill. That was really Josh going huge and really staying alive. Helped by Jared. Really great plays from them, allowing the team to finish off.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously, what a close first game to kick things off. We knew it was going to be tight. But we move on to map 2. And Splice actually looked more dominant on this one, if I'm honest.
Yeah, It was interesting to watch because Moose, again, was still doing everything he could. This was a beautiful clutch by him, earning the rewind so early in this game
I don't think anybody on Splice was ready for that at all. You can actually hear Marky B outside the booth hyping up his teammate from that one. But then as play went on, Splice took full control. You see now up to a 4-1 lead. The big thing for me, that everyone on Splice got involved in this game. Everyone pulled their own weight. You can't say that on the same for Nolson and Marky B, who are combined 3-11 at this point in the game.
I think Infuse got really shy during this game. Splice was showing aggression. Infuse was maybe trying to be too clean. They were splitting players. They were doing kind of the strats that you expected on Black Ops 3. And Splice really staying alone, allowing the trade to happen every time. And this way, there wasn't any surprise.
I also think, because we got to saw the teams in the booths after map 1. Yep. And I was sitting in the audience, I was saying, they look so dejected after the first map. And I think they were just on full tilt, you know. They looked like in bad shape. It was no positive vibes in that booth at all. And then they went and lost. So I think this actually it just made it worse. Like coming after this, I'm not surprised they got 3-0'd.
And Jonas brought up the fact that Splice were aggressive in their face. You saw them always running together as a team. If you remember from the keys to victory prior to that series that we brought up.
Fast and aggressive.
Be aggressive, be fast, get in Infuse's face, do not let them be comfortable, because that's where they're at their best. When they're able to dictate the pace and listen to their veteran shot caller in Marky B, that's where they do their best. This uplink, though, it was like a tug of war for the most part. A couple questionable plays from both sides, really, but Bance, for me, won his team this map in a couple key stops on the defensive side.
No, absolutely. There was also that beautiful manual pass from Jerd from mid-map, allowing Bence to get it. And Bence not only was there, but he had 2 opponents to kill and was able to do so to get the 2-pointer. So huge play from Bence. It was definitely my MVP player as well, Jack. But coming back to the rest of the game, it was a very weird one to watch. You could tell the tension and what's at stake because it was very slow, and there was so many moments where X and Momo picked up that literally no one was touching the drone. It was min-map, and they were literally just trying to get min-map control rather than the drone.
Yeah, I think, you know, when we're talking about the play, and I'm sure it'll come up here, the manual pass coming over, it was important not just because it was a great play and we saw it come in, but it actually put, you know, an extra possession in the game. We were thinking maybe they can come back. It's not a million miles away. There are, you know, payloads starting to come up. But it just wasn't actually one that happened, you know. Once that went in, it's sitting there going, well, if you're on the opposite team, you're now thinking not only have we got to do this flawlessly, but, you know, we have no time left to do it.
And what a relief it can be for Mad Cat, where he's having a little bit more of a quiet game in the slang here. 11-20, 1 point on the board for him, but his teammates are picking up the slack. And we saw Mad Cat's stats for this weekend. Top, 3 in every major category, but to still be able to rely on his teammates, it's got to be a great feeling for him.
Yeah, that's the one from Bence right there. And I love the play. Actually, sorry, he goes for the 1, not the 2, and it was just so smart. And there was 2 situations where they went for the 1 when they could have tried the 2, and they didn't get greedy. And I feel like that's also the difference. They're a very realistic team. They know their opportunities, but they know the boundaries of the game. They know not to force it.
Also, I think Splice have all the European teams are nailing their 1s.
Yeah, I would say they're one of the stronger teams at it right now. I think the big thing for me is not only hitting the 1s, but throwing them at the correct time.
Yep.
Right there by Bance. If he waits 1 second longer, he doesn't get it.
Yep.
While on the move, fadeaway type throw, smart stuff from him, and he just doesn't get greedy. And in a map like that where it's that close down to the wire in possessions, small plays like that make the difference. But now Splice have another tough opponent in our losers bracket final. Their road is not done yet. As we mentioned earlier, Infused they finished top 4.
Well, I don't know. I mean, when we talk about the bracket and going through here, Splice have had such a long run. And I think it's incredible they went out so early.
Yeah.
But then they've just been, you know, batting aside
But it's
opposition.
not the same Splice. It's not the same Splice. Clearly,
No.
yesterday, they went down 3-0 against Orbit. There was only Mad Cat that was really playing well. We were talking about Bence earlier. We said if Bence can step it up, then maybe they can go back to the grand finals. And for the past 2 games, we've seen Bence. He's turned up. So it's definitely been the difference for me.
I'll tell you what, let's take a look at the bracket, find out where we are currently, and see how this is all going down. Of course, now there is only 3. We've had a long day of games, but you can see that big, important first game. Splice versus Orbit. Splice dropped. Since then, yellow, yellow, yellow. Can they continue on once more against Elevate? Or will it in fact be Elevate facing Orbit in the grand final? Which do you guys think? Just straight off the top of your head.
Splice.
Elevate.
I take it back. Elevate. No, I'm going Splice again.
It depends. If Watson can play the same, honestly, Elevate was just so impressive. It could have gone either way with Orbit. I'm even a little surprised that they lost. It came down to Rated, having the best map I've seen in a while.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I tell you what, we won't have to guess for much longer. We are going to a very quick break. When we come back, it will, of course, be Splice versus Elevate. Who wins? Who knows? We'll see you after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London here live in the Gfinity Arena, and I am excited. We've got 2 more games to go, 36 so far over the last 3.5 days, a record for any Call of Duty tournament anywhere on one stream.
Does anyone remember what our first match was?
I do.
I don't remember. I don't remember what happened.
Splice versus Bando.
Splice versus.
It's a thriller. You missed out. You missed out on that one.
All right. Well, let's kind of start getting into this one. First of all, give us your initial impressions there, Phil.
Splice are coming off win after win after win. They're looking very strong. Looking at Bant in the interview, it just seems like another day at the office. I think again they go into this the favourite. They are still seed 1, even though they got knocked into the loser bracket very, very soon. On the flip side, Elevate. They've just come off a very tough loss. I mean, it couldn't be more polar opposites.
Yeah, this Splice team is locked in. They've won a bunch of maps in a row. Obviously, just getting a 3-0 win over Infused. I feel like if Elevate is going to win this series, they're going to need to take one of these first maps. I think this first map is going to be huge in this series from the standpoint that you can't let Splice just keep building momentum and confidence. It's at an all-time high right now. It would be bad if Elevate lost this map 1.
Yeah, I completely agree. Not only that, but with Elevate's S&D looking a little bit shaky.
And Splice is looking a lot better.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's true.
All right. Before we go too much into this match, I want to talk hypothetical for just a second.
Okay.
I know. I can't do this with Jack because he can't think. All right. Which team do you think would be a better matchup for Orbit in the final? Both have lost?
Splice.
Okay, right. Not an awful lot of thinking or debating there.
I mean, just to justify the reasoning for Splice, I don't know if Matt's is the same. I just think the experience on Splice, they can overcome a 2 best-of-5s. I think Elevate, you've got the likes of Shawnee, Zed, who's still kind of 18 months into his career. I just think they may phase out. It might fatigue out. I just don't think they have what it takes to win 2 best-of-5s.
Okay. I think Orbit. I think that Orbit could probably feel either way. I think, you know, Splice obviously would be a scary opponent coming out of losers, but at the same time, we've already seen that matchup. We've seen how hyped Rated and Joe got for it. In a grand finals, in that matchup, those guys are going to be shooting lights out, I gotta believe. So I think Orbit's pretty comfortable with either opponent. I think, you know, Rated and Joe specifically would definitely want to see Splice again.
Well, I think it's interesting. Obviously, you know, Orbit knocked both of these into the losers bracket. So they've got wins against both. I mean, technically, their win against Splice was easier.
It was. You know, on paper, it was. I think, I don't know, that game was very weird for me. To watch Orbit and Splice, you've got to give them credit. They kind of swept them aside. And I think if they rematched again, the two best of fives, if it went to the second, they wouldn't be like the first. I mean, Orbit may still take it, don't get me wrong, but I think Splice would give one hell of a game.
And look, it's really rare we see a team win 2 best of 5s in a final. I can remember one off the top of my head, UMG, Niagara, Call of Duty Ghosts, NV Cole, that one, but it was like 2 straight 3-0s. Like, I feel like the only way you can make these long loser bracket runs is with consistent 3-0 series. I know if Orbit, whoever makes it out of this loser bracket final, if Orbit can like extend that first series, make it a long, grueling one, they're the more well-rested team. I think they take the second one.
Just to touch on that, I mean, the one that kind of jumps to mind is of a Millennium squad. They came back, and 2 of the players consisted of Jerd and Madcat.
Yeah.
And, you know, they've been here before, they've done it before, so we don't put it past them.
All right, well, let's get into the teams. First up, Elevate. One of the favorites to win this competition, but 100% top 3 before, and now they are.
Yeah, and this is a team that, look, they come in the number 2 seed. They've been playing like it, and I feel like in the last series, you saw Watson really kind of, fulfill his potential. The issue is when Watson played good, it kind of took everything away from Zed and Shawnee. So we'll see if they can get all 3 of those guys clicking at one time.
I also think Riddy's not had the greatest of tournaments from what we usually expect from him, but you know, we were talking in the audience saying he doesn't really have to when he's got his teammates going off. I would like to see him maybe now this be the time to really go for it.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, last year for him, he was always one step behind, you know, that top tier team. You know, he's always losing out 3-1 or 3-2, final maps. It just never finally happened for him. And he genuinely believes this is the squad that can do it. And you know what? He's got 3 absolutely stellar players around him to do that.
They certainly have. And of course, these have come second in the last 2 of the 2Ks. So, you know, we've been out by Splice, but here are the keys to victory. Everyone has to be a hero, no solo carries, kind of touches on what we were just talking about. The fact that we think maybe Ridley needs to step it up and everybody needs to play well. Second, establish a clear shot caller. This has been an S&D issue they've been having all weekend where sometimes they don't exactly follow orders to plan and are changing it last second. So, yeah, if they can get that sorted for this one, maybe their S&D will come into play. And third, make plays as a team.
Well, I mean, you kind of look at all those keys to victory, and now the one who's kind of got to figure them all out is Reedy. I mean, he's the one who needs to, like, step it up in the first key to victory we talked about, where it can't just be solo carries. Establishing a shot caller, that's got to be him as well. Now, obviously, your shot caller sets up everybody else to make plays. So you look at Reedy as the big player for Elevate in this match.
Yeah, I think so. Reedy's definitely one of the ones we've got to keep an eye on and see exactly how he plays out, but also he's the in-game leader, so just a lot of weight on his shoulders. But it's time to meet the opposition. The number 1 ranked team coming into this competition before it started, Bance, Josh, Jerd, and Madcat. K-difference 183.
It just keeps going up.
Yep.
It really, really does. And team rating, you know, 1.09. It's very rare we kind of see it creep into the 1.1s. Map win percentage, 84%. I actually am trying to think of the other maps that they may have lost except to Orbit. You know, they seem to have just steamrolled through most teams, putting up scorelines of like 14-0 in Uplink. And yes, this will be a much, much harder opponent. It's number 2. These teams have faced off in the last 2 2Ks in the finals, and both times it's been 3-0.
Well, let's have a little look at the keys to victory then for this matchup. First of all, don't get complacent. They have battled their way through the loser bracket, but each challenge keeps getting bigger. They've got to keep stepping up their game and going full throttle.
Now, make Zed's life hell. It's a good key to victory. Zed has been a key player for Elevate. I know his teammates, when we were doing some of the interviews prior to the event, were saying that they think he's the best player in Europe. Got to shut that guy down.
Yeah,
certainly do.
Really, really big factor. And I mean, for Splice as well, put Reedy on tilt. I mean, that was one which I think we can all agree on. If Reedy goes on tilt, the team captain, the in-game shot caller, the one who's, you know, putting everything out on the table, you know, what happens if he goes on tilt?
Well, speaking of shot callers, let's have a little look at our key player matchup. Our key player matchup, of course, Reedy versus Josh. These 2 players, of course, well known and very, very vocal with what they come in, but stats a little bit different between the 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, usually we took a look at Madcat, who was 3rd on every single category. Josh and Reedy find themselves a lot lower down, and this might be, you know, a real storyline to say these are not the 2 players that have been going off, but right now
if one of them can step it up, I think that is the key. And I think, you know, these two being picked for the key players, I think that's the perfect reason why.
And I've casted a lot of Splice matches at this event. A lot of them have been blowouts, but I feel like Josh has been the one guy that we really haven't talked about a lot with them. It's a lot like how with Elevate, not in the same vein, but like we were waiting for Watson to just kind of erupt. For Elevate, he did in the last series. I feel like we're waiting for Josh on Splice to really kind of have one of those impact series like he did last year. This may be it.
Well, we'll see whether or not he can do it. Like I said, if Reedy steps out, it'll be something we haven't seen. Now, he's made a few clutch plays as we go through, and he actually said, he goes, I don't really care about the kills. He goes, I don't care about my KD. He goes, I want to win. He goes, I've got Zach, I've got Watson for that. You know, Shawnee's going to support me all the way. None of this matters to me. He says, as long as we win. As long as we win.
But if you're a leader of some young guys, you got to set a good example in the game one. You can't come out and like not put up like a a good stat line there and like try and it's just hard as a young player. You're kind of looking for somebody for the experience. It's like if I'm a young guy and you're my mentor leader, I'm not going to listen to you. If you're 12 and 33, like I'm going to tell you.
Which he was the captain of his squad when he went 12 and 33.
I was about to say that was my motto. You know, I'm not here for the kills.
Got rid of him.
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
like we're not listening. This guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
So basically, be careful or you'll end up behind this desk, is what you're saying to some of those players.
We need to get rid of Phil anyway. All right, Scorch, Crusher, Precinct, Breakout, and Throwback. Guys, it is prediction time. This is a big one, and it's maybe easy for some of you guys. X, who wins?
I think Splice wins. I think the series score really comes down to that game number 2. If Splice wins that one, I think it's a 3-0.
Okay, Phil?
Splice. 3-0.
Oh, 3-0's coming in hot. Let's hand it over to our casters. It's going to be Courage and an even more caffeinated Jonas.
Oh, if you thought Jonas was loud last series, you just wait, folks. This is the loudest the French will get all weekend because I can assure you the teams were quiet in the booth when they were getting 3-0'd. Jonas, happy to have you with me for this losers bracket semifinal matchup here at the CWL London event presented by the PS4. Reminder, loser of this goes home. They're done. They finish in 3rd. The winner goes on to face Orbit in the grand finals. Predictions from you now. Predictions from you, please.
I'm gonna go with Splice, but it's gonna be a close one. I'm gonna say 3-2, but you were mentioning my level of caffeine. I don't know what Jack is, but definitely gonna get that tested as we head into map number 1. It's gonna be on board with the boy Reedy. Is that quiet series before? Let's see what he can do.
Well, off the break, we are watching Reedy of Elevate. I'm unsure of where I want to go exactly in this series. I predicted Splice to be my champion this weekend at the start of the weekend, but at the same time, I think Elevate actually stack up pretty well against this team, strictly because they are a scrappy hardpoint team. You saw the KD difference not nearly as drastic as that of Splice. They all get inside the hill. They play very selfless. Their key to victory, no solo plays. All teamwork will be the key. Right now, Splice out to an early lead off the back of Bance's 3-piece.
And I'll tell you, Jack, honestly, if Bence is playing like we know he can, and Jerd is waking up as well, he's on a 3-0 start already, this is going to be a very tough task for the team on Elevate. Watson was going huge the previous map. Is he going to be able to replicate that kind of performance?
Well, right now, Splice are up 30-4. We're going to rotate towards this back turbine hard point. There is a lot of emotions on the line. Let's see how Splice go for this break.
I'm just side out.
Oh, we're watching this.
Go then.
Backed off hill. Curve, Watson. Dead, go.
Shawnee's on Nelson, back on the way.
Dead.
Four. Right, everyone's who wants to go? Do the spawn catwalk. I get one. Get catwalk. They've all spawned catwalk. Yeah, they're all here. All back left. They go mid or something. Middle cap. Yeah, mid. Watch mid. Cat. One shot. Cat. Mid flew. Going curve side. Two bottom left door. Two bottom left door. I spawn curve. I'm watching you, curve. I'm watching you, curve. Now, curve. Two curve. One more curve inside. He's got lab. He's tagged. Watson. He's tagged. Watson's tagged in that curve.
I'm watching.
They're flying. Yeah, I spawned next.
Player left, Josh, set the corner.
Yeah. Back door. They've rotated. Come. I'm in the far.
Bomb still. One shot. Nice, good job.
I'm in the far.
One top.
Nice. I'm in the far. I'm in the new. Saw me. Come on, Jack. No. Weak. In the hill. Weak. Fuck. Reed's in hill. He's still in hill. We get good spawn.
Yeah, one's just hopped in now. One's playing the back shot.
One's in the back. Go. Stack this. 4v2. He's hopped out. I've gone mid.
Back.
One shot.
one shot. Nice. Where you spawn? Talk to me.
Spawn.
I've got far back.
Hit cat and pick up mid.
Yeah, I'm got mid. No, I can get it now.
Push off hill, go.
I've got it now. Just play that side.
No, I'm cool.
Nice, one.
Watch for now.
Really?
He's funny.
Nice. My man. Jump up. Let's go. Shoot him, shoot him. Nice, John. You're the fucking best, bro. Let's go. 20 seconds. I'll come down. I'll get you right, John. Get left.
I love hearing it from Splice, man. So well trained. Their communication is on point. Another 4 dead on to Elevate. This team looks lights out right now, Jonas.
Yeah, they look lights out. The amount of callouts sent by Josh is impressive. And look at the scoreline. 119 to 18. Elevate is yet to be found in this final of the loser bracket.
Yeah, I will openly say right now, I think Josh is the best communicator I have heard in Europe from everything this weekend. The guy is on point. As they're going to go ahead and push through this top deck room to see if they can break this drill hard point. You can see on your scoreboard, 2 players of Elevate currently inside the hill. It's going to be Jerd down challenging. 1 more player behind him, can't clean him on up. Should have a trade from a teammate there. Is actually no Watson helping out Splice with the team kill. 122 to 42, Elevate clawing back into things that has not been pretty for them off the start of this game.
It hasn't, but we have seen that time and time again. The first rotation, very one-sided, and during the second rotation, it could switch. Let's see what he can do here. Watson having a quiet game so far, 50 points on the board. They definitely need to start climbing back very, very soon. It's an 80-point difference.
Elevate fans, don't worry, we'll listen in with your team in just a little bit. We're going to wait to see how they react on that same turbine hardpoint. For now, though, in this scrappy middle hill, we'll see if Splice can build on this lead. At the end of the first rotation, slaying in favor of Splice, score in favor of Splice, and honestly, in my opinion, teamwork in favor of Splice. I was worried about how good this Elevate team was gonna show up in this first hardpoint because they had been lights out in this game mode throughout the whole weekend until they met Orbit, which is the first time they dropped a hardpoint. So far, now looking like they're about to drop another.
Absolutely, and huge streak for Josh as well on that middle hardpoint, just claiming it back for Splice as Elevate had a great setup, and I thought that was it. They were going to be able to secure a full hardpoint, but huge work from the boys on Splice. Now I'm also looking at the scoreboard, and really still struggling, and no one going up on the side of Elevate. Definitely having a slow game so far.
Well, we'll go ahead and see if they can on this rotation hold it down for now. Remember, Splice is where they really built their big lead at the start of this first game. Let's go ahead and now turn our focus towards Elevate. They're spawning out. Splice have the pressure towards this new hard point. They've got to retake now, and they've got to do it quick.
Oh, look at the minimap.
Yeah, full 60 on 1 hill.
Just put him inside, don't put him inside. Oh, I got Scarab,
Hold in. Go on, quick. Bomb. Actually, Joe, that's it, bomb.
I hit one with his close shot.
Go straight.
Yeah, I'm going.
Go straight down.
Nice.
Get back left. Right flanks here. Go straight,
I got one. Nice.
Flank. He's coming curve right now.
Help each other.
I'm coming scout, push out. I'm going to rotate here. Let's get him all run.
One bullet drill. Fuck. One bullet.
Oh, there's two.
Oh, nice. Spawn there. Go. Come from me.
Go right, man, right.
Oh, shit.
Back in this now, let's go.
What do we do? Start with an gunfight, so it's all good.
I'll try and cut bridge after this. One's in hill. Hill, wait. Push out front, absolute back, push out front, one's back. Both in hill.
Fuck.
Right
about.
Come stay back. Anyway. Hey, it's weak. One bridge, just spawned out, they're all gonna use me for them out.
You got me.
Josh,
Fine.
I spawned out now. We can still do this, we just gotta make kills.
Yeah, let's go.
Wait. I went mid. Here goes there.
Nice. Got fly through, we just got fly through. I'm gonna drop a flash.
Bomb.
Weak.
Come out top.
One bullet bomb.
Came out top.
Spawned out bridge.
That's fine, let's go.
Top, he's up.
I'm coming bridge.
Stay alive, Josh.
Step. Bridge weak. Two bridge, two. Oh, it's massive. One shot hill.
I died in the back. Back door, 2.
That's not Nico next.
Nice. No.
Push here. He's at weak, Joe, absolute nice.
One's on new.
Be killing new.
Oh, Elevate, they're doing what they can, but you could just see a little bit of a pacing issue for me on that hard point, especially on the rotation. We saw Zed go flying in towards that back door. He had a teammate waiting in that back rock area, but he goes in by himself, dies. His teammate then goes in by himself, dies one by one. And then Splice get the free hold and rotation. Now, Jonas, Splice have the drill off the break. They're now just 15 seconds away from winning this first map.
Absolutely. Back to basics for Elevate. They definitely need to make sure that they do commit for the breaks as a team. And you could tell the atmosphere was very different. Moments of silence. Something we haven't seen with Splice, as they're going to be able to walk away very convincingly with map number 1, 250 to 107. What a map from Splice.
Yeah, this is what was expected from this team coming into the weekend, and they honestly make it look easy. Elevate were one of the more impressive hardpoint teams up to this point, and Splice just picked them apart. Everyone on Splice getting involved, no weak links there, and that is scary as we move forward. We will definitely show you the scoreboard once we get back into the lobby. But look, even after the game, Bant's communicating with his team. I love to hear it from every single player. It's great stuff from them. A very quick hard point, only 7 minutes and 45 seconds, and it shows in the scoreboard. Break this one down for me, Jonas.
Well, one thing very scary for me, for the guys on Elevate, is the Jerd waking up. He's not had massive games so far in the tournament, but in this one, he was off to a great start, finishing 25 and 14. No one going positives on the guys on Elevate. Really fine slaying department.
Keys to victory prior to this match put Reedy on tilt. The guy just went 12 and 25, 0 defense, and only 14 seconds in the hard point. Talk about a way to put Reedy on tilt going into a map 2. But now this is a test for Reedy. Can he keep himself level-headed? How will they now go into the search and destroy? What's their mindset in Crusher? A lot of mind games can be played here, and we've seen it time and time again this weekend. Expect to have it happen yet again.
Absolutely, Jack. I couldn't agree more, and I think they will have to get back to that level of confidence. You could tell by the gunfights, Elevate wasn't really fully into that game. Splice, we've talked about the fact that they had to go through the whole of the loser bracket. They are fully practiced. They came in hot after their previous win against Infused. And, you know, just that communication, it tells you something. In our point, there isn't supposed to be a single second of silence. And it wasn't the case with the impressive communication from Josh on the side of Splice. But Elevate, there was, at some point, there was a 5 seconds blank.
Did anybody in the venue, did anybody at home not expect this from Splice to make this losers bracket run? Everyone we spoke to, whether it's analysts, obviously even Brycey, I think everyone just predicted Splice to move through the losers bracket like this. If they can get another 3-0 right here, they are going to be so happy to have another chance at Orbit. I cannot begin to tell you. I think we're going to see a different Splice this time around. There's a look at Josh. I said during that last map, I think he's the best vocal communicator right now in Europe. Big reason why they're able to handle those intense scenarios on hardpoint.
I used to play with him way back when he was like 14 or 15 back in the days, and I used to take an aspirin after every map because he was so loud and he spoke so much, and that's coming from me, right?
Oh God!
Like, it is really, really talkative, and that is a great thing in Call of Duty, and it definitely someone that brings so much more to the team than just his raw skill.
Yeah, he's definitely the all-around package that you want in your Call of Duty roster. We're about to go into game number 2. Reminder, this is a losers bracket final matchup. We are now just 2 maps away from potentially seeing Elevate go home. As the booth right now, they're just looking very serious as you'd expect. They've got to stay level-headed. They cannot go on tilt after that first game. Crusher, search, and destroy. Do we see Jerd bring out a sniper? In almost every SCD this weekend, he has at some point.
True. I wouldn't be so surprised. I definitely expect Reedy to do so, even though he hasn't been always very successful with it. I think also Splice is going to be aware that Reedy is going to try to go with the sniper. So they would expect it. There's definitely a mind game going into it when you go between those two teams that have played against each other so much. And let's remind people, this is Seed 1 of Europe going against Seed 2 in the lower final. So Orbit created the upset. Which one do you favor going into map number 2, Jack?
Elevate have looked really lights out in this game mode this weekend. They met their match with Orbit last series. I said that Orbit and Elevate were my 2 most impressive S&D teams up to this point, but with how Splice are playing, I think I've got to side with them in this one. We're into game number 2. We're watching Josh off the break. He's got the ERAD and the objective, and oh, wait, looks like Splice have decided to throw a little curveball here. They bait out the play towards B, and now they just completely switch up on the map.
Which is super odd because they had no information and they didn't give away any information, so they must have just changed their mind, or maybe there was a shot saying that it wasn't a good idea. However, all the players from Elevate are going to come around the back. The pinch is going to come in very, very shortly. 4-on-4 bomb retake for Elevate.
Well, Josh has the exact weapon he wants in this scenario. Erad so good up close, but he splits the uprights with the players. Thankfully, teammates there to trade at least one kill. Mad Cat left in the one-on-one, whiffs the shots, and Watson clutches it up. Every player on Elevate getting involved there. Look at how fast the collapse came in, and it's because Elevate push through the B-bomb instantly, get to A before the setup can be had that Splyce wanted to get into.
Yeah, very nice push. 4 at once. And, you know, when there was only one player left alive in the Elevate squad, I knew it was Watson. Somehow, he's always the last one alive for Elevate. I don't really know how he does it. It was the first time he picked up a kill. But, you know, maybe this is what Watson needed, because he's not shying during map 1. Getting that clutch kill, getting that 1v1 in first round, and giving his team the advantage might be what he needed.
Well, good stuff from them as Elevate do in that first round. Now, where do they elect to go on offense? It does seem like they're going to get very aggressive towards the B side. And what I mean by that is because they went through middle. They did not take the long route. This should be a quick plan play. They're trying to catch Splyce before they can rotate in time, and I love this decision. Look, they've got full rock control.
Benz has the information. He has seen 3 of them. There has been a lot of shots fired. No one dead yet. Watson's going to pick up the first kill. Shawnee goes down. 3-on-3.
Watson just backing up now for the moment. Still putting shots down towards Rock. Number advantage to Elevate. And they have to stop Splyce from getting this defuse. It looks like this should be around for the Red Rebellion as Zed slides on through, gets the kill. And it's all down to Bance now for Splyce, and I don't know if he has any idea of where these final 2 players are.
He's got literally no idea. I was following him on my screen, and he literally went through the left side of the map, trying to expect someone, but he actually looked on the bomb as someone slid in, and it was just very unlucky Call of Duty timing for Bance. Not going to be able to go with the 1v2 convincing stuff from Elevate, and we see similar scenarios. We see the defensive team going for the wrong bomb site as a 4-man unit, except that Elevate was able to go for the retake and not Splyce.
The one player that was going to be for Splyce that round actually spent an extra few seconds switching their class off the break, so they were so delayed with getting any information at B that Elevate were able to plant the bomb for the Rock side. They pushed right on through. That was their game plan all along, and they executed on it. Now it's Jerd with first blood, though. 3 already dead on Elevate, and just like that, it's Watson left by himself.
I don't know if it's really wise if your Elevate just go on the left side, rushing high in the air, very open target, and Judd was watching, and Jerd, you know, he doesn't miss. He picked up 2 kills, and now Watson is left alone in a 1v4 situation. This is Watson we're talking about. I'm getting scared already.
Yeah, if I'm him, I'm looking for an area where I could just jump and get off the side of the map. But one thing to point out, Splyce this round decide to fight fire with fire. They go right at Elevate, use their gun skill to their advantage, and now Watson, really, this is just a see what he can get, maybe get closer towards his camo. That's about it. That's going to do it. Splyce now on the board.
Finally, I mean, if you, it would have been hard to let Elevate go up 3-0 in the series, though. So this kind of rounds, it's similar to like a 3-2 that transform a 4-2 into a 3-3. There are some rounds, even though every round counts the same, but some rounds value more because they put you in such a difficult situation. So good job to Splyce for coming back into the game. Very even teams on kill. Now Elevate is going to be back into the attacking side with Reedy as a bomb, and there is going to be one defender. Defender going to the right bomb side.
It's the same thing as last time, except this time around, Mad Cat didn't spend 5 seconds changing his class, so he's at least here to get his team information. He's going to try to stall on out, but look, Elevate just goes soaring on through. They do not care.
Yep, they do not care. Benz put a lot of bullets in one of the players. He must have been heavily tagged, but is going to survive, putting Elevate in such a great situation. It's going to be a 4-on-2 situation. Josh and Jerd left alive. Well, they could do it, but it's going to be a tough situation, and just feel like they're waiting too much.
No, I just don't see how this one happens. The bomb is planted in the perfect position. They will challenge one. Zed, though, still with the rewind, does actually get cut down, and now they've got players searching it out. They know where one is. How has this happened? 1 versus 1. All the information Josh needs. He gets the kill. A total collapse by Elevate. They planted in the perfect spot. They could check that from the wall run, from the back rock, from the side crates. That right there is a round that you cannot give up against a team like Splice.
Greed for the kills. Honestly, there was someone behind that left crate. I'm not sure which player it was on the side of Elevate, but just trying to jump and go for the kill. There was no need for it. Just stay alive. This is a 2-on-4 situation. The defenders have to come for you. There is no need to challenge, and it's exactly what Elevate did. Big mistakes coming in at this point in the game now, allowing Splice to come back, and Josh, I've got to say, did go huge.
Now, this is a great opportunity for Splice to take command of this game. Look at the mind games that I'm talking about. They send everybody towards this one site, but then they just slow it down for a second. You're going to see Elevate begin to rotate on over. They have no idea what's going on. A free plant, the Trinity Rocket and Scorcher earned. I love this type of gameplay, man. This map has continued to develop more and more into my favorite S&D map. It's going to come down to a 4v4 retake, but so many tools available for Splice.
Yeah, and Josh is on the way to allow more score streaks to be... Oh, this was probably super close, as Reedy is going to be taken down before split second. I thought he was going to have enough time. Josh finally able to go straight, but you know what? It was actually kind of sloppy from Elevate. There was 2 players from Elevate looking at Josh when he went through middle to check the bomb, and they didn't kill him in time. I just feel like there are missed opportunities for Elevate. They are down 3-2. They could have been different.
Josh doesn't hesitate. Right there, sees the player inside you, not confident in the gunfight, so he says, you know what? Let me just secure my team the round. He's so early in this game, 3-2 in the performance he's putting on. He can easily earn camo again.
As well, but
yes,
with that kill,
absolutely.
Just in time. So that kill almost counted double. Not only it was the round, but it was also allowing him to get that last score streak.
If I'm now Splice, I am stacking A every single round on defense, and I'm using my streaks to retake the B site. They're going to do it here, and I'm sure they're going to do it as the game continues. Already, he's swapping on through. Trinity Rocket should come first, and now watch Elevate. They're going to have to dive towards the side of the map, and yeah, it's going to be the hangar, but who's here pre-aiming? It's Bance as well as Mad Cat. This is the sign of a great team. They're baiting them in. It's just easy, simple Call of Duty, folks, as that's going to come in for a defuse. Perfectly played by Splice. Cannot stress that enough.
Elevate run literally into the trap that Splice had set up for them. Ben saw that first kill coming, it was like great, started pre-firing, and that was just perfect.
Trust me, I've given up streaks to S&D stars in almost every single game I play. I know that's exactly how they're going to play it, and I still don't know how to react to it. Right there, Elevate fall right into the Splice trap.
But again, that greed from Elevate, they plant the bomb and they go for the kills rather than taking the positions and wait for Splice to come at them.
Well, the reason why they're not able to get in the positions they want is because they have streaks coming out. They have a bombardment, and there's no cover at B. Their only cover is to push in the garage, and Splice know exactly that. It's why they keep Bance and Mad Cat laying down, watching 2 different doorways. 3v3 now in this round. Zed's just going to try to stay alive top middle. I like this. He'll decide to back on up. Don't do anything too crazy. It's still a 3v3. Now you can redevelop on the map, and we will see this round go on a little bit longer.
Splice being extremely patient. You can see on the minimap, they waited at the back of the map for about 15 seconds, just trying to get the information. They probably haven't seen anyone yet. Once they have the information, they will commit to a bomb site, and they probably have as they are heading towards A. But look at the back up from Elevate.
I like this. This is perfect. They're planting on the correct side.
Ooh.
He's going to get out with his life. The timing's going to work out. Streaks won't be too much of use inside A.
Ooh, I like what I'm seeing on the minimap.
You see Jerd as well as Bance and Mad Cat in the back, and I don't know if they recognize what's exactly going down. No, he's not actually.
Josh again!
He's just laying down next to it. He's trying to bait out that first kill, but Josh with the E-Rad shreds him from that close range.
Yeah, Josh is going to check the bomb every time he's been playing really well. Really smart player, but Watson and Shawnee are going to find one player each. There is only 14 seconds left on the clock, and Jerd is just going to have to win one gunfight or kill the guy on the bomb. He's going to use a waste. Rewind.
It's a waste.
The bombs defused Jerd. Not able to go with the 1v2, and that's extremely surprising. Jack, I thought surely he had it in the bag, but Elevate somehow still this round away from Splice.
Ooh, that's a tough one. That is definitely a tough one. Elevate, the way that they win that round is when they decide to send 2 players towards that top bridge, and they overwhelm Bance, who is sitting in that area, trying to cover that high side for his team. Once that setup is collapsed on, you then see Josh get shot in the back, and then they have the 2v1. Splice, they're stacking A. Camo comes out, though, from Watson, the playmaker for Elevate. strikes first blood.
Only gonna make 1 kill, however, as Shani tries to go in for the trade. It's gonna be taken down by Josh. Pretty, 1 more kill, 1v2 situation from Zed. Come on. You can make something special, Zed, here, because your team needs it. Otherwise, Sply's gonna go 5-3 up in the second map.
Still have Rewind ready to go. And he does have the objective. Ton of time for him to work with. But oh, he's running right into a potential trap here from Splyce. Look in the back of the map on the bulldozer. A cheeky shot. Spot, didn't mean to say shot, but who cares? Either way, it applies there.
It applies for sure. Zed, again, really going for the kills. And, you know, with the way they've been playing this whole SND, I'm pretty sure someone called, wait, just wait for him at the back of the map. You'll see him go through because there's no way he's going to plant that bomb in a 1v2. And that's what happened.
Rewind used by Jerd. Did nothing. The camo used by Watson, yeah, got him a first blood, but Splyce still win the round. So
trade away as well.
They're traded on out. Reedy, though, is deciding to make a play this round. With Overdrive, you should see Elevate go soaring right on out. This is, again, what we saw earlier on this game that was working for them, but Splyce are completely ready. No, they back on up. They back up, but Reedy gets away his position with some shots.
Reedy shooting way too early. That wasn't a safe kill and just gives up his position and run into Splyce's bullets. However, Shawnee is going to level the situations now. It's 3-on-3, still doable for Elevate. They're back against the wall.
Remember a few rounds ago where you saw Elevate back up from a scenario where they didn't feel confident? Now Splyce do the same. They'll redevelop this play towards middle map and try to give themselves a better opportunity for this plant. You see one player on rock. Jerd will be the first to challenge. They backed on up. He sees one on crate, so it's a heavy focus towards B for both these teams.
And Jerd is expecting someone to challenge him because Elevate has been challenging them every time. It's not coming in. However, Jerd is going to jump in. Not going to be traded as he kills Zed. It's a 2-on-3. Looking very dangerous for Elevate now. Shawnee, last one alive, is going to go down. And just like this, Splyce walk away with map number 2, 6-3. Woo! Are they ever going to lose a map at this rate?
They're staying hot. I'd love to see the bracket after this if they do move on of exactly how it's all gone down. Splyce now 1 map away from moving into the grand finals with a chance at revenge against Orbit, who knocked them into this losers bracket early yesterday. If you are just tuning in, that's a look at Splyce, one of the top European teams in Call of Duty. They'll be participating in basically every major event going on. They've got more than they could give away pro points to teams at this point and still have that top seed in Europe, it feels like.
So true. But I'm looking at the scoreboard yet again, Jack, and King Jerd is back. You know, I said it on the first map. He had a great game, and this time around, sure, Josh dropped 10 kills as well, but Jerd going 10-3 literally had a massive impact.
10-3, but Josh 4 plants and 2 defuses and still puts up those numbers. Well-rounded effort again by Splyce and Reedy. 12-25 game 1.
I don't know what is going on with Reedy.
3-8 game 2.
Terrible games. 2 terrible series for Reedy. Didn't play great the previous series against Orbit, and it's kind of going the same way against Splyce. If he can wake up, maybe Elevate can bring this back, because right now it's looking like it's all Splyce. It's gonna be next map on Precinct Uplink, and it's again, I look at the map and I just don't see Elevate taking it, because when I think of Splyce in Uplink, I look at the names, I look at Jerd, I look at Mad Cat, I look at Benz, and I look at the team leader like Josh that is going to bring you so much teamwork and so much communication. I just don't see it happening.
With the way lobby works on this map, you need to be able to read the minimap, 1, as fast as possible, and 2, as a shot caller, be able to give your drone carrier the information he needs on where he can go, what lead blockers he has, and what to expect on the route he's going to. And that is very hectic on this map. There's so many exits to that lobby area and so many lanes you can wind up pushing down. This could be it for Elevate in this tournament. They've already gotten a top 3, but they're hungry for more. They would have to go for the reverse sweep now, which already would be tough, considering the fact that even if they win this map, they go back into another hard point, and then an S&D if they get there. And already in the series, Splyce have won both of those game modes. If you missed it, here's where we stand. Game 1, whoop, whoop. It was a blowout, 250-107. Everyone on Splyce just completely in form. Then in Crusher Search and Destroy, led by the backs of Jerd and Josh, the Double J duo getting it done. And now for Precinct Uplink, I fear that this one's going to get ugly.
Yeah, I'm scared as well. But coming back to second map, I'm not
entirely sure yet, and we'll see what the analysts got to say about that, but that it was entirely Splyce playing great. I do feel like Elevate had an opportunity to tie up the series, but there was too many mistakes, and they played at probably the deciding moment is Josh getting those score streaks. When he goes for that bomb, get his last kill to get the score streak on the bomb that was being defused. If the other two Elevate players had been able to make that kill, I think it would have gone very differently. But anyway, gonna go into that map number 3. It's gonna be Uplink and Elevate. At this point in time, sure they're top 3, but they will never settle for it. They will never be happy with that kind of spot.
Here we go. Good morning to the Americans. They're now just waking up, 2 p.m. Eastern time, 11 a.m. Pacific. Enjoying some Call of Duty action. It's a big day in NA as well because there's another 2K series going on. The final one with pro points up until prize pool winds up starting to get involved as well. That was announced a few weeks ago, so only good stuff going on. J-Cap, if you're out there watching, just know I love you. So to get that out there on the air. Bance and crew, they're on point. Let's get into it. Splyce off the break. How well can they close out this series?
Well, first off, one thing to note is that they are going to be starting on the least favorable side of the map, and that they have been struggling on this side of the map to actually score points when they were getting the pressure in. So I'll look forward to see how it goes this time around. Early in the game, Judd's going to be able to get the control of the drone. It's going to be taken down, and actually, Elevate is on the good side of the map.
Yeah, Elevate now pushing on up. Don't worry, hey, they're going to go towards this Cherry Blossom side, which we spoke a little bit about how I think Mr. X called out and said, do these players know that there's this whole bottom side of the minimap that they can go to? This time, Elevate acknowledging that it's there. Here is an opportunity though, for Splyce to get on the board early on in this game. Because they have no pressure towards top station, though, the spawn will come right on the portal for the side of Elevate. If I'm Josh, I'm just holding this drone for as long as possible, throwing it out for the reset, and giving my team a chance to fight from this middle lobby area.
Well played from Josh, not trying anything crazy, not trying to be a hero. He recognizes that he was all alone and that he was never ever going to be able to get a one-pointer. He's just going to
beautiful challenge.
Very nicely. And Jared just comes in middle map, destroying his opponent.
Here comes the next wave of kills that they need. Bance with the first one. One player top station. They're just going to go for a throw. Beautifully done. We talked about how Splyce are one of the better teams right now with the one-point throws, and it shows right there.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful.
Oh, gosh.
And it was Jared, if I'm not mistaken, Jared consistently hitting those one-pointers ever since.
That's a dunk.
Cup 3. And Josh is just going to be able to go in. Elevate is yet to be found in this series.
Jared with the two-piece as well. Nearly goes for 3. Unfortunately for Splyce. Not sure if they're going to get drone control yet. Yeah, they will. Okay, Mad Cat's 8-4. He hasn't died in 3 minutes. Bance with the two-piece. This will be another dunk, and now they've got the spawn trap. Josh watching over from this front gas area. Look at how pinned Elevate are in the back. The rally going to continue. Jerd should grab this drone. He'll move it towards station. You've still got Bance now in the base. Fortunately for Elevate fans, he gets cut down. So I do believe the bleeding will stop for now, but 5-0 in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, if you're Elevate, that has to be complicated. You need a big game to come back into this one. And if you're watching and you wanted how to play Precinct Uplink, I think Splyce just gave a very good lesson to Elevate in these first 2 minutes and a half into the game. Very good stuff from them. Mad Cat still going huge, 11 kills already, still on the streak, finally going to be taken down by Reedy. Reedy been having kind of a slow series so far, 3-7 into this uplink, 2-8 from Zed.
I feel like
they need to step up.
I feel like he's got to get the E-Rat out of his hands, man.
Yeah.
He just hasn't been making too much of an impact with it. 3-8, Zed, 4-8. Both of these guys just struggling to get something going right now, and still look at the kill feed. It's been all yellow so far this map. They're going to grab the drone, rotate it back towards middle. Are the players of Elevate ready for this? It doesn't appear so as of yet. Now they're going to have to float back towards the station side. Splyce and crew looking to continue to expand this lead. This is 100%. This is a dunk. Passes it to his teammate, gets it, and then scores after. Now that he's lobby control, Bance will have the 1v1 for it.
Beautiful timing.
Oh, this right now is a Splyce team that is locked in. If I'm Orbit watching this right now, I'm prepared for a different Splyce than we faced yesterday. This will be 9-0.
Woo! This is tough on Elevate. They've had such a great tournament so far, but maybe Splyce was just too much. Losing that first map so hard knocked them in the face, and they haven't been able to recover ever since. They are non-existent and yet to be found on this map number 3.
Zed
Here we go.
finally coming to life, and are they going to be able to get some first points on the board? Not even. They deny it.
Oh, there you go.
They
There you go.
finally get it.
Yeah, they do get an interception, then the kill, picked up the drone, and scored it from there. Okay.
That would have been rough.
Yeah, that most certainly would have.
Cruel.
That most certainly would have. 10 kills the difference right now between these teams. And it's not that yes, it's a big slaying margin for how little time you played this game, but for the most part, it's where the kills have come in. Near lobby control, stopping Elevate from finding any map positioning, and they've been fighting from the back foot this whole time.
Finally coming to life a little, just a little bit. Mad Cat's already 15 kills. Slaying the continent kind of even for the past 35-40 seconds. Can they make something out of this?
Okay, Elevate.
It's not going to be able to find this kill. Surely they need to score at least the one from this opportunity, reduce the score before halftime. And Reedy is going to try to go in, but I don't think he's going to be able to make it. Just a second later, and he would have been able to get this 1 point. But the boys on Splice just coming fast enough to deny it.
Splice hold off the push. Vance will drop the drone for one of his players just behind him. They can still possibly go for 5 seconds left. They're gonna have to rush up this drone right now. Mad Cat going for it, maybe for a last-second buzzer beater. No, just wide left. 9-2 will be the score going into side 2. Splice 5 minutes away from securing a top 2 placing in a spot in the grand finals.
Splice looking fantastic.
Yes.
I wonder if Orbit can stop them with the way that I've been playing. I wonder if Splice is just playing amazing or if there's something really wrong with Elevate. Because the way Elevate's been playing has not been impressive. This is not the Elevate that we've seen before.
Listen, there's 2 UK teams playing. There's a Frenchman and American casting. No one wants to hear us. They want to hear the players themselves. Let's go to listen with Splice.
No, you can push up, you can push up. Yeah, you can push up.
I'm flanking. They spawn statue.
Are you full flanking?
One's out.
It could be going. Kill him. I can kill him. No, it could be Tate.
One's out. Shoot. I got him.
Wait. One shot.
One more. Let's go. Fly.
Tag.
Push. Top box.
They're gonna push this side. Here.
That's close.
I spawn with you.
In ball, one close left. One close left.
Could be Z.
One's in the ball. In the ball.
He's left.
So done by me. My bad was outside now. Stand up. One. Two left. Gonna float you. Stand up. What was that? PM. Shorty's got
MV4. Cat.
I spawned back, Ali. Flank. Nice, Ben.
Good T.
They're 2 here still.
Zed's close. They're going.
Push back, Ali.
Go back, Ali.
Throw gas. Go. One top building. One shot.
Let's go. He's back, Ali.
Go quick.
Ball's 15.
Back in Sean. Weak. MD4.
100%, bro.
Top box.
Behind me. In the ball. Push your T.
One got pushed out. Oh, nice. Good kill.
Right, we need Zed and Watson. Last guy is Zed.
Could be cat.
I spawned our build. It could be flanking. Peek it a second, one of yours. Yeah. No, that's him. They're gonna be all there.
Push.
One's FT, Sean.
One's on gas.
Gas. It's gonna be white van. I'm PMing it. Can't see him.
He's loose.
Close. Let's PM.
Restart.
He's behind him. Kill him.
Got one more.
Nice, man. Good guess. Go right.
Oh, no, T.
I can get him. He's tag. I hit him again. Yeah. I'm going low. They could be high.
Yo, jump on. Do you want to call it back?
Could be close. Yeah, you should.
No, behind. Flank. Sean here.
Can I bring a China?
Yeah, go on, China. Yeah, you come.
I'm getting Sean on the back here.
Judge, pass it.
Go.
No. Oh, it's there. Don't worry, he was dead. Right, slow this down. PM now. Should I pull out now?
Yeah, do it. I spawn gas. They're going cat.
T pushed out. No, one's in the ball.
On our base, ready.
One's in the ball.
He's gone cat side.
EMP and stairs.
He's got Z.
I don't know. I think he's close. I think he's opposite to me.
Statue.
He's weak. One shot. Dead.
Statue.
You cut back.
You scab. Got me. I got one statue.
Beautiful communication from Splice. They're keeping their lead intact. You saw Mad Cat there try to make a play happen with overdrive, but Jonas, one of my favorite parts of that entire listen-in was Josh made a questionable play. He was the first person on the team to say, my bad, that was dumb, won't happen again. If he's able to do that as a leader, that will make critiquing his teammates in times where they need to hear maybe some less than ideal things from their captain much easier to hear, or not maybe their captain, but one of their more veteran players.
This is absolutely what you need. You mess up, it's okay. Just move on and get on with it. There is a game to be played, and they are in a great situation to walk into the grand final. 27 kills for Benz. I've got to say, in the second half, Elevate's been playing much better. And if it wasn't for Benz getting so many defensive kills, Elevate could have come back into this game or at least reduce the deficit. But now with only 1 minute and a half, 90 seconds away from the grand final for Splice. It's being an epic run. They dropped out early, but now the real Splice is here, and they are scary.
This is showing how confident Splice are. They just got 4 dead, and they had the drone in the back of their spawn. With 1 minute and 30 seconds left and a 7-point lead, all they had to do was just sit near that back alley, reset it if any pressure came in. But no, they decide to push on out. They go for another dunk. This should be a dunk for Elevate, so they'll bring it back within 7, but with 1 minute left, they need flawless Call of Duty. And even then, I don't know if it's possible.
Well, they probably just need Splice to put down the controllers, because with the way they've been playing, I just don't see it happening. But Watson is going to try his best, not going to be able to pick up more kills. Shani, however, picking up 2, finally going to be taken down by Josh. And Josh, with the drone, is just going to
get it out
right away. That's well played. That's exactly what they need to do. They don't need to go for more. Just stall time and make sure that you're defending correctly. 30 seconds. I think this is going to be Jack, and what an impressive game from Splice. They made Elevate look average.
Once Maven said he thought Elevate were going to win today, they lose 2 series.
Oh, that's why they lost.
Yep, I blame Maven. It's not the first time we've had that hashtag trend in the community. We might as well do it again. 11-4 currently the scoreline. Ladies and gentlemen, we started out with 16 teams. We're now down to 2. It's Orbit and Splice in your grand finals of the CWL London event presented by the PS4.
Amazing work. We doubted them when they lost to Orbit, and we shouldn't have. Excellent work from the whole team during this game. It's actually the first time that I've seen the 4 players of Splice all play a great series. Jerd playing amazing during the 2 first map, and Benz playing so well during that last one.
It's a storybook ending here this weekend. 2 teams remain. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, Splice will be playing in the grand finals. That was not a loser bracket run. That was a Rocky montage. And if you're Orbit, you're going to be a little bit worried coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, Orbit actually looked so comfortable playing them, and I think since the beating that they gave them, Splice have learned, improved, adjusted, tweaked a few things as well, and they look better than ever. You know, we're going to have a Seed 1 versus Seed 2. I mean, who goes in as the underdog? Like,
it's tough. I feel like both teams are about even coming into this one. Obviously, Orbit, they have definitely proved themselves without question at this event, but the run that Splice has gone on to get here has been very impressive.
Yeah, I think so, and this is a team that obviously had a bad first game, but they weren't even worried. They knew that this was going to happen. It wasn't even a doubt of it. The first words, you know, we're going to win 2 best-of-5s now to get out of it. And they were just upset they had to win 2. They're like, oh, it's going to take longer than we thought. But yeah, that's pretty much their mentality coming forward in this. They weren't worried. They looked calm and comfortable. If anything, they've probably improved with all the practice they've actually got this weekend.
Well, you think they keep making it to the finals of these 2K tournaments, and those are long, grueling days.
That's like 4 a.m.
Yeah, it's like a really long tournament. So you kind of look at fatigue. I don't know how much I worry about them with the fatigue.
I don't think so either. They're kind of built to do this. I was speaking to Shane down in the crowd just a little while ago. He goes, you know what? Mad Cat's done this to me twice. We beat him, you know, way back in the winner bracket, and he came back and beat me in 2 best-of-5s then. So he goes, these are the guys you want to win 2 best-of-5s if you're in that scenario.
I just don't think there's many teams that have the capability to make, first of all, that loser bracket run and then win 2 best-of-5. I wouldn't actually say any other team right now going into this grand final have a chance of taking 2 best-of-5s against Orbit. Splice, though, I can see it happening.
Yeah, I don't know.
They've just, what, 3-0'd Elevate, 3-0'd Infused?
I think obviously if Orbit wins the first series, it's done. But I think if Splice were to win the first series, depending on map count, I think that's where I kind of give them their win percentage for the second one. Like, if it's a 3-0 or like a 3-1, but like a pretty quick 3-1 in favor of Splice, I think they have a reasonable chance to take that second series. Anything really drawn out, I feel like Orbit I favor in the second one.
All right, well, we'll get into it map by map in just a few seconds. But first, we're about to spend it down to Lottie with B-Sport.
Thank you very much, Bryce. So, Josh, an amazing win for you guys again. I bet you're so relieved that that's happened. Let's talk about the first series you met with Orbit. You lost it. What are you planning on doing differently in the final now?
I mean, when we played against Orbit the first time, we was like so hectic. Our comms weren't clear. We was just all just like shouting. Everything was so rantic. We've learned from it like in every single game since. We've improved, and it's just calm, more chilled environment when we're playing, and it works so much better for us.
That's exactly what you want. And also your S&D, you've been playing so well in it recently. It's not your most notorious best game mode. What have you done to adapt to that in the competition?
I mean, it's just like the saying, losing is learning. We lost it that much, we learn, and like you gather like strats from other teams when you play them in big games. You learn what other teams doing, and you just adapt around it all.
And obviously, you don't want to give away your strategy at all for the final whatsoever. But will you be fine-tuning your games that you've already played and looking back on what you've done and trying to better it?
I mean, like I said previously, like our comms was like the main problem, and like how hectic everything was. That was the main thing we need to sort out. We know like we got like them three are the best three players in Europe, and then I was just like a good in-game leader. So like we know that we can beat anyone. So if we do our thing, we'll win.
And do you think Orbit deserved to be in the final?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was always going to be Elevate or Orbit in the final with us, I think. Like, I knew that from before the event. And, like, Orbit against Elevate was a good series. It was really close, so it could have been even teams. Obviously, Orbit come out clutch. So, yeah, they deserve to be.
So, obviously, as you said, they're a very good team. Do you think it's going to be a close one?
It'll probably be a close one. Joe's a little good guy with S&D, and he's good at stealing S&Ds. I reckon we'll win 3-1 first series and 3-0 second.
Well, we're really excited to see this happen. Thank you so much, Josh, and I hope you prepare well for it. Back over to you, Bryce.
Thank you very much. Very confident there. 3-1, then 3-0. Can he do it? We'll have to find out. But first, let's go into the game they just played. First up, the hard point.
How many maps have they dropped today, by the way?
I was thinking the same. I know they 3-0'd Elevate. Was it 3-0, 3-1 against?
Their first game was
They 3-0'd the series
Epsilon.
we just did. They 3-0'd that one. Their first game was Epsilon. That was a 3-0 as well.
I'm sure it's a 3-0.
I think
I could be completely wrong, but
is it a flawless loser bracket run?
I don't think they've dropped.
I don't remember them dropping
down there. No.
Someone tell us.
I'm sure production are on it, but we will find out. All right, well, let's talk about the hard point then.
It was a little bit one-sided. I think when we went into the map, I actually, from here, came down. I took a little, 2-second break. I was looking up, and it was like 160 to 70. I was like, they're just doing it again. It's like it's not even close out, and I almost read it off from there.
Yeah, when you said let's talk about the hard point, I got a little sad inside. There was nothing really good. I mean, there's nothing really good to talk about in the hard point from the side of Elevate. They just seem to come out really flat. Like, you didn't get the great performance. From all those guys, and we talked about the key players, like Zed and Watson and Shawnee specifically in that first game, and I mean, Splice, they just kept on rolling.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, let's have a little look at the graphic now to kind of see how it actually broke down. And it's not a good story. It really isn't a good story there. 250 to 107. And you can just, I mean, it just, nowhere looks good.
Not even one hill favors Elevate. Not even one.
I mean, Splice almost gets as many points on Hill 3 alone as Elevate does the entire game, so that kind of tells you where that one was at.
I mean, Hill 1 itself, like it's bridge, it's a scrappy hill. A lot of people call, and yes, it's probably more so a little bit easier than the likes of Throwback, but it's a very dominating start. And when Splice start hot, it's very hard to catch up.
Yeah, it's also kind of crazy. Jared started warming up there, and when people in the audience. No, again, once you start losing more this hard, like how do you get back into this?
I think the one thing is just maybe rotate earlier, give up some scrap time. But they did that. That's what, Matt was saying. They got in the right positions. They are very talented players. But then when they're in the positions, like, right, let's go. Oh, 3 of our team have just fallen. They've just won all the gunfights. And it's not uncommon, Look at the 4 players on Splice.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, obviously, just positioning isn't enough. Like, at the end of the day, it comes down to kills, and you can be in the best position, you can rotate early, you can get set up. If the other team just comes in and just wipes the floor with you, it doesn't mean anything, and I think that's what we saw in map number 1.
It certainly is. All right, well, let's move on then to map number 2. It's a little bit better of a story, but not by an awful lot. It was a little bit of a clinic by Splice in places.
Yeah, and I mean, you're starting to see Jerd really start to pick things up in S&D. We saw it in the series that Miyamomo just casted. He gets over double digits in kills. Now he puts together a very good game number 2.
Yeah, Jerd again, he was kind of the highlight for a lot of it, and touching on the whole series of Search and Destroy. Splice have looked weak. They started off pretty weak here. They went 2 down to Elevate. But I think that's just what makes Splice. You know, they adapt to what happens. And, you know, Jerd in particular did kind of turn up, but it's a team game and the trades came in. It's very hard to kind of pinpoint certain moments in a search and destroy, which Splice kind of went off in that.
Well, they've really just kind of gotten back to basics for search and destroy. Like, they realized, like, maybe some of the things they were working on at home and some of the, you know, plays they were doing in 2Ks and, you know, scrimmages and whatnot were just not working out. So what do you see them do? You look at the mini-map at all times, everybody is just kind of huddled around each other, always in a position to trade. It's like, well, let's just fight them 4-on-4, just head on, and it's definitely worked.
That was a great play, by the way. The way they come in, made bans. You know, he was the net, and someone else was just, you know, the ball bottom, just, you know, shepherding them in, get in there. But unbelievable, you know, Splice. It's so weird to see them just become stronger the longer the tournament goes on.
And a lot of people will have expected. I mean, yes, it was a huge shock them finding themselves in like loser bracket round 1, was it?
Yeah.
And you know they've had to go for a grueling experience, but no one doubted it. There's not one person said, do you know what? I reckon they'd go out in round 4 or round 5.
Yeah.
They expected at least a minimum loser bracket final out of these guys.
I mean, I know they were not worried, you know, coming out of losers when they dropped down into losers. I actually thought probably whoever dropped down out of that match Orbit or Splice could end up finding themselves right back in the final. So I was not worried when I saw this team drop into losers. If anything, it kind of made them pick their game up that much more.
Yeah, no second chances. And again, you know, I think they were just annoyed. They were like, God, we've got so much more work to do. We've actually made this harder for ourselves.
I'm just thinking if we ever had a tournament where a team has dropped down, loser bracket round 1 and won the tournament. I'm sure it has happened sometime. But we went into the uplink and, you know, with 2-0, with the momentum that Splice had, again, they started very, very quickly. You know, straight away. It just seemed to be a little bit one-sided. Elevate actually, you know, settled. They kind of neutralized the great one-point plays. Which, you know, you guys have spoken about on the desk. We've spoke about it many a times where, you know, some of these European players are a bit weaker.
Yeah, I mean, look, Splice is definitely leading the way in European uplink play. Yeah. Without a doubt, I think they are just on another level, playing it more towards a North American playstyle in terms of just pacing and, you know, where they're making these strategical pushes. And I feel like in this next series against Orbit, I feel like the uplink is going to be a huge difference maker, especially because they're looking so good in game 1 and 2. It's like then you put their backs against the wall in a game mode they're not comfortable in. This is where Splice can really kind of land these kill shots in a series.
Well, I actually left at this point. I left at this point to go get ready. I came up to the desk. I knew it was done.
I got ice cream.
I knew it was done.
Yeah.
It was one of those like, oh, we know it's done. We're going for a 3-0 now. We're going to get ready for the grand final. There wasn't an awful lot there. So I think that's going to kind of wrap up that game for us.
It's a flat series.
Yeah. We kind of hyped it up. Wasn't exactly great.
It was hard really to kind of look past what we've just seen. The one thing that I will say, you know, about the top 4. The top 4 have been top 4 seeds, and I think it's, you know, standard. People might want an upset, but it's consistency, and the reason why they are where they are online and they're performing the same online. Sorry. The one thing I would question a little bit was Elevate. I just thought they maybe had a little bit more. I thought if it was different, I think if they may have not placed Splice in the loser bracket, I think Elevate and Orbit may have been a better matchup.
And I think,
loser bracket final.
and I think the thing that Elevate can go home and work on isn't anything really gameplay-wise. I mean, I think it's just all fine in game. I think it's just kind of how to deal with a loss and move on quickly from that. I think that's what's really kind of separating Elevate from making it back into this kind of grand final scenario.
Tighten up that S&D. Just tighten it up.
You expect them to figure it out.
With more practice, it'll become more smooth anyway, and they'll kind of figure out what works for them. All right, it's time before we go to a break to talk about MLG Atlanta. I've been given some information that is very important you all know. Any team wishing to be seeded in pool play needs to have made a team on Team Builder. That's teambuilder.majorleaguegaming.com. And that needs to be done by 3 a.m. on January the 30th. Every single team also needs to buy a team pass. If you get into the pool play spot, it will be refunded. It is very important you don't only make a team, you must buy the pass if you wish to make it into pool play. But with that said, I'm sure that there are notifications going out on Twitter. So if you can't remember what I said, check there as well. It's very important you do so. We'll see you right after this break for the grand final. But first, part 3 of Lottie and the Casters.
Hello and welcome to In Just 60 Seconds. I'm here with Jack, or better known as Courage, Phil, Momo, as you probably know him, Jonas. Jonas, what is your gamer tag?
Oxygen.
Oxygen. Is it?
Yeah.
Oxygen. First of all, the overall point of the game is to talk for 60 seconds about a random subject that I will be reading off these cards. The 3 rules are no deviations, don't go off topic, no hesitation, so no pauses, and the last one is
No repetition.
no repetition. That's it. Sorry.
I've got one last chance for redemption.
Okay, we've got one more round to go. Get nice and flexible, ready for the next
I
one.
don't even need a pass.
This one. Let's go.
You're cheating.
Let's go this one.
Don't. Just give me something. Just give me something like pear or an apple. I can talk about an apple.
Now this one could work in your favour being American. Okay.
That's probably something.
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling, one of the most handsome men in the world, also just so happens to be an American.
Cruises. It's like big boats.
Oh no.
He's a famous actor. One of my favorite movies of his is Drive, also known for his time in The Notebook, and currently up for an Oscar nomination for Best Actor in a movie for the role he played in La La Land.
I've actually never been on a cruise, and I think they are really, really cool. There's a great number of destinations that you can go to, from the islands to the Mediterranean.
Sudoku. Okay. Sudoku is a game which has been played, I believe, in numbers. It's not something I know too much about.
Ryan Gosling is someone that has been in People Magazine's Sexiest Men in the World many times, as well as I believe he was chosen as the sexiest man at one point. Very well deserving.
You can visit a great number of countries, and I'd love to go on one someday because I think it's very refreshing. There is a big community, you can meet new people, you can go to the pool, you can rest.
You have to create a number from 1 to 10, from left to right and to the bottom.
Many look to him for his serious roles, but he's proven in the past that he can absolutely hold his own in any given comedy he's a part of.
A very tactical game, something which creates a lot of brain power and something you have a lot of intelligence for. But Sudoku, a lot of people match it to chess. Now, I'm not going to go into chess, but I don't know.
There's great cocktails at the bar usually, and you can dance, so I would love to go with my wife because I just got married. And
I know it's about numbers. Give me... How? What's Sudoku? It's the one with squares.
He absolutely steals the scene when he's involved in movies. People have questioned, will he ever leap into something like musicals, because we've seen him in singing roles in the past. I personally can't speak on that, not exactly sure where he's going in his career, but Ryan Gosling is definitely someone that a lot of people looked up to in film, will continue to look up to in film, and are definitely one of the most well-qualified actors to fill any role in Hollywood. It's a minute and 10.
Was it? A minute and 10? Was it a minute and 10? As if you were counting
I know,
while
just-
speaking, you're not serious.
I'm just warmed up.
I'll let people play on the toilet.
Go on Twitter on my toilet.
Loo.
It's not on my loo.
It's not mine.
That's fine. Sorry to the
You were
Europeans
just
that are
teasing us
wrong.
the first two, weren't you? Let's be
Well,
honest.
let's just be honest. The rules were a little bit tough, but it's fine.
It
It's only
is
hurt
tough.
our
It's
Oh,
it's only hurt
okay.
our friendship a little bit. So no, I'm over it. I can. That was fun.
Well, thank you so much for playing with me today. That was
Absolutely.
really, really fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CWL London. It's been a long 4 days and 16 of the best teams have come. 14 have left us, leaving only 2. The Grand Finals is ready to go. It will be Splice versus Orbit, but it has been a long journey to get here. And of course, we are waiting for it. Of course, if Splice want to take this one away, they have to win 2 best-of-5s. Orbit have to win 1. Can they do it? That is something we are just about to find out. But first, let me introduce you to the panel for the Grand Final. Jonas and Mr. X.
I'm excited for this matchup. I think clearly these are the 2 best teams in Europe right now. And when you said, can Orbit stop Splice, it's like in my head originally, like the first thing that kept my head is like, no, the way they've been playing today. I think it's going to be very tough for Orbit to take this.
And funnily enough, it's a replay of the first quarterfinal that we had the chance to see. So very good to see Splice was able to climb back the lower bracket. Definitely a long road. The first time around, Orbit was able to take easily, which was very surprising. This time around, I feel like it's a different Splice that has come in the battle.
Yeah. All right, well, before we go any further, let's have a quick look at the bracket. How did we arrive here? Of course, we started off with Splice versus Orbit, Infuse versus Epsilon, 3G versus Aware, and Elevate versus Fnatic. We have obviously seen the major theme of this being that Orbit dropped Splice into that losers bracket. But since then, 3-0, I believe it was a 3-1, 3-0, 3-0.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest match maybe of this entire tournament is Orbit's loss in group play gives them the #2 seed in their group. That's how they end up playing Splice in our first match of the winner bracket. But since then, like you said, Splice has just been on an absolute tear. They've gone through Epsilon, Team 3G, Infused, Elevate, just one more team their way.
And now what's very interesting is to look at the score lines between what Orbit has been doing and what Splice has been doing.
Yeah.
Splice has been rolling on everyone, whereas on the other end, Orbit, it's been a complicated road to the finals. 3-2 and 3-2, and it was round 11 and 6-4.
3-2 and 3-2, but they played the other top 3 teams in Europe to get there.
Well, this is the point I was going to bring up.
So did Splice.
Neither of these teams can say, we've had it easy.
Yeah.
There is no easy road. They have all had to play the best. It is an incredible achievement that there can be no doubt whoever wins this one is the best. They've played every other team. They've beat every other team. Splice did it the hard way.
Yeah.
Orbit did it the easy way. But who walks away the champion? I'll be honest with you, I really don't know. It's going to be a very hard one to call.
If Orbit drops down into the same position that Splice did, does Orbit make it all the way back here?
I think they do, but I don't think it's as clean.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And what I think is going to be very interesting, if the situation was reversed, I would definitely be favoring Splice. But Splice has to win 2 best-of-5s. And to me, that is maybe why Orbit stands a chance. Because even if Splice comes in very hot into this final, they've got to win the first best-of-5. That leaves Orbit a chance. That leaves them time to react.
Yeah, look, I mean, Orbit, they've had a little bit of a break in between their other match and this one. So I think you may see them take a little bit to get warmed up. And I think it's just kind of how long it takes them to kind of get in that game mentality is really how this first series is going to go. If it takes them a map or 2 or whatnot, you can see Splice take it with ease. But then I think the second series will be much closer. Orbit just needs to kind of get their bearings under them in this one.
Do we think that now this has happened? And I think, Jonas, you brought this point up. You said, what if that first game had gone differently? If Splice had done this, would we have had as much confidence in Orbit to turn this around?
It would have depended on the loser bracket round. We asked the question earlier, and we both said, do we think they would have been in such a convincing fashion? I don't think so, and by the looks of the games against Infuse and Elevate, it was extremely close. Now, when those teams dropped down and they played Splice in the lower bracket straight after, they literally didn't exist. Splice made those teams look very average.
I think Orbit probably still does. I think it's probably a little bit harder to do so when you coming, dropping down for them. But I think, look, they would have had that match against Epsilon, 3G, kind of get everything under control, and I think they would have started to roll as well.
Do you think they would have done the reverse, 2 best-of-5s? Would you have had that same confidence in them against Splice?
Probably not. I'm not sure.
It's more difficult to call because obviously it's a hypothetical, but...
I think It depends on how they got there. Like Splice, they've been
started
3-0ing everybody. Like if Orbit was in losers and just started running through everybody, sure, I would have felt just as confident. I feel just confident. Yeah.
The problem for me is really that we've seen weaknesses from Orbit in different game types. Yeah. We've seen a lot of inconsistent. When it came to Splice today, there is not a single game type where I say this is weak. Every single game type has been very, very strong, and this is very big.
The only thing I think we may have still glossed over is that, of course, Orbit did beat Splice.
Yes.
That's like, it's a big elephant in the room that we've got to admit, and they've got to kind of bring it to the fore. Obviously, Orbit have already beaten this team. But for some reason, I don't know what it is, and we're all kind of in agreement. I don't know. It's kind of interesting to see, how Splice
and I love I love grudge matches between guys who used to team with each other in the past, and it just doesn't end well, and they kind of go up against each other again. Obviously, now that Splice has lost the first one, Bance and Josh have a lot to prove in this next match.
Well, speaking of grudge matches, it's time to throw it down to an interview with two former teammates. Lottie is with Bance and Rated.
Thank you very much, Bryce. So, first of all, I'll start with you, Bance. So, Josh earlier gave me a 3-1 prediction for this series. Now, which map do you guys think you're going to drop?
S&D. It's probably our weakest game mode and Orbit's best.
And we just saw you guys play 2 series in a row. Are you mentally prepared for 4 back-to-back?
We're prepared to go the whole way. We're confident every time, so we're ready.
And who would you classify as the most dangerous player on the opposition?
That's a tough one. They're all good in different game modes, so probably Joe.
Awesome. Right, and Rated. So, first of all, your score prediction for this series?
3-0.
3-0. Very confident, very confident.
We've done it once, so can't we do it again?
Also, seeing how Splice have come back from being in the losing bracket, does that put you in a difficult position, thinking, are you going to be able to beat them again?
No, I said in my first interview I expected to play him again, so it's not really a surprise.
And who is going to be the most dangerous player for you guys on the opposition?
Swizz.
Very nice. Well, we're looking forward to watching this, guys. Best of luck for both of you. Back over to you, Bryce.
Big, bad, dangerous Swizz. Always a man to look out for. But, of course, both quite confident there. Rated a little bit more so, but that's just Rated.
Yeah, and he says they already beat them. They definitely did. And one thing I was actually kind of wondering, obviously the game has changed so much since then, but they played a PSX Orbit against some of the North American teams. I wonder if there's anything they kind of picked up there. Obviously, a lot of changes since then come in. But I wonder if there's anything they picked up there that they've kind of incorporated in their game that they have over Splice, maybe.
Well, both teams played MLG Vegas as well, so but Orbit didn't go as far. So actually, if you go that way, Splice definitely got the opportunity to play against more teams and better teams.
I don't know if you caught Splice's game against FaZe. Didn't really matter that they made it that far. So, yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, actually, you're right. But what do you...
Yeah.
All right, disregard my questions. The American
Here's the difference. Jonas will admit it. When you work in North America, they never admit it.
No, there's no reason to admit it.
Yeah. All right, well, let's start kind of getting into this game from our point of view and thinking how we're going to break this one down. For me, of course, these are 2 Titans. It's going to be close. We've talked about the weaknesses of Orbit. We think their respawn has been lacking in certain areas. For Splice, they've started really kind of firing up. But, of course, they lost to Orbit. So where do we start? Let's start with Splice. Incredible loser bracket run.
Insane loser bracket run. These guys have just been absolutely on fire all day long. A top team in Europe, probably the top. If you just kind of looked at everything that's happened up until this point. I do think you're kind of looking at this in a different way, where, COD XP were really high on the guys from Splice coming out of that. I feel like almost everybody forgot that Mancat and Jerd were part of Millennium, who won everything in Europe throughout the year, except, that performance at XP.
And we never got to see the Millennium team play.
I think that's the biggest question mark from last year. It's like, how would that Millennium team have played? Because they played pretty good with Miracles in Swan.
Yeah.
It's obviously 2 really different players.
Opposite.
Who knows?
Yeah. This is the thing they said. They said actually they thought their Hubble got a little bit better with Miracles, but they suffered so heavily in Uplink and S&D that they could just not go that far. They kind of boosted one game type, but suffered so badly in the others that they never really knew what was happening. And we never got to see. If you got Splice that's gone that far, you got Fabi that's gone that far. where were the Millennium?
Millennium was beating those guys all year long.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very interesting. But back to Splice, I think what I've really liked about them today is that yesterday we were talking about how great Mike has been playing. Yes, a little earlier we said Benz needs to step up, and he steps up, and then the game after we say Jared, and he goes big.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's introduce the teams before we go too far. And we're not going to start with Splice. Let's start with Orbit. This team has obviously gone all the way through the winners bracket, hasn't suffered the loss apart from 3G in the groups. Joe, Rated, Urban, and Zero. Their KD difference actually on the lower side.
Yeah, and I think that's because of just the nature of the opponents they played against. I mean, you played against Splice, who has, one of the highest, KD differences, and then you go up against Elevate and Infuse too. You're not going to consistently outslay those guys by big numbers every game. So that's why you see the KD difference, not as high. But look, these guys pretty good in all the game modes. They know Search and Destroy is one that I think they probably feel like they have unlocked going into this one.
All right. Well, for me, this is obviously one of the top 2 teams in Europe, and I think it's starting to be confirmed there. We have a quite nice top 3. It's what a lot of people would have actually predicted going forward. And I'd like to see how this actually pans out,
Well, what's also very interesting is on both sides of the main stage, we've got 2 players in each team that finished second at Cut XP. So very interesting. Obviously, those players know each other very well. And in the team Orbit, you have Urban and Zero, arguably 2 of the best players from Infuse last year. They were very good, especially Zero, probably breakout player. And again, 1 breakout player of 2016 into each team, Zero and Benz.
Yeah, all right, well, let's take a little look at the keys to victory as they now are on your screen. Ready to replicate the performance from the last series. Yes, he said he could finally shoot back. He is going to need to in this series, and he needs to keep up the slaying power. Nobody can really afford to have a bad game. And then we've got Joe to rival the performance of Bats. Of course, Bats didn't start off great earlier in the tournament either. Bats stepped it up, but no, Joe's going to have to go toe-to-toe with him.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, I feel like since I've gotten into the competitive Call of Duty scene, has just kind of transformed the player that he is. Comes in, not like a really high flashy Slayer. And then, last year and then specifically in this game, he's definitely stepped things up. And I know Rated in that previous Search and Destroy against Elevate in that last map was absolutely insane.
All right, get fired up. Team performs best when hyped. I think this is a key one as well. They really can't go down and put their heads down at any point. They get that hype up. You can hear, Zero's a big player off of that. You heard him screaming earlier in this tournament as well. That starts happening. He starts slaying. They start winning.
Yeah, I think that's especially what they're gonna need going early into the game. We've talked about the fact that they had a break into that first map. If they can get the fire up, if maybe Zero, we've seen him going big time and time again, getting those big 3 kills in our point. If he can do that, create some momentum for the team, create some hype, then maybe that first series is not going to be going the way of Splice.
All right, well, speaking of Splice, let's jump on board with them. Bance, Josh, Jerd, and Mad Cat. KD difference.
It's just laughable.
Through the roof.
I almost don't believe that number after seeing the Orbit one, but they've had a few matches where
they've played more.
They've padded their stats a little bit. They've played more. I mean, how many blowout uplinks are we going to watch Splice just kind of run away with? But you see map win percentage pretty high for this squad. I'm actually, out of these guys, I think Jerd is probably the one that's going to have a big match. I look at Jerd versus Zero. It's like a key player matchup for this one. I feel like Zero hasn't had those explosive games that we've seen from him in the past so far at this one, and Jerd is coming in hot. Jerd is doing that. So if we don't see a matchup on the other side, kind of come to fruition, this could be one where you see Splice kind of run away with it on the back of Jerd.
Yeah, and for the past few games, I agree, Jerd has been going in big, and he's playing the objective role, so he's been hitting those watt pointers every time. And if I look on the other side, if I look at Urban, I just don't feel like he's been having the same games that Jerd does.
Well, speaking of Jerd, be fast and aggressive. Put Orbit on the back foot from the start. Not only is this a great tactic to just kind of bed yourself into the series, but it's the mental game. Orbit start losing, they're going to be sitting there go, oh, is this the beginning of the reverse sweep?
And you put this team together, the Splice squad, to outslay opponents here.
Yeah.
And I think if you don't take advantage of that and just keep moving forward and just be aggressive on the map, I think you kind of put all that talent to waste. And keep up with the comms, stay clear and positive.
Josh.
To be honest, I don't think Jerd says much. I don't think Van says much. Madcat may say much. We just don't know. Josh is the one who does all the communication for these guys.
It's interesting because you can hear Jerd. The more hype Jerd gets, the more he talks. But it takes an awful lot of hype for him to really start talking.
More talk is like 3 words.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's all you know.
Yeah.
3 words. What a ridiculous mood he's in. But all right, let's go and stick together and trade. I think this team really kind of excels at as well. They're going to be playing off that chemistry. They've got 2 duos in there as well. it almost pretty much goes for the Orbit squad as well.
I'm not worried about that last part at all because they've been doing it very well all tournament long. And again, be fast and aggressive, key thing. And if you look at this team, they have so much slaying power, there is so much raw skill that it is indeed what they need to do. They need to be in their open space because if they do, I'm pretty sure they're going to be winning the gunfight.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I feel like you look at all the players in this matchup, there were a lot of duos, like you said. You know, you got Rated and Joe, you got Zero and Urban, and Vance and Josh. I feel like the one we've talked about the least is the two guys who were together, the key two of the team that won pretty much everything in the CWL last year, outside of, you know, placing top in the European ranks at COD XP. So I feel like this is one where Mad Cat and Jerd want to still prove that they are, you know, the top duo in Europe.
Well, we'll find out. Speaking of players, it's time for a matchup. Mad Cat and Zero, some of the most talked about players on either squad. When it comes down to it, of course, we are seeing Mad Cat with a little bit better stats.
Mad Cat always looks surprised in these pictures, like he doesn't know.
It looks like he's been working out.
Yeah, we gotta get a picture where maybe he's just not prepared. I don't know. This one he's too into it.
From Zero, very confident as well.
Yeah, but you see the stats for Mad Cat. I feel like you know, he's a guy he always puts up like crazy numbers. I feel like we're almost taking it for granted at this moment in time.
Yeah,
like he's so good consistently.
Yeah,
that it's not really too surprising. And Zero, I feel like he's kind of gone under the radar as well. I mean, his numbers are actually better than kind of what I expected them to be because we talk so much about Joe and Rated.
Yeah, and it's kind of, I think they can Zero can match Mad Cat, but it's just not as consistent. So he's been doing some great things, he's been doing some great score, but not as consistent.
All right, well, we're going to have to start guessing this one. Let's bring up the maps and see how they're going to play this one out. Of course, first best of 5, Throwback, Retaliation, Frost, Breakout, and Scorch. X, how does this make you feel? Give me a prediction.
So I like Throwback Hardpoint a lot for Splice. They're the hot team coming into this one. You know, fast, aggressive play fits their nature the best. Throwback, perfect map for that. And then also Breakout Hardpoint in the series as well. That is one that Orbit does not like in the matchup. So I feel like this first set of maps favors Splice.
Me too. I feel the exact same way. To me, those first 3 maps, perfect for Splice.
All right, give me a very quick one-word scoreline. Go.
3-0 first, best of 5.
In favor of who? Oh, Splice. Okay, I'm going to say 3-1 in favor of Splice first series.
Okay, both taking Splice in this first best of 5, which means we should see a second time. To hand it over to our casting team, it's going to be Courage and Momo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is your grand finals matchup. The #1 seed versus the #2 seed. It's only right. Splice versus Orbit. I'm joined here by Momo for the match everyone's been waiting for. It's finally happened, from 16 teams down to 2.
Well, it's not the way we thought it would. Splice dropped a loser bracket straight away. They make this incredible fairy tale storyline run. And yeah, a lot of you guys expected it. However, 2 best of 5.
Yep.
It's a difficult one. Not many teams have done it. Myself and X, we talked about a couple in history, but maybe this is history in the making.
Momo, something tells me this won't be the last time we see these 2 teams in a grand final here in Europe this year. The CWL 2017 is just getting started. So many events on the horizon, so much to look forward to, and we've got the 2 best and brightest in Europe now battling it out for the chunk of this $25,000 prize pool, the majority of the pro points, and a hell of a lot of pride. Momo, off the break, who we watching?
Well, I picked out Rated. He was the star player last time these 2 teams met up before him. And you know what? He's a potential MVP going into this grand final as well. So we're going to kick things off with Rated. We're going into Throwback Hardpoint. Courage, let's get this underway.
Let's get it started. We've got a packed arena here at the Gfinity Arena in London, England. Rated watching over his underpass side as pressure coming in from the trains. Doesn't actually spot Josh, who is using that submachine gun yet again. Whoa! Rips through Zero. 2-piece right there. Currently, the lead just 1-0 for Orbit. This will be scrappy. We know how this first hardpoint plays. There's no surprises here. If you're just tuning into competitive Call of Duty for the first time, hardpoint, you'll see hills rotate every 60 seconds. There's a timer on the top left part of your screen. When the hills rotate, players will fight for spawns. If you're in the hill and there's no one else in it on the other team, you get a second every time it goes by. Score that you want to reach, 250. So you can see there's a long ways to go as teams will begin to fight for this barn hardpoint. That'll be the top left of your minimap. Currently, Orbit have the spawns for the next hill.
Well, they lead by 10. That is Splice, of course, but you're talking spawns. I'm looking at this man in particular. There's one sneaky beaver around the back. It's none other than Joshua. We've got him highlighted now. And
He's actually going to take down one.
Well, you know the energy is high right now for these two teams. Let's dive right into a listen-in with Splice.
Nice, midfield. I got you in fast.
Two flying.
Helping you.
Bring it back left.
Let's move back there. No, can you put your point pass in a second?
Yeah. I got you in fast.
Go now, yeah?
We've got top 2 here. 3. One's flanking left. He's going to be small window.
Yo, go, I know the advance, man. I've been to
Bowling. Watch behind me. Grandma's are small.
Slid in. He's a weak height. There's two height. But they're all stacking. Wait, first kill's bigger. No, don't dodge her. 20 seconds, let's go. Let's go now. We've got to go 15 seconds. What's give it there? Judge, you want shot, Judge?
Back left. Right. Pistol. He's close there. Not in the same place. Pistol's coming in. Let me start a bit.
Watch, I got you. Let's spawn time. Get time. Bowling. Got time. Judge, push up.
Let's pull through.
Yeah. I got bowling. I got one. I ain't got bowling. Nice. Let's go. Come on, you might be lemon side. Where you spawn towards me? I spawn bowling. I'm on top.
Lemon starts the mid.
Oh, he's vending now. One shot. Top bridge. I spawned out.
He's on me. I won't push up on the stairs. I've got Trinity. No, I'm not going to use it. Behind them.
Okay. Let's go. One hill. Let's go.
Lemon to you.
Let's go. Spawn down.
More lemon. In the right.
I'm coming trying to get big hill. One shot in. Mid. Push bowling side, Joe.
Yeah,
nice. Going on fast. Get time. Let's push it. Bowling says and the one's I spawn good deal. Good shit deal.
On the bus.
One more. Let's go.
I spawn through the street. Go on behind you, dead.
Okay, so you've heard it straight away from Splice. And staying on board with Josh just for a second there, he's dropping double digits already, but you heard it from the mouth himself. He said, talk to me. That in-game leader showing why they are that seed number 1. They're leading by 20, but definitely not an easy game so far.
Remember, if you are just tuning in, Splice are coming from the losers bracket. They have to not only win this best of 5, but a second best of 5, because Orbit, they've yet to drop a series in this championship bracket. Since Orbit dropped Splice to this losers bracket, though, Momo, their map count has been 12-1, nearly perfect. So they have been on a tear, and they're showing it now on map 1.
Yeah, they're showing their class, their dominance at the moment. It is a close game, but we see a 40-point lead. And of course, during the listening, we obviously spectated Splice. We'll hop over to Orbit now. Let's see what Joe is up to as he just takes control here of the middle. Of course, what we have done now, we've gone through our first set of rotations, ending the baseball field. We're going to be going back onto train tracks.
Anything that really stands out for you right now in regards to the stats in the top right part of the screen?
Do you know what? I'm just looking at Josh, both, 14 kills, he's nearly got a minute on the hill, and actually, I'm a little bit biased, just jumping into that listening, just the way that he was talking to his squad, he just seems to be doing everything Courage.
They have full confidence in each other to go ahead and secure this map, so we start our second rotation of hills now. We're back to the ones we just saw earlier. The first one on the train platform. Currently, no one in control of it for the moment, but Splice up by about 50 seconds. You said you wanted to see Jerd from that analyst desk. They brought up how he was an X-Factor player in this one, Jerd versus Zero. Jerd, a quiet game so far. His teammates, though, picking up the slack. As Orbit staying close in this game for the moment.
Yeah, staying close. I'd like to see them maybe hop on this middle hard point a little bit more, but, they're really being tested here from Splice. The slaying ability, you're seeing Josh 17 and 10 right now. But with 10 seconds left on the train platform, we're going to hit that rotation. It's back to the barn. Look at the top left and look at where the yellow arrows are. The Splice do have control of these spawns.
Well, Orbit, they find themselves in a tough position right now. They've got to break this hard point. They need to play perfectly. Let's see if they can do it.
Okay, well, jumping on.
Go on side stairs.
That's him. Side stairs, Dad.
Nice, good kill. Nice. Spawn close.
On the pass, Benji, got top green.
That line, weak. Line absolutely has gone into the back of the hill.
Top green, Dad.
Come on, let's play for this hill, okay?
Yeah, come.
I'm getting shot from hill.
Alright, challenge. Run in the hill. Go.
Far back. Dead. Weak. So weak, done.
Dead. Mid probably. Looking front door. Front door.
I'll get him in.
One more front door.
Giving up. Get top green, Joe.
Front door. Could be more.
Two left. They're pushing. Top green.
Front door, Dead. One more.
Watch out, top green. Watch out now.
I got streaks. I'm on up bombardment.
Come and score.
Yeah, scorching.
Next zone. Scorching. One's mid, the rest blue.
Yeah,
One's mid, the rest blue.
He's got top green.
Top green's dead. Oh, fuck.
I got him as well.
Nice.
25 off bombardment.
Contest, right.
I spawned out. I spawned lemon. Trini.
I got one. Got me, though. I got one in the hill. Right side of hill.
One bullet.
You got 3 trees.
One on white fence there, white fence.
Bombardment, got full sticks. One more, I got bombardment and Trini.
Nice.
Nice, contest.
Train. Be forced. Absolutely. Red peak.
Contest.
I'm on it.
I'm jumping up then.
Train, dead.
Nice, jump free, Josh. Nice, 2 down.
I mean, 2 minutes there. 2. One's flying high.
One bullet, Ben's one bullet.
Flying on me.
Both there, both one bullet, Jared. Both of them, one bullet. Team kill, Ben's one bullet. On the right, one bullet. Ben. Let's go. I got bombardment. Bomb in and out, just wait.
Underpass.
No, wait. No.
One ball in, one on the pass, one spawned out.
Bricks.
Rated trying to turn things around. He was 10-17, now 21-19. You heard him say he's fully streaked out. Does kill his teammate with 1 for now. They're using it to break this new hard point. And so far, it looks like it might just work. A couple key engagements now about to go down near this back bathroom area. You can see Rated gets a call out, and Josh with the ERAD has been lights out so far this map. Momo, 28-18.
Yeah, Zero's in a fantastic position here, but he doesn't have the backup. He's going to take down 1. Urban's adding to that as well. He's going to be traded out at a 2-on-2. But Jern, he's just used the rewind. It's enabled him just to get that extra little bit of space on that hard point. But Rated firing down with the score streaks now, taking down Urban. But you do see the baseball field still in control with Splice.
You see there the tweet from the community. George says, Splice win, Bance MVP, simple. You use the hashtag CWL London. Be sure to use it yourself to get a chance to appear on stream. At the end of the second rotation, 193-111, and growing the lead now for Splice. This was the worry. It's a different team than we saw when Orbit dropped them down to the losers bracket yesterday. They look absolutely fierce right now, led by Josh.
Okay, one thing I do want to point out as well, if you're a little bit newer, you'll see these white circles next to the play names in the top right. Of course, that being their payload. We've just seen Zero unlock his. He's got the reactive armor when ready. Rated, though, he's nearly got the camo.
Most certainly does. One more engagement win, and he'll have that. A beautiful tool to break in towards a new hard point for his team. They're still within striking distance. 1 solid 60-second hold, and they're back within 10. Right now, they actually have a good setup as well to lock down a majority of this remaining time on the train platform. This could be a key swing momentum opportunity for Orbit, as they're now back within a minute.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of points here off this train track. Urban, the quick sensitivity there, nearly takes him down, but no, Zero's going to fall as well.
That's a trade, they just need to win.
It is, but I will say it's scrap points for Splice. This time, Orbit, for the first time, get the rotations onto Vaughn.
And the last couple times, it was Splice who were breaking so easily and locking down this hard point. What can Rated do? He's got 2 players pressuring from bottom grannies, and he loses the first gunfight to Josh. Again, now Josh's 31st kill. Zero gonna pop reactive. He says, we need this time. He knows how important it is. They will stop the first push for the moment, but already on your minimap, Splice players so close to this hill again.
Yeah, let's go on board. Actually, Bance, he's just around the corner. He's gonna pop forward. He has the reactive armor. Not gonna use it just yet. 24 and 26 for him. Josh is spawning out, so let's hop on board with Urban, who's a little bit closer to the action.
Urban now just playing this off angle, and the hard point Rated continuing to pick it up, man. Night and day from how he started this one. There goes the reactive armor for nothing. Completely burned inside the hard point. 216-172. 18 seconds of scrap time left here as well. They're about to be back within 30. Do not count Orbit out yet.
Rated still has camo. It's influential in so many ways in hardpoint. Get the spawn, get a double kill, use it how you like. Let's see how we see this active camo used going into the bike path. This is massive.
Here come the kills on rotation, immediately being traded on out. 2 players up for either squad near this new hard point. It's being contested now, as you can see on your mini-map, so no one getting time. The only thing going down is the game clock. These next few kills going to be so important. Splice getting the majority, then they wipe Orbit off the map. An absolute disaster.
Okay, well, for the Splice boys, one player is definitely standing out. Josh in the slaying department and the objective work here. 34 kills, 90 points for his team as well. They're 20 points away from taking this, Courage.
You saw camo used right there by Rated. He slides on through and actually pre-fires the wrong side. So Josh just shoots him in the back right there. Easy cleanup for the side of Splice. And these 19 seconds cannot be given up by Orbit. They have to stay and contest. Mad Cat wins the 1v1, and now Orbit are left in an awkward position. Do we let Splyce get within 5 seconds of winning this game, or do we fully set up for this new hard point? It looks like they'll go for the latter, as this is basically it for this entire game.
Well, I've got to go on board with Madcap because he does have, in fact, I thought it was the camos, not the Centurion. Of course, isn't as effective, but it may actually play a part. Banty's going to be the one to break this, though. He's going to contest it for now. 2 players fakes, and he takes down 1. The trade should come in. It may come in. No, Joe, he fires back 2.
There's a 1v1 near this hard point right now between Jerd and Zero, and it looks like Jerd will win it. He's just buying time for his team. 243 to 200. The game not done yet, but Splyce are knocking on the door of the map 1 victory. It's all up to Zero and Raiden to try to stay alive in this game. Zero with the 2-piece. Raiden still alive there. Just gonna hang on by the skin of his teeth. There he is. So yes, he still is in the hard point. This game not done yet.
Absolutely, you know, 7 points is so close but feels so far away right now. The Centurion has been popped down. You know what? Splyce may back off. They may rotate here, but it's back to the middle.
Wow.
This is not a hard point that you can guarantee points on. You've got to say, Splyce have not won yet.
They most certainly haven't. There's another cleanup. They're rotating back towards the top train. They're now within 10 seconds of each other as you're seeing payloads being used all over. Splyce, where did your lead go? It's absolutely fallen apart. Orbit in full control. Splyce have one opportunity for a break. They get the entry kill. Now Raiden answers with one of his own. You can see players trying to go for whatever pinch they can, and Urban recognizes it immediately.
Oh no!
This is the 1v1 against Bance. Players still in the hard point for Orbit. This might be a total collapse for Splyce. Orbit with the comeback will take map number 1.
Wow! We saw them 7 points away for maybe a minute and a half right there. Orbit, the composure, the structure, the discipline that comes into a team like that, and you can see it from the reactions on their face. They know they just clutched up.
I'm loving the energy in the arena right now, Momo. It's why these two teams are the best in Europe, the closest hard point we've seen throughout the entire weekend, and there, they just stopped whatever traction Splyce had coming from that loser's bracket. I will tell you, the 2 players right there, Momo, that stood out and made that comeback possible. It's Raiden and Zero, the 2 heroes throughout the weekend. Zero finishes 38-30, and Raiden was -9 at one point, ends +4, gets fully streaked out, and look at those defense.
Well, from 0 to hero, he clutches up map number 1. They only need 1 best of 5. They come from the winner bracket. They've done it before. Are they going to do it again?
It looks like it's absolutely possible. That's just map 1 of a potential 2 best of 5 series, folks. Get yourself some Nando's. Go out, grab a pint with your mates, right? That's what they do. Okay, good.
I'll give you that one.
And get prepared for what should be a fantastic final. If that sets the tone for the rest, this is going to be something pretty.
Whew. I mean, you know, going into that one, Splyce had it. It was all Splyce for maybe the first 60-70% of that game.
Yep.
Orbit, I almost can't put my finger on it. I almost think it was when we went for the listening. We went to that rated, just went off.
Oh, he earned the full streaks. While yes, that did help, at a certain point, you just saw perfect play from Orbit in the final 2 hills. And now I'm looking at the 2 different booths on the screens. You can see Zero quite happy with the performance he had right there. On the other side, Jerd, he doesn't look like a happy camper.
That's a tough loss. Yeah, that is a real tough loss.
That is, and that can absolutely send a team reeling. But these 2 squads, they've been in situations like this before. They're in the grand finals for a reason. That man right there, Josh, we've complimented his communication all weekend. Well, now he needs to help his team regain in the biggest of ways.
Splyce have come off a loser bracket run, 12 maps to 1. You know, these have just been winning and winning. That's all they know right now. But the team that put them there
has their number.
They're wanting to put the nail in the coffin right now. They are out for blood. You saw the pre-game interview there. Ex-teammates going head-to-head. This is a battle of the beast right now.
The CWL London Invitational Grand Final presented by the PS4. Orbit versus Splyce, your number 1 and number 2 seeds coming into this weekend, with Orbit striking first, now 2 maps away from being crowned champions and earning 5,000 pro points per player and the largest amount of that $25,000 prize purse. Retaliation Search and Destroy will be map 2. Momo, I've got to hear your predictions because here's the worry. In the pregame interview, Vance said he expects his team in this first series to win it 3-1. Lottie then asked, what's the game mode they expect to lose? Search and destroy. And now we're in that exact scenario. If they do follow through with what they predict, they'll be down 0-2 going into an uplink.
Okay, believe this or not, Jack, I've actually been there on a big comeback, you know? Once, I mean, maybe only once. However, when you get that momentum, that hype, that energy, the two teams going into this game now is so crazy difference in mentality. I've got to give this to Orbit.
Really?
I give this map to Orbit purely, not on their S&D through the tournament, not on Splice's, you know, poor performance sometimes in S&D, but purely on the energy of that map one.
Bold strategy. We'll have to see if it pays off as Vance will push right towards this top scaffolding area. And he's going to immediately get towards the bomb, but Zero striking first blood. A pacing issue right there as Jerd is flying way ahead of his teammates.
Yeah, and again, Zero, super confident. What he's just done, unthinkable, and he's just backed off. He's taken down another. Let's jump on board with Josh and see if he can duo up with Mad Cat, a long-lasting teammate for nearly 5 years, I believe. No, not going to happen.
It's a flawless round from Orbit, led by Zero. Zero, you see the smile on his face. He knew exactly what he was doing. He gets that first blood, stays in an area where only his head can be seen behind the cover, and then even when he's escaping, he got out of there alive. He did not die. He waited so long for his teammates to go for the pinch that those two players had no opportunity to sneak out that backside towards Cathedral and kind of reset the map positioning. Perfect play, 4 up, 4 dead for Splice in that round, and now Orbit will go up 1-0 in rounds.
Well, we've got to jump on board with him. He's been doing some stellar stuff so far. He's going to be watching that window. I can see no one's going there, so let's hop on board with Rated a little bit further pushed up.
I don't see how this setup currently favors Orbit. They've got no high ground. They're all stuck on this bottom road, and Splice, though, they're just tossing in grenades. They've got patio control. You need to see a hero play. The play might be to try to push out this player in the back, and yeah, this is, I do not like this setup at all from Orbit.
No, I completely agree. The you know, almost the use of Zero in round one, they've literally fell for the same plan. They literally have. They're pushed up, they've given it away. Urban is now left in a 1v4. He's already picked up 2 this game, but he's got a big task ahead of him.
Yeah. Well, right there.
And that bombed down.
If you're going to push down that area, you need to send like 3 to patio and demand control of it. Simple as that. Right there, they're getting watched from the top arched area. You have 2 players on patio and 1 about to flank you from the back bar side. It was just a ticking time bomb waiting to go off, and you could tell Splice knew that. Now Urban, with so little time left, I think he's now been spotted, and you should see these Splice arrows just remain in position because they know exactly where the objective is down at. This is going to be a 1-to-1 game.
Yeah, and I think Urban knows that he doesn't want to kind of feed the beast anymore, and he's just going to sit here and wait for the timer to run out. Last-minute challenge, not going to happen though. And the reasoning behind that, he didn't want to just give them a free kill, you know, boost their payload that they're working towards, their score streak.
And you say they don't want to give them a free kill because in the last game, in Black Ops 3, those payloads, those specialists in that game would earn slowly over time. So when you were in these 1v3, 1v4 scenarios, you'd see a lot more players jumping off the map because you didn't want to give the entire enemy team, you know, maybe 15% of their bar by waiting a full minute. In this game, that's not the case. So you can wait to try to play exit kills, try to catch a player, earn yourself that extra score towards your payload. Doesn't happen there, but smart play from both teams as Josh strikes first blood in round 3.
Mad Cat's taking damage in the garage, and actually Josh has just got himself a double. Can he find more? He's going to go back in. And there's 1 player just below him. However, with a 4v2, Rated and Zero now have the task to defuse the bomb.
Raid's going to fall back towards his teammate, which I do believe is the right decision here. The issue, though, is 30 seconds remain for this defuse to come in, and they've got an eye on Reedy. You should see this player begin to fly out for patio right now. There it is. They're going to challenge. Nice job by Josh. He's going for the ace.
Yeah, that was a clip.
All right, that was a little bit of that was an extreme.
That was a little bit too much, but with 17 seconds and a 1v2 now, Mad Cat and Jerd can use the pincer maneuver, come from behind. And again, a nice clean round there. It seemed like, you know, the middle corridor trade, it seemed clinical, and Splice take the lead.
Beautiful stuff for Mad Cat. Doesn't get much easier than that. It's why having yourself the advantage in numbers is so key in Search and Destroy. From what you've seen so far in this S&D, what do you want to see Orbit change up to come back into this game?
The one thing for Orbit is, I want something different. They seem to have kind of plan A,
And if it goes wrong, they just try it again. And you know what? They're doing it right now. They're changing their bomb site. They're doing something different. And look at the minimap. They're completely throwing Splice off guard.
Oh,
just what I wanted to see.
They definitely are. And this player that's actually across the map could have a great opportunity for either a flank or catching a player off guard. It looks like it will be a flank opportunity here. Bomb immediately planted. And now it's going to be up to Splice and crew to retake the site. Look at this cheeky, mate. Cheeky.
Urban catches him out. And he will pay for it as he does get traded out.
Look at the minimap. I'm telling you, this is a ticking time. Right now, Joe has been playing this entire round for this one moment right here. One player down on the objective. He's going to spot him. Doesn't actually get the kill.
Oh my!
It's still coming in. There's the cleanup, though. So no defuse will happen. 1 versus 1. 0 versus Bance. The challenge coming in. Bance has been seen. 0 just holds the angle. Beautiful stuff from Orbit. 2-2. Got a little scary there if you're an Orbit fan.
For a second, I thought the defuse was coming in. And let's not forget, Orbit have done that before. Twice before to Splice. They've got on the bomb, diffused it.
The one was throwback last time, right?
Yeah.
I guess indeed.
And now it looked like, you know, Splice are trying to give them a taste of their own medicine. But we tie things up 2-2, Jack.
We most certainly do. And you said you wanted to see Orbit change things up, go to a different site. Guess what? They do, and it works.
Thanks, Orbit. I appreciate that.
Making Momo look smart. Always gotta love that when casting. Bance again will lead the charge towards scaffolding. This time around, though, not entirely sure if he got vision of the player moving towards the arch side. Jerd, beautiful map awareness. They see that they have nobody top patio. They have nobody pushing arches. What's the only other spot they can be in? Flanking us. And they know that exactly now.
Yeah, and Jerd, map awareness there. He's been actually able to not only stay alive here, but probably give some intel. Urban's going to strike first. Vance as well, picks up one, now a 3-3.
He's got to back down. Beautiful stuff. Just goes ahead and hides for now. Let his teammates try to make a play. I do believe that the next one is developing as of right now, which will be Vance getting that kill. 0 all by himself, and he has to defuse. This does not look pretty.
Oh, nice. Not nice enough, though. No. As we see things 3-2 once again. 0 left in a very tricky situation there. I think he was almost waiting for his teammates to push in together, you know, from each angle, but both of them died. You know, the 1v1 they lost, he was like, oh, come on, guys. I needed you there.
Think of the Splice team. They come off a map where they had a huge lead and wind up throwing it away to Orbit. Now they're in S&D where even they themselves say they're not too confident in their abilities in this game mode this weekend. And now they're up 3-2. This is one that they cannot afford to let slip out of their grasp. As if they take this, they move into 2 respawns, and you've got to feel confident in there.
I've got to stay on board with there because he's not going to spot 1, he's going to spot 2, and he's out of there. He'll be calling that one out to his teammates, and actually, there's 0 sat back.
They can counter-flank this.
Look what they're doing. They're pushing straight through and straight behind. This is clever. This is smart. Joe picks up 1. He finds the second. This round should be in the bag.
They did have Urban all the way across the map, who did wind up getting punished for a little bit of an awkward positioning, but either way, they do hold on to that objective and plant it for the moment. 2 versus 2 now. Bance has earned that reactive armor. 10-3 Madcat with the help. It's a 1v1, and if I'm Bance, I'm using this 100%.
Yep, this is a guaranteed round. If you can get an engagement
this is
with the reactive armor, you can take him down. Here we go. He's challenging him. He's been spotted. He takes him down. Guaranteed round, I say. Bance laughs in the face of myself. He'll take it, pick up 3, and he'll defuse the bomb too.
Not only will he take the round, get 3 more kills, but now look at the bottom right of your screen. Scarab, Trinity Rocket, and Bombardment all earned. We saw how Splice earlier on, when they earned these streaks, knew how to manipulate the map perfectly on Crusher to win them rounds. Expect to see them do it again.
And just thinking back there, Joe got the initial 2 kills, but Bance was the one to trade that instantly. That was the 1 kill that really changed the game. I hate to highlight it. Jerd is on 0-5. Let's give him a little bit of love, see what he can do.
Hey, he's 0-5, but his team's still up by 2 rounds, so he's thanking him right now in the booth. As Jerd will be the one peeking towards top patio, gets eyes down on one player, and ooh, interesting nade spot. As it should connect with the player, not going to pick up the kill, though.
No, it isn't. Josh is going to find 1, and that's going to be Joe who falls. Numerical advantage favors Splice. Potential 5-2 here. We've got Josh in a very obscure position. We'll be sure to keep an eye out for him, but the bomb, I believe, is going down at A. Let's hop over to Madcap, who's teaming up with Jerd right now, pushing forward. And a 4v2, this is looking good for Splice.
Yeah, they know exactly what they need to do on this map. Stay active right now. Don't give yourselves any opportunity to really be punished for being out of position. Bance down on a 7 streak. You saw the major alert come in Codcaster. 0 does get 1, but still another situation where 0's left in a 1v3.
And, you know, this isn't a round he can afford just to jump off the map. You know, put a 5-2 up, he's got to go for this. He's really got to put this forward. I will say, he gets 1 kill, he does get reactive armor.
It's so tough in these because from a COD-caster perspective, we're like, they've got to get moving. What's taking him so long? Look at how little time he has. But obviously, this guy has no idea where they're at, so he's checking every corner, trying to make sure he plays it safe. 5-2, now the round count leads Splice, looking to tie up the series 1-1.
Well, I couldn't have been more wrong. Jerd with the melee there, back of the gun to the face, and he'll take that round number 5. And we're in, you know, we say a safety net, you know, a safety cushion sometimes. This is 4 rounds back-to-back that Orbit need.
With a Scarab, with a Trinity rocket, with a bombardment. I don't see how this is thrown away. We'll go ahead and possibly spot if Orbit have anything left in the tank in this map. They do get first blood by Joe, as finally they get some patio control, which I feel like they've been lacking this whole game.
Yeah, well, they've got control. They've got 2 kills as well. The bomb goes down, and it's looking good for Orbit for once here.
That was a streak use as well. Bombardment gets called in for nothing.
Yeah, that's a questionable use here. Urban's got a fall. That's to Bance. Urban did have his payload. Nasty Bance had picked up 3, 1 being his own teammate. It's all up to Bance. He'll have to do not only pick up the ace, he'll have actually killed one of his own. Well, don't put it past him.
And 3 already been. No! What are you doing? Challenges an insane gunfight, wins it, and now he's left in a one-on-one. He has no idea though where this final player is. Joe versus Bance. Joe just gonna chase him on down.
Joe spotted him.
This will be a round win for Orbit.
Yeah, and you know what? Bance will take that kill. He will take that kill. He would take that ace. And going into this next one, he's gonna replenish them score streaks. He's nearly got reactive armor again, Jack.
Well, that was an ace, right?
What can this man not do? I mean, I tell you what, he didn't win the round. Fair play to Orbit. They stay in it. They survive one more wave.
They do stay in it. Now the question comes into play. If Orbit bring this to round 11, what type of kills are we looking at for Bance in this game? He's doing his best impression of Rated from earlier, where Rated went 17-6 with 5 plants and a Crusher search and destroy. Off the break of this one, we've got to watch Bance. Unfortunately, not looking like anyone's going to be on his screen anytime soon.
Well, someone who might get in the action is Josh. You've seen him, that E-Rad, which he's been utilizing so well. A random push, Joe.
What is that, Joe?
I think Joe may have thought Josh may have run away, but no, Josh is here to stay. And he picks up the first blood. And now it looks like they're rotating towards the A. This is the score streaks coming in. This could favor them. We're going to see Urban get caught out. I think Urban actually, he just used his rewind to get away from him. He's going to be straight in the drink. And now, Bance, here to finish this round. 4v2, Jack.
Yeah, they know where the final couple players are. Rated needs to make a hero play happen, and he's trying to make it as he does pop that payload ability. I believe he's using active camo and chase down a player on street. So from a 4v2 with streaks called in to a 2v2, Bance thankfully still alive for Splice fans, as he's been doing everything for your team this map. And still, they have to plant this objective, but look what he earns when he plants this bomb. I feel like this is how he's going to close out the game with a 2-piece with reactive.
The problem is, let's
and another bombardment.
0 is 1 away. Let me go on board quickly with Rated, because he's the one in the thick of the action. He needs to wait. He can't challenge this alone.
No.
0 gets 1 kill, he gets reactive armor, he can get the double.
This is a perfect scenario, though. And look, they're chasing everywhere. They don't actually have any idea of where these players are down at. Bombardment now called in. This is just awkward. Where is 0 going?
No, I'm not sure. I mean, he thought they'd maybe pushed up to market. Bance has actually used his reactive armor, and now it's a 1 versus 2. He finds 1. The time is against him. Yes, he's got reactive armor, but all honesty, all he can do is pray.
Imagine right now, if he pops a reactive at the end of this, it might take too many bullets to kill him. No, not going to happen here. 6-3, and you can actually see right there on your screen, 0 looking at his teammates going, what was that?
Yeah.
There was definitely some miscommunications there, as where else could those players have gone from Rated's perspective? I mean, he kind of saw them go in towards Bike Shop.
I would have loved to seen if he actually did pop, you know, that reactive armor. How many? It would have, what, taken 7, 8 bullets?
Pants, 17 and 4 plants and a defuse. 2,350 score, which is 1,000 more than the rest of his team combined.
I mean, you look at that.
Show.
He's got 4 more kills than his whole team combined.
Yep.
He's got 4 more plants than his whole team combined. He defused the only bomb that was possible. I mean, he basically did it all.
Yep, he most certainly did. There is your scoreboard. Joe, Urban, Rated, did what they could. 0 really putting the team on his back there at 8 and 7. But in the end, Bance too strong.
Bance with a really, really strong game there. And they needed that. Coming off a super, super tough loss, that hard point, they really, really must have got their composure together, because these guys, if you missed it at home, first of all, you missed one hell of a game, but secondly, They were 243 to, I'm going to say, roughly around 210. 7 points away. Orbit fought their way back in, crawled their way, clawed their way, and they took the victory. Splice, though, they've just got a very, very big win on that search and destroy.
They definitely did. We'll get ready to go into this next game as I don't know where to call this now. I really don't.
Well, my predictions are out the window.
Yeah, they are. They are, and probably most people are feeling that way. So, look at that fancy camera work. Upside down, twirl around. I've seen it all at this point.
Feeling a bit dizzy.
Yeah, really. As you can see there, a couple of players stepping out to quickly use the restroom. So we'll get into this Frost uplink game as soon as possible. Do want to deliver a message, though. I'm going to pull out my quick notes here in regards to MLG Atlanta coming up. Obviously expect to see a heavy European presence there in the pools, maybe some open bracket teams coming to attend the event. But the note is, any team looking to qualify for MLG Atlanta pool play will need to purchase and have a complete roster on the team builder by 3 a.m. Eastern time on January 30th. That is coming up very quick in like the next 12 hours or whatever it is. Teambuilder.majorleaguegaming.com. If you do not have a complete roster, you will be seated in the open bracket accordingly. So put your teams on that ASAP.
We also, drama before this event. Don't let it happen again. Listen to Uncle Jack.
Listen to your Uncle Jack. I like that.
Grab yourself a ticket.
Yep.
Simple as that.
There you go. The message has been delivered. Be sure to alert your friends and family that are going to be participating at the event. Probably these guys in these booths have to do the same exact thing. Players now beginning to walk back towards their setup so we can get this Frost uplink. Of the uplink maps, where does Frost stand for you? Is it one that you enjoy?
I really enjoy it.
Okay.
Really, really enjoy it, especially when we get to super top level elite teams, if you like, because where you spawn, the drone obviously placement right in the middle, it's more for me about where the portals are. You spawn very, very close to the portal, so you don't have to just get one wave, easy 1 point. It's like get one wave, then you got to pick up another 2 or 3 kills before you get that. There's not that many fancy 1 point plays, so I really feel like the better team is rewarded. And we saw Splice put up like 14-0, I think, against who was it? I don't want to put any team in there because it could be anyone.
It just happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was a loser bracket like round 4, round 5. They just wiped the floor with them. So I expect big things from Splice. They've looked very strong, not only on uplink but on this map in particular.
Well, we've got a tied-up series. Game 1 was close, 7 seconds separating the teams. Game 2, 17 kills from Vance. Decided to put the whole team in his backpack and give his team a shot at glory. Remember, if you are just tuning in, Splice need to win 2 best-of-5s to earn themselves this grand championship. We're in the first one right now. Orbit only need to win 1, so Orbit are still within 2 maps of taking this. But they just lost arguably their best game mode of the weekend there by dropping that search and destroy.
Yeah, we talk about Orbit and Rated in particular. You know, he's very, very confident about not only his teams, but his individual search and destroy gameplay. And we saw some flaws there. We did, and exploited, I'm not going to say by Splice, I'm going to say by Bance. He really did turn up masterclass there of how to play it.
I think we got a little glimmer of the Bance from COD Champs in that game, right?
We did. We were treated.
And boy, oh boy, what a treat it was. Frost uplink will be game 3. We will see breakout hardpoint in game 4, and historically a weak one for Splice, I'll put it that way. If we go to game 5, Scorch, Search, and Destroy is always a pleasure.
Well, before we get to those maps, and of course if we need all of them, we'll be heading to Frost uplink. I've given you my opinion. I mean, what's your thoughts on Frost uplink?
Frost uplink, this is one where you know how important it is to control the inside area, but communication is key on this map. And what I mean by that is you need your vocal leader to call out, do we go for the longer route outside the research area? Is it the right time to push the drone forward? There are waves of kills you must get before you can attempt to go for a score on this map, and you need to force the spawns out by the lower cliff side. I think Joe is the player that's going to excel in that. And I think the throws this weekend have always been in favor of Splice in regards to hitting those 1 point plays. I see the players in the lobby, I see the players in the map, and I see Bance on our screen. I think that's who we're going to be starting with off the break, as both of these teams are looking to get an upper hand in the series.
Yeah, nothing crazy in the rig draft. The game is underway, and I'm watching none other than Benjamin Bance. Let's see if he can continue his search and destroy presence into the uplink.
This guy dabbed on the main stage of Champs in front of 6,000 people in the audience and a hell of a lot more people watching online. Still don't know how I feel about it, but hey, he's quite confident in himself if he does just that. But you know who else is confident? Orbit, because they just got 4 straight kills, and they're already pushing forward for a dunk.
Yeah, well, they're pushing forward. That's what I talk about. You can't get one wave of kills. You've got to get the second 2. And Splice, they spawn up, they react, and they're back in it. This drone has actually been reset here. And one player who's catching my eye is Bance once again. Very sneaky positioning.
Should have a quick 2. Nope, Rated will cut him down. But either way, pressure now on for Splice as they're going to move this drone in towards the sub-bay area. He does have a lead blocker in Josh, but he's got to wait. He can't do anything as of yet. He knows how important it is to slay first. That's the call out he's getting, so he will follow suit. He'll let Jerd come from behind and pick up the objective for his team. As they now look forward with this drone. Not going to happen here, Joe, the brick wall.
Well, Zero's going to be the one to scoop up that drone. But this time, it looks like he's taking a note out of your book. You said about this longer route round, you know, being patient, maybe getting 2, even 3 waves of kills. However, maybe he's trying to juke them out, cut them inside. He does have Joe in front of him. Joe's going to fall. Bance as well picks up 1. That's a double down.
I wonder if he just hits the lower wall run here, just to buy time. Does he go back and forth? No, he'll just fly on out. Shockwave actually going for the beatdown. Josh doesn't fall victim to it there. Trying to get a little sneaky with that movement. Won't work out that time around, as they do actually buy enough time, though, because he pushed forward with that drone. It forced the Splice players to fall back towards their side. And look at the positioning Orbit now have. This could be a 1-point play.
Yeah, well, he's going for it. The interception is on, and there you go, straight into the hands of Josh. Wow. Well, from one ex-teammate to another. Scoreline still sits at 0-0. 2 minutes in. The deadlock has not been broken just yet.
This has always been a low-scoring map in the CWL from what we've seen this year in Infinite Warfare, and it's not going any different right now. When the slaying is even, the game is even. Josh, though, with the beatdown. 4 go dead for the moment, and now Jerd will grab this drone. He's got 3 lead blockers. This is the best push Splice have had yet.
However, all 4 of those Orbit players are ready and waited. Zero's going to fall, traded out by Josh. He's going to go down as well. Look at this, a different route's been taken. He's going to go for a 1-point play. Maybe, here he goes, he's up, he's straight into the hands again, back to Joe. Oh, I feel like they're playing a different game here. It's like pass the parcel.
You gotta love it, man, as 2 interceptions now coming in for both teams. As we will see which team will strike first in this game. I can't tell yet. It's been 2 back and forth. A combined 6 streak, though, between the duo of Zero and Urban. As I say that, Zero finally meets his demise. Now the drone being pushed on up. This should be a dunk. There it is, 2-0. Orbit on the board.
Well, there is the first score. It's had to take 3 minutes. Bearing in mind, this is 2 sides of 5. But Orbit do strike first. And this could be a huge, huge stepping stone towards that victory. Splice have just picked up a nice double. Urban's going to answer back, but only Rated can save. But no, Bance now has the drone. He's passing it off.
And through this entire game so far, you've been seeing the first wave of kills come in for Splice, but they haven't followed it up yet. In this one, finally it does happen. Still very scrappy. They lose all map positioning there, but in the end, they do finally get on the board. But you need to see Splice get those kills middle map and then get the kills in the opposing team's base. 2-2 with 1 minute and 20 seconds left inside 1.
Well, Joe, he was trying to go for a bit of a different route there, but it didn't work out for him as Madcat and Jerd doubled up. Josh is going to add to that as well, and now maybe this could be a counter coming in from Splice.
It very well could be. You've got a lead blocker now in Madcat near that front door. He's got a kill. This will absolutely be a dunk. 4-2 lead, and this is where it gets scary. They've forced the spawns out near the cliffside. They've got a presence inside the helipad. Pass 1, pass 2, dunk it on in. Perfect teamwork from Splice.
I mean, there's no point in me trying to follow that drone, so I just stayed with Gunge. You could see it. He was waiting for it. You know, he could feel it from behind there, and now the drone is going to go in a bit of a reset position. Joe's closest to it, but no one's there. Vance actually could have a potential push here.
And with that hit marker, he will know at least 1 player from Orbit is pushing the side. They play ring around the rosy for the second. Around the pillar, as he'll drop on back towards middle map and try to stop this drone carrier from going up. If Splice go into the half at a 6-2 score line, I think they're pretty content with it. It's nothing spectacular, but it's absolutely something they can work with. A 2-possession game, possibly even more if they keep getting these kills.
Well, it could have been 3 if he had more ammo in the magazine, but no, it doesn't happen with 7 seconds left. The drone, it still can be played. Do never underestimate the plays of these pro players. Not going to happen, though. We're going to go into the first half. Splice 6, Orbit 2.
Orbit, for the most part, in the first couple minutes, they were even in slaying. You saw Zero and Urban go on a combined streak there for a little bit. That's how they got their first dunk. But from then on out, it was all drone positioning on the side of Orbit. and they felt the pressure in that back helipad area. Once Splice got the momentum on their side, they were able to dictate the pace. They got in 3 quick dunks. Josh, again, 18 and 10, 4 points already to his name.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm looking at that camo so close to it. We're the first to unlock that payload. I think Urban's rocking one as well. We'll have to check that out in just a second. But Josh getting straight into the mix. He's shooting the wrong thing there, but Jers just picked up 2. Josh can find 1. Madcap finds the 4th. This is a big push, but it is not over.
This should be a dunk. Do they go for the body block, though? They have no idea. Camo's coming in 8-2. Splice starting to really show up in this game, and this was the worry. Orbit, in the respawns, they dropped that S&D, and now they've got to not only worry about coming back in this game, but then another hard point.
Yeah, and that shows how influential Camo can be, you know? Not only makes the 2-point play, but he makes the kills in the right places. And now this is another potential push. Madcat tried, bounces straight into the hands of an Orbit player.
And he throws it back, and that actually helps out the side of Splice as they're going to run right up with this drone. There's a quick dunk, 10-2 now.
And you know what? Bansy's doing work back at the respawn of the drone to fit in. Oh, shot from behind, surely not. Can he get away with this? He's actually just unlocked a Scarab as well. Maybe one closer, not gonna happen. And that drone will not go anywhere, but an 8-point lead. This is so significant on Frost.
Dude, Josh is elite with the ERAD, 23 and 11, 8 points to his name now. How is he still alive? Finally 0. It took like 4 people to take him out near that front bulldozer area. And now if you're Orbit, you need to really get kills, not only kills in the middle map, but you need to get control of the sub bay. And look at how Josh and crew are playing this. They're distracting and pulling their attention away from that area of the map as much as possible.
Yeah, Madcat's just gonna lay down that drone for a second. They knew they needed to make more kills, and it's gonna be traded out to a piece here. So no push will be made. But coming from behind his journey, he could find a couple. He spotted one. Didn't want to fire too soon. He's gonna be churned and burned, and that's gonna come from Joe Babance. He's been fantastic in the search to destroy. He's already dropping 22 on the uplink now. He's almost chasing Josh for this.
Really fantastic so far in this series. 3 minutes remaining inside number 2. Splice to still have a 4-possession lead. I just don't see where Orbit begin to come back. No. I've seen nothing yet in this game that makes me think it's going to happen.
Well, Madcat is looking pretty slow here, only because he knows that the drone could be coming from either side. He's waiting for that moment. Here he is. He spotted it in the sub-base, and he's going to have to react quickly. He's got the teammates to work with. He's going to fall down. Josh with that ERAD. Getting up close and personal, of course. That's where it excels.
Josh gonna knock it out with his life there. Again, in the right position is Vance. With this NV4, his shots really impressed me. 4 down on Orbit. Your Splice, again, what do? They bring it towards middle map. They get it towards the cliff side. It's so obvious to see what their play call is on this map. Once they get this lead, how frustrating must this be if you're Orbit? You're having to hit this outer wall when you're trying to fight from a terrible position. This will be another dunk now, 12-2. This game is done.
Yeah, for me, it's done. It's over. But the Orbit boys will not give up that easy. They're 10 points behind. There's only 2 minutes left. If you take it back to right at the start of the game, you know, it took 3 minutes to make the first push.
It's looking like a bracket reset is absolutely possible. A second best of 5 potentially on the horizon. If Splice can just clutch up this map and one more. Jerd now on a 7 streak. That only counts as 1 point as well for the side of Orbit. Yeah, we can talk all we want about what's going on. It's simple. Splice are the better uplink team.
They've been fantastic in uplink all week, you know?
They're well practiced. They know exactly what their goal is on each uplink map that I've seen, and they've been hitting the 1-point throws. It's a well-rounded practice, a well-rounded package.
Well, it's fantastic to see, and especially after such a fantastic performance. I mean, coming from Orbit, you know, their hard point, that comeback, that showed guts, that showed determination, and now it's going to be a very hard mountain to climb. They're going into another hard point after this, but let's not rule out just yet. 1 minute to go. We do see a lead of 9. Drone's in the hands of Rated. He's going to fall as well. That's not going to help anyone.
No. They're just going to reset it. And now we look ahead. If you are Orbit, you're down 2-1. You know you have a second best of 5, but I can promise you they're not playing for a second best of 5. This team in Game 5s has really been lights out so far this weekend. As we saw in that victory up against Elevate just earlier on today in your winners bracket final. It's how they got here off a 17-6 performance from Rated with 5 plants on Crusher S&D. They've got to now win another hard point, and the first one was closer than any other so far this weekend. What do you want to see Orbit change to make it a little bit more in their favor?
During the hard point, they need to start hot. They really do. Sometimes it's a little bit slow. It's lacking pace. And yes, they pick it up during the game. But for me, they need to start very, very quickly and aggressive.
That will do it for game number 3. Splice now up 2-1 in what could be our first of 2 series in this grand finals matchup. This is not letting us down at all from what I've seen. Predictions there made a lot of sense. Splice, definitely the best uplink team I've seen this weekend here at the CWL Gfinity London Invitational, presented by the PS4.
And we see another 2 30s dropped from the boys of Splice. That's coming from Josh and Bance. Bance performing back-to-back maps now.
Yeah.
And you know what? It just doesn't seem to have affected them. That map 1, I just feel like it's in the past for them now.
Yep. It has to be. It has to be. Splice, they have their best scenario yet versus Orbit so far this weekend. Josh is just... Is Josh the best ERAD player that you've seen this weekend?
I'm trying to think back. You know, PD and Moose had their moments, but a lot of that was with the K-Bar. I'm going to go with yes, Josh.
He put on a show with that map, 4 dunks, as well as a 32 and 22 slaying performance. Overall, his team outslays by something like 20 kills in that game, and that is definitely a way to give your team an advantage.
And one thing I love about Splice is it's not just one player who's making those objective plays. Whoever's closest, whoever's got the payload available, that's the player that makes the move. Great stuff all around.
Great stuff all around. We're getting ready to go to game 4 breakout hard point I talked about in the past. This is a game mode combination that I'm not really too confident in the side of Splice. So if I'm Orbit, this is the best map draw I could have gotten in this hardpoint game 4.
Wow. Orbit, they've beaten Splice at hardpoint already this event. Let's not forget, in the winner bracket, round 1, they beat Splice 3-0. It was a wipeout. People were like, is this Splice? Has someone subbed in? No. Orbit just turned up. Splice since then have learned, adapted, pushed through this loser bracket, found themselves in the loser bracket final, take down Elevate, back up here in the grand final now once again. Orbit. And yes, you know, they're 2-1 up in the series, but it is the first series potentially for them.
You know, while we do have a moment here, while players are getting prepared, setting up their classes for game 4, I do want to quickly give a shout out to the Gfinity production team, the Gfinity admin team, and everyone else behind the scenes for an incredibly well-run event. Production has been top-notch. The admins have basically made these players listen to their every command. I really do appreciate. And we've been firing through matches. This is series 38 in 4 days. If you're not good at math, that's about 9.35 series per day.
You know what?
I made up the decimal points.
I'll believe you on that one.
I don't think I believe myself.
But on a serious note, it's been fantastic. It's been compact. I know it's been a lot of games crammed in.
Yeah.
To, you know, I mean, 4 days is a long time, Jack, but we've really gone through every single game played.
I have learned a lot more about the European scene this weekend than in any of the other events I've done for Gfinity.
100%.
This has been an extremely beneficial opportunity for me, which I'm very grateful for, and I know for a lot of the North American players, it's been nice for them to take some notes on these top EU teams who are going to be participating in pool play at Atlanta.
There's no excuse. It's not like, oh, they weren't on stream. Everyone's been on stream.
There has been every match. If you want to see how Bando play breakout hardpoint, guess what? There's definitely a VOD somewhere. I don't know why anyone would, but you never know. Nagafen has a lot of time on his hands.
Yep, that's very true. A lot of these players, you know, this is, on a serious note, this is their job. You know, these guys are playing 8, 10, 12, 40, 16-hour days. It's Call of Duty, Infinite Warfare. They play this for a living. This is what they live for.
There is the crowd. It's a packed house here at the Gfinity Arena. Some of your fellow European pro players are here watching. Thanks for hanging out, guys, supporting your favorite game and the game that everybody loves to be a part of. It's Call of Duty, and it's game 4, hardpoint on breakout. We're watching Vance off the break, and stop showing the map fly through, Michael. Get us to the game.
We're in the game, and Urban's kicking it off straight away with a double. And Vance, you might have gone strong. He's doing this exactly again, too. Make it 3. It seems like he's just in a public right now, but shut down.
He's in a what?
A public game.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what you said for a second. Accent threw me off right there. Jerd is staying alive, top central roof. For the most part, I've actually liked the change that's happened to this hardpoint from being that lower room to now being on top of the roof. I think it's actually added a nice little dynamic to this first hill.
I enjoy it. I much prefer it. It's a good change. That is my opinion.
It's almost like some of the players overreacted when it first came out.
I think it's a minor change. I don't think it will affect it too much. However, Orbit start off strong here.
Orbit do start off strong here as the crowd cheers as the gameplay went away for a second on the big screen. Remember, we're in a movie theater, so this is the largest screen I've seen in a venue to broadcast some Call of Duty on outside of Champs this past year. Orbit currently tripling the score of Splice as they have won the rotation battle for the moment over towards the Cell's hardpoint, but look at the yellow arrows on the minimap. They send 3 towards the spawn, and it looks like it's going to work out perfectly as they look to break this hill.
Yeah, 3 kills back-to-back here. Joe's the only one to answer, but he escapes with his life this time. There's about 6 people crammed into these cell blocks. It's going off, and you're going to see a lot of trades coming in. Madcat, Urban, Rated, all tallying up. This is manic.
Josh is just spinning in circles. He actually winds up dying to his own teammate, so you can see how hectic that gameplay was for a second. I think Splice are going to forfeit the rest of this time, so they will be down by about 60 seconds in this game, maybe a little bit less, and they're going to set up for this Graveyard Hill, which, what is your ideal setup for this? Because you can absolutely be flanked from middle. Do you want 2 players in the hardpoint, 1 player? What do you want to see?
I mean, for me, I think Splice have pretty much nailed it until, of course, Madcat got taken out there. You've got to have someone in the cave. You've got to have someone close to, of course, that yellow crane. It's got to be tight, and unfortunately, it looks like for Orbit, their break has not paid off, and now, even better, Jerd pushes up.
Let's pull up this minimap for a second to see exactly what Splice are watching. You can see 1 player inside the hardpoint, 1 play towards this close science room, and then you have Cave, who's holding the spawns for Splice, so they're going to keep flooding on in towards this hard point. Love having the ability to go a little bit more in depth. Thank you for that, Momo. As we will see from Bance's perspective, the guy's double positive again. He's just not being stopped.
Yeah, and this is what I mean. You know, up close to that crane, you get obviously the power positions, outsmart them, outplay them. And the best thing about Grave as well is if you can have a strong hold, you can back off at maybe 15 seconds. You can go for the rotation. However, it's not been done by Splice. Orbit will hit second.
And look, Orbit will now give up the rest of the scrap time, and if you take a look at your scoreboard, the full 60 is held by Splice. The early rotation has paid off. That is one of the benefits of the new way that Infinite Warfare Hardpoint plays. It's much more reminiscent of when everyone fell in love with this game mode back in Black Ops 2. Engagements have gone down, and every gun battle is more important than ever before.
Now, Orbit rotated, yet they lost that hardpoint straight away. Within the first 5 to 10 seconds there, Orbit, they just got pushed out of it. They got bullied out of this one, Jack.
They definitely did, and Splice have now held 2 hills perfectly. You see there from Dave, member of Epsilon, he says, show me on stream and I'll buy some Gfinity apparel. Hashtag CWL London. Well, you better go out there and now buy yourself some. I'm an XL. You know where I am. If you want to buy me one too, thank you.
Okay, well, Jack's getting hooked up once again. He's already packed himself.
I've gotten three new pieces of clothing just from asking on stream this weekend. It's brilliant.
Might try it myself sometime, but more importantly, right now, Splice, they're looking hot once again on Hardpoint. You know, it's a game mode which benefits the Slayers, and right now, Bance is topping that Slayer score, 12-8.
12-8. Madcat now on a 7 streak. All cylinders firing right now for Splice. And look, he's got every single score streak he could ever want. If you're Orbit, you need to stop the bleeding now. Do not let this lead get too large. Remember, though, in that first hard point, there was a large lead for a team, and it came down to 7 seconds. Jerd somehow making plays happen with the MV4 at the super close range.
Yeah, the slip and slide there finds the double. And you know what?
The slip and slide finds the double. I like it. I never thought I'd hear that, but it's a good little way to put it.
I mean, it somehow works right there. But Splice, they're only 1 map away from taking this to a second best of 5. Yep. Just remember that. Then the pressure would really, really start for Orbit.
That'll put it in a scenario where these two teams will face each other across, what, 10 to 12 maps potentially this weekend between the now 3 series they would have played. And that's quite rare for an event. As now Splice are up to their largest lead of the game. They have players in position for the spawns at cells. I'm not entirely sure. No, they're not actually getting those spawns because of Raiden, who's pushed up that dirt street, blocking that area for his team.
Yeah, Joe's going to be just lingering around. He almost is a bit hesitant to jump in the hard point, but the call comes from the team, and he's going to be the first to fall. It didn't work out well for him, but Zero does have a good rotation. They do have the spawns. This could work well for Orbit.
This is the hole right now in the setup. Is this lower street area? Zero will just stay alive for a second. He's hiding behind green. It does look like Splice, their lead slowly dropping down. Don't count Orbit out yet, especially when Zero's firing like that.
All rated in the hard point, but there's no one even challenged him. Let's go to Urban, who will be challenged outside near the truck. In fact, he's going to dip inside as well. Not going to work.
It's a break.
Jerd and Josh. Oh, Banzads. It's only Madcap missing. Jerd's going to clean up a nice double, and Splice will get the remaining 15 seconds.
All right, Orbit. Now you've got to rush over towards the graveyard because Splice already have people on the way, and they have streaks beginning to get called in. Thankfully, that is on the side of Orbit, so that will stop the pressure from coming in for Splice. Really like the use of that. At the moment, 45 seconds between these two teams. Absolutely still possible for Orbit to come back into this game.
And what I do like about Urban right now, he's not only just gone onto the hardpoint, he's pushed up, he's snuck himself in a nice corner. He's going to find one, maybe the double.
Yeah, he's going to challenge his MV4. Once he hears Jerd firing at that one, you might as well slide back out and get confident in yourself. Another player coming on in rewind. Wow! Hey, buddy, I'm right in front of you. He's going for more. Finally, someone stops this man. A Zero on the flank. Does wind up cleaning up one, stops the pressure coming in from Mad Cat. 20 seconds separating these teams. Yet again, this game getting closer.
Well, Splice are going to use those score streaks right now, and Zero just backing off a little bit.
He's hovering it.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be caught off guard here. And now, he's just slaying, you know, 4-kill streak. Why not make it 5? 2 are jumping up. And you're going to see 13 seconds left. If they gain all of this, they can tie it up. But you've got to think about that next rotation.
Give this up.
Joe's one step ahead of us all. He's already there.
Give this up. Orbit now have the spawns. They have the players in the hill. The first gunfights will be by Urban. He's going to be watching over middle map. Scorchers now come in, again, forcing players out of position. I think that's the last major streak for now, though, as Urban is in such a beautiful spot to make something happen. Challenge the first, wins the gunfight. Vance, though, there to help support his teammate, as it does look like Splice are currently winning the trades on this map, but then Raiden answers back with 2 of his own. Has Zero been spotted? I do believe so. Here's the worry. Splice now forcing the spawns out for Orbit. This could spell disaster.
Yeah, it really could, but the spy
hitting the wall runs. Oh my god.
This is not what you want right now. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. There goes one. We see it change. I think Jerd, or Josh, sorry, just lost the player, but Mad Cat cleans up the duo that's been together so long.
That all happens because Zero challenges the back spawn, and there's not enough of a focus on it by the guys of Orbit. He's just laying down back there. Splice saw him. They sent one player to kill him, forced everybody else out from Orbit. Thankfully, this scrap time should be pretty close. Even if Splice kill him off here, these two teams back within 12. We have ourselves a game.
Well, 2 rotations down. We're going back to the rooftops here. We saw what the likes of Jerd could do last time. I want to see more from Jerd. You know, he's got his payload now, the rewind. Hopefully he'll be able to utilize this, but he's on the hardpoint route. He's nearly tallied up 60 seconds for his squad. However, he's extending the lead.
This is a perfect setup for Splice. They've got the outer graveyard area watched. They've got a player in the hard point. Loading is now covered. A trophy system in the hill. You've obviously got rewind ready to be used. Orbit need to go for a break, and they need to do it quick as this lead is slowly building back up on the side of Orbit.
I love that from Jerd. He pops out, gets the kill, and straight away on the rewind, he knows he's going straight back into that corner in cover.
How has no one seen Josh doing that play?
Josh, he just snuck through like a ninja, somehow still alive. How? He's got to find another, and he does. Straight up top, finally falls, and this is back and forth, but I will say Splice have already broke 200. 30-point lead right now going into the cell blocks. And yes, we do see Splice with the rotation.
Exactly. More importantly, yes, they have broken 200, but these spawns, this new hill control will come in for Splice. Orbit maybe have 2 solid pushes they can go for it. The entry kill now for Urban. Vance, though, with the trade for his teammate. You saw the assist pop up on the screen. Mad Cat soaring on in. I do believe Splice have held off for the moment. Unless somehow these final 2 Orbit players can make a play happen. I do believe there's an opportunity here.
Yeah, there definitely is. One slides in. That's the end of him for Joe. Mad Cat with the beat down. And now Zero answers back Urban, but there's a lot of time still left on this, Jack. 35 seconds. This is game-changing.
And Splice have to hit this wall run. We've seen every single time this map has come down to this. It is a disaster. This is not going to happen. You just need to see Orbit refocus their attention towards this lower dirt street. One player hops in laundry. It's okay, though, because Raiden is still there. Doesn't actually clean up the kill. The weakness of the NV4 from that range does show that lower rate of fire costs them in that scenario. And just like that, Splice should be able to break on in, unless Zero continues to be the hero for this Orbit team.
Now, it's all rotation. They're going to get just a little lead, maybe 15 seconds here, but it's all going down to the cave. Zero is very, very close to reactive armor. Josh has just used
Zero needs to move.
He's got camo.
Zero needs to move as fast as possible. Josh breaking on him with camo, the 2-piece there for Splice. And now they've got the cave spawns. The play that could have saved the game, but Zero now flying in with reactive payloads all over. You need to see Orbit push this out now. They need to not only get these kills, but they need to stop these spawns from coming in. Instead, they'll play passively. These next few engagements will decide this entire game. Will we go to a game 5? Let's find out.
Well, Joe and Zero still left alive. Zero finds one. Joe's finding a second, but it's only Urban left alive. It's a big break for Splice. There's 26 seconds. They can end it here, Jack.
And they have no payloads. Reactive now out for Bance. One player down. Make it 2 as well. Splice will reset the bracket and force the second best of 5.
Wow, now 2 hard points. We see the first go down to 7 points. It's nearly as close for this one, and we are treated to one hell of a grand final, Courage.
I'm gonna need a mighty pint after this.
I'll join you for that one.
Let's get into it, baby. A second best of 5. It's what we all wanted. As now we reset everything. You no longer need to know what's going on. All you need to see is the first team to win one best of 5 will be your CWL Gfinity London champions. Woo! What a series there. Between the 2 hard points, a total score of 20 seconds separate the 2 teams.
And you know what? It wasn't really, the slaying ability. It was down to the individual kills, the payload utility, and you know what we saw, reactive armor, camo use, Josh, Bance, it just seemed on point. Jerd with the rewind as well on the rooftops. Splice narrowly won that one, but 13 points, between 2 hard points, 20-point difference.
Think of that first hard point, which we can wind up pulling up the scoreboard for this one still, where we saw Raiden, who had a slow start in slaying, and when he began to pick it up with the full streaks, that's where his team came in here. Again, 15 and 23. Don't get me wrong, 2.5 minutes in the hard point is great, but this is Raiden we're talking about. You put him potentially on your MVP marker for this weekend, and with him struggling this much in a couple of these hard points, you need to see him turn things around in the second best of 5.
Absolutely. Well, in the winner bracket, he gave Splice the backhand the first time. This time, Splice answered back. So they're going to go into a second best of 5, Jack. Orbit took the first, of course, winner bracket. Now we see Splice answer back. A lot of the guys actually on the death, they did say, Splice would win this this first best of 5. This is where, not only the pressure builds, not only for the players in particular, this is just literally where champions are made.
I said that Splice were going to win 3-1 in my predictions for the first best of 5.
Yep.
Now they're going for a second, and I said Splice in the second best of 5 would go 3-2. I see we have a friend, though, over on the analyst desk. It's Dave, and he's got the Gfinity hoodie. I haven't received mine yet, and guess what? Shameless plug, if you're in the venue, you can go outside right now and go pick up yours before supplies run out.
You bought it. I want to see the receipt, because...
Yeah, actually, can I get some help with that?
Yeah, I want to see the receipt. I want proof. I know Dave.
Cheeky guy?
Yeah.
Cheeky bloke?
Yeah, he is. He is a cheeky bloke.
Did I use that right there?
Okay,
we'll move on.
We'll move on.
We will move on as expected. Players getting a little bit of a breather as we will prepare for our second best of 5. Guys, tweet the stream out there. MLG.TV/Call of Duty, MLG.TV/COD. We have so many events to look forward to, Momo, on the horizon. 2 weeks from now, MLG Atlanta, as we talked about, the pool play information that is coming up. Ooh, wait, go ahead, throw it.
Whoa! Wait, and mine? Wait it?
No, sorry.
Mine?
Is this XL?
Anywhere? Nope.
It is, it's good. No, it's perfect. Let's go, baby. I'm living. I actually don't think I can fit this in my suitcase.
I'd just like to make demands on stream. I'll take a helicopter. $1 million.
If it's worked for me, I think it'll work for you.
It clearly isn't. It clearly isn't working. However, luckily for me, I do already have one. I'm sure you'll enjoy that. And, I'm not salty at all.
I'm not salty at all. We talked about the events coming on up. MLG Atlanta on the horizon. Shortly after that, we have ourselves ESWC, where we'll have a heavy North American presence as well out here in Europe. After that, obviously, Dallas, recently announced.
You've got, of course, CWL going into Birmingham.
Yes. I don't even know where that is.
You Americans call it Birmingham.
Birmingham.
For some reason. I don't know. You've got so many events back to back, and the important thing is, yes, these guys are playing for so much money on the line, but of course those pro points that these guys have been grinding out for. It's all about getting that seed, getting into pool play, and of course, MLG Atlanta, it's gonna be an interesting one, because there's gonna be so many top teams
because of the amount purely forced into open bracket.
Yeah, and $200,000 up for grabs at that event as well. We're always bumping up the prize pool this year, more money on the line than ever before. And with more money come more trophies. That's a good segment, right? You like that?
Yeah, honestly, beautiful.
I
I sometimes just don't know how you do it.
Neither do I. I don't even know why I'm here, to be honest with you. As there is the trophy, once again, packed venue. Spectators here, grabbing a quick bite as we get ready for another best of 5. So now we reset the bracket. Were you ever in a scenario like this back in your career where you had to
in a grand
face a team
final
for a third series? No, not a grand final. I sure as hell know you did not make it to one of those.
Incorrect.
It was a local land. There were 7 teams.
It was Amsterdam about 2008.
How many teams?
16, 20 maybe. However, the likes of Tommy beat me. We came from the lower bracket. We had to win best of 5s. We didn't win a map.
No way.
No, we got stomped. But you know, I was happy with the silver. I'd take that right now.
Hey, trust me, I've got many silvers in my career.
On a serious note, I've never been under so much pressure. These guys, it's the amount of money. The pro points are so important as well. And you know more than anyone, these pro points going into the likes of MLG Atlanta, this will separate these two teams, so much.
Yes.
Because it's not like it's 5,000 pro points per team. It's per player.
And this is also how Orbit wind up catching up to Splice. You know, they win this. It's a couple thousand pro point per player difference.
Yep.
So not only like winning basically an extra 2K,
is winning an extra 2K each.
Yes, each. So it's a good spot to find yourself in. So as players, they're just waiting for the official word to get into this one. We appreciate your patience. Hopefully, if you're just joining on into the stream, this weekend has been a lot of fun. We've broadcasted about to be 39 Call of Duty Infinite Warfare series in 4 days' time. Gfinity has done an exceptional job running the event. I'm going to make a request right now. I don't even think Michael's ready for it.
Which jersey do you want now? Which jersey?
Can we actually bring back up the bracket? Because some new people might be tuning in. They might be hearing the second best of 5 starting. I didn't even talk to Michael, our director, yet. I just said, can we bring up the bracket? I don't even know if he's here. But we're going to see if it comes up or not. Because we have been on quite a road. I want to show this losers bracket run that Splice have now gone on because, well, let's think. It's 1, 2, 3. Is it 5 or 6 series they've now won in a row?
They were in loser bracket round 1, so I think they went through to loser bracket round 6. They had to win the loser bracket round final.
There it is.
So
thank you, everybody backstage for dealing with me randomly calling that out. So look where it all began. Splice losing to Orbit in the top left of your screen. So what happened? Splice then dropped down to the losers bracket in the bottom quadrant and faced Epsilon. They then beat Epsilon 3-0. They then moved on to 3G and won that one, I believe, 3-1. Then they moved on to face Infused, beat them 3-0. Then they went on to face Elevate, beat them 3-0. Now they beat Orbit in the first series 3-1, and now we go to a second best of 5. That will be 6 straight series in a row to come from the losers bracket to win the grand final. If they can take it, I'm ready. Momo, are you ready?
I'm ready. The final best of 5 out of 39 series right now, Jack. Splice, Orbit, Seed 1, Seed 2.
This is it. This is it. Here are some highlights if you missed the first series. The players have now begun the redraft on my screen. We'll pull that up for you in just a few brief moments. Use the hashtag CWL London. Get involved in the conversation. Tweet the stream out there. I need another energy drink. I'm going to pull a Jonas and just do what he did. 2 energy drinks in a short amount of time and then just not stop screaming.
Just don't speak French. I can't understand it. Keep it together. They can. I'm sure we can, Jack.
You know what I want to see? I want to see the maps. I want to know exactly what we're going to be playing in this second best of 5. To start it all off, it's Scorch, Hardpoint. Talk about a hectic map as teams will be flying all over the place in this series. Throwback S&D map 2, and Momo, you've got something you want to point out.
Yeah, I'm thinking of that Scorch Hardpoint straight away. We saw Splice so dominant on the bridge. They managed to take 40 points every single time off this. They had the rotations on lock. However, Orbit, they're not a team to, be shunned upon. This is a team that can answer back. Rated, I've said, is a potential MVP already. Zero, he's already gone off 38 kills in the last Hardpoint previous to the series. We have got literally titans butting their heads.
Look at the game 5. If it goes to game 5, Crusher, Search, and Destroy, the map and game mode of the weekend, Momo.
Oh.
Do you know what? I've not even got to game 5. That's a fact. I've seen 3-0s, 3-1s. I have not cast a game 5. I can feel it.
You can.
Yep.
I said that Splice were going to win the second series in 5 games in my prediction prior to this.
See, I said Splice would win the first series 3-0.
Yeah.
They won it 3-0. I then said they'd win the second series 3-0. Oh. I don't know. I don't know if they can pull a 3-0 off. I think Orbit have got too much to bounce back at.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It is your CWL London Invitational, second best of 5 in the grand finals. This one could be remembered as one of the best grand finals in all of Infinite Warfare as time goes on. We could be witnessing some history of an age-old battle that soon will be developed between Splice and Orbit in the year 2017.
It wouldn't surprise me if the very last best of 5 on this game of these two teams here in Europe. They're 8 of the best individual players here. Jack, let's get into it.
Let's go, baby! Grand Final Series 2, we're watching Splice as they had 2 very close hard points the first time around, and now we're playing a third. He's gonna fly on out, some good shots in. Everybody on Orbit wiped off the map, off the break.
Straight away, this is what I was talking about. Splice, they gained 40 points last time. They dominated this bridge hardpoint, and it's what they do on it. They don't just control, they push forward. Jerd's given a prime example right now. He slips back in. Josh comes into trade now. Jerd again. Josh, it's everything for Splice right now. Fantastic start.
A combined 7 streak now between 3 players. Make it 8. The entire kill feed has been yellow for the last minute of gameplay. They are just not missing as Jerd gets around the corner again. 11 straight kills, 32-0. Something about this bridge hardpoint that they just get. They are lights out at the moment. 12 in a row. Finally, Jerd has stopped off his streak.
Well, it's not just Jerd. Madcat and Josh do fall. Maybe this is the answer back. I said 40 points. It's 39, but they're going to go into the rotation. And there's one player who's miles ahead of the game. It's Madcat. He does fall, though. He's been traded, and now we've just seen a complete break from Orbit.
And now it's Orbit's turn to get back into this game. This has been this whole entire series so far. It's how even these two teams are currently with how the meta plays. Orbit in control of Turbine. How do Splice try to push this? They sent 2 players towards the high middle bridge. They sent 1 going towards Skybridge, and then 1 on the lower half of the map. Look at this, it's Zero by himself, and he's about to be pinched. He's got to push out aside. He decides to challenge the first one, and there's the trade. Splice with the clean break.
Yep, and they will get, I would say, the remaining, but it's not just remaining points now. There's 24 to be gathered, and Splice are looking to take every single bit of this. They're looking to boost that to maybe a 50-point lead right now, but Jerd on the hard point is accompanied, of course, by Madcat, by Josh, and they're starting to push out. Orbit are running. They're going for the rotation, Jack. I think it's a wise choice.
It definitely makes sense with how little time there is left on the clock, but Zero now jammered. He knows this pressure is going to come in. Does he spot the first player going towards the bottom door? It does appear so, but that's Josh who gets a kill and actually gets out with his life. Thankfully for Zero and Orbit fans, he does clean him on up before more havoc can be wreaked inside this base, but look at the minimap. Splice spawning up towards the back of the map.
If you saw where he just shot him from there through the grate and he didn't even see it himself, and now Rated still in the hard point, can lock it down, but he's aiming, of course, at that back spawn. These are crucial kills, because if Orbit go down now, they will spawn out. So you can see 3 players rotating round. Running scared almost. Rated, he's backed up by his teammates. He's going to fall. Can Zero do any better? Yes, he picks up 1. Jerd answers back with the double. Zero gets a double for himself, and now with 8 kills, maybe finds the triple. Not going to happen, though. Splice are back in this.
But he bought enough time for his team to get back towards his hard point. 18 seconds left on this hill. Now they're just playing for scrap time. If Orbit can get this, they'll take back the lead. If you're just tuning in, this is the second best of 5 in this grand final. I want to keep reminding people, Splice have now won a series versus Orbit this weekend, and Orbit obviously have won a series versus Splice. Now is the decider of it all, and it happens to be in the grand finals. Splice currently in the lead by about 14 seconds. They began to rotate towards this drill area, but they lose control. Let's go listen in on how they communicate and try to bring this back.
In deck. Start working together now. In deck. Okay. We came out front. Watch on Negage. He's still to the right. Reach to the right. Flew.
Right, Dad, one more.
Flew. Check. Nice. Let's go. And then he's out. Let's go. Oh my God. I'm on shot. Dodge when that.
Pick up Bill.
Kill. It's going to be in control. I got you pinched.
He's on the right.
I got you pinched. They shouldn't be pinching now. I'm actually going to give it up.
We got the heady. The 3.
Yeah, the fly. I'm on shot.
Nice 50.
I'm just testing. Nice, Ben.
Let's go, let's go.
Tag. 2 minutes in, 2 minutes in. Nice, Ben.
Let's go.
One more. Shut him, Ben. Let's shoot.
He's one shot on you. Dead.
Let's fucking go, Judd. I'm going forward. I'm going forward.
It's already dark there. One shot. It's on next. 2 dark, 1 on hill. 2 dark, 1 on hill.
I'm going low.
One hit, Josh. I spawned out.
One more. I want Phoenix. Beast. That's him. That's my baby behind you.
Not near. Wait.
No, you're behind you.
Play the corner.
Nice. Still. I've got this one. I've got lamp. I'm going top anchor. You don't open. I've got top anchor.
On the right, Reese. On the right.
I think
right, two right, at least 2.
Yeah, go back. Turn
I got nailed.
1 shot, 2, 3.
That's one.
One's gonna pitch. Turn around.
Splice, they are on point as always in communication, but even more, they've earned themselves a 30-plus second lead. But as we go out of that, listen and look at the developments now on the minimap. Orbit fully pushed up, forcing the spawns towards back rock, and they're ready for this new turbine hill.
Yeah, Orbit have, chosen, the next turbine for their choosing. They're actually going to get the scrap points as well. However, Splice are trying to break through the drill, and they will do. Josh, the Erad, we saw him with the triple there over at drill previously. Absolutely remarkable plays. We've said already, best Erad of the week. Can he do any better? Let's go back on board with Josh and see what he can do.
Josh playing from those close quarters inside the factory. This is why he's so good with this weapon, always putting himself in the best position to succeed. Swaps the K-bar for something like this. Oh, hasn't cleaned up the engagement as of yet. Stays alive. He's got help from his teammates. There it is. Splice break the hill, and now they'll put their focus towards this catwalk side as Orbit look to push on in. There's 40 seconds left on this turbine. Orbit need to push in. They cannot give all this time up. And it looks like now is the green light to go.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult. We have a strong setup from Splice here. Mad Cat has actually spawned out as well.
Gosh.
It's a good pinch, and that came from this man. It was Urban. He came from the side and gave them no option. And you know what? With 20 seconds left, it seems like we've got a couple of players still pushing. It's going to be Mad Cat. He's going to fall, and Orbit are going to close this up. And not only close this up, they may and they will take the lead going into this next half point.
Another lead change, as you mentioned, Momo. These hard points, only 20 seconds overall separated the first 2 maps, and it's looking like it's going to be something similar here. Hangar will be locked down by Splice off the break. They've got 2 players currently inside the objective, but look at how Joe is playing this. Pull up the minimap if you can for a second. Look at this route that Joe is going on the bottom of your screen. He is taking all the time in the world. Will it pay off? We'll have to find out as his teammates are still spawning all the way out.
Well, we'll go on board in for now. For my advice, I think he needs to wait for his teammates here. He needs to wait for Rated to push up.
That's what he'll do.
Rated does have a payload as well. Let's see what he does have. Camo.
He did that on purpose. That was awesome.
Here we go. So waiting for it. Rated's going to make the entry kill. It will be traded. Now we want to see Joe push it. This is the attack that they planned. It's precise, it works, and Orbit retake this control. Fantastic stuff, and they should control the last 20.
Momo, it's like you once played professionally with the way you just called that. You're good.
Well, team with 3 of the players on this main stage. They all left me. They moved on to bigger and better things.
And you got stuck with Ralph.
Joe was my replacement. It's just all a big sucker punch right now for me.
Do we need to talk after this is done?
It's fine. 169 to 169. Let's get back into the game.
Let's move on as we rotate over towards drill again. Splice in early control, but last time Orbit found themselves in this scenario, and they really just walked on right in with ease. 10-second lead earned back for Splice, but here comes the pinch from all different areas. How prepared are Splice for this?
Well, they seem pretty prepared. They're set up. Not enough, though. Jerd and Bance go down. Josh falls as well. Mad Cat is nowhere to be seen. And Orbit not only take control, they can really push out this drill here. Joe's doing exactly that. He's not sitting back. He's getting aggressive. He finds one with Erad. Could find the second. Not the third, though, is Josh with the reaction kill. Does bite back. Orbit, though.
186.
It's another lead change.
It's just going back and forth. There's no other way to describe it. What can Splice do? Well, thankfully for them, they've got this middle hard point, which normally they're very successful at getting time on. We have to show some love, though, to the Orbit boys. They've gotten themselves a lead, but they're going towards their most troubled hard point yet, middle map. Let's listen in on their communications.
One bullet, nice 3. What's going on? One low. Control Jerd. VK.
Dead. That's fun. Ants is 1 shot. There's 2 in lab.
Help me.
2 in lab. 2 coming out now. 3, 4 there. All there.
All four in hell. Got me. 1 shot. There's 2 1 shot. Wait out, Dave. Nice, good shit. I'm with you. Let's fight now. Go. Where do we go? High glitch. Dead. 3 last one. Follow me. 4.
Nice. I need help.
Needed. I'm getting off. Cameron Danny through.
Make sure they don't flank. Yeah, one's left.
Could be cave. Nothing hop.
One shot. You're gonna kill me.
Hop. Jude.
Weak.
I've run him.
Dead. Nice, Steve, go, push through.
Guys.
Last guy.
Dead.
Go, push through.
Push front,
They're gonna
front,
spawn hop, turn around. You're gonna play for this P1 scrap.
P1. Back
Low MK.
I'm with you. Fucking low door.
I spawned out drill.
Low door. Get the top door. Hey, good side door on your side.
Absolutely. Nice, dead. Bomb door.
Two more on me.
We've got any specialists? I'm one off kinetic.
I'm probably close to camo. No, I'm not. I'm halfway up. I forgot I used it.
Play off, nice, Dave.
Nice, let's go.
Yeah, go top lane. Kinetic, Ben.
Splice are not out of this yet, Momo. They absolutely can win off this hard point, and Orbit need to continue to pressure. Bance now on a 5 streak as Splice have brought it back within 20. Reactive armor, though, used now as Orbit, I do believe, have gotten the break. Joe now on the flank. That should be it for this game.
Yeah, that should be it. They're pushing forward. Oh, there's just 2 players that can make a difference. Jerd's going to go in. Bance gets a double. It's not over yet, Jack. They're going to not only push this forward, Jerd's going to take down Bance. I don't think it's going to matter.
Here's the bigger issue.
The rotates come in. They need to learn. They need to push out right now.
But they have nobody for a pinch towards middle map. Now, finally, they do send one towards that outer wall run. They have one push, and that is it. And they've already gotten first blooded. Bance now dead. Urban's there for the second kill. It's Jerd by himself. They're all down. This will be it. Orbit will take map number 1 of the second best of 5 by only 9 seconds.
The first hard point, 7 points. The second, 13, 9. Oh, it's just these teams, they cannot be separated, but we will make sure they do by the end of this one. Second best of 5, Jack. Orbit, they're ready for this.
I don't know how my body's going to last through all of
Neither do I.
I slept 3 hours last night, but hey, you know what? Call of Duty does some magical things as we see Orbit squeak by again in game 1 by under 10 seconds. And now you've got to wonder again from what we mentioned last time. Splice, they're not confident against Orbit in their search and destroy from the interview they first had. Does that same thing stick on their mind this time around? Look at your scoreboard. Jerd does whatever he can. 29-21, 202 in the objective time for his team. But again, the Catalyst rated 28-24. When he's there and slaying, Orbit win. When he's not, they lose.
I mean, I couldn't tell during the game, but just popping a scoreboard and yes, kills on everything, but Madcat, of course, 15 and 29. You know, a couple more kills either side. It could have been a different game, you know, so close. Probably the worst I've seen Madcat play throughout the whole tournament, and if that is anything to go by, more of a compliment than anything. He's been absolutely stellar through the whole week. This time, he slips up, and they go 1 map down.
I love it, man. I love it. I just have a smile on my face because we could easily see this series go the distance for how this has all played out. This is premier European Call of Duty action, and now there's no excuse. You know the North American players have their eyes on what's going on here. These are VODs that players will watch across the world. Very valuable to see how it all will play on out. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from that first map as Orbit narrowly squeaked by with the victory.
The craziest thing about this is how many times we actually see a lead change. It was just back and two, neck and neck all the way. We do see a little bit of a significant lead for either team, you know. We saw, 20, 30, 40-point leads for both of them, but 8 very, very talented young men on that stage right now.
If you think about it, remember when Splice broke into that hard point in the last hill, your turbine, and Orbit snuck in for about 4 seconds?
Yeah.
And made it mathematically impossible for the side of Splice to win off that hill? That little break was enough to make it possible for them to rotate towards a new hill, give up the rest of the scrap time, and secure the victory there. So much confidence in themselves to clutch up on the rotation, and now they've earned themselves a 1-0 series lead in the second best of 5.
Well, they were in the same situation in the first best of 5. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen. They made a pretty impressive comeback. It was actually on throwback hardpoint on the first best of 5. This time they take Scorch. So Splice have done it once. I'm sure they're capable of doing it again. But Orbit, have they learned their lesson?
Who knows at this point, man? I'm just here for the ride. I just want to watch. Can we just do a permanent listen-in this next map and just let us watch?
I don't think that's what we're paid to do, Jack.
Yeah, that is true. Wait, you got paid for this?
No. love and passion of the game.
Yes, exactly. Throwback Search and Destroy will be map 2. So talk to me about Throwback for these two teams. anything that stands out for you from what you've seen from them this weekend?
I've actually seen Splice play this map twice this weekend, and it was the one map that they looked pretty good at. You know, their S&D has looked a bit shaky either side of things, but, you know, if this was Retaliation, I'd be a bit worried for Splice. If it was Scorch, I'd be a bit worried for Splice, but it's not. It's Throwback. So, I will say this is, from what I see, probably one of their better search and destroys.
See, now, if I'm Orbit right now, and I got to watch any of the gameplay from what you mentioned when Josh and crew first played this map earlier this weekend, I need to know where Josh is at all times. If you remember some of those rounds, Josh was able to flank through that middle train area, get in towards the bottom ticket window, and flank the players on offense going towards A. It not only happened once or twice, but a few times, and it helped swing rounds in favor of his team. It's the 6th game now of our grand finals, the 2nd series underway. Orbit up 1-0 here at the CWL London event presented by the PS4.
London.
Was London.
It is the 9th map that these guys have played against each other, of course.
That's
first
insane.
Winner bracket, round 1. Then they find themselves in the first best of 5. Now the 2nd. It is going to be settled, whether they like it or not.
So what is it? The overall map count right now, 5-3 in favor of...
It is 3-0 Orbit, then 3-1 Splice. Maths is hard at this point.
You just basically added it up and proved my point there, that it's 5-3 in favor of Orbit.
Yep, okay.
Let's go ahead and see how this plays out in Search and Destroy, as already aggression coming out for the side of Orbit. They've sent 2 players on this quick flank, but behind the flank is Mad Cat. He gets 1 before he's traded on out with Jerd.
Okay, so a very fast-paced start here, and let me just go on board.
What'd I say about Josh?
This E-Rad, man. It is out of control.
It's like he's found out something before the rest of the scene has.
I think he's just got a different one. He's got a Josh Rad.
Josh Rad, I like that. Well, might have to coin that if he continues to impress with this weapon as the year goes on. 2 versus 2, 45 seconds left. The bomb is down. Look at how far apart. Yeah, that was my next point. Look at how far apart the players are of Orbit. Let alone a trade. I mean, can he even get across the map in the time he needs to, it seems like?
I mean, the time is there, 30 seconds. He can do this, but Zero's on the defense. Obviously, that kill was made towards the A-bomb site, but I'll give you a quick glimpse of where it is going down. It's B. I'll go back with Zero. He's got a lot of work to do. It's a 1v2, and you will see the Splice boys, Josh and Jerd, the Double J's, maybe hunting a pack, but they have been spotted. They're going back to back. What is he doing? This is not what he wanted. Zero! Out of nowhere, he just finds Josh and Jerd almost having a bit of... I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know where you were going with it, but I'll go ahead and take over. That is why you don't stop moving when you have a number advantage. That's why you keep the momentum up, because that could not have been easier. That couldn't have been easier.
If you're going to go like back to back, your back can't be against the window.
No.
I'll drop the controller. I'm just going to have to pick this one up. We're going to go back on board with the attacking team. It is Orbit. They somehow managed to win round number 1, and a lot of confidence will be given off that. You can see that off the playstyle of Joe. He's pushing straight forward through the middle.
Look where Josh is. Middle map. First blood. Going through the mid-train area. He does it every single round, and somehow teams still have yet to stop him.
Well, 3v2, no matter what Josh has done, it's not going to be enough right now. Oh, there is one player actually playing a little bit sneaky. I think Panther spotted him. He has. He gets in. Can he get out with his life? No, he cannot. It's now a 1 versus 2. Well, this time it's for Jerd.
Jerd, only with a pistol, because I do believe he still is rocking that sniper rifle. That's the limit, because in this game, overkill is not allowed.
It's not indeed. I can't get that first round out of my head. I have to drop it. I really do. But Orbit, they start strong. They start strong. They take map 1. This is looking very, very good if you're an Orbit fan.
So Zero already 4-0, so might have a streak earned. Let's quickly go ahead and see what he's got in this round number 3. No streaks as of yet. He's not running the Scarab, going with the 3 higher streaks that you can. Already 70% of the way towards his reactive armor.
Jerd just pre-aiming here. He spotted one. He's not going to be able to tag him up, though. Jammer's going down, and this time it is Orbit who get aggressive. The bomb will be planted, and going back on board with someone a little bit closer to the action. He's going for a long-range gunfight. It's Bounce.
Wait to see exactly what Orbit's first move is. As Josh is trying to stay alive. Beautiful shots again with the E-Rat challenges the second. And there you go. He takes matters into his own hands, as we'll see it again from his perspective. he's pinpoint accurate with this thing, man.
Yeah.
He just shreds.
He's worked something out that a lot of players haven't. And I think as well, it's definitely his movement. It's his choice of positioning, the way that he moves around. You know, he's not engaging in those long-range gunfights. Only, you know, short to mid-range, he can deal with.
If you want to know what Josh is rocking on that ERAD, he's got himself Quick Draw, Foregrip, Stock, and Particle Amp, which is the energy weapon version of what many people know as the long barrel. So use it. There you go. That's all you need to know.
Well, we see a little bit something different here from Orbit, but it has been recognized by the boys of Splice, and they're coming back. It's Jerd, finds one. Urban takes him down, and Josh gets the better of him, and that's not traded. That's fantastic play from Splice to get in, get out, and Josh has already unlocked his payload.
Look at the minimap. Orbit have just booked it. They've decided, no, not worth our time being towards that barn area, which is now stacked with players. With Splice pushing on out, I do believe they're trying to get a full vision of where this objective is down at, and that is unacceptable.
Yeah,
unacceptable.
That's frustrating. And actually, Zero tagged double 3 there. He dropped Madcap very, very quickly, admittedly. However, less of Zero, more of Urban. He's on the flank here.
Oh, gosh. And look at the timing that he just got. This is going to fall apart right in front of Splice. This will now be the second round if they drop this one. Urban gets around the corner. Oh, geez.
Spotted.
Josh should be dead here momentarily. 2 rounds now in this game, and Momo, you just rolled your eyes.
It goes back to that Madcat challenge. At Zero, took full advantage of it. Fair play. Urban, perfect movement, perfect placement, flanks around the base, and I just feel like I don't think it's particularly exceptional play from Orbit. I think Splice have made 2 big mistakes here.
These are absolutely Splice mistakes. Madcat, who's 0-3 in that round, challenging like he's been on fire, and just loses a gunfight where the player is only his head is seen behind cover.
We've got to think these guys have been playing for what? 12 hours. Endurance is taking its toll. Maybe a little bit of a lapse in concentration there, but Josh, active camo has been used. He knows it's a must-win round. Taking his time, and he makes the play. First kill on the board, but he's going to be taken down from behind. Now that active camo almost just seems like it's been a waste.
I don't know if it's a waste.
Maybe not a waste.
Maybe not a waste. He does get first blood and did clear out that area of the map. Gave his teammates peace of mind to play for the objective, as now Urban will try to retake from middle. Does have a player just around the corner. There goes Jerd, so 3v2 again. Numbers continue to dwindle in these rounds for Splice.
Urban spotted one. He knows the second. Rewind, and there's the intel. He knows exactly where they are, and they're going to push it to 3. Now down to Madcap. 1 versus 3. Picks off the first. And you know what? That's one of the best uses of rewind I've seen in a very long time. No, he didn't get a kill with it, but he got all the intel he needed to.
We'll go ahead and take a look at Zero, who will get the defuse, and look at that on the bottom of your screen. Reactive armor now earned. 4-1 round count. And now Splice are sitting here going, guys, I really wish we won that hard point.
Yep, and they're also wishing they didn't throw away the 1v2 in round 1. They're also wishing they didn't challenge unnecessary things in round 3. It's something we're not used to seeing Splice do.
Yep, that's actually the good point to bring up. Uncharacteristic from the rest of the Splice we saw. I'm getting flashbacks to the Splice that originally lost to Orbit.
Yeah.
Earlier this weekend. There's been 2 different Splices, the one that lost to Orbit and the one that went 12-1 in map count in the losers bracket and steamrolled into the grand final.
Well, here they are, and they've got to change something. Reactive armor is available. He's going to be tagged up. That should be an easy trade. It is. Zero finds him, and he finds his 8th kill of the game here. We're only in round number 5, 60 seconds left on the clock. And the bomb should be going down shortly. There we go.
How does Zero try to play this one? Sees 2 players inside barn. Yeah, he's just got to get away. And, oh, gosh, instead, look at the confidence.
Cheeky.
He'll wind up popping his reactive, but it's for nothing. Thankfully, he has gotten behind 2 players, so either way, I think the bait did wind up working. Shot fades down! Tries to put some flare on it. Madcat, 1v2, 25 seconds left.
And the position of the bomb, this is near impossible for him to do. He knows exactly where they are. Tags him up. He's got to at least push forward. It's a 7.5 defuse. He's got to get there, pick up 2, get back. Not going to happen. 5-1 to Orbit. That's one way to get. And you know what? Zero there was questionable play, but he played with confidence.
Yep.
He knew in his own ability that he could push forward and pick up the kill. There wasn't there, but they traded him out.
Orbit now 1 round away from going up 2-0 in the second best of 5. But, uplink game 3. You've got to side with Splice in that one. And with how the hard points have gone, anyone can win this. So this is absolutely still possible. But hey, Splice, you've thrown away a couple rounds in this game. If you think about it, Momo, if they didn't throw away those 2 rounds that they absolutely should have won, this is a 3-3 game.
And when Splice were winning on this map, and I talked about it, this is what they did. They just bombarded A every single time. They have traded out. Bant's going to get the bomb down with the cover of Josh. Vance is going to fall, and that's not a traded kill. A 2v3 again. These are it's simple mistakes, but unfortunately for the Splice boys, they're letting it cost them. 2v3 now. The defuse doesn't go down. 2v2 ties things up now. 1 versus 2. Josh needs to act quick.
It's all up to Josh to be the hero first team, and I do believe Joe and Zero have an idea of where he's at. No, he'll actually rotate back. He's close up. There's the kill. Zero for the defuse. 11 and 2. As Orbit will go up 2-0, 1 map away from being your grand champions here at the CWL London event.
0, 11 kills. There was only 7 rounds in the actual game. If we saw, you know, around 8, 9, 10, we could have been seeing we could have been seeing a very, very high scoring tray right there.
You know, we've said this with Splice. Their backs against the wall. It was when they lost to Orbit earlier this weekend, when they fell into the losers bracket round 1, and we said, if they want to get to the grand finals, they have a very long road ahead. Well, guess what? They've been trekking for quite a while. They've gotten through every bit of adversity to this point, and now is their biggest test yet. Can they reverse sweep to earn themselves this grand title? Here is your scoreboard, Josh. I'm done talking about him. He has been consistently the best player in this final for Splice at 8 and 6 with 2 plants, 0, 11 and 2 with the duo Urban at 9 and 5.
Great stuff all around, but it is only one team that comes out on top there. And currently leading this last best of 5 2-0. Splice back against the walls here. They need 3 maps back to back. However, the next one is Uplink.
Next one is Uplink, and this is the map that we listened in with Splice earlier on, where they had near flawless communication and effortless gameplay in regards to taking over whichever lane they wanted to. Momo, is this series done here?
I don't think it is.
You don't think it is?
I cannot look past Splice's Uplink. I can't look past it. We saw them actually play this map, and it was closer than, you know, the stompings that they've done in the past. But the 1-point plays from the likes of Jerd, the slaying ability of their squad, I do think that we are seeing a 4th map in this second best of 5.
I can't imagine another hard point where the first 3 combined for a 29-second differential.
That's actually crazy to think about, but
that is a less differential in 3 hard points than basically everything in the group play. Like most hard points in group play were 150 seconds between teams.
Of course, yeah. We were seeing, I mean, Splice versus the likes of Infused, it was a 100-point game when they played hard point. These guys have played 3 hard points combined.
And these guys are proving that they're the 2 best teams.
Well, they're seed 1 and 2 coming into this tournament, and it's clearly showing why. Splice boys looking confident, but they're back against the walls here. They've got a lot of work to do.
Look at this again. This was just abysmal. Shoots off that, goes ahead, peeks right in the window again. That was actually the easiest 1v2 I've seen this weekend.
And that was giving Zero, like, crazy confidence, you know? Even though it was easy for him, you know, he shot 2 people almost in the back. It felt like he went on and on and on.
He didn't slow down from there, is what you're saying.
Yeah, he really got the momentum. And
this was the other questionable play. Zero again, the guy who was lights out. Why you challenge him from that range? And he makes him pay for it. So now we'll go into a game 3 with Orbit up 2-0, our second best of 5. Precinct Uplink. Remember, the grand prize this weekend, $25,000 on the line across the top 8, as well as 5,000 pro points per player. But from all the interviews we've heard, what might arguably be most important is the trash talk rights, the bragging rights, as there have been so many team changes prior to this new season of the CWL that these guys are facing former teammates. They're playing against old rivals. There are so many stories right now in Europe, and I'm absolutely eating it up.
Yeah. The biggest one for me is 4 of the 8 players in this lobby were on the main stage grand final of Code XP, and they've been split in 2. We have Bance, Josh for Splice, Orbit, Joe, and Rated. They took a pinch of Infused. Splice took a pinch of Millennium. They combined them. They made this beautiful concoction of 2 teams. Now they go head-to-head here in the grand final, CWL London. Orbit 2, Splice 0. 3 games needed for Splice to come back. That loser bracket run was impressive, but this would just top it off.
This would most certainly top it off. Precinct Uplink coming up next. Splice in this game mode this weekend have looked the best. We keep repeating it. At this point, I'm like a broken record on some things, and it's strictly because, to the people tuning in, this is the first time a lot of people are seeing these two teams go at it in a LAN environment. They've only been able to watch maybe scrims online, and that's about it. So a big learning opportunity for everyone in the Call of Duty scene of what to expect in this major region here in Europe. There's your rig draft. As always, the similar selections will be a mirror matchup. Yeah, I'm with you, Momo. I'm with you. I think we're still going to a game 4.
Yeah. Splyce's uplink has been phenomenal, but don't rule out the momentum gained from Orbit. 2 maps back-to-back in the second best of 5 of the grand final. They are looking to go out with a bang here, a 3-0. However, kick things off here. Trades go out. It's going to be messy. We're going to see a couple of kills come in straight away. Orbit put 4 to bed. And you know what? It's this man again. It's Zero.
Here he goes, and he goes, no, guys, I'm going to go out and get kills. I'll drop the drone. Thankfully, Josh, look at that strafe as well with the submachine gun. Catching players off guards. You can see how much better it is than the NV4 from that range. As Orbit do get 4 dead, this will be a dunk, and they're going to go for the rally. Player 3 on your minimap right now, Zero, needs to go loop inside and watch this area right here. Perfectly done. That's some game knowledge for you folks from these pro players. Gets the 2-piece, the drone brought out. Raiden gets out with his life. He banks it to his teammate. He'll pass it forward to Joe. Here comes another dunk. Oh, it's blocked by Splyce as only 2 points are earned. Beautiful play by the side of Josh and crew.
You know what? That seemed perfect. The passing, the relaying, it seemed on point, but these uplink players from Splyce, they know how to rock as well. And straight away, we do have a 2-0 lead. Well, that drone is going to be loose just for a second here. Mad Cat looking to pick it up. He has got it on board straight with a bash, and he finds a double. And now he can push forward himself. Does he go for this single 1-point play, or does he use Josh as a lead blocker? He's going to grab the 1. Get things a little bit closer. Splyce by back.
That's a sign of a veteran player. No need to be risky there. Your lead blocker's already dead. You're down by 1. Just get yourselves on the board. As Jerd, oh my goodness. Okay.
We'll forget that one.
That's a thing that just happened on the screen. Joe rotating through the back L wall area towards Park, and he's got all sorts of tacticals with him. He'll peek on out. Double submachine gun setup, I believe, right now by this Orbit squad.
Yeah, really something different, especially that we've not really seen before, but it is Precinct, it is uplink and rated, has that drone. Josh and Jerd combined, maybe a 1-point play, not going to happen. Stop just for a second there, as Urban now is the only one. He's coming hot off spawn, and the drone will go back in the hands of Splyce. Back and 2 here. Josh just going to get rid of that for a second. He's going to get that E-Red back out. And rightly so.
And when we talk about waves of spawns, here's an example. Both teams just throw the drone down at a neutral spot right in front of them. They'll play for kills before anything. Their team leaders right now are saying slay, slay, slay. The drone, though, actually resets towards middle map, so an awkward window right there for Splyce. They're going to have to fall back to grab it, and now Bance is going, guys, I have no way that I can score this. Let's try to wrap this one around the other side of the map.
Yeah, and it's a nice thought, because what he can do is lead the enemy straight into the path of Jerd. Actually, one player snuck by. Urban's going right behind them, and whether they can catch them, we'll have to wait and see. But Bance is the one with the drone, and again, just getting that out of there. He wants to slay.
Josh just shredded him. You mentioned the guy flanking. Josh just turns around and whipped him down in 4 bullets. 2-1 right now to score. Remember, Orbit 1 map away from taking this grand final, as they do get a couple more kills, and they'll begin to push up this Cherry Blossom area into Restaurant.
Oh, there we see it. Orbit again pushing forward. Urban this time, a player that has gone unnoticed maybe in the second best of 5. He bashes 1 and Rated combines.
That's a dunk.
There's only 1 player last alive. It's not going to be enough. Zero pops it in for 2. Mad Cat is going to be on the reset, so he'll be looking to trade it out.
Now, while Splyce have been arguably the best uplink team this weekend, the reason why right now you're seeing nothing from them is they're getting completely outslayed. They should have a dunk opportunity here. Mad Cat using some cover. He's going to go for it again. Settle for the 1. The right thing to do. If Splyce can pick up their slang. Look at this right now. You have Bance at 2 and 10. By far the biggest outlier in this game.
100%. You got Joe and Zero, though, double digits for their squad. They're putting numbers on the board, and Joe is looking to put some more on the scoreboard itself. He's going to go down. Mad Cat finds another double. Mad Cat stepping it up here.
They just body stack. Doesn't get much easier than that for Mad Cat. He'll rotate. 2 dead. Now they've got the back alley push. This is where Splyce put up so many points on the board earlier on in this map. As you're going to see Mad Cat come flying in with the drone. He's already hit 2 1s. He's going to settle for it again.
They wanted to stay on the battlefield. Not going to happen, though, as Joe and Zero do put them to bed. I try and find 1 player that's alive. Let's go with Zero. Let's see what he can offer. He's trying to get the cuts here, and it looks like a little bit of a different route taken this time from Orbit.
Yeah, for the most part, Orbit have focused towards this lower side of the map, which is different than what we've seen from most teams this weekend. As they do get 3 dead, 1 final player here to go for the stop, and Joe's going to wait for his lead blockers. Great stuff from him. He can actually potentially wrap this one and just settle for a 1-point play. Tosses it off to his teammate for the dunk. Crafty play right there. Orbit looking on point right now.
That is what you call cheeky Jack. Bance is trying to, you know, make his mark. He's 6 and 12. He needs to heat up. There's only 18 seconds left. Jerd, he can go for the 1-point play. We've seen him do it before. He can do it again, and that's going to be number 4 there for Jerd and Splice. But Orbit, they can go into this second half with a lead. They're 2-0 up in the best of 5. 5 potential minutes here separating them from the championship.
What have we said about Splice? Their strengths have been their 1-point throws. What keeps them in that game? In that side, their 1-point throws. I will openly say that they were outplayed in that first half of that uplink. They're lucky to be within 1 possession. And now going into side 2, Splice are now within 5 minutes of being eliminated, finishing second, and Orbit earning themselves this big championship and a hell of a lot of pro points this weekend.
Well, I'm going on the one player that just needs to step it up. Let's give him some love. Bance is 6 and 14 at the moment. The rest of the players in the lobby all hitting double digits, heading towards that 20. Let's see what he can do to change the game. He's looking like he's rotating towards the garage, maybe trying to get a cut-off, but I can't watch him any longer. That drone's pushing his way up here. We're going to see Josh and Joe go at it with the E-Rad. Urban's going to be the on, trying to get that 1-point play. Not going to happen. Splice do take back control.
Momo, this is the time that separates the good from the great in Call of Duty. You need to keep your head in the game if you're Splice. Your tournament hopes are not done yet, but you're on the verge of being eliminated. No more mistakes, no more miscues. Now just perfect communication and teamwork. Splice are doing whatever they can to move forward with this drone. They're still being outslayed, though, every single player positive for Orbit. Let's go ahead, though, to listen in with Splice to see how their communication stacks up when their backs are against the wall.
Both there, one more same spot, bro.
One shot.
We've got time, get across.
Easy.
Let's get across to get our building control and shit. Get across to get our building control. Last guy, whoever's on spawn, Dill, careful pinch.
Back base, one shot, Trey. He's out players life on the steps, and before. Nice. Watch your T.
One shot. Statue.
One T. One shot.
Rebound.
They're going T for 1. They're going T. They got
one pinch as well. Our building going back alley.
Reese, one shot.
Back alley.
One shot.
He's laid down beyond the block. He's tagged a little bit, him with a bullet.
Ah, man, get him. Lay down. We have to get this up. You ready?
There you go. Close right, I think. Let's go. We need Joe.
Go overdrive. I'm going to T.
Yeah, I'm coming with you. Someone look, pull out someone.
Hit the right flank. He's in ball. One shot.
Killed him.
Good shit.
Nice. What are we doing here?
They're going to be cat. I'm going wood, Dave. Dead.
Come on.
Going low, Josh.
We're going 2 here. Going 2 here.
Yep. One on the base. Here you go, mate, Joe. SMG. He's top of the stairs to the right.
Just pass and I'll do one. Just pass. Oh, yeah.
I'm behind him.
Push me.
Still one.
It's on that portal. One more. Oh, one shot. Two.
Splice continuing to fall more and more behind. Orbit can taste this championship. They've been brought to the edge, a second best of 5. They are so close now, Momo. 2 minutes and 40 seconds away, and it's a 3-possession game.
Absolutely. I mean, even from the listening there, it even just got worse for Splice. You saw that 1-point play just narrowly missing. Urban, he's going to try and reset it. Not going to happen. This could be good for Splice now. Can they bounce back? We've got Jerd in control. Mad Cat's picked up his lane. Mad Cat actually has overdrive as well. That's 1 kill that they needed. However, coming in for the pinch is a 3v3. Mad Cat finds another. Pushing around the outside. Jerd's got... Oh, no, he's not, and he's gone loose. Not going to make it.
Mad Cat will go ahead and secure the dunk, so absolutely still possible for them to win this game. 2 possessions, 2 minutes, it's simple. Go for a 1, bring yourself back, do what you did inside 1 to keep this one close. This is a must-kill scenario for Josh. Oh, get it. Oh, I thought he was about to fall off the map. I'd never actually seen anybody fall from that area. The drone being pushed up, still now on the ground. 1 more player they have to beat. He's going to get up and go for the 1. 1 minute and 45 seconds left. Forget about us. Let's go into a listen-in with Orbit to see if they can secure their championship victory.
Coming up. Nice. Flank me, P1.
Oh, yeah, he's already cat. One's cat.
On the base. One cat. Just play your life. Zig. Preem, he can't get into ball yet. Big kill. Get into ball. Get into ball.
Get in.
I'm pinching.
He's already laying on it.
One shot. Same alive.
Hallway gone left. I didn't know. Hallway gone 2
They're gonna come back. One shot, cat.
Go back. We're on our base.
Just want to cat the hit. Go. Should we get ball? Should we just play now?
Kinetic.
Minute left. What's about 2?
Keep it ball, guys.
Stay alive.
One's in training, let's go.
Hey, we're right.
Yeah, yeah.
Weak. Coming behind you. Hallway.
Oh, you got Kinetic if you need it.
Hallway.
Bank.
Top Kinetic.
Top P2,
One shot,
top
window.
P2.
Coming, straight. One more straight.
30 seconds left. Just play your life, come back and play your life.
I can't. Two there, two.
Top window. I'm dead. Top window, weak.
Oh no, folks, here comes the pressure from Splyce. They've one final push. Urban with possibly his biggest 2 kills of the tournament so far. He stops the play, Mad Cat falls back, and now Splyce will go for one final desperate play. Bance is already dead, 15 seconds left. It's a 1-possession game. Everybody alive for Orbit. I just don't see how this happens. 2 players now dead. Mad Cat and crew trying to push on up. They need to grab the drone. They have nobody on it yet. The lead blocker barely staying alive. There's not enough time. Your champions will be Orbit in the second best of 5. They do not let down in this grand final. Congratulations to Orbit, your CWL London champions.
What a series we just had there. Splyce, they won the first best. They fought through the loser bracket. It was a long, long day for these boys. They're faced up now in 3 best of 5s. They split the first 2. Orbit solidify themselves as the current champions of Europe. We've talked about individual plays, but all that was teamwork.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're walking to the stage. Through everything, they get it done. Your CWL London event champions, Orbit. Congratulations to Orbit, the CWL London champions and also European champions. It was a long fight to get there. They went down to the wire by losing the first series, but come out victorious. And they deserve every part of that. 0-rated Joe and Urban have taken the first major LAN win in Europe this year.
Yeah, and I'm shocked. You know, Splyce comes out, they look great in the first series. I'm sitting there with you. I was like, this is it. They're just going to run through them in the second series. And Orbit bounces back in a big way, shows what they're really made of as a team of, you know, just guys who have kind of formed together. And I think they've rallied around, you know, the fact that they've kind of left some other teams. Yeah. You know, they got some of them got dropped. Some of them decided they were the better half of a duo. They've really kind of rallied around that.
What a crazy scenario to end things with. Couldn't have done any better. And surprisingly, at the end, we saw it was going to be a longer series with that uplink, but it went the way of Orbit, proving they were able to challenge a team that didn't look beatable in uplink, so props to them.
I think that's the second uplink Splyce have lost. The first being to Orbit in the winner's bracket.
You said to me, though, you were like, I don't think they can beat them in another uplink.
I didn't think they could. I didn't think they could. And you know what? They almost didn't. But we have to quickly talk about that ending.
Yeah, I don't really understand that. You know, obviously Rada goes in, gets a 2-point play with Camo. Splyce gets the drone out of that. They throw it down. They're winning some gun engagements. They all push up. And they left the drone back. Maybe just a little bit mental fatigue, just with a long day, but a really odd way to end that map for Splyce.
I think that's the someone get the drone scenario. Is that everyone's going, someone get the drone, but nobody's actually getting it. It's like when you call someone to do something and nobody moves because they think someone else is going to get it.
And big thing, if Bance hits that 1-pointer a little earlier, they don't have to go for the 2 points later, and they can go for the 1 at the end, and it could have been a tied-up game. So once again, the 1's proving so important.
Oh, 100%. It's kind of crazy how that all ended up playing out. I thought maybe Splyce have got this, especially when they started to make the kills. You could see how crazy it really was getting towards the last few seconds. The drone was down, admittedly in a bad position, but they had to wait for the people to come back up. They tried a little bit to bait it out, maybe.
I thought, personally, they should have tried to grab that drone when it was down by, I know, that Z statue area and wrap it all the way back. I
leave one person on the flank to kind of to push on the
I mean, you're going to have to just run through all 4 members of the Orbit squad to get towards that portal, even give yourself a chance. I mean, maybe you kind of look at the clock at that time, they don't have enough time, but the drone was down there for so long. I feel like they did have an opportunity to get it, wrap it through construction, maybe make a better play.
The biggest problem was probably that the whole game long, they were trying to go through construction, and they weren't successful even once. So maybe that was in their mind, and they really wanted to go for that push on the left side, profitable for the spawns as well. I don't know. It could really been both. I agree with you. Back then, I would have probably wrapped it as well.
For every bit we analyze it, I'm sure Splice are analyzing it more. But before we get any further, let's throw this down to the floor for an interview with your champions.
Thank you very much, Bryce. You guys, an amazing, amazing series. You must be absolutely chuffed.
Yeah, you could say so. First series was pretty, I'd say hard. You know, we got beat on the first hard point. Actually, no, we won the first hard point, didn't we? Yeah, we come back on the first hard point. That was a brilliant comeback, and then we lost the S&D, which we didn't really expect. And then we had a really close breakout, and then we literally just played 3 of our worst maps in the second series, and we 3-0'd them, which is incredible.
Amazing. And are you guys really excited to go on to the next stage? You got MLG coming up, Atlanta. How are you feeling about it?
Well, this event was just to test to see how well we could actually play against the top teams, and well, we proved we can.
Awesome. Rachel, I have a particular question for you. What would you like to say to the NA teams now that you guys are going to go off to Atlanta? Anything you'd like to say to them?
No.
Nothing at all?
What's the point of making confrontation, man? That's what people do too much. We're just going to play our game and see what we can do.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, guys. You're proper champions today and well-deserved. Back over to you, Bryce.
Wow, interestingly rated. Man, a few words this time around. Obviously keeping it to himself just in case, but I'm sure he's brimming with confidence.
They don't got to say anything. I mean, they won. They displayed how good of a team they are against a squad a lot of the people in North America kind of put up there as the best team in Europe in Splice. So I think Orbit doesn't really need to say anything. Obviously, their talents proved themselves today.
And regardless, Splice did play well. I mean, that first series was absolutely incredible. It could have gone 3-0 as the first map was so close and then kind of choked it. The second series was quite close as well, especially that first map. So they've still got a few mistakes to fix, but it's looking good.
Yeah, I think so as well. And where we go from here, obviously Splice just not going to be happy with that #1 rated team coming in. Orbit, who, was maybe 2 or 3 with them and Elevate, they ended up taking this away, but they didn't beat them once, they beat them twice. And that's something for Splice to think about.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive. And if you're Splice, you probably go back, you look at some of those hard points that you gave away, a game mode that you probably should win most of the time. And I think, look, you kind of replicate what you did later in the tournament in Search and Destroy going forward, Atlanta, and then obviously the events coming after that. So I feel like if you're Splice, you work on those 2 things, you come back, your uplink game was very good this weekend, you're in a very good spot.
Yeah, and obviously that, but they're going to kind of overlook this and say, they ran through the losers bracket. It was 3. They were just banging teams out of the tournament all day long. And then when it comes to the crunch, they got the first series down, but it was a struggle. And the second series just couldn't keep up. So maybe the only real team right now to challenge them is Orbit and maybe Elevate on the outside. But they've got to see what happened in those games specifically.
Yeah, and I think Elevate can challenge them, potentially. I think, look, Elevate, their S&D game was a little bit iffy this event, and those are the ones that they kind of banked on to win consistently against top teams. So I think, look, you solidified, 3 very strong teams in Europe. I definitely put Infused in there as your top 4 right now, and I think it's a real clear cut between them and the rest of Europe.
I have to agree. Looking at Infused, I said they were going to do top 4 because I think just a little behind the top 3. But at the same time, if you look at the game against Orbit, who won the tournament, they finished 6-5 last S&D. So, I mean, for those teams, Elevate, Infused, and Splice, there is positive to take, and they need to go in MLG Atlanta just fixing those little things. But it's actually looking very good for those top 4 teams.
Here's the interesting thing for me. We had 2 other teams in the top 8 that maybe we not expected to begin with, 3G and Aware Gaming. But they outplaced 2 other teams, which we have a little bit of confidence in, Epsilon and Fnatic. We said Epsilon haven't practiced enough. They know they haven't. It's not an excuse at this time of the stage because they should have done, and they know that. So they were like, you know what, we messed up. And then Fnatic, Tommy said, he said, I'm still building this team. He said, I'm figuring out how this team works. We're going to be better. If you believe both those statements, it's going to be interesting for the top 6.
Yeah, look, Fnatic, I still think, like I agree with Tommy, they're a work in progress. It's going to be, over the next few months how that team works in terms of respawn game modes and Search and Destroy. There's a lot of work he has to do to kind of get those guys up to speed to play with Europe's top elite. And I think Epsilon, for me, with Epsilon, they have all the talent in the world. I mean, if I came back here and they put a ton of time in, they were in a grand final, I would not be shocked. It's just whether they're actually going to dedicate time into the game.
Absolutely, and at the same time, I think 3G and Aware coming back to the after this tournament, they're going to be thinking, we did great, there is so much more we can learn, it's only the start, we weren't considered as a team to be reckoned with, but they're going to be able to. And outside this top 8, for me, this is really it. This top 8 is really strong. Maybe we have to see how Supremacy can do MLG Atlanta since they're going to be playing in open
Supremacy, maybe even Imperial. You know, that's another outside shot.
Millennium, actually close game against 3G.
I think the greatest thing I'm taking away from this tournament is, for a long time, I'm probably more confident in the strength and depth of EU COD than I have been for a while. We've had a long time. We've had 2 teams, 3 teams, elite level. That's it. I think it's maybe a closer field nowadays. Don't look surprised at me, X.
I would agree.
Sure.
It was... It was obviously going to come as the league really helped last year. You had teams playing against each other every week consistently. Okay. There was so much at stake. They put a lot of practice in it. We've seen, obviously, the scene develop and a lot more organizations get involved in allowing players to be professional. So it's natural.
By the way, this coming up on the screen, very first hardpoint, very first series. And of course, this was so close. This is where it all started, all kicked off. Look at the 7-point game. There's so little between these top 2 teams right now that I actually can't wait for their next series. I want to go to the next tournament. I want to see them play again.
Yeah, that would be kind of interesting to see them match up at MLG Atlanta.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty interesting. But I know throwback hardpoint. I expected this to go in favor of Splice just by how they know the map is kind of naturally designed. You know, with the close range engagements and how good they've been with those, and the players that they have, specifically Jerd. But this is one that Orbit makes a massive comeback towards the end.
And also, I want to point out Rated, a guy who has struggled all tournament long with his respawn. Right there, he came through when it was needed.
And on the other end, Josh, who had been relatively quiet the rest of the game, he had a massive first series. I mean, I hadn't seen Josh play like that for a while. So very interesting to see those 2 players wake up in a final.
Yeah, certainly was. Then we move on to the uplink. Obviously, 12-3 Splice looking so dominant in that, and that's kind of why I was so surprised, next time round.
I would love to see at the end of this tournament, if somebody can kind of get track of some stats and tweet them to me, what the overall score was for Splice versus their opponents in uplink.
Yeah,
just score 4 and score against.
It would be the largest in the tournament by
far. It has to be. I mean, they were just blowing people out in uplink all tournament long, and this one was definitely a blow.
I actually think that Splice is going to be performing very well against American teams in uplink. They look very, very strong. Except
they hit there once. That's the most important thing for me.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's move on then to the next hardpoint. This is the hardpoint on the 2nd series. Splice, 250 and 0 for that one. Oh, sorry, this is the first series.
The 4th map in the
2nd hardpoint, first series. There we go. This is going into that one. 250.
A lot of maps.
Yeah, it's so many maps. We've watched 39 games of Call of Duty this tournament. There we go. 250 to 230. Again, so close.
Crazy. Every single hardpoint has been crazy. You could listen to the communication. Both teams gave it all. It came to a little amount of details, but overall, like every single hardpoint game could have gone his way. It was crazy to see.
Yeah, I mean, the difference in that one is that final hardpoint over by Commissary. That's where Splice really took the game to their advantage.
Yeah. And again, Zero, massive game for him. 1.23, 1.58 plus 11. But let's have a look at the hardpoint in the 2nd series. Now, I believe this will be right this time. Scorch, again, like the difference in these teams is less than 15 points. Every hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, the key player for a lot of these games is, for the side of Orbit, is Zero. I mean, he just keeps popping up. He had a huge series against this Splice team, and it's kind of interesting, that 2nd hardpoint turbine went heavily in favor over towards Splice, but that 3rd hardpoint over in Hangar, and even that 4th one, Drill, is usually one that's a little bit harder to hold down. Orbit took a decent amount of time on it.
That last rotation, it all came down to that second hill. Orbit was able to lock it down. Splice had to fight for the scrap, otherwise they would have lost the game, and they couldn't get the rotation. They had one opportunity to break, couldn't do it, and it was just very well managed by Orbit.
Yeah, it certainly was, and again, we're splitting hairs with these 2 teams. Once more, it's S&Ds that are a little bit of the difference, maybe. If they go a little bit one-sided, 1 or 2. If that had gone all the way, round 11, I don't know. I think it would have been, just par for the course.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 teams were very evenly matched coming into this one. Just Splice not having enough gas in the tank. Orbit, very strong throughout the tournament. Definitely a deserved champion.
And what's funny is to see first series 3-1, the other one's 3-0. You look at both, you say, okay, it's very one-sided on one side or the other, but actually it wasn't. Both series were really close, and pretty much every map could have gone his way, except maybe the S&Ds.
Yeah. All right, well, I think we want to talk about who we thought was the most impactful player very, very quickly. Off the top of your head, who comes first to mind?
Final zero. Final rated overall tournament 0.
Yeah, I think in the finals it would be like a rated or 0, and I think probably you look at like where rated had some struggles earlier in the tournament and like how he bounced back from that. I think he was definitely a key for this Orbit lineup.
Obviously, if there's maybe some different teams in the finals, you'd be looking at other players, maybe like Moose, for instance.
Right.
Yep. With the crazy stats. If they were in the final.
Yeah, if we're just highlighting some fantastic players.
Tommy in Fnatic as well. I mean, Tommy's been playing phenomenal.
Tommy was great. I thought Moose and Petey obviously were phenomenal, and I thought Bance played amazing
Watson
here today.
Yeah.
Watson as
Again, so many talented players coming out of Europe. Well, it's time for this to end. What an incredible 4 days it has been. The most games of Call of Duty shown in a tournament ever. 39 over these days. We've got coming up MLG Atlanta and ESWC, 2 big internationals everybody is looking forward to. Thank you so much for everybody in the venue that turned up, all the players, the staff, of course, who don't get sung out enough. The lovely talent I've had the opportunity to work with.
Thank you, Bracy.
Congratulations, Bracy.
No problem. And of course, everybody watching at home. We are only here because of you. Thank you so much. And until next time, we'll see you soon.